The August skies linger overhead. T9 in the evening. The heat remains stifling. Qin Tian finds refuge in a small supermarket, basking in the cool embrace of the air conditioning, leisurely browsing while watching a live stream, reveling in the moment. Suddenly, a notification from the family group chat on WeChat interrupts his tranquility. Cousin, big cousin, I heard you just bought a Mercedes S-Class. Impressive. Word is, big cousin has been promoted to manager at a listed company this year, earning a six-figure salary. The Mercedes is just a year's worth. Big cousin, please, don't flatter me. It's all borrowed money. Nothing to boast about. Modesty doesn't suit you, big cousin. I remember you dropped out after elementary school. Who would have thought you'd be the most successful among our relatives? The most educated is Qin Tian, isn't he? He's a university graduate. Education doesn't mean much nowadays. There are countless graduates, and they still have to start from scratch. Big cousin, Qin Tian, I have a friend who manages a five-star hotel. They're hiring security guards. Would you be interested? I can refer you. Qin Tian pauses, then replies, no need, I have a job. Big cousin, is your salary satisfactory? The security position pays $5,000 a month, which is better than most labor jobs. Have you considered a change? Qin Tian chooses to remain silent. Big cousin, everyone, let's gather at the end of the month, inviting all parents for a family reunion at the gathering pavilion. Everyone must come. Others chime in with agreement. While Qin Tian rolls his eyes, uninterested in participating, before long, his mother calls. Your aunt just informed me that your cousin is now a company manager, earning tens of thousands a month. They're planning a celebration and have invited all relatives for a dinner at a five-star restaurant at the end of the month. They can celebrate without us. Don't say that I've already agreed. They specifically requested your attendance, and they'll introduce you to a good job. Xiao Dian, you should find a high-paying job to bring pride to your mother that as a university graduate. You shouldn't fall behind them. Enough said, it's settled, they'll hang up now. Qin Tian feels speechless. Having graduated less than 2 years ago, how could he possibly secure a high income? This family gathering seems merely a chance for them to flaunt their newly acquired Mercedes S-Class. Should he, earning less than $4,000, go and embarrass himself in front of them? Suddenly, the air conditioning in the supermarket feels less refreshing, and his desire to linger dissipates. He grabs a can of chilled Red Bull and heads to the checkout. Beep, $4.80. Qin Tian opens his wallet, revealing a stack of cash's freshly received salary, his entire fortune, but he pulls out a bill and places it on the counter, seizing the Red Bull as he walks away. Hey, you haven't received your change yet, the cashier calls after him. Consider it a tip, he dismisses with a wave of his hand. The thrill of extravagance invigorates him, feeling liberating. The cashier stares at the bill in her hand, her expression twitching 2 dimes as a tip. At that moment, a notification chimes in Qin Tian's mind. Ding! Match successful, suitable mindset host found. The wealthy experience system is loading. Ding. System successfully loaded. Generosity is not mere ostentation or extravagance. It is a recognition and resonance with oneself and others. Ding. Any lavish actions taken by the host in life will yield random rewards. Ding. Detected that the host has just completed a generous act, receiving a novice reward multiplier cashback, valid for 300 uses. Puffed. Qin Tian spits out a mouthful of Red Bull. A system, reward multiplier cashback. He had merely jested with the 2 dimes, and it triggered the system. Qin Tian feels bewildered. He is familiar with systems from his pastime of watching novels and live streams. At that moment, he is watching a live stream by Fei Yu, quickly accessing his personal center to find he has 100 fish fins in his account. Since the funds cannot be withdrawn, he decides to gift all 100 fish fins. The recipient is a beautiful streamer. He often watches Qin Mingyao. Her talents are average, and her fame is modest. Yet her sweet voice, alluring figure, and undeniable beauty captivate him, complemented by her aloof charm. Today, she wears a flowing white hanfu, evoking an ethereal presence reminiscent of a fairy. Having just performed an ancient dance, she sits before the camera, breathless, her chest heaving. Upon seeing Qin Tian's tip, she beams at the screen. Thank you, Qin Tian, for the 100 fish fins. Sending love. Chapter 2. The extravagant gifting begins. Qin Mingyao is the sole female streamer that Qin Tian follows. Previously, His sporadic donations of a few dollars were merely driven by unrealistic fantasies, simply to hear her sweet and endearing expressions of gratitude. After all, he was not a wealthy individual, and such trivial donations could hardly capture her attention. Yet, every time he heard her thank him, it brought him a fleeting sense of pleasure. At that moment, however, he was taken aback as the system's voice reverberated in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully gifted streamer Qin Mengyao 100 fish fins, rewarding 1,000 yuan. Simultaneously, his phone vibrated. Dragon Country Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received a deposit of 1,000 yuan. Current balance 1,006.90 yuan. Qin Tian stared at the text message, astonished. It was indeed real. 100 fish fins equated to 100 yuan, which meant he had received a tenfold return. He was instantly exhilarated and immediately recharged 500 yuan into his flying fish account. Without a second thought, he gifted another 500 fish fins. Ding! The host has successfully gifted streamer Qin Mengyao 500 fish fins, rewarding 5,000 yuan. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more, and the text message followed suit. Dragon Country Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received a deposit of 5,000 yuan. Current balance 5506.90 yuan. He exclaimed in excitement, "Wow! I'm rich." The absurdity of it all was undeniable, yet the influx of cash was irrefutable. Thank you, Qin Tian, for gifting 500 fish fins. Qin Mengyao smiled sweetly, blowing a kiss towards the screen. Though she radiated joy, her demeanor remained aloof. Realizing the opportunity, Qin Tian promptly recharged another 1,000 yuan into his flying fish account. After all, he was merely profiting, and there were no losses to be incurred. He tapped on his phone screen several times, gifting 10 airplanes, spending 1,000 yuan in the process. Instantly, the screen lit up with the appearance of 10 airplanes, soaring in formation, leaving behind trails of dazzling colors. Qin Mengyao was momentarily stunned. Few users employed their real names as IDs, so she held a distinct memory of Qin Tian. In her recollection, he was not affluent. Although he occasionally gifted, it was typically just a few dollars, with amounts over 100 being rare. Today, however, he had broken from his usual pattern, gifting a total of 600 fish fins previously, and now, astonishingly, he had gifted 10 airplanes all at once, valued at 1,000 yuan. Yet, she quickly smiled even sweeter, directing a single-handed kiss towards the screen. Thank you, Qin Tian, for the gifts. Love you. Ding! The host has successfully gifted streamer Qin Mengyao 10 airplanes, rewarding 10,000 yuan. Dragon Country Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Current balance 14506.90 yuan. Listening to the system's voice and glancing at his phone's notifications, Qin Tian could hardly contain his joy. His account had previously held merely 690 yuan. And after accounting for the original 100 fish fins in his flying fish account, he had now earned 14,400 yuan. The money he could only dream of earning after months of hard work had now materialized in mere moments. Energized by the prospect, Qin Tian resolved to seize the moment. With a determined breath, he plunged all the funds from his card into the endeavor. He then directly tapped for 5 rockets, each costing 500 yuan. Soon realizing the waste of time, he opted for the super rockets at 2,000 yuan each. A barrage of 10 rockets launched. 20 rockets followed suit. Instantly, within the live stream, red rockets, trailing brilliant flames, ascended in a flurry. One after another, they shot into the sky, showing no signs of cessation. Chapter 3. The Wealthy Battleground. Who tops the fan rankings? Qin Mengyao was utterly captivated. Although her popularity was not particularly high, she had encountered affluent individuals before. However, this was her first encounter with someone like Qin Tian, who could effortlessly spend 100,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. Could this be a dream? Her face flushed, and she could no longer maintain her composure or aloof demeanor. The live stream erupted with excitement. A tycoon had emerged. Initially, when he started showering her with gifts, she paid it little heed, but soon, he launched a barrage of rockets. Such an overwhelming display of wealth. Bro, take a good look. That's a super rocket, worth 4 regular ones. And with this flurry of gifts, a conservative estimate would place his total at 40 rockets, amounting to 80,000 yuan. I suspect it's more than 50 rockets, easily surpassing 100,000, and he shows no signs of stopping. Incredible. Wow. That's equivalent to my salary for 2 years. A tycoon, I want to be your friend. No, do you need a loyal follower? I am quite adept. The live chat was inundated with exuberant comments, accompanied by the unceasing display of super rockets, forming a dazzling spectacle akin to fireworks. Qin Mengyao watched in a trance. Once she regained her composure, her professional sweet smile transformed into a genuine, flattering grin. Thank you, Qin Tian, for sending so many super rockets. You're amazing. Please check your private messages. There's a surprise waiting for you. With a sweet gesture, she playfully made a heart shape and bowed sincerely. The loose neckline of her outfit fell slightly, revealing glimpses of her alluring figure. Her voice returned to a softer, more endearing tone, devoid of the seemingly cordial yet distant politeness. Instead, it became tender and charming, enticing to the point that one might wish to press her against the wall. In that moment, the live stream erupted once more. Wow, what am I witnessing? The lady is no longer aloof. Hold it together, don't shatter your persona. You're even more enchanting like this. The so-called surprise, was it regarding a WeChat invitation? Oh, I also wish to add you on WeChat. You've given so little. Do you really think you can add the host on WeChat? You're dreaming. Indeed, the hostess WeChat is not something one can easily acquire. Even the top fan, Donggu, has yet to gain access. Speaking of which, why hasn't Donggu added Qin Mengyao, considering he spent 200,000? That was accumulated over time. While Qin the Tycoon has already spent 180,000 tonight and is still going strong. Who is more impressive? If it were up to me, I'd choose Qin the Tycoon any day. How can one be so wealthy? I find myself feeling envious. As Qin Tian continued to gift, he walked back, his bank account now boasting 1.9 million yuan, with his fan value reaching 190,000, temporarily placing him in second place. Across the street lay his residential complex, and he set his phone down to cross the road. At that moment, the previously quiet live stream suddenly erupted with 10 super rockets. A message flashed by. No one can take first place from me. Additionally, Qin Mengyao, if you reach 300,000, I want your WeChat. Concurrently, 20 super rockets shot across the screen. Wow, it's Donggu. He is here. First place is mine. Donggu is powerful. With a mere word, he tosses out 100,000. What a tycoon. Is Donggu challenging Qin the Tycoon? Let us watch. Watching 1. Watching 69. Donggu remarked, fight? Does he dare? Meanwhile, Qin Tian had crossed the street, heading towards the complex entrance while preparing to continue gifting with his phone in hand. Chapter 4. Critical Strike Reward, Lamborghini. The more one brushes, the more one earns. What is not to enjoy? Without a second thought, I invested all 1.9 million. Then directly purchased the most expensive item in the Feiyu live stream, a 100,000 yuan spaceship. Just as Donggu had finished his provocation and the barrage of comments was still scrolling in the live stream, a dazzling spaceship roared across the screen. What on earth did I just witness? My goodness, it's a spaceship. In just 1 second, I spent 2 years' worth of salary. Incredible. Dongji's boastful words were still flying across the comments. This was a resounding slap to his face. 1,000 meters long, 1,000 meters wide. I wonder what psychological shadow this casts on Donggu. Donggu fell silent. Haha. The barrage exploded with comments. However, Qin Tian was completely oblivious to the screen, engrossed solely in showering gifts. A few clicks later, 18 spaceships whizzed past, reminiscent of an interstellar battle, swirling through the air. Suddenly, the barrage of comments came to an abrupt halt, enveloped in an eerie silence. One can only imagine the expressions of the fans behind the screen. To spend 1.9 million in one go, such a wealthy patron had never been seen in the history of Feiyu live streaming. It was utterly astonishing. The once boisterous Donggu had been rendered speechless. Qin Mengyao was equally dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. When she regained her composure, her face flushed with excitement and urgency. Thank you, wealthy brother, for your gifts. Young man, haven't you seen my private message? Could you please add my WeChat? Or you can tell me your WeChat in a private message, and I will add you. Is that all right? At this moment, she shed all her aloof pretenses. Her gaze fixed on the screen, brimming with anxious anticipation. The silence was shattered by her words, and the live stream erupted once more. Wow. To have gifted over 2 million in one go, truly a tycoon. Money speaks volumes. Even the aloof Miss Qin Mengyao was begging to add the WeChat of the wealthy Qin. I'm so jealous. Woe betide. The young lady is about to fall into the embrace of a billionaire. By the way, how's Donggu faring? Not well at all. His face must be bruised. He should hide away. Ha! You two are cutting deep. Qin Tian, however, was too bewildered to pay attention to any of this. Just as he arrived at the foot of his apartment building, he was utterly dazed. Ding! The host has cumulatively gifted the streamer Qin Mengyao 19 spaceships, earning a reward of 19 million yuan. Ding! The host, through gifting, has successfully claimed the top position on the streamer Qin Mengyao's fan list, receiving a critical strike reward of a globally limited edition sports car, Lamborghini Sixth Element, valued at 90 million yuan. Longhua Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received a deposit of 19,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 19,000,006. 90 yuan. Qin Tian was utterly astounded. The tenfold cashback reward was already incredibly impressive. Now, he had a tangible 19 million in his bank account. Yet, he could hardly believe there was also a critical strike reward. A direct reward of a limited edition sports car valued at 90 million? Qin Tian muttered in disbelief. Is this for real? I just want to know, where do I pick up the car? Ding. Warm reminder, the car keys are in your pocket, and the vehicle is parked in the open lot outside the community. The purchase contract, invoice, vehicle tax insurance, motor vehicle registration certificate, and driving license, along with all relevant documentation, are all stored inside the vehicle. Please check upon receipt. Chapter 5. The car that costs hundreds of thousands. Qin Tian had never been fond of carrying items in his pockets, not even a mobile phone, which he preferred to hold in his hand. He suddenly felt a weight in his pocket, an unusual sensation that prompted him to reach inside. To his surprise, he discovered a small, hard object nestled within. Upon retrieving it, he found it to be a miniature sports car, brilliantly silver and strikingly cool, almost identical to the original model, exuding an air of sophistication. Had he not known better, it would have been hard to believe this was merely a car key, as it resembled an exquisite piece of art. Hey, have you received my private message? Please add me on WeChat, came the soft and melodic voice of Qin Mengyao. On the screen, she appeared delicate and vulnerable, her eyes shimmering with a pleading expression that made one instinctively want to protect her. Yet, Qin Tian remained indifferent, locking his phone and hastening down the stairs. Women? Huh? Does a sports car obey? In the outdoor parking lot below, a crowd had gathered, captivated by something, snapping photos and engaging in animated discussions. Wow, what kind of car is this? It's so dazzling, exclaimed one. That blue is like flames. It's incredibly striking. Another chimed in. This is the Lamborghini Sixth Element. I've seen it online, worth over 90 million. Someone warned, be careful not to get too close. A mere scratch could cost hundreds of thousands. Wow, I was just walking and looking at my phone, almost bumped into it. What a close call. I could have lost hundreds of thousands, exclaimed another. Wake up. You don't even have that kind of money. If I encountered this car on the road, I'd probably be petrified. Exactly. You can't freeze up. You must keep your distance. Who is that kid on the bicycle? Tell him to stop riding. A mere scratch could mean losing hundreds of thousands. Who could possibly afford such a car? They must have assets in the billions. Billion? This is a limited edition. Only 10 exist worldwide. Even Wang Tsong couldn't get one. It's not just about having money. There's only one of these in our Huaxia. Wow. When did our little community attract such extraordinary individuals? I wish I could befriend them. Hey, do you think such people are easily approachable? Besides, I bet this car is from outside. After all, our neighborhood has never been known for its wealthy residents. True, if they were from our community, I'd even be willing to be a lackey. Qin Tian jogged towards the crowd. Make way, he called out. Wow, young man, don't run so fast. There's a super luxury car worth over 90 million here. Don't slip and crash into it. Yeah, stop. A mere scratch could wipe out several years of your salary. Qin Tian said nothing, smiling faintly as he approached the dazzling sports car under the anxious gaze of the onlookers. He produced the car key and pressed a button. Beep. The fire-blue Lamborghini Sixth Element illuminated its sharp headlights, sparkling like diamonds against the night. Following this, the doors opened gracefully, resembling the wings of a butterfly. Wow, it's stunning. My goodness, this is too cool. My eyes are dazzled. Unbelievable. This is incredible. The crowd gasped in astonishment, some unable to suppress their exclamations of disbelief. They stared in awe at the striking Qin Tian and then at the luxury sports car valued at over 90 million. How is it possible? Dressed like an ordinary person yet driving a car worth over 90 million. Have the wealthy become this ostentatious? In that moment, A wave of discomfort washed over the crowd, leaving them feeling a tightness in their chests, as if they could hardly catch their breath. Chapter 6. The auto show. Qin Tian maintained a calm demeanor, yet an exhilarating excitement surged within him as he swiftly settled into the driver's seat. Instantly enveloped by an unparalleled comfort, he deemed all the vehicles he had previously experienced as mere trifles. His fingers glided over the exquisitely smooth steering wheel, his gaze sweeping across the interior, where craftsmanship, design, and opulence harmoniously coalesced, truly befitting a 90 million yuan supercar. Although he possessed a driver's license and had driven before, financial constraints had relegated him to dreaming only of modest vehicles priced around 100,000 yuan. Little did he anticipate that his inaugural automobile would be the staggering 90 million yuan Lamborghini Sixth Element. Moved by the moment, Qin Tian decided to revel in the experience. He ignited the engine, and with a resounding roar, the distinctive growl of the supercar's engine filled the air. The brilliantly designed and meticulously crafted dashboard illuminated instantly, showcasing its luxurious splendor. The Lamborghini Sixth Element thundered out of the community, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving a crowd of onlookers in awe. Under Qin Tian's adept control, the Lamborghini darted through the bustling thoroughfare like a flash of azure lightning, drawing the attention of pedestrians and other vehicles alike. Upon realizing the extravagant nature of the car, the vehicles on the road expressed both envy and astonishment, maneuvering to keep their distance. Qin Tian navigated throughout the entire city, even making a special trip to the Y-City professional racetrack, known as the Racer's Path. Racer's Path is one of the few professional racetracks in the country and stands as a hallmark of Y-City. At that moment, an outdoor auto show was taking place in the plaza surrounding the racetrack. The entire square was aglow with lights, showcasing an array of luxury automobiles. From entry-level models like the Toyota 86, Mustang, and Camaro, to prestigious brands such as Ferrari, Bugatti, and Pagani, the selection was vast, with prices ranging from several $100,000 to millions. While not excessively exorbitant for supercars, such vehicles were not within everyone's reach. A dozen or so race queens, dressed in an array of stylish yet revealing outfits, posed alluringly before various supercars, flaunting their enticing figures. Beneath the dazzling lights, their fair skin captivated all who beheld them. Countless individuals wielded cameras or smartphones, snapping photos with an earnest dedication to the art, often capturing the race queen's curves inadvertently, rendering the cars as mere backdrops. It remained unclear whether attendees came to admire the vehicles or the models themselves. Upon arriving, Qin Tian circled the area in his car before venturing onto the racer's path. After savoring 2 exhilarating laps that encapsulated speed and passion, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, he felt a pang of discomfort in his stomach. Casually parking the car on the side of the square, he hastily exited and dashed to the restroom. Meanwhile, a tall beauty, appearing to be in her early 20s, hurriedly approached the plaza. Clad in the attire of a race queen, her top barely contained her ample curves, while her bottoms consisted of form-fitting, ultra-short yoga shorts. With a sculpted abdomen, long legs, and an enticing S-curve, she radiated an irresistible allure. This striking race queen, named Su Xiaoran, was a student at Donghua University's Dance Academy. Coming from a modest background, she took on modeling to earn some living expenses. Today marked her debut at a major auto show, and she could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Chapter 7. Not the car. Here in the dormitory, she was caught in a dilemma about how to dress. Should she opt for something more alluring, revealing a bit more skin, or should she play it safe, fearing the judgment of the crowd? She was acutely aware that the more attention a car model garnered, the greater the financial reward. This internal conflict caused her to arrive late. By the time she reached the venue, all the cars had been taken. The luxurious vehicles were flanked by 2 or 3 car models each, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a sports car echoed through the air. She turned to see a striking cobalt blue sports car parked at the edge of the square. Su Xiaoran's eyes lit up. She had been worried about finding a car to pose with. Without a second thought, she dashed over. Upon closer inspection, she gasped in awe. Wow, it's a Lamborghini! She had always had a fondness for sports cars, and having come to be a racing darling, she had done her homework. Although she couldn't identify the exact model, she was very familiar with the iconic Raging Bull emblem. This was indeed a Lamborghini, and given its flashy luxury, it was undoubtedly quite expensive. She felt an instinctive certainty that this vehicle surpassed any other present. This was a brand new car, clearly a part of the exhibition. I may be late, but so is this car. It seems destined for me. Leaning against the Lamborghini, she struck a captivating pose, her smile radiant. Despite the bustling atmosphere of the square, the resounding roar of the sports car captured the attention of those nearby. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld only the car, oblivious to her presence. When they spotted the stunning cobalt blue sports car, many were drawn in closer, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Wow, is this a Lamborghini? How impressive!" exclaimed one. "That fiery blue is simply mesmerizing." After wandering around, "It's clear this car is the center of attention." Another inquired, "Does anyone know which model this Lamborghini is?" "I'm not sure, but it's obvious it's not cheap. ID estimate it costs around 10 million. 10 million? That is astounding. How could it be so expensive?" As the crowd grew, countless individuals began snapping photographs. Strangely, amidst the throng of car models, Su Xiaoran, regardless of her beauty and figure, found herself overshadowed. Despite her stunning presence, the focus remained fixed upon the car, rendering her, the super campus belle, somewhat overlooked. Yet, this also alleviated her initial nerves about attending the car show for the first time. At that moment, 3 other striking car models, noticing the buzz, approached to join in on the excitement. Together, the 4 women surrounded the sports car, creating an alluring tableau. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd cried out, "Oh my goodness! I just checked. This car is the Lamborghini Sixth Element, priced at 90 million. Seriously? 90 million? Is that for real? I just looked it up online. And it's true. My goodness, that is unbelievable. 90 million is astronomical. I saw it too. And that is not all. It's a limited edition. Only 10 exist globally. And this is the sole one in our country. Wow. So, it's not just about being wealthy. You can't just buy this. That is incredible. I heard rumors that even Wang Song can't afford it. Isn't that impressive? Wait, if Wang Song can't buy it, how is it here? Exactly. Is the organizer really that formidable to have secured this car for the exhibition?" At that moment, a representative from the organizing committee, equally captivated by the spectacle, shook his head in astonishment and interjected, "Chapter 8. Perfect beauty. This is not a vehicle from the auto show. This position was not allocated for a car. It has just appeared." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. What does this mean? Could it be that this car is privately owned? Is the owner present? A super rich individual is among us. Astonishing. The eyes of those present widened in disbelief as they began to search the surroundings, hoping to identify the illustrious owner, driving a 90 million yuan supercar. And it is the only one of its kind in the entire country. To encounter such a person, even a mere sighting would be an unparalleled honor. If one were fortunate enough to take a photograph together, it would be a boast worth a lifetime. The beautiful models posing around the car, upon hearing the discussions, were so taken aback that their legs trembled, almost causing a mishap. They quickly opened their arms, pressing their bodies closer to the Lamborghini Sixth Element, as if attempting to meld into it. A 90 million yuan supercar, and a limited edition at that. To be able to be in such close proximity to this magnificent vehicle is surely the greatest privilege of their lives. If missed, such an opportunity would never come again. Su Xiaoran was utterly astonished, her mind blank. She could not believe that the supercar she had stumbled upon was not only the terrifyingly priced Lamborghini Sixth Element, but also a private one. How wealthy must the owner be? What status must they hold? She realized that she had heard the roar of the supercar, but had not seen the driver, which meant the owner had just parked the car and left. A wave of profound disappointment washed over her, a sense of having missed true love. So close. So very close to meeting the owner, perhaps even sparking something special. No, she must wait here. She would wait for him, even if the auto show concluded. She would remain. In this lifetime, she is destined to be his. In the restroom, as Qin Tian washed his hands, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully captured the heart of the goddess Su Xiaoran through the luxury car for the first time. Special reward. Perfect beauty. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. How did he inexplicably receive a reward? And who is Su Xiaoran? He did not recognize this person. He had not even seen her. Yet he had won her heart. Is this even a valid reason for a reward? Moreover, it was not a monetary gift or any material possession, but rather a special reward. Perfect beauty? What on earth does that entail? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind. Just as his doubts flitted through, he suddenly felt an itch on his face. He reached up to scratch, only to find his nails dirty. Hastily, he washed his face. When he looked up, he was immediately startled. What was happening? At the sink, gazing into the mirror, Qin Tian was utterly dumbfounded. All the blemishes and acne that had previously marred his face had vanished. His skin was now a delicate, fair complexion. as smooth as egg whites. This skin quality would surely incite envy in any woman who beheld it. What astonished him even more was that while he had been handsome before, he had not reached the level of jaw-dropping attractiveness. Now, upon closer inspection, his features appeared as if subtly refined, becoming increasingly perfect and harmonious. It was still the familiar face, yet now imbued with an air of mysterious charm that made him irresistibly handsome, and the more one looked, the more captivating he became. This kind of handsomeness outshone any youthful heartthrob, devoid of any semblance of effeminacy. With a fair and striking face, complemented by resolute eyes, he could easily eclipse any star. Is this what perfect beauty means? Truly remarkable. Qin Tian clenched his fists, his expression brimming with exhilaration. He then exited the restroom, eager to discover just how beautiful the goddess Su Shaoran truly is, as proclaimed by the system. Chapter 9. Su Shaoran. As Su Shaoran stepped outside, Qin Tian discovered an immense crowd surrounding his car, fervently snapping photographs and engaging in animated discussions. In the midst of it all, several models were pressing against the vehicle, striking various poses, their eyes fixated on the sports car as if they were entranced. One model, in particular, was gently caressing the car, an act so beguiling that it left onlookers in awe. The crowd, witnessing her actions, couldn't help but exclaim, "Be careful, miss. Don't scratch it. Just a small scrape could cost hundreds of thousands, and a significant dent could run into millions." Yet, the woman paid them no mind. After all, such a rare opportunity to engage with the car up close was not to be squandered. If it did get scratched, she mused, she could always compensate. What did it matter? If it weren't for the fear of grossing out the owner, she would have licked the car right then and there. Among the throng, one model remained somewhat more reserved, stationed by the driver's door, her gaze darting about, seemingly in search of something. She was the most stunning of the group, her beauty and figure eclipsing the others by a wide margin. By Qin Tian's discerning eye, she was as captivating as Qin Mingyao and possessed a figure that was simply breathtaking. Could she be Su Shaoran? The sheer volume of spectators was overwhelming, forming a tightly packed barrier around the vehicle, and more people continued to arrive. Standing on the outskirts, Qin Tian found it impossible to penetrate the crowd. "Excuse me. Could everyone please step aside?" he called out, but the onlookers appeared oblivious to his pleas. Resigned, he took out his key and pressed the button. Beep. Roar. The resounding growl of the Lamborghini Sixth Element erupted, its piercing headlights casting dazzling blue beams into the air. The doors swung open gracefully, akin to the wings of a butterfly. This unexpected spectacle startled everyone present, particularly the models encircling the car. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into a frenzy. Wow. The owner is here. Goodness. The car looks stunning at rest, but in motion, it's absolutely mesmerizing. I love it. After seeing this, everything else pales in comparison. I feel the same. Even BMWs seem dull now. But I'm more curious about the owner. As the crowd began to search for the owner, their eyes soon fell upon an incredibly handsome young man, who approached from the periphery, a small key fob in hand. Upon seeing his striking features, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, only intensified when they glimpsed the car key he held. Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply. This extraordinarily handsome young man was the owner of the car? So young, so dashing, and evidently wealthy? It seemed unbelievable. At that moment, Qin Tian, with an air of resignation, spoke up, "Could everyone please make some room? You're blocking my car." Despite their assumptions regarding his identity as the owner, the crowd was still taken aback by his words, their expressions a mix of disbelief and intrigue. A limited edition of only 10 globally, the sole one in the Celestial Empire, valued at 90 million, the Lamborghini Sixth Element appeared in a second-tier city with an owner who was but a youthful man. This was simply astonishing. As the crowd marveled, they parted to create a path, their envious gazes following Qin Tian as he approached the sports car. He arrived beside the driver's seat, casting a glance at the model with exquisite features and an alluring figure, and offered her a faint smile. "Aren't you leaving? Or do you want me to carry you away?" Chapter 10. Selecting a consort? Su Shaoran had been attentively observing the movements of the car owner. The moment Qin Tian appeared, she noticed him instantly. The young man was simply too handsome. Soon, she learned that he was indeed the owner of the car, and Su Shaoran found herself at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Earlier, upon seeing the sports car and discovering its value, coupled with the fact that it was privately owned, she had already felt a flutter of excitement. She had assumed that such wealth would belong to at least a middle-aged man, yet to her surprise, the car owner was not only youthful but also strikingly handsome. At that moment, Her heart was shaken, and every cell in her body resonated with the image of this young man. Her mind went blank, and she felt dizzy. If her initial feelings had merely been infatuation, Su Xiaoran was now utterly entranced. As she watched him approach step by step, it felt as though each footfall was pressing upon her heart. Her heart raced, pounding as if it might explode, leaving her unable to move her feet. It was only when she heard Qin Tian's teasing words that she snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson. Suddenly, she blurted out, Sir, may I be your girlfriend?" Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed all the way down to her neck, yet her gaze boldly met Qin Tian's. It was the first time in her life that she had ever proactively spoken such words to a man, especially a stranger. Although she felt a wave of embarrassment, she sensed herself losing control. If she didn't voice it, her heart would surely burst. Her voice, unlike Qin Mingyao's sweet tones, possessed a magnetic quality that resonated with her fiery persona, radiating allure. Upon hearing her words, the crowd around them erupted in envy. Wealth truly was impressive. The goddess who outshone them all had taken the initiative. Other beautiful models, equally stunning, quickly followed suit, becoming even bolder. "Handsome guy. I'm willing to be the other woman. Hey, shall we go out sometime? The room is booked. All my friends are here. We just need a man. Are you coming, handsome?" Witnessing this scene, the men present felt a pang of jealousy, their envy palpable. Yet, all they could do was admire and covet from the sidelines. This young man was not only handsome and wealthy, but his background also hinted at something formidable. What woman wouldn't be captivated by such a figure? Men wept at the sight, while women felt their hearts race. Faced with the eager gazes of the women, Qin Tian glanced at their alluring figures and casually remarked, "How about you all perform a dance? I'll choose the best dancer." Upon hearing this, the models didn't hesitate and immediately began to dance. In an instant, they swayed and twirled, captivating the audience with their movements. Su Xiaoran, in particular, flashed a seductive smile and struck a charming pose before executing a series of stretching motions. With just that introductory gesture, she perfectly showcased her explosive curves, clearly demonstrating her dance background. Turning her back to the camera, she began to sway her hips, bending and caressing her arms and legs, leaving the audience in awe. Clad in form-fitting yoga pants, her curves were accentuated, and with her bending and extending motions, certain alluring lines became evident, almost causing blood to rush. Though Qin Tian knew little about dancing, he could only think that the performance was stunningly beautiful. Even from a distance, the onlookers, mesmerized by the dancer's seductive moves, found themselves captivated while reflecting on the scene. Wealth truly was a force to be reckoned with. A single remark had prompted school beauty-level young women to compete in a dance-off, all in hopes of winning his favor. It felt as though a royal selection of consorts was taking place. What a thrilling spectacle. Chapter 11. Blessed by the affection of a wealthy benefactor, the organizers present were left in tears. What was meant to be a splendid auto show had unexpectedly devolved into a personal exhibition, even resembling a beauty pageant. The irony was that they found themselves utterly captivated by the spectacle. Should one laugh or cry in such absurdity? As the exuberant dance concluded, a few individuals gasped for breath, their eyes filled with a ravenous longing as they gazed at Qin Tian, eagerly awaiting his response. "Are you Su Xiaoran?" Qin Tian inquired, directing his attention towards the most stunning among them. Surely, the system's judgment was sound. If there was a goddess here, it could only be her. "Do you know me?" Su Xiaoran was taken aback, pondering if this charming young man might be from her school, perhaps having secretly admired her from afar. The thought of being noticed by such a wealthy benefactor thrilled her to no end. "You are quite remarkable," Qin Tian complimented before stepping towards his vehicle. Upon hearing his praise, the other three women felt a wave of despair. However, Su Xiaoran's excitement rendered her hands trembling. Noticing his intention to depart, she hurriedly retrieved her phone, pulled up her personal QR code, and leaned over the car window, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Could you add me on WeChat?" Since he had not explicitly agreed to be her boyfriend, she decided to pursue the next best option, securing a means of contact. In her eagerness, she leaned forward, inadvertently revealing a generous glimpse of her décolletage. Qin Tian couldn't help but steal a few more glances, his thoughts echoing a single word, impressive. Feeling his gaze upon her, Su Xiaoran flushed with a mix of shyness and delight. Aware of her own allure from a young age, she had refrained from dating, choosing instead to maintain her purity. She had even enrolled in a dance academy to enhance her physique. Participating as a car model was not merely for pocket money. It was an opportunity to showcase her beauty, all in hopes of attracting the attention of a wealthy patron. Now, with the wealthy benefactor seemingly intrigued by her, her heart fluttered with excitement. In a playful manner, she subtly adjusted her neckline, revealing even more of her allure. Very well, Qin Tian thought, amused by her teasing demeanor. He did not decline her request and promptly scanned her QR code, sending a friend request that she eagerly accepted. Then, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, he drove away. As Su Xiaoran watched the friend request go through, she was enveloped in overwhelming joy. I did it. To be cherished by a wealthy benefactor is truly wonderful. Once Qin Tian had left, it dawned on her to check his WeChat name, which read Qin Tian. She quickly sent a message. Thank you, brother Qin, for adding me. When can you take me for a drive? I can hardly wait. Love you. Her heart raced in anticipation of their next meeting, ready to oblige whatever request he might make. A hint of bashfulness crossed her face, yet her smile radiated sweetness. This was the first time she felt a flutter of affection for a man. She believed she was in love. Qin Tian returned to his residential complex, where the crowd had now dispersed. This was an old establishment, lacking any sort of barriers, allowing him to drive straight into the underground parking lot. He captured a few selfies inside and outside his car as mementos, ultimately selecting one to upload as his WeChat profile picture before contentedly ascending to his apartment. Upon seeing Su Xiaoran's message, he chuckled but chose not to respond immediately. The live broadcast had concluded, yet he noticed dozens of private messages from Qin Mengyao, all imploring him to add her on WeChat. Amused, Qin Tian thought, the aloof goddess seems to be in a hurry. He then added her on WeChat. Ding! The request was accepted instantly, and Qin Mengyao promptly sent a voice message. You scared me. I thought you might be dismissing me. Thank you for adding me, brother Qin. Shall I add you to the group? Hee. Chapter 12. The lowly voice. Upon entering the group, Qin Tian was immediately overwhelmed. To avoid any further annoyance, he chose to decline the invitation. Oh, I won't bother you then. Qin Gij, you were truly handsome. I noticed that you are also in Y City. Do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude in person. As she gazed upon Qin Tian's WeChat profile picture, her heart raced uncontrollably, particularly upon noticing the sports car he leaned against. Although she was not well versed in automobiles, it was evident that Qin Tian's vehicle was far from inexpensive. A man so young, strikingly handsome, and evidently wealthy, what woman could resist such allure? All right, I'll contact you tomorrow, Qin Tian responded with a smile. Despite his ongoing work commitments, the newly acquired system afforded him abundant free time. An invitation from a beautiful woman was an opportunity too enticing to refuse. After their arrangement for the following day, a message suddenly pinged in their WeChat family group. Hey, Qin Tian, you've changed your profile picture. Haha, I see it too. That picture is quite impressive. You got a supercar now? How come I didn't know you were this amazing? Is that a Lamborghini? Impressive. The group consisted of Qin Tian's relatives, a blend of distant cousins and aunts. Though they were family, few exhibited genuine warmth towards each other. Now, upon seeing Qin Tian's profile adorned with a sports car, a chorus of sarcastic remarks erupted among his peers. Qin Tian chuckled lightly, opting to ignore their comments for the moment. Why engage in their trivial banter when the prospect of substantial rewards beckoned? He promptly opened the Feiyu Live app, eager to seek his next target. After all, money was never too plentiful, especially with 19 million in his Feiyu account. He logged into WeChat, searching for local female streamers. If he was to give gifts, it would naturally be to alluring women, an enjoyable venture that combined both flirtation and profit. Choosing local streamers was paramount, with the intent of possibly meeting in person. Even when he was still a mere nobody, he harbored such aspirations while gifting. What was wrong with having dreams, even as an underdog? Regrettably, after perusing the local streamers, he found none who piqued his interest. Just then, a notification from Feiyu popped up. Upon opening it, he discovered a newly popular female streamer. Although not from the same city, her location was a mere 50 kilometers away, likely from a neighboring city. Cumulative gifts of 100,000 yuan would elevate him to a wealthy account, while 1 million yuan would grant him the status of a godly patron. Having already gifted 9 million yuan, he was well on his way. As he entered the live stream, fireworks erupted, revealing 4 golden characters. The godly patron has arrived. The dazzling display persisted for several seconds, coupled with confetti effects, creating a spectacular scene. The chatroom erupted in excitement. Wow, the godly patron has arrived. Bow down to the godly patron. I love you, godly patron. I love you too, godly patron. Even though I'm straight, I'm willing to bend for you. The streamer, who had just performed a kawaii dance, greeted him with an adorably charming expression. Welcome, Qin Tian, little brother. Moi? Her sweet, high-pitched voice sent a wave of comfort through Qin Tian. The streamer, known as Mingming Jiang, boasted a striking appearance, rated at 96 points. She donned an outfit inspired by Hatsune Miku, her long hair styled in twin ponytails. With a youthful visage, fair skin, and an enchanting figure, her voice was both sweet and melodious. She sang, danced, played games, and had an undeniable talent for being adorable, garnering immense adoration from Feiyu fans. In the realm of Feiyu, she was truly a rising star. Though Qin Tian had visited her streams occasionally and even gifted her in the past, he rarely spoke up. Her popularity was overwhelming, and as a mere nobody, his comments would be swiftly drowned out. Among the plethora of wealthy patrons, his contributions seemed insignificant, akin to a single drop in the ocean. However, now, Qin Tian had arrived with the equivalent of 10 spaceships, ready to make his presence felt. Chapter 13. Qin Tian, let us begin with a song. Itch. The spaceship of the universe soared across the screen, dazzling golden effects blinding Mingming Chan's eyes. She was utterly bewildered. This person must be a first-time visitor, bestowing a generous donation of 1 million without uttering a word. How extravagant. Although she had recently gained immense popularity and encountered numerous wealthy patrons, this was her first encounter with such a grand benefactor. The live stream chat exploded with excitement. Wow, starting off with a big move. This benefactor is incredible. Truly, actions speak louder than words. This benefactor was indeed the first among Mingming Chan's fans to donate 1 million in a single instance. I have a premonition that this benefactor will elevate Mingming Chan to new heights. As Mingming Chan regained her composure, she pouted playfully and said, "Thank you, brother Qin Tian, for your generous gift. Do you prefer listening to songs or watching dances? Feel free to choose. I can also play games." Every time she received a substantial donation, she would invite the benefactor to make a request as a token of her gratitude. Qin Tian promptly typed in the chat, "Then sing. Itch. Itch. What on earth?" The live stream chat erupted once more. Haha, this benefactor is amazing. He even thought of this song. Wow, asking Mingming Chan to sing such a cheeky song? I nearly burst out laughing. Hey, our Mingming Chan is a kawaii beauty, you know? She usually sings adorable songs. Are you really asking her to sing this? Admittedly, I am quite curious to hear how Mingming Chan would interpret it. I want to hear it. We're lucky to bask in the glory of this benefactor. The benefactor truly knows how to entertain. On the screen, Mingming Chan wore a perplexed expression, momentarily doubting her own eyes. Given her charm and beauty, coupled with her knack for being endearing, her fans typically made requests that aligned with her style. This was her first experience with such an unexpected turn, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Just as she was trying to process it, Qin Tian clicked 20 times in rapid succession. The spaceship once again dominated the screen, its golden effects evoking envy among the viewers. Spending 2 million in a mere second, this benefactor was astonishing. With the previous donation, that amounted to 300 million, a feat that transcended mere wealth, it was nearly terrifying. Haven't you checked his profile? The benefactor's surname is Qin, and he has already donated 7 million today. How wealthy can one be? Mr. Qin had ascended to the 3rd position on the flying fish benefactor list, just a hair's breadth away from the 2nd spot. With a little luck, he might even claim the 2nd position today. Mr. Qin had shattered the record for the highest daily donations on flying fish and was now ranked 1st among daily benefactors. How remarkable! I care not for riches. After all, I am no match for his wealth. I only care about whether my Mingming Chan will sing it. Mingming Chan was equally astonished. However, she quickly composed herself, stuck out her tongue in a charming manner, and blushed as she said, "You're so naughty, brother benefactor, making Mingming sing such an embarrassing song. But since it was your request, even if I'm shy, I shall sing." With a starting donation of 300 million, she was determined not to miss out on this remarkable benefactor. She found the accompaniment, donned her headset, and began to sing. Surprisingly, her crisp, youthful voice delivered a captivating rendition of the flirty song Itch, creating an unexpected charm that was utterly delightful. Coupled with her slight shyness as she sang, her eyes glimmered like water, her cheeks flushed, and her demeanor bashful. The combination of her appearance and the song's lyrics evoked a sense of an adorable bride playfully resisting, which was incredibly enticing. The live stream audience was secretly thrilled. As she concluded the song, The chat flooded with likes and donations, though her face remained flushed. She was taken aback by the audience's enthusiastic response and couldn't help but smile. Thank you all for the likes. This is the first time Ming Ming has sung such a song. Did you enjoy it, Brother Qin? Chapter 14. Not singing? Then I'll keep pressing until you do. Qin Tian remained silent, directly launching 10 spaceships. The dazzling spacecraft filled the screen in an exhilarating display. He then typed on the public screen. Sing a song in a captivating male voice. Borrow another 500 years from the heavens. What? Borrow another 500 years from the heavens? The live stream fell into a momentary silence, only to erupt moments later. Wow, borrowing 500 years from the heavens. I must be seeing things. I was just thinking about what outrageous antics the wealthy would pull, and here we are. Moreover, this was an extraordinarily audacious move. Ha ha. The wealthy truly know how to have fun. Although it felt a tad inappropriate, it was still a woman-esque song. Borrowing 500 years from the heavens is a robust and bold piece, and they want our cute and innocent Ming Ming Chan to sing it, and in a captivating male voice. It might create a comically mismatched vibe. I suddenly can't wait. No need to say anything. Just bask in the glory of the wealthy. The wealthy are amazing. The wealthy are incredible one. The wealthy are astonishing 10,086. Oh no, Ming Ming Chan's character is about to collapse. Ming Ming Chan was left in a daze, utterly flabbergasted. What a joke. This adorable persona of mine is kawaii. How could I possibly sing such a song? In a captivating male voice no less. How will I ever survive if word gets out? Her face flushed with embarrassment, she stammered. Thank you, Brother Qin, for your kindness, but Ming Ming cannot sing this song. Before she could finish her sentence, swarms of spaceships filled the screen once more. Qin Tian simultaneously typed, borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Ming Ming Chan was taken aback and hurriedly replied, I really can't. Yet again, the previous spaceships had not even vanished before another 10 soared across the screen. In an instant, the entire display was a dazzling spectacle, leaving viewers mesmerized. The live stream fans erupted in excitement. Wow, spending 3 million just to hear a song. That's utterly extravagant. No, I sense that Qin Tian is determined to keep pouring money until you sing. Indeed, wealth allows one to act with such impunity. The life of the affluent is so straightforward and unrestrained. At that moment, a bold and highlighted comment appeared on the screen. Some people truly think having a little money makes them impressive. Don't be so conceited. This commenter was the top of the flying fish-rich list, known as Meijing Liangqin. Wow, the top dog has arrived. Brother Chun is magnificent. Long time no see, Brother Chun. I never expected him to take an interest in Ming Ming Chan. The goddess is bound to lose her charm. Oh no, Ming Ming Chan, I support you not singing. A powerful song like Borrow Another 500 Years from the Heavens is not something you should take on. He's just trying to make things difficult for you. Don't mind him. A few million is nothing. I'll send you gifts. Brother Chen reveled in the adulation from the comments, looking down with disdain, then began sending gifts. He observed that this account, Qin Tian, was currently second on the flying fish-rich list, trailing behind him by over 1 million. Quite impressive. However, this Qin Tian had only been active for just over a year with no notable donation history until today as sudden outburst. Such behavior could either stem from someone who sold their house to donate or from a lottery winner suffering a moment of madness. Having already donated 10 million, he believed this must be Qin Tian's limit. To widen the gap and assert his dominance, as well as to capture the attention of the newcomer Ming Ming Chan, he decided to flood the screen with gifts, launching 20 super rockets. The super rockets ignited and launched in a blaze, yet before they could ascend, they were overshadowed by a colossal spaceship. Qin Tian remarked, if you're going to give, then give spaceships. Aren't you tired of those measly rockets? He donated a spaceship and added, borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Chapter 15. The pain of generosity. A barrage of vibrant comments blazed across the screen, glaringly bright. Wow, is the illustrious Qin planning to battle with Brother Qin? It has been ages since we witnessed such a grand contest. How exhilarating. The anticipation for this extravagant showdown was palpable, with spectators eagerly chiming in. Brother Qin nearly fainted. How could one have the means to offer rewards equivalent to a spaceship? What immense fortune must one possess? Faced with the raucous comments, he grit his teeth and proceeded to donate a spaceship. Then, the atmosphere on the screen transformed. Brother Qin gifted 1 spaceship. Qin Tian followed suit with a donation of 10 spaceships, adding the comment, let us borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Brother Qin responded with 2 spaceships. Qin Tian, undeterred, donated 20 more spaceships, reiterating his previous sentiment. The donations continued to escalate, with Qin Tian contributing 30, then 40 spaceships, each time accompanied by his whimsical remark. In the blink of an eye, Qin Tian had bestowed 100 spaceships, a staggering value of 10 million. Meanwhile, Brother Chun was rendered utterly speechless. Why, one might ask? Because no matter how many spaceships Brother Chun donated, Qin Tian always added an extra zero. What a frustrating predicament. Brother Chun nearly bled from the mouth in exasperation. The live stream erupted into chaos. My goodness, 10 million in a single go. Just to listen to a song? That is truly remarkable. Qin Tian's audacity was legendary. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the flying fish elite rankings, outpacing Brother Chun by a staggering 800,000, a feat unparalleled. Qin had not only claimed the top spot on the elite leaderboard, but had done so with astonishing speed. A trailblazer without precedent. Who could elucidate why this highly anticipated contest had devolved into a one-sided affair? The explanation was simple. Someone had boasted too much, only to have their pride thoroughly humbled. After completing his donations, Qin Tian felt a tingling numbness in his fingers and sent a rather exasperated comment. He strongly urged the Flying Fish platform to develop gifts priced at 1 million or even 10 million each, lamenting how his fingers ached from the incessant clicking. A hush fell over the live stream before the comments erupted once more. Is this what they mean by spending until your fingers ache? Oh, Elite One. I suspect you are merely posing, yet I cannot deny your prowess. I believe the elite could benefit from an assistant, chimed in one viewer. Are you hiring? I play the piano, and my fingers are exceptionally swift. Just say the amount, and I shall assist you at lightning speed. Another added. I write novels at a staggering pace. I am known as the tentacle monster for a reason. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. Can anyone match my speed? Another voice chimed in. Oh, dear elite, do not hesitate. Choose me. The atmosphere was electric. Donating until one's fingers ache. The life of the affluent is truly exhausting. I would gladly endure such fatigue. Haha, this is child's play. You are unaware, but Mr. Qin possesses a staggering collection of hypercars worth 90 million. Competing with him in donations would indeed be self-inflicted torture. What? 90 million? Surely you jest about that infamous Lamborghini, the Sixth Element, circulating online? Indeed, that very one. I am in the same WeChat group as Mr. Qin and have personally witnessed a selfie of him in the car. This is no exaggeration. I too am a member of Mr. Qin's group. Not only is he wealthy, but he is also youthful and handsome. You may click on his flying fish avatar to see for yourself. That is indeed him. Chapter 16. Mengming Chan. I have awakened a peculiar attribute goodness. Is he really this young and handsome? Such looks could easily overshadow any youthful idol. I must say, even as a man, I feel a twinge of embarrassment. He is both wealthy and strikingly attractive. It's utterly overwhelming. Lao Qin, if you desire flowers, just say the word, and I shall promptly deliver them to you, preferably in pink. The live stream erupted with excitement, and Chun Gu was consumed by jealousy, his eyes turning red. Although he was born into affluence and enjoyed a comfortable life, he was merely an ordinary-looking, overweight individual. He could hardly afford to own a hypercar worth 90 million. The Lamborghini Sixth Element. He had learned about it. It was a limited edition, with only 10 available worldwide. One could not simply purchase it with wealth alone. It was said that even Wang Tsong was unable to acquire one. Such a vehicle was previously non-existent in our homeland, and yet, here it was, belonging to this young man, Qin Tian. How terrifying. As one commentator in the stream noted, competing with someone like him was akin to courting disaster. Fortunately, this was the internet. Offending such a person in real life would surely bring one to tears. Mengming Chan gazed at the flurry of spaceships and comments, momentarily dazed. When she regained her senses, exhilaration coursed through her, causing her to tremble with excitement. Qinggu, you wish to hear me sing Borrow 500 Years from Heaven again, don't you? Mengming will sing it right away. In a moment of spontaneity, she decided to lavish millions, all while being a young and exceptionally handsome gentleman. Such a wealthy individual was indeed the epitome of perfection. Though she had yet to experience such admiration, at that moment, she would willingly prostrate herself before him, let alone sing. She was not lying. She had scarcely heard Borrow 500 Years from Heaven, merely aware of its existence. Yet, it mattered little. After a quick search, she listened to it once and began to sing, utilizing a male vocal tone, as she followed the gentle, undulating melody. Perhaps due to her earlier experience with an unconventional song, Her rendition of Borrow 500 Years from Heaven flowed remarkably well, coupled with her inadvertent playful gestures. She exuded an alluring charm that ignited an impulse to embrace her. The fans in the live stream were utterly captivated. Wow, why do I sense an air of flirtation? Is my perception askew? No, it was merely our adorable Mengmengchan, having been awakened to a certain charm by the affluent Qin. She had promised not to sing, yet she not only sang but did so with an inexplicable allure. What a delightful surprise. Indeed, Qin's wealth had allowed him to redefine boundaries. With such charisma on display, this affluent gentleman was truly impressive. If it were me, I would gladly worship him. I'd embrace my own charm too. The mighty Qin was an embodiment of power and allure. I wonder, Chengge, did you hear that? Chengge, how could I possibly listen to such a kitsch song? Oh my, it's truly delightful. Ha. Mengmengchan's expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that she would sing so liberally. She had merely posted a photo of herself in a rabbit outfit, cutely posing. And due to her striking appearance, she suddenly rose to fame and ventured into live streaming. In her 16 years, she had never engaged in such enticing behavior. Could it be that she inadvertently unlocked some peculiar attribute? Once she regained composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she looked at Qin with hopeful anticipation and inquired, "Chengge, do you think I sang well?" In response, Qin Tian rewarded her with 10 spaceships and a note. WeChat. Chapter 17. The critical strike reward of 52 shares in Hermes. The barrage in the livestream room erupted once more. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. The big shot is truly formidable. The wealthy individual exudes an undeniable charisma. He is a man whose words come with the effects of a spaceship. Such commanding presence. This is the essence of true masculinity. Does Brother Qin fancy men? A private message has been sent. Do check your inbox. Momo-chan's face lit up with joy. It seemed Brother Qin truly appreciated her song. Upon noticing that Qin Tian wanted her WeChat, Momo-chan's hand trembled, her face flushing a deep crimson. Yet, without the slightest hesitation, she hastily sent her WeChat ID to Qin Tian. Immediately, she turned to the screen and exclaimed, "Brother Qin, I've sent you a private message." Her expression was tense, adorned with a flattering smile, fearing that Qin Tian might overlook her message. She understood the implications of this exchange. Although she was merely 19 and had not experienced such matters, she did not wish to miss out on this extraordinary figure. After receiving Qin Tian's WeChat ad request, she let out a sigh of relief. Upon opening Qin Tian's profile, her heart raced furiously, her eyes widening in disbelief, unable to divert her gaze for even a second. Brother Qin is truly handsome. If it weren't for the ongoing livestream, she would have longed to lick the screen. After a moment, she regained her composure and quickly sent a message. "Brother Qin, you are so handsome. I see you are in Y City, while I'm in H City. We are so close. When can we meet?" She had already begun to anticipate their encounter. Qin Tian did not respond. Instead, he gifted another 10 spaceships. The screen was flooded once more. The dazzling golden effects filled the livestream room with envy. Why? This proved that their adorable Momo-chan had indeed shared her WeChat ID with Qin Tian. What might transpire next between the two was evident even to the fool. Could they not feel envious? Yet, they could only harbor such envy. Ding. The host has successfully tipped the streamer Momo-chan a total of 160 spaceships, receiving a reward of 160 million. Ding. The host has successfully climbed to the top of the daily tipping rich list on Flying Fish, receiving an additional reward of 150 million. Ding. The host has successfully attained the top position on the cumulative tipping rich list on Flying Fish, receiving an additional reward of 200 million. Ding. The host has successfully dominated both rich lists on Flying Fish, receiving a critical strike reward, 52 shares in the world-renowned luxury brand Hermes, becoming the largest shareholder. Ding. The host has successfully made the newcomer King Momo-chan bow down in admiration, receiving a special reward, the secret of love. Reminder, your novice reward, tipping multiplier cashback, has now concluded. Longwo Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received a deposit of 350,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 560,000,006. 90 yuan. Qin Tian was taken aback. The time had indeed come to an end. However, it mattered little. From an initial investment of 100 yuan, he had now amassed 560 million and acquired a sports car worth 90 million, along with perfect looks, This was an incredible profit. Now, having also received 52 shares in Hermes, this was undeniably valuable. While most ordinary people may have only heard of LV, those with a slight understanding of luxury brands are well aware of Hermes. Hermes is a premier luxury brand with a baseline brand value of 100 billion. Among luxury brands, female celebrities have a particular fondness for Hermes, which offers a wide array of products including handbags, perfumes, watches, jewelry, and home goods. Its most famous products are handbags, with prices starting at 50,000 yuan, and some reaching into the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Of course, Qin Tian was not well versed in luxury brands. He had gleaned this knowledge from his ex-girlfriend, who could not stop talking about Hermes. Thus, the 52 shares he now possessed could easily be valued at a minimum of 50 billion if sold. However, what was this special reward? The secret of love. The previous perfect looks were somewhat understandable, but what on earth was this secret of love? Just as this perplexing thought crossed his mind. Chapter 18. The Super Lightning Rod, a man's best assistant, beep. The secret of love is an information scanning skill provided by the system for the host. Special note, the secret of love refers specifically to an index related to personal life, with a threshold score of 80. This score indicates a normal life. Exceeding this number signifies a cleaner and healthier existence for the scanned individual, while a lower value implies a life of degeneration and indulgence. Qin Tian's eyes gleamed with realization. Was this not akin to a lightning rod? It would assist him in effectively steering clear of the vast green prairie. This skill was indeed powerful. He hastily directed his gaze towards the live stream featuring Mingming Jiang, silently invoking the secret of love scan. Mingming Jiang, real name, Yi Mingming, age, 19, secret of love, 100. To his astonishment, she achieved a perfect score. Qin Tian was surprised. Mingming Jiang, with her stunning figure and beauty, was remarkable. At merely 19 years of age, amidst the current societal landscape and the challenges of the streaming industry, maintaining such pristine standards was no small feat naturally. This was nothing short of splendid. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing his fortune was indeed favorable. After all, if the system had hit the mark, how could his luck be lacking? Next, he intended to scan Su Xiaoran, only to find she was offline. Thus, he could only scan her photograph, but the information yielded nothing. It seemed the scan required a live person, even if only through the screen. He opened the Feiyu streamer leaderboard and proceeded to scan the top female streamers. Zhang Erlang, real name, Zhang Chanqian, age, 23, secret of love, 60. Kang Lashi, real name, Liu Shi, age, 25, secret of love, 58. Qin Tian sighed in bemusement. These popular streamers had such low scores, indicating they had also exerted considerable effort. He then scanned all the remaining top 10 streamers who were live, only to discover that all exceeded the standard, with scores ranging from 50 to 30. Only a select few who gained fame through talent fared slightly better. Yet even they did not reach the passing mark of 80. Welcome, brother Qin Tian. Wow, the super deity is here. Hello, hello. Like the other top female streamers, the one he had just clicked on was ecstatic upon seeing Qin Tian's entrance, eagerly fawning over him. However, she was akin to a dilapidated vehicle, and Qin Tian merely curled his lip, opting to exit. A second-hand car is acceptable as long as it is in good condition and aesthetically pleasing. Occasionally driving such a vehicle for leisure is inconsequential. Yet, for a car that has changed hands countless times, he would never entertain the thought, no matter how hungry he might feel. Meanwhile, far overseas, in a group meeting of the Hermes board of directors, the chairman connected all board members via video communication. The purpose of this impromptu meeting was to announce a significant matter. The chairman regarded several key directors with a solemn expression and stated, "From this moment onward, I shall resign from the position of chairman of Hermes." Upon hearing this, the directors were taken aback, followed by an uproar. Was the chairman not performing well? Indeed, under his leadership, Hermes had been flourishing. Why then would he step down? What had transpired that warranted such a decision? The chairman could share this. Together, they could find a solution. In response to the board's confusion and concern, the chairman smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. However, just moments ago, someone acquired 52 of my shares at a price exceeding the market by 80, officially making him the largest shareholder of Hermes. From this point on, he shall be the chairman of Hermes. As for my decision to sell, it was not solely due to the extraordinary price. I am also of an age where I wish to retire, retaining merely 5 of my shares for a comfortable retirement." After stating this, he shared the new chairman's information in electronic format with the group. Chapter 19. stunning beyond measure everyone. Please take a careful look at the document and ensure it reaches all global branches and distributors within a day. The appointment of a new chairman is a significant event, one that could potentially sway stock prices. Thus, no one dared to be negligent and promptly began reviewing the electronic files. Upon seeing the photograph, everyone was taken aback. It was an Oriental individual, and remarkably youthful. Was he Japanese or Korean? His appearance was quite impressive, undeniably handsome, but he seemed far too young. Qin Tian. This name sounded distinctly like that of a person from the eastern land of Huagua. Oh my, he truly is from Huagua. How astonishing. There is no doubt about it. He is indeed from Huagua, a nation shrouded in mystery, home to many ancient families with millennia of heritage. This young man must be the heir of a prominent family from Huagua. The fact that he is acquiring shares in our company at this moment reveals his exceptional foresight and remarkable acumen. I find myself quite eager to meet this enigmatic young man from Huagua. Today, the host's rewards have reached their limit, and Qin Tian has reaped substantial gains. He decided to exit the Feiyu livestream. Ding ding ding. Almost simultaneously, he received 2 WeChat messages. Qin Mingyao, wow. Brother Qin, why do I feel like you've become even more handsome? I'm drooling, eagerly anticipating tomorrow. Hee. After leaving the livestream, she scrolled through Qin Tian's WeChat moments. Brother Qin is so modest. Despite his wealth, his moments contain no ostentatious photos, and his clothing is quite ordinary. No wonder he has been following me for so long without showering me with gifts. Has he been observing me, noticing my good character, and only today decided to be so generous? It must be so. He truly is the man I admire. Qin Mingyao felt quite clever. Suddenly, she noticed that Qin Tian had changed his WeChat profile picture. Upon clicking it, she was left speechless. How could it be that Brother Qin appears even more handsome than before? Could it be a matter of photography? Nevertheless, he is truly stunning. With such looks, even if he weren't wealthy, I would gladly be his girlfriend. Qin Mingyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing as she couldn't resist sending a message to Qin Tian. Typically indifferent to appearances, she found herself utterly captivated by his charm for the very first time. She had already begun to fantasize about their meeting tomorrow. Su Xiaoran, wow, Brother Qin, you are incredibly handsome. I believe we make a perfect match. When will I have the chance to see you again? I would love to go for a drive with you. After returning to her dorm from the auto show, she nestled in bed, scrolling through Qin Tian's moments. Although she had already met him in person, she still felt it was insufficient. She kept clicking on Qin Tian's profile picture. What divine beauty is this? Due to her own striking looks and figure, she had many admirers. Having encountered numerous handsome men, only Qin Tian had enchanted her at first sight. She thought to herself that had she encountered Qin Tian earlier, even without knowing he was a billionaire, she would have been unable to resist becoming his girlfriend. Young, handsome, and affluent, truly the epitome of a perfect gentleman. Su Xiaoran gazed dreamily, and although she had yet to experience romance, the sight of his face stirred her imagination with tantalizing thoughts. Qin Tian merely glanced at the messages, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps due to the influence of the system, his mindset had shifted. In the past, he would have been overjoyed at such compliments from a goddess, but now, he felt merely content. However, since he was unable to sleep, he thought to invite them out to meet, perhaps to gauge their intimacy levels as well. Chapter 20. Your boyfriend, clearly a pauper from her attire and demeanor, it is evident that Qin Mingyao is a rather conservative girl. She has already arranged to meet her companion the following day, making it difficult to change plans. Su Xiaoran, on the other hand, possesses an extraordinarily alluring physique and is a racing girl, suggesting a rather fiery personality. Just then, she sent a few messages on WeChat, inquiring about their next rendezvous, to which she had yet to respond. The thought of her stunning figure prompted Qin Tian to initiate a voice call. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Qin. Qin Tian. Brother. Her voice trembled, revealing her unmistakable nervousness. Despite Su Xiaoran's eagerness to meet again, evidenced by her repeated queries on WeChat, she faltered upon receiving Qin Tian's call. Particularly at this moment, she understood the implications of his call, causing her heart to race with anxiety. What should I do if Qin Tian truly makes such a request? Su Xiaoran found herself in a quandary. Haven't you been asking when I would take you for a ride? How about now? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Qin Tian was forthright, eschewing any pretense. There was no point in being overly accommodating. It was better to be direct. If she came, she came. If not, they would part ways. Just as Su Xiaoran was grappling with her thoughts, upon hearing Qin Tian's words, she immediately divulged her location without hesitation. I'm at the Dance Academy of Donghua University. I'll send you my location. After speaking, she let out a sigh, acutely aware of her fear of losing this opportunity, almost as if she were hastily chasing after something. Then, she felt a sense of relief. After all, her pursuit of dance and maintaining a pristine image was ultimately to await a wealthy suitor. And now that the opportunity had presented itself, especially in the guise of a young and handsome affluent man, what was there to hesitate about? Would such an opportunity present itself again? Once the call ended, Su Xiaoran began to remove her makeup and prepare herself. While she had donned heavy makeup for her live stream, she opted for a light touch to convey her authentic self for this encounter. Typically, at this hour, she would engage in yoga before bathing and retiring for the night. Her roommates, noticing her unusual behavior, expressed their curiosity. Ranran, are you heading out this late? Yes, just a little something, Su Xiaoran replied casually as she finished her makeup. Wow, our ever-cautious Ranran is actually dressing up to go out. How rare. And at such an hour, it seems she plans to stay out overnight. To win over someone as pristine and perfect as our campus belle, he must be quite an exceptional young man. I bet he is a handsome fellow. I suspect he is a big boss. The dormitory buzzed with speculation and intrigue among her roommates. Big boss. I reckon it's that guy she just spoke with. Judging by his voice, he sounds quite young. What wealth could he possibly have? One of her roommates, Yang Wan, who bore the marks of cosmetic enhancements, remarked, Xiaoran, I must advise you, those pretty boys hold little value. Securing a wealthy partner is the true path. A woman's life is ultimately about choosing whom to share her bed with. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Wan, despite her claims of camaraderie with Su Xiaoran, had harbored jealousy. For 2 years as roommates, their bond was superficial. Su Xiaoran, the belle of Donghua University, renowned for her stunning figure, beauty, and exceptional academic and dance prowess, had attracted numerous admirers, much to Yang Wan's chagrin. Chapter 21, Lawn. Chevrolet? It was only when she had managed to ensnare a wealthy man that she felt a sense of superiority, though still consumed by jealousy. Her tone took on an air of condescension when speaking to Su Xiaoran, particularly upon hearing that her counterpart seemed to have found an attractive yet ineffectual boyfriend. Her heart swelled with delight, and her words dripped with a patronizing tone. If a man cannot even satisfy you with material pleasures, how can he profess to love you? Noticing Su Xiaoran applying lipstick, Yang Wan retrieved a dark red lipstick from her bag, flaunting it before her. Look, Xiaoran. This lipstick was gifted to me by my boyfriend. It's the latest Dior Rouge. Just this little bit costs over 1,000. Now, that's what I call true affection. The other two roommates gasped in astonishment. Over 1,000 for a single lipstick was indeed extravagant. Seeing the envious glances from the two girls, Yang Wan smiled with satisfaction and turned her gaze towards Su Xiaoran. In reality, while the lipstick was indeed pricey, it only cost a little over 300. She was embellishing the truth, but so what? She merely wished to witness the envy etched upon Su Xiaoran's face. However, Su Xiaoran merely cast a casual glance, smiled softly, and turned away to select her clothing. Yang Wan's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of confusion igniting within her. Normally, when she boasted, Su Xiaoran, while appearing calm, would still exhibit a glimmer of longing and envy in her eyes. What was different today? A shadow crossed Yang Wan's mind. Could it be that her frequent displays of cosmetic grandeur had rendered Su Xiaoran immune to such provocations? Surely that must be it. Determined to change her approach, she plotted a more stimulating display. Isn't your boyfriend coming? Well, I'll have my husband come too, driving his newly purchased luxury car. Let us see if that doesn't make you both green with envy. Yang Wan's triumphant smile returned. She envisioned her boyfriend arriving in a luxury car at the school gates, Su Xiaoran's eyes wide with shock and admiration, while she would nonchalantly declare, Xiaoran, do you see? This is true love, before elegantly taking her seat in the passenger side. The mere thought filled her with delight. With that, she pulled out her phone to make a call as she exited the dormitory. At that moment, Qin Tian was already on the road, cruising in his Lamborghini Sixth Element, a striking bolt of azure lightning weaving effortlessly through the city streets. Passers-by paused to capture the spectacle, awed and astonished. Yet none dared to approach. Even the vehicles halted at the traffic light maintained a cautious distance of several meters behind, for this was no ordinary car. It was a Lamborghini Sixth Element, undoubtedly worth millions. A mere scratch could render an average person bankrupt. Arriving at Donghua University, near the Dance Academy's East Gate, he noted the throngs of cars parked outside, with the majority of students in the Dance Academy being female, and many of them stunningly beautiful. It was no surprise that several men had driven here in hopes of mingling. Qin Tian, uninterested in squeezing through the crowd, opted to park a bit further away and called Su Shaoran as he strolled toward the East Gate. "Hello, I've arrived. I'm waiting for you by the East Gate." "Oh, great. I'll be right down." Su Shaoran had just finished getting ready and, not wanting to keep Qin Tian waiting, had spent little time on her appearance. Upon stepping outside, she noticed that Yang Wan was also there, waiting. Yang Wan, seeing Su Shaoran's nearly bare face, yet radiant beauty, felt a pang of envy. Nevertheless, she feigned indifference and remarked, heading downstairs without makeup, "Is your boyfriend here? I hope you'll introduce us. I'm curious to see just how exceptional the man who has captured our reserved campus belle truly is." "Let us not get carried away. He is not my boyfriend," Su Shaoran replied, though she secretly relished the thought of others knowing about her affluent partner, as it was indeed a point of pride. Yet she hesitated, concerned that Qin Tian might not appreciate such ostentatiousness. "It's late at night, and you're going out together. What else could he be?" Yang Wan scoffed, slyly insinuating that perhaps she feared they would discover her boyfriend was merely a pauper, leading to an embarrassing revelation. "I intend to see you squirm. By the way, Shaoran, does your boyfriend drive? I hope he is not coming to pick you up in a taxi. That would be quite embarrassing. He has a car, it's a lawn." Before Su Shaoran could finish, Yang Wan interrupted, her voice laced with excitement. "A Chevrolet? Not bad. It's still worth several tens of thousands. But according to my boyfriend, American cars are fuel guzzlers and riddled with problems. Honestly, that is not the main issue. It's just that Chevrolet is a bit unattractive, and the logo is rather odd. It's even stranger for a man to drive one." Yang Wan's face wore a mask of feigned neutrality while she internally reveled in the revelation. Surely, he must be a pauper to drive such a decrepit Chevrolet. 100 of those wouldn't be worth the Porsche her husband owned. No, it's not," Su Shaoran attempted to clarify, but was cut off as Yang Wan suddenly exclaimed, "Darling, how did you arrive so quickly?" Su Shaoran looked up to see a Porsche Cayenne halting before them, from which emerged a bald, middle-aged man adorned with a large gold chain, chewing betel nut. As he approached them, Chapter 22, a show of wealth? "Haha, isn't it just a way to hasten the moment I see my darling?" The middle-aged man chuckled with pride, extending a Chanel bag towards her. "My dear, I noticed during our last shopping trip how much you admired this bag, so I took the liberty of purchasing it for you. Are you surprised?" "Wow, I am absolutely delighted," Yang Wan exclaimed as she accepted the bag, her face betraying a hint of concern. "Dear, this bag must be quite expensive, right?" The middle-aged man waved dismissively. "Not at all, just over 20,000. As long as my darling loves it, the price is inconsequential." Without hesitation, Yang Wan embraced the man, planting a kiss on his cheek, and said, "You are truly wonderful. I adore you. Over 20,000 and still not considered expensive?" Yang Wan's husband must be quite affluent. Indeed, her husband adored her deeply. Relishing the envious glances from a few acquaintances nearby, Yang Wan reveled in the moment. The bag was one she had acquired earlier, and this self-staged performance was a game she had played countless times, each instance bringing her immense satisfaction. However, her primary aim was to showcase her fortune before Su Shaoran. "You've grown immune to cosmetics worth thousands, so how about a handbag worth several tens of thousands?" The middle-aged man, Chen Gui, had recently struck a fortune through trading second-hand luxury goods, making him a nouveau riche without much education or sophistication. Yet that did not prevent him from pampering a university student. Yang Wan was his prize, obtained through his endeavors in refurbishing luxury items. Hearing Yang Wan's intent to show off, he eagerly played his part. What man wouldn't relish the chance to flaunt in front of a beautiful woman, especially one he had long desired but could never possess, like Su Shaoran? Today, upon learning from Yang Wan that Su Shaoran had found herself a boyfriend, a young lad, he felt an immediate surge of anger. Even if Yang Wan hadn't called out to him, he would have sought an opportunity to impress Su Shaoran and her boyfriend, demonstrating that wealth is paramount. After basking in the flattery from their two roommates, Yang Wan and Chen Gui simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su Shaoran, eager to witness her shock and envy. However, Su Shaoran paid them no heed, instead enthusiastically waving towards a certain direction. "Qin Gij, I'm over here," she called out excitedly, running towards him. Everyone turned to see a sunny and handsome young man approaching. It was Qin Tian. As he drew closer and laid eyes on Su Shaoran, His gaze instantly brightened. In contrast to her heavily made-up appearance during live streams, she now exuded a natural femininity that was captivating. The phrase "more beautiful in person" perfectly encapsulated Su Xiaoran. Without her makeup, she appeared even more stunning, her S-shaped figure achieving perfection. Qin Tian thought to himself, grateful that his judgment had not failed him. If Su Xiaoran scored a 96 in her online persona, in reality, she was at least a 97. Most remarkably, through a discreet scan provided by his system, he discovered that Su Xiaoran was indeed a new model, a delightful surprise. Such a figure, such beauty, and still maintaining its pristine condition was truly rare, reflecting her self-respect. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Su Xiaoran's eyes sparkled. Meeting him in person, she realized that not only was he handsome, but he also radiated a vibrant energy, devoid of any semblance of femininity. The other girls around them were starry-eyed, utterly smitten. Su Xiaoran's boyfriend is so handsome. Indeed. He is even more attractive than those young heartthrobs. Yang Wan too was taken aback by Qin Tian's looks. How could someone be so striking? No wonder the usually aloof Su Xiaoran was smitten. With a face like that, it was hard for any woman to resist. If only she hadn't encountered him first. She would have loved to join his ranks. Yang Wan couldn't help but entertain this thought, but quickly her gaze dropped to Qin Tian's attire, which seemed rather ordinary, causing her to frown and reveal her disdain. Though handsome, he was a mere pauper. I might only indulge in a fleeting romance with you. Without delay, Yang Wan declared, Xiaoran, this must be your boyfriend, right? Su Xiaoran glanced at Qin Tian. Since he did not nod, she hesitated to claim him as her boyfriend. When Qin Tian smiled and nodded slightly, she joyfully replied, yes, his name is Qin Tian. Qin Tian, is it? Quite handsome, I must say. However, men rarely showcase their worth based solely on looks. Yang Wan turned towards Qin Tian. Xiaoran mentioned you drive a Chevrolet? While it offers good value, unfortunately, its quality leaves much to be desired. You should aspire to own a Porsche. Only then would you be worthy of someone like Xiaoran. With that, she plopped herself onto the hood of a Porsche Cayenne, exuding an air of superiority. Standing nearby, Chen Gui was momentarily taken aback by Qin Tian's appearance. Even he, a man, couldn't deny that this guy was exceptionally handsome. Yet, his heart simmered with frustration. His long-desired goddess was now entangled with a pretty boy. Scanning the surroundings, Chen Gui scoffed. Young man, where's your car parked? You look young enough to be driving a Cavalier, perhaps worth around 70 to 80,000. It lacks any punch and is rather dull. Keep striving to acquire a Malibu before you turn 30, while it's still a junk car. At least it's one of the 3 treasures for the downtrodden and might suit you. You're mistaken, that is not a Chevrolet. Su Xiaoran, worried about Qin Tian's feelings, began to explain, but Yang Wan interrupted her. All right, Xiaoran, I understand. Your boyfriend is great in many ways. Just a bit short on funds. My husband and I harbor no disdain towards him. We merely wish to encourage him to work harder for your happiness, right? Yang Wan feigned a helpful tone, her words dripping with condescension. Let us have the men introduce themselves. This is my boyfriend, Chen Gui, who deals in luxury goods, with a net worth of around several million. While ostensibly introducing her boyfriend, Yang Wan was actually bragging. She pretended to be modest, yet emphasized the several million with particular weight. This not only showcased her status, but also allowed her to flaunt her superiority. After all, she had initiated the introductions. She expected Qin Tian to remain silent in comparison. The contrast was undeniably satisfying, wasn't it? Chapter 23. You should learn from Lamborghini owners. As Yang Wan gazed triumphantly at Qin Tian, contemplating the imminent success of her pretentious act. Qin Tian merely curled his lip and remarked, Auntie, have you been possessed by a drama queen? Can we forego this charade? If it continues, I might just vomit. You call me Annie? How dare you mock me, you pauper? The anticipated triumph of her showiness crumbled, replaced by ridicule, igniting Yang Wan's fury. Do you see my outfit? It cost over 10,000. And this handbag is the latest from Chanel, worth 100,000, a gift from my boyfriend. With your meager salary, do you think you could work tirelessly for a year and afford it? How dare you laugh at me? Qin Tian shook his head earnestly. 100,000? Even without eating or drinking for 2 years, my salary wouldn't suffice. Based on my earnings, it's indeed unattainable. And yet you still dare to mock me? Just look at your pitiful appearance. Yang Wan scrutinized his attire with disdain. What a disgraceful outfit. At least I've purchased a car, even if I'm poor. I could wear something from Yishan or Zhenwei. You should have some shame. Even our Xiaoran retains her dignity. And why did you summon our Xiaoran out at such an ungodly hour? Are you really empty-handed? Even if you can't afford a handbag, a lipstick worth a few dozen dollars would suffice. How can you expect me to respond to you while you have the audacity to laugh at me? Indeed. Sharon is the campus belle. You ought to save her some face, Qin Tian interjected scornfully. Even if you're poor, you should at least bring a small gift on your first meeting. If you can't afford a few thousand for a handbag, surely you can manage a few hundred, right? Although, frankly, even that wouldn't suit someone like Shaoran. Their taunts caused Shaoran's face to darken, yet she refrained from retaliating, as they were dorm mates. Qin Tian, however, paid little heed to these theatrics and turned to Su Shaoran. Let us go browse a bit. I'll buy you a handbag and perhaps some clothes as well. He had previous experience with girlfriends and understood the importance of gifting on a first encounter. His intention was to take her shopping directly, allowing her to choose whatever handbag she desired while he selected some clothing, as women generally have a better sense of style and coordination. Su Shaoran nodded obediently. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly linked her arm with Qin Tian's, and they walked away together. Huh, buying a handbag for Shaoran? Just make sure it's not one of those cheap ones. They lack any class. Yang Wan shouted after them with a feigned tone of concern. Qin Tian scoffed. This guy is merely uttering polite phrases. Do you really believe he will make a purchase? Unperturbed, the two of them ignored the pair. Yang Wan suggested, honey, why don't we follow them to see if he actually buys anything? If he does, we can see what kind of handbag it is. And let's take a look at how shabby his Chevrolet really is. They followed closely behind and soon found a crowd gathered around a car, taking pictures and discussing animatedly. What kind of car is that? It's incredibly handsome. Did you not see the bull emblem? It's a Lamborghini. What? A Lamborghini? Wow, that must cost several million. Several million? Come on, brother, you're dreaming. While I can't tell which model of Lamborghini this is, just by its appearance, it's clear this car starts at a minimum of 10 million. 10 million? Incredible. I could never earn enough in my lifetime to afford even one of its tires. Indeed, anyone who can purchase such a car is likely a super-rich heir. Su Shaoran's eyes sparkled as she beheld the car. Although she was already aware that Qin Tian drove a Lamborghini, specifically the Sixth Element model, and had researched its design online, witnessing it in person was still breathtaking. A supercar worth 90 million truly dazzled the eyes. As she overheard the discussions around her, a sense of pride surged within her. If these people knew this was no ordinary Lamborghini but the Sixth Element worth 90 million, their astonishment would be palpable. Yang Wan's gaze was fixed on the luxurious vehicle, her envy palpable. Hearing the crowd's remarks about its multi-million-dollar price tag made her eyes turn red with jealousy. Qin Tian was equally astonished. Although many cars parked at the East Gate were meant for picking up girls, most were either Mercedes or BMWs. His own Porsche Cayenne was rare enough, but seeing a supercar worth over 10 million was unprecedented for him. While he couldn't ascertain its exact value, he knew that anyone capable of driving a car in that price range must be worth billions. Encountering such a person would necessitate some flattery on his part. Qin Tian's eyes landed on a Chevrolet parked beside the Lamborghini. His expression brightened, and he pointed at the Chevrolet. Qin Tian, that car must be yours. It's not bad at all. The Chevrolet Cruze, with its paint chipped away in several places, revealing rusted metal beneath, was described as not bad. Seeing him gesture towards the Lamborghini, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Did you actually guess that? Was there any doubt? Sharon mentioned it long ago. Yang Wan laughed derisively. How can you, with such a dilapidated Chevrolet, have the audacity to pursue our Shaoran while mocking me? I cannot fathom how you maintain your self-respect. Young man, you ought to learn from the Lamborghini owner. Strive harder. With your current capabilities, you'll likely never afford even a tire of his car. And how can you possibly expect to be worthy of the campus belle, Su Shaoran? Qin Tian spoke as if he were the Lamborghini owner himself. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, realizing they were not referring to the Lamborghini, but rather the Chevrolet parked next to it. He shook his head, dismissing their comments, and headed towards his vehicle. Make way, Qin Tian called out, gently pushing through the crowd of onlookers. Chapter 24. Wealthy Magnate, may I join you? Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he retrieved the car key and pressed it. Virum. The roar of the Lamborghini Sixth Element's distinctive engine filled the air. Subsequently, its piercing headlights blinded onlookers. The two car doors opened like the wings of a butterfly, exuding an unparalleled coolness. Everyone present was rendered speechless, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. All eyes were fixed on Qin Tian. Envy, nothing but envy. Yang Wan's eyes were nearly popping out of her head, her face a canvas of incredulity. This is your car? not that Chevrolet beside it. Chun Gue swallowed hard, feeling a burning embarrassment flush across his face. Just moments ago, he had mocked others for driving old cars, only to find that Qin Tian was behind the wheel of a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini. The thought of having used his vehicle to lecture him filled Chun Gue with shame, his face alternating between crimson and pale. He wished desperately to vanish. Qin Tian paid no heed to their astonished stares, effortlessly stepping into the car. He exuded an air of calmness throughout. Su Xiaoran, however, was overwhelmed with excitement. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the moment felt surreal. The Lamborghini Sixth Element, valued at 90 million, was uniquely rare in the capital. The fact that she was so close to it, poised to occupy the passenger seat, sent her heart racing. Suddenly, the thought of spending the night with its owner ignited a thrilling anticipation within her. The earlier tension dissipated, replaced by sheer exhilaration. Observing the envy of others, especially Yang Wan's shock, filled Su Xiaoran with an intoxicating sense of satisfaction. How delightful it was to flaunt wealth. What are you dawdling for? Get in. Let us go buy you a bag, Qin Tian said, glancing over from the driver's seat. Su Xiaoran felt her cheeks flush, embarrassed yet eager, and quickly climbed into the car. Being the campus belle, her fame was well known, and many recognized her at the school gate. As the two entered the vehicle, the spectators snapped back to reality, buzzing with chatter. Wow, Su Xiaoran's boyfriend is so handsome. Not just handsome, he's incredibly wealthy and stylish. Is wealth synonymous with style? Driving a Lamborghini, how affluent must he be? What a fortune! How wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend like that. Alas, it remains a mere fantasy. Sigh. Our goddess has fallen. Wow, does wealth make one exceptional? Turns out the goddess is just as superficial as anyone else, valuing money above all. The irony was not lost on them. Not only was he rich, but he was also extraordinarily handsome. An unbeatable combination. Handsome? Am I not more so? Look at your own 200-pound face. You dare compare? What's the use of looks? I have a fascinating soul. A 200-pound soul, you say? Must we keep mentioning this weight? As the conversation flowed, one could not deny that wealth held undeniable sway, even making the campus beauty take notice. Thus, enveloped in the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Qin Tian and Su Xiaoran entered the car. At that moment, several individuals rushed forward, tapping on the glass, eager to strike up a conversation with Qin Tian. Among them were several stunning women, all possessing striking looks and figures. Curiously, Yang Wan was at the forefront, seemingly leading the charge. Is there something you need? Qin Tian asked, furrowing his brow at her. Before Yang Wan could respond, the other women chimed in. Handsome. Can we exchange WeChat? You're so attractive. May I befriend you? Are you heading to the Hilton Hotel? These women were direct, their intentions unmistakable, boldly suggesting a more intimate encounter. Su Xiaoran felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, as each of them was undeniably beautiful, including a renowned dancer from her school. Finally, Yang Wan spoke up. She turned and scolded the women. You all are appalling. I was here first, and Qin Tian was inquiring about me. Yet you all jumped in without hesitation. The other women rolled their eyes, their expressions laced with disdain. Yang Wan turned back, her fierce demeanor softening into a more flattering expression. Qin Tian, I never expected this Lamborghini to be yours. Are you and Sharon heading to the hotel? Can I join? It's more fun with three. She licked her lips suggestively and winked at Qin Tian, her face awash with temptation. At her words, the other women looked disappointed, realizing they had missed an opportunity for a more adventurous encounter. Instantly, several hands shot up. I want in. Me too. Let us all have some fun together. Count me in. The more, the merrier. Su Xiaoran's expression darkened with anger. These women were utterly shameless, especially Yang Wan, who had surprised her with her behavior. However, despite her fury, she couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Tian, her heart racing with anxiety. Join together? Qin Tian frowned. I apologize, but I prefer tranquility and dislike noise. The women's faces fell, disappointment evident as they turned to leave. Yet, Su Xiaoran's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Qin Tian had declined them. He had chosen her. I agree. They are far too loud, she whispered, feeling elated. Yet Yang Wan remained, leaning closer with hopeful eyes. Qin Tian, may I join you? I promise I'll be quiet and not disturb you. Whatever you wish to do, I will comply. Her intentions were overt, and she tugged at her collar, revealing more skin, her gaze laced with seduction, eagerly awaiting his response. Chapter 25. Qin Tian. Can I afford it? Madam, please step outside. Do not contaminate the air within my vehicle. Without so much as a glance, Qin Tian pushed her head away, waving his hand as if to disperse something unpleasant from the air. He then pressed the accelerator. Virum, virum, virum. The Lamborghini Sixth Element transformed into a streak of blue flame, vanishing from sight, leaving Yang Wan disheveled by the wind, her expression one of dismay. The onlookers dispersed, astonished and contemplative. At that moment, Chen Gui approached, his demeanor dark. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to Yang Wan's face. Slut, do you intend to cuckold me? Witnessing Yang Wan infatuatedly chasing after Qin Tian for his WeChat, Chen Gui felt betrayed. Woe is me, darling, I was wrong. Yang Wan snapped back to reality, her face pale, as she covered her face and wept in apology. Slap. Chen Gui, increasingly enraged, struck her again, cursing, "You shameless woman, not only are you cheap, but you're also utterly brainless. Do you truly believe that driving a supercar makes one a tycoon? Countless faux wealthy individuals rent these cars to woo women, especially those young and handsome pretty boys." Yang Wan suddenly lifted her head to gaze at him. Darling, are you serious? Of course I am. Just think, would any billionaire, no matter how low-key, wear those cheap rags? Especially a young millionaire out to charm women, they surely dress with some semblance of decency. Chen Gui sneered as he watched the Lamborghini disappear into the distance. Initially shocked by Qin Tian entering the supercar, he soon realized the truth. This lad was undoubtedly one of those who relied on his handsome visage, renting cars to deceive both wealth and affection. He had seen many such individuals before and had heard numerous tales of their deceit. There is even a term for such behaviors online, PUA. Wasn't he just saying he would buy Su Shaoran a handbag? Let us follow him and find out if he is genuine. With that, he climbed into his Porsche Cayenne. His own vehicle had already been a striking presence at the east gate of the campus, yet it had been overshadowed by this pretender posing as a wealthy man. The thought that he might even woo his girlfriend into cuckolding him was intolerable. Moreover, exposing that lad might just provide him an opportunity to pursue the goddess Su Shaoran. Darling, you're right. Today, we must unmask his shameless facade. Yang Wan followed him into the car, her heart seething with resentment. That despicable fellow dares to impersonate a wealthy man, humiliating me before my husband and causing me to receive a slap. I must teach him a lesson. As they drove off, Chen Gui revved towards the direction in which Qin Tian had vanished. Although it was deep into the night, the roads remained bustling with traffic. He believed the other party was in a rented supercar, so he dared not drive recklessly. If he sped up a bit, he was certain he could catch up. Indeed, it wasn't long before he spotted the eye-catching tail of the flaming blue Lamborghini. This only solidified his conviction that Qin Tian was a phony, a mere pretender. At the next traffic light, a Porsche Cayenne halted beside the Lamborghini. Chen Gui leaned out, unabashedly mocking, "Qin Tian, you're driving so slowly. You're wasting the performance of that supercar. Or perhaps it's a rental. And you're afraid to push it too hard, lest you damage it and can't afford the repairs? Rental?" Qin Tian shook his head, uninterested in engaging. There was a beautiful woman seated beside him. Driving leisurely was far more romantic. It allowed them to enjoy the night scenery. Lavish cars, lovely ladies, and neon lights. It was all so delightful. Why should he rush? Yang Wan, more direct, chimed in, "Shaoran, don't say I didn't warn you. This guy may be handsome, but he is a phony, a fraud. You should kick him to the curb." Su Shaoran, however, paid her no heed. Engrossed in soft conversation with Qin Tian, her smile radiant. Chen Gui and Yang Wan's faces darkened, their discomfort palpable. How long can you keep up this charade? As the green light illuminated, Qin Tian pressed the accelerator, speeding away towards a 24-hour luxury goods mall in the city center. The store was filled with premier international luxury brands. Qin Tian first treated himself to an outfit. Having been poor before, he had worn cheap clothing. Now that he was affluent, he would not skimp on himself, nor would he resort to the ludicrous pretense of dressing poorly to impress. That would be utterly tedious. Of course, he was not one to indulge excessively. Guided by Su Shaoran's fashion advice, he selected a Versace t-shirt, loose-fitting Givenchy pants, and a Gucci belt. Simple yet not overly expensive, he spent just over 20,000. Upon seeing Qin Tian emerge in his new attire, Su Shaoran's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her Qin Gij, already exceptionally handsome, appeared nothing short of a perfect male deity in this ensemble. After settling the bill and under the captivated gaze of Su Shaoran, they took the elevator to the third floor, ready to purchase a handbag for her. The third floor was dedicated to women's fashion, featuring an array of brands and luxurious bags. Upon exiting the elevator, they encountered a dedicated Hermès boutique. As the largest shareholder of Hermès, Qin Tian, without a second thought, walked in. Inside, the plethora of bags left Su Xiaoran awestruck. Although many suitors had gifted her Hermès bags, she had never accepted them. Not being a wealthy individual nor a devotee of luxury goods, this was her first visit to such a store. However, this did not imply that she was unfamiliar with or uninterested in luxury. After all, Hermès was reputedly favored by female celebrities, with bags starting at a minimum of 50,000 and reaching into the hundreds of thousands. What woman could resist? Yet, she had managed to restrain herself. Wow, Xiaoran, your boyfriend has donned designer attire so swiftly. Chen Gui and Yang Wan entered just then. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Wan scrutinized Qin Tian. Where did you get that outfit? An Armani t-shirt, Versace pants, and a Gucci belt. I must say, you look quite dashing. This ensemble transforms you from a nobody to a male deity. Too bad, though. These are all fakes, and can only fool someone like Xiaoran, who has never seen the real deal. In truth, she couldn't discern authenticity from imitation and had never purchased men's clothing. However, the total cost of these items must surely exceed several tens of thousands. Having concluded that Qin Tian was a fraud who rented cars to seduce women, she was convinced he couldn't possibly afford such luxury items. At that moment, an attractive salesgirl approached them, her professional smile in place. Welcome to Hermès. Please feel free to browse. Although she addressed them all, her gaze lingered on Qin Tian's face. He was simply too handsome. In all her life, she had never encountered such a striking young man. Chapter 26. You buy one. I buy 10. This greatly displeased Chen Gui, who scoffed. The service at Hermès is truly exceptional. It is clear that some individuals can hardly afford it. Yet the salesgirl remains so warm and generous. While this remark superficially praised Hermès' service, it was, in fact, a derisive jab at Qin Tian, suggesting that he, a mere nobody, lacked the financial means to make a purchase but was attempting to show off. Qin Tian nearly chuckled. The entire Hermès was at his disposal. Did he need to justify this to such a fool? He waved dismissively and instructed the salesgirl, please bring out the finest bags you have in store. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and Chen Gui burst into laughter. Qin Tian, I must say, your flair for ostentation is impressive. With such bravado, even I might mistake you for a tycoon. But do you truly understand Hermès? Do you know how much these bags cost? The most expensive ones can reach several million. Don't be absurd. Even a genuine millionaire with a sports car worth tens of millions would hesitate to casually purchase a bag worth millions. Yang Wan cast a scornful glance at Qin Tian. Mocking, Xiaoran, your boyfriend's FAAD is cracking. The salesgirl, recovering from her surprise, quickly nodded. Certainly, sir. I will retrieve them right away. Despite suspecting that this extraordinarily handsome man might be boasting, she thought, what harm is there in a little bravado from someone so charming? Before long, she returned with 4 exquisite bags, cheerfully introducing them. Sir, these 4 bags are currently the most luxurious offerings from Hermès. Crafted by the world's top luxury fashion masters, and entirely handmade. Naturally, they come with a hefty price tag, starting at 6 million. Qin Tian nodded nonchalantly. Ran. Choose whichever one you like. Su Xiaoran was exhilarated. She knew Qin Tian was wealthy, often tipping several million. For him, such a bag was merely a trifle. However, after a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. This is too expensive. I'll settle for something more modest. Very well, feel free to choose. Qin Tian replied with a smile, recognizing her genuine reluctance to waste money on something exorbitant. It was refreshing. Qin Tian, perhaps you should stop pretending. If you wish to maintain your dignity, why not select a bag worth a few hundred? You might manage to buy that. Chen Gui scoffed. If you can afford a bag from this store, I'll buy 10 for every one you purchase. Is that so? Qin Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of Chen Gui offering to boost his sales. Of course, if you don't buy, I'll go live and eat excrement. Chen Gui retorted, unconcerned, as he doubted Qin Tian could afford such luxury. Oh, Qin Tian regarded him with a bemused smile. If you're so eager for a downfall, I shall oblige. He pointed to the bags and then shook his head. Forget it, Ran. Pick one that costs a few 100,000. These 4 bags started at 6 million. Should he actually purchase one, Chen Gui would need to buy 10, amounting to at least 60 million, likely leading to his financial ruin. Yet, Qin Tian was indifferent to Chen Gui's fate. The crucial point was that the store likely didn't have such stock available, since this man was provocatively challenging him. It was only fair he faced some genuine consequences. However, Qin Tian mistakenly believed Qin Tian had backed down, laughing gleefully. I thought you could actually afford a few million for a bag. You surprised me. But to see you change your mind so quickly is hilarious. Wrap them up, Qin Tian commanded, sounding bold, yet it was evident he was losing face. Yang Wan wore a mocking expression. Xiaoran, your boyfriend suggests you select a bag worth a few $100,000. Hurry. Su Xiaoran glanced at Qin Tian, who nodded, before following the salesgirl to make her selection. Still pretending, Qin Tian and his companion exchanged knowing smirks. Before long, Su Xiaoran returned with a bag priced at 130,000. Qin Tian immediately shook his head. Choose a more expensive one. Upon returning, Su Xiaoran held a bag worth over 300,000. Qin Tian nodded approvingly and asked the salesgirl, how many of this model do you have in stock? 12, she replied. Good. I'll take this one and add 10 more. Mr. Qin here will be purchasing them. Qin Tian said with a playful smile. The salesgirl turned to Qin Tian, seeking confirmation. Go and fetch them. He buys, I buy, Qin Tian replied, internally smirking, eager to see how Qin Tian would extricate himself from this situation. Soon, the salesgirl returned with 11 bags and led everyone to the checkout. Hello, the total is 17 million. Will you be paying by card or online? Without hesitation, Qin Tian produced his bank card and handed it over. Oh, he is quite the performer. Yang Wan derisively remarked. Beep, payment successful. The card reader chimed, and the salesgirl beamed, returning the card to Qin Tian. Sir, please keep your card safe. The salesgirl's face radiated with a smile, realizing that this incredibly handsome man was, in fact, wealthy. She was relieved she hadn't underestimated him. Qin Tian presented the bag to Su Xiaoran. This is a gift for you. Thank you, brother Qin, Su Xiaoran exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she caressed the bag as if it were a lover. Yang Wan's expression froze, utterly dumbfounded. Did he really buy it? A bag worth 300,000 was worth 10 of hers. In comparison, her own bag felt like garbage. She suddenly felt an urge to hurl her own bag to the ground in frustration, her gaze towards Su Xiaoran filled with envy. Qin Tian was equally astonished, cursing silently. This guy can actually afford it. Your turn, Qin Tian said, turning to Qin Tian with a sly grin. Or would you prefer to go live and eat excrement? I was just joking, merely a jest, Qin Tian stammered, his embarrassment palpable as he felt utterly humiliated. Yet, he couldn't possibly spend millions on 10 bags. Regardless of the worth, he simply couldn't afford it. Despite driving a Porsche Cayenne and claiming to run a company, he couldn't muster even $1 million. Qin Tian shot him a cold glance, uttering 2 words, trash. Those 2 words struck like a sharp slap, leaving Qin Tian's face a tumultuous blend of red and pale. How can you speak like that? It's just a bag you bought. What is there to be smug about? Who knows if you borrowed money for appearances from an online loan shark? Yang Wan chimed in, furious at her boyfriend's humiliation. Fool. Once again, just 2 words triggered Yang Wan's fury, and she opened her mouth to retaliate. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed through the door. His steps hurried as he called out, Shaoli, and all of you salespeople, listen up. The headquarters just sent a message. Our Hermes has a new chairman. I've forwarded the new chairman's information to the group, so please take a look right away. Chapter 27. Industry blacklisting. The new chairman is a Chinese national from our city, and he could appear in the store at any moment. Therefore, make sure to memorize his face. We cannot afford to encounter him without recognizing him and cause any troubles. A middle-aged man admonished loudly as he approached the cash register. The store employees, having seen the messages in the group chat, had not paid much attention to them. Upon witnessing the boss arriving in the middle of the night, their expressions tensed. It was the first time they had seen him so anxious, and they hurriedly agreed to comply. However, when the boss spotted Qin Tian and his companions, his expression suddenly shifted. The employees were still trying to comprehend the situation when Qin Tian, with a beaming smile, hurriedly approached. Haha, Boss Zhou. Last time we tried to have dinner, you were too busy. What a coincidence to meet you here. The newcomer was Zhou Yu, the owner of the nationwide Hermes chain, a billionaire. Qin Tian, who dealt in second-hand luxury goods, recognized him immediately upon entering the store. As he often relied on the goodwill of these boutique owners for business, he was eager to seize this opportunity for flattery. With an excited demeanor, he stepped forward, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Yet, Zhou Yu completely disregarded him, dashing over to Qin Tian. In the midst of the astonished crowd, he bowed respectfully to Qin Tian, stating, "Mr. Qin, welcome to my humble store. What can I assist you with? I would be honored to serve you personally." The atmosphere fell silent. Every individual stared in disbelief at this scene. The owner of the prestigious international luxury brand Hermès, who seldom showed deference even to prominent figures, was now bowing to a young man, speaking in a tone that was remarkably humble. Had he mistaken him for someone else? The first to react was Chun Gui, who rushed over, anxiously exclaiming, "Boss Zhou, could you possibly be mistaken?" "Yes, Boss Zhou, this guy is a fraud." Yang Wan chimed in. "Silence." Zhou Yu rebuked. "Mr. Qin is the largest shareholder of Hermès and the newly appointed chairman. If you dare to slander him again, do not blame me for being impolite." "What? The chairman? The largest shareholder of Hermès? Does that mean the entire Hermès belongs to him?" Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at Qin Tian. Even those who had suspected his extraordinary identity had not anticipated such magnitude. My goodness, the major owner of Hermès. How wealthy could he possibly be? Su Shaoran gasped, covering her mouth in shock, staring at Qin Tian. She knew he was affluent, but never imagined he was this affluent. No wonder he had said to choose freely. The entirety of Hermès was at his disposal. The female employees were starstruck, mesmerized by his combination of wealth and good looks, deeming him a superlative male deity. What should they do? They had fallen for him. They desperately wanted to embrace him. Chun Gui and Yang Wan, however, collapsed in disbelief, their faces pale and incredulous. Especially Chun Gui, who trembled in shock. How could this be? Wasn't he just a faux millionaire? How did he transform into the owner of Hermès? In an instant, Chun Gui's face turned ashen. He realized he was doomed. Having offended the owner of the globally renowned luxury brand Hermès, did he stand any chance of survival? At that moment, Yang Wan, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly crawled to Qin Tian, clinging to his leg and crying out, "Qin Tian, I like you. From the moment I saw you at the school gate, I knew I was yours for life. I don't ask you to marry me. I just want to be with you. A year, no, a month. Even a day or a night would suffice. Please let me accompany you tonight." Yang Wan gazed up at Qin Tian, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing pitiful. The other female employees glared at her enviously, furious that she had acted first. Chun Gui felt an overwhelming jealousy, his face darkening with rage. "Let go." Qin Tian frowned. Zhou Yu, witnessing this, kicked Yang Wan away. "What nonsense! You think you can serve Mr. Qin? Security, remove this shameless woman." Immediately, security personnel approached and dragged the shouting Yang Wan out. "And you, Chun Gui, showing disrespect to Mr. Qin. I don't want to see you in the luxury industry again. Leave." Zhou Yu said coldly. Hearing this, Chun Gui felt as if his soul had left his body as he exited the Hermès store, utterly defeated. He had been blacklisted by the industry. Seeing Yang Wan lingering outside, her eyes greedily fixed on Qin Tian, Chun Gui's fury flared, and he struck her across the face. "You wretched woman. It's all your fault. You ruined my business and still dare to think of seducing me? With your looks, do you think Qin Tian would ever notice you?" Chun Gui's rage intensified as he continued to strike Yang Wan. "Tonight, if I don't make you kneel and call me daddy, I'll write my name backward." "Woo-woo, dear. I was wrong." Zhou Yu paid no mind to the commotion outside. After disciplining Chun Gui, he turned to Qin Tian with an ingratiating smile. "Mr. Qin, what bag would you like? I'll fetch it for you." "I've already purchased it," Qin Tian replied. Zhou Yu then noticed the brand new Hermès bag in Su Shaoran's hands, his expression shifting to one of urgency. No, Mr. Qin, your visit is already an honor. How could I accept your money? Xiaoli, hurry and refund Mr. Qin." "No need. It is only right to earn money in business, and your staff worked hard promoting it. They deserve their commissions, don't they?" Qin Tian smiled at the sales assistant named Xiaoli. He then departed with Su Shaoran. "My goodness, the idol is concerned about my performance." Xiaoli's face flushed crimson, her heart racing with excitement. The other female employees envied her, exclaiming how fortunate she was. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and thank Mr. Qin." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." "Mr. Qin, please take care." Zhou Yu hurriedly chased after Qin Tian. Outside, Chun Gui had vented his anger. Upon seeing Qin Tian pass by, he quickly bowed in apology. "Mr. Qin, it was my lack of vision. I beg you for a chance. Please don't blacklist me." Qin Tian seemingly ignored him and continued walking. Chun Gui, unwilling to yield, clenched his teeth, and followed him. In the outdoor parking lot outside the mall, numerous onlookers gathered around a Lamborghini, buzzing with excitement. Just then, a Bugatti Veyron pulled up beside it. Upon spotting the person who alighted from the car, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Wang Song. It's Wang Song. Chapter 28. Wang Song's envy. Wang Song had long desired a Lamborghini Sixth Element, yet acquiring one remained an elusive dream. This evening, he was unexpectedly informed that a Lamborghini Sixth Element had surfaced online in Y City, accompanied by a link. Astonished, he immediately boarded a private jet to the location. Through extensive connections, he eventually discovered that the Lamborghini was parked at a luxury goods mall in the city center. Having been to Y City before, he was familiar with the area, where he also had business interests, particularly due to the presence of his cherished professional racetrack, God of Cars circuit. Without delay, he hopped into his Bugatti Veyron, which he had left in Y City, and sped towards the luxury mall. Upon arrival, he noticed a crowd gathered around a striking fire blue sports car, engaged in animated discussions. Wow, this car is incredibly cool. What is it? It's a Lamborghini. Can't you see the bull emblem? Don't get too close. This car is worth at least 10 million. A mere scratch could ruin your life. 10 million? Gosh. It's so expensive, I could never afford it in several lifetimes. Sigh. I truly envy the wealthy elite. At that moment, a brilliant light illuminated the scene as a red sports car pulled up beside the Lamborghini. Wow, another luxury car. It's a Bugatti Veyron. This one costs several tens of millions, even pricier than the Lamborghini. When did Y City have so many wealthy individuals? We can casually spot two cars worth millions. Indeed, while this is a luxury mall frequented by the affluent, we've mostly seen Mercedes and BMWs before. This is the first time I've witnessed such high-value vehicles. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, their attention turned towards the individuals emerging from the cars. Isn't that Wang Song? Wang Song. No way, a super-rich second-generation heir. What brings him to our Y City? So that's why there's a Bugatti Veyron worth several tens of millions here. It belongs to him. Song, I adore you. I want to have your children. Casting a glance at the fire blue sports car, Wang Song was secretly astonished. It truly was the Lamborghini Sixth Element. A staggering 90 million supercar. He had not heard of any young master in the circle capable of acquiring such a vehicle. I must find a way to get my hands on it. With a wistful look, he smiled and waved at the screaming female admirers. Despite having been pursued since childhood, he still relished such moments. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoran, hand in hand with Qin Tian, emerged from the mall, radiating happiness. Has it rained? Qin Tian noted the puddles on the ground before pressing the key fob. The headlights of the Lamborghini Sixth Element illuminated brilliantly, and the doors unfolded like butterfly wings. Dazzling onlookers. The crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, the Lamborghini's owner has arrived. And he's a super handsome young man. Young, wealthy, and strikingly handsome. I've decided. I want to be his girlfriend. Look at that goddess beside him. She's not a mere doll. You should consider your own worth first. Shut up. I'm not interested in you. I'd rather pursue that young man. The crowd parted to make way for Qin Tian and Su Xiaoran. Wang Song was equally stunned by Qin Tian's presence. Not only is he handsome, but he's also younger than me. How can this be? He's stealing my thunder. Yet, the young man was unfamiliar to him, leaving him puzzled about his identity. Excuse me, are you the owner of this vehicle? I am Wang Song. May I ask your name? Wang Song approached with a warm smile, extending his hand. This is my car. I am Qin Tian, he replied calmly as they shook hands. Qin Tian had recognized Wang Song from a distance, and while he once might have been awestruck by the young heir's presence, his newfound confidence had changed his demeanor. Wang Song. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, having never heard the name before. So, my friend, could you lend me your car for a month? Of course. I won't use it for free. Name your price, or feel free to propose other conditions. Wang Song felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing it was impolite to ask for a favor upon their first meeting. Wang, you're driving a Bugatti Veyron worth 30 to 40 million, and yet you want to borrow my car? Qin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. No. It's not comparable. Wang Song patted his own vehicle, then gazed enviously at the Lamborghini, stating, my car pales in comparison to yours. Yours is the Lamborghini Sixth Element. Worth over 90 million, and globally limited. I've always wanted one, but have been unable to acquire it through various channels. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? It's the legendary Lamborghini Sixth Element. Unbelievable, a 90 million supercar. How terrifying. I thought millions were frightening enough, but 90 million is unfathomable. I can't believe I was so close. I'm courting disaster. A mere scratch could cost hundreds of thousands. Ah, the world of the wealthy. Moreover, not only is he incredibly rich, but also exceptionally handsome and young. How do others even compete? Did you notice that gorgeous girl beside him is carrying a handbag worth several $100,000? I wish I could have a boyfriend like that. No, I just want to be his mistress. I'd be happy with that as long as he notices me. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, several bold young women approached Qin Tian for his contact information. Notably, the very girls who had just been clamoring to bear Wang Tsungsung's children abandoned him to flock to Qin Tian, gazing at him with longing eyes. Damn, I feel like I'm wearing a green hat. Wang Tsungsung's face turned a shade of discomfort. Once more, he addressed Qin Tian. Brother Qin, could you lend me your car for a bit? Consider it a favor owed. Chapter 29. Do you really want to compete? No borrowing. Qin Tian casually uttered 2 words, completely devoid of consideration. He then entered the car, accompanied by Su Xiaoran, and drove off in a Lamborghini Sixth Element with a thunderous roar. Wang Tsungsung was left in a state of bewilderment. How could the illustrious young Master Wang be rejected? He, renowned as the national darling, found his goodwill utterly valueless? Astonishing. For the first time, Wang Tsungsung felt a subtle sense of loss. The onlookers around him wore expressions of astonishment, soon followed by an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. After all, the man driving the Lamborghini Sixth Element was clearly of a status far superior to that of Wang Tsungsung, who could not even afford such a car. Realizing this, the crowd felt a strange exhilaration, as if the once unreachable Wang Tsungsung had been spurned by them. Regaining his composure, Wang Tsungsung hastily got into his car and pursued them, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. As the two departed, the spectators gradually dispersed. On the periphery, Chun Gui stood in a daze. Having witnessed everything and overheard the conversation between Qin Tian and Wang Tsungsung, he learned that the car Qin Tian drove was valued at an astonishing 90 million. He had no understanding of the Sixth Element, but 90 million. How foolish he felt, having assumed it was merely a rented vehicle. In that moment, Chun Gui felt like the most foolish person in the world, suffering from his own ignorance. In reality, it was not entirely his fault. He simply failed to recognize the car's worth, as not everyone is familiar with the exquisite luxury that a mere photograph can convey. As Qin Tian navigated the streets, Su Xiaoran, captivated by his perfect profile, inquired, Qin Tian, where are we heading now? To the hotel directly? Qin Tian glanced at her, a teasing smile on his lips. Are you so eager to offer yourself? Not at all. Su Xiaoran's cheeks flushed. I just think it's getting late. You shouldn't stay up too late. Qin Tian chuckled, surveying the muddy roads created by the recent rain, then frowned. Since you are so eager, let us find a hotel now, but first, let's see if there's a car wash along the way. Having gotten the new car dirty on its very first day was displeasing to him, even though he was not a car enthusiast. Just then, a red sports car sped up behind them. Wang Tsungsung, glancing at the road while turning his head, called out in a conciliatory tone, Hey, Qin brother, don't run off. We can discuss this further. There's nothing to discuss, Qin Tian replied, pressing the accelerator and roaring away, splashing water onto the adjacent Bugatti Veyron. Wow, exclaimed Wang Tsungsung, nearly drenched, as he stomped on the gas pedal himself. As they passed a shop called Old Lee's Sports Car Care, Wang Tsungsung spotted the coveted Sixth Element parked there. He slammed on the brakes and skidded to a stop beside it. Qin brother, you know to come here for a car wash? Are you familiar with Old Lee? Wang Tsungsung stepped out of his car, smiling as he approached Qin Tian. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he realized the redundancy of his question. Anyone driving a 90 million car in their hometown would surely know Old Lee. Before Qin Tian could respond, Wang Tsungsung waved at the middle-aged man polishing the Sixth Element. Old Lee, long time no see. Ah, young Master Wang. I'm busy, so I won't greet you properly, Old Lee replied, glancing over but promptly returning to his meticulous work on the car. Seeing the man's unwavering focus, Wang Tsungsung couldn't help but admire him. Once a professional racer, now retired due to injury, yet still unwilling to relinquish his passion for sports cars. Old Lee truly cherishes his craft. Only he is worthy of washing this car. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian realized that Old Lee was none other than Li Fei, a renowned racer in Y City, celebrated for his numerous accolades and contributions to the local racing scene. Suddenly, Wang Tsungsung suggested, how about a race tonight, Qin brother? We can go to the Racing God Road. If you win, I'll give you 20 million. If you lose, you can lend me the car for a month, and I'll pay you regardless. This fellow was still fixated on borrowing the car. What is there to race about? Qin Tian rolled his eyes, pulling Su Shaoran closer. It's late. Isn't it more enjoyable to spend the night with a beautiful woman? Su Shaoran blushed at his directness. Wang Song, taken aback, glanced at Su Shaoran and thought how strikingly beautiful she was, appearing innocent and purer than his own girlfriend. Isn't there's still time? We can race and then return for some fun. So, what do you say, shall we compete? No competition, Qin Tian replied, walking towards Old Li. Did he truly need the 20 million? Certainly not. Why not? You wouldn't be at a loss, and it wouldn't take long. After the race, we could grab a late-night snack and then enjoy a lovely evening. Isn't that more delightful? Wang Song persisted, following closely. Mr. Qin, here are your keys. Old Li handed the keys to Qin Tian, his face etched with reluctance. This was a 90 million Lamborghini Sixth Element. Even as a former racer accustomed to luxury, Old Li was astonished by its presence. Such a limited edition was not merely a claim. He had never encountered one in his years abroad. Qin Tian's status must be beyond imagination. How much? Qin Tian inquired, reaching for his wallet. No. It's my honor to provide free service. Old Li shook his head repeatedly, appearing flustered. That cannot be. You run a business, and your passion for cars must be sustained. Otherwise, where would I find someone as skilled as you for sports car care in the future? Qin Tian insisted, handing him 1,000 yuan in cash before getting into the car. Old Li was taken aback, exclaiming, that is too much. The extra is a tip, Qin Tian said, and just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! You have rewarded a professional racer, earning the skill, perfect driving technique. Wait, Qin brother, don't leave. Please reconsider the racing matter. I can offer more money. Even if you lose, just lending me the car for a day would suffice, Wang Song pleaded, pressing his face against the window. Do you truly want to compete? Qin Tian pondered, a playful glint in his eyes. You agreed? That is splendid. Let Old Li be our judge, Wang Song exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement, convinced of his victory. See you at the Racing God Road. You'll meet someone unexpected. Chapter 30 Greetings, I am Yongmi, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. On the road to the God of Cars. Wang Song drove while inquiring of his passenger, Li Fei. Old Li, who do you think will emerge victorious? Despite his unwavering confidence in his own prowess, the presence of a former professional racer piqued his interest in a professional opinion. Moreover, the fact that Qin Tian could afford a 90 million sports car suggested a formidable background, likely surpassing his own, implying that such an individual must have prior experience with high-performance vehicles. Thus, the outcome between the two remained uncertain. You are destined to win, Li Fei replied with an air of nonchalance, as if stating an undeniable truth. Wang Song's expression brightened. While I share your belief, I am curious why you are so certain. Please, elaborate on your thoughts. Although young Master Qin South's ability to drive a 90 million sports car indicates he is no ordinary individual, I deduce from his entrance and exit from my establishment that he is not an aficionado of racing. This is likely his inaugural experience with such a vehicle, and his driving skills are rather pedestrian, merely at the level of an average person. Li Fei glanced at the Lamborghini Sixth Element trailing behind them and continued, You, on the other hand, have been immersed in the world of racing for over a decade, continually honing your skills. While you may not rival professional racers, you would certainly outpace typical enthusiasts by several streets, particularly against a novice like him. Wang Song laughed heartily. Haha, your words have reassured me greatly. The professional's assessment invigorated his confidence, causing him to radiate enthusiasm. In a surge of excitement, he pressed the accelerator, and the Bugatti Veyron roared forward. The Lamborghini followed suit, maintaining a steady pace behind them. You seem quite exhilarated. Are you passionate about racing? Qin Tian glanced at Su Shaoran beside him, noticing her eager expression, and smiled. Indeed, I often watch racing videos and have longed to witness it live. I never imagined I would have this opportunity. The thought of that thrilling chase fills me with exhilaration. I just want to scream. Su Shaoran's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her words tumbled out in a rush. Qin Tian nodded, observing that she would embody the role of a car girl, genuinely passionate about racing rather than merely showcasing her figure. You may be disappointed. The intense scenes you envision are unlikely to materialize. Upon receiving a system reward, as his hands glided over the exquisite steering wheel, a torrent of information surged into his mind. In an instant, he mastered all driving techniques, even feeling a sense of disdain towards the skills of professional racers. This was the gift of the system, perfect driving skills. Faced with such flawless abilities, an ordinary person like Wang Tsong would merely be outmatched. Leaving no room for the thrilling chase Su Xiaoran anticipated. Mistaking his confidence for doubt, Su Xiaoran clenched her fist in encouragement. Go for it, brother Qin Tian. I believe you will not fall short. As a racing enthusiast, she had heard of Wang Tsong's reputation in the second-generation circles and understood that his skills were among the best. It was natural for her to assume brother Qin Tian lacked confidence. Recognizing her misunderstanding, Qin Tian merely smiled, opting not to clarify. Soon, the red and blue supercars arrived at the God of Cars Club, where a gathering of affluent second-generation youths from Y City and neighboring H City awaited. Upon hearing of Wang Tsong's arrival and the impending race against the enigmatic owner of the Sixth Element, they all converged. At that moment, they were engaged in conversation around a woman. As the sound of roaring engines approached, they turned to see the main characters had arrived and hurried to greet them. Welcome to Y City, young Master Wang. Young Master Wang, you should have given me a heads up so I could prepare a welcoming feast. The professional racer, Old Li, is here too. This Lamborghini Sixth Element truly lives up to its online reputation. What a spectacle. No wonder it costs 90 million. The color is a mesmerizing blue, akin to flames, nearly blinding. Goodness, the owner is so young and handsome. This is truly unfair for us. I recognize that girl beside him. She is the belle of the dance academy. If I'm not mistaken, her name is Su something. Su Xiaoran. I pursued her once, but she completely ignored me. With the Sixth Element around, it's no surprise she'd overlook you. Jealousy runs rampant among you wealthy scions. If I had to choose, I'd pick him too. Compared to him, you are all but trifles. Indeed, what an attractive man. What woman wouldn't he be captivated? As for you all, I must say, I mean no disrespect, but you are all beneath notice. Hey, you two are being excessive. Just because you admire him doesn't he mean you can belittle us. What? Did I speak incorrectly? He is wealthier, more handsome, and younger than you. Do you not concede? Enough already. I'm on the verge of tears. Amidst their chatter, Qin Tian and Wang Tsong exited their vehicles. Wang Tsong raised his hand to silence the crowd, and a hush fell over the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce this remarkably young and handsome gentleman, the owner of the Lamborghini Sixth Element, Qin Tian. Let us welcome him with applause. A round of applause erupted, albeit somewhat disjointed. The men clapped half-heartedly, their enthusiasm lacking. After all, they were all affluent second-generation heirs. It was one thing to be wealthier, but to be younger and more handsome was simply excessive. Conversely, the women were visibly excited, their eyes fixed on Qin Tian, applauding fervently until their hands grew sore. As if the louder their applause, the more likely they would capture his attention. Wang Tsong's expression soured as he observed these women, who had previously showered him with affection, now utterly transfixed by this newcomer. Damn it, standing next to him only accentuates my shortcomings. Wang Tsong felt a profound blow to his ego and quickly stepped back, feeling quite dejected. All right, that's enough. He awkwardly halted the applause of the women, whose hands were reddened from clapping. Now, let me continue with the introductions. Brother Qin Tian, these are all local and neighboring second-generation heirs. And I believe you may recognize this lady. Qin Tian followed his gesture, nodding. Young me, I know her. She is quite a prominent film star. Though he was not an avid follower of celebrity culture, her visage was familiar to him. Famed actress Yang Mi Wang Tsong had not anticipated her presence, noting her traditional attire. Likely a result of filming nearby, having been summoned by Wang Tsong. Hello, I am Yang Mi. It's a pleasure to meet you. She stepped forward, extending her right hand, her smile radiant. Chapter 31, The Prelude. I am Qin Tian. Qin Tian's tone was indifferent as he briefly shook hands with her, the contact lasting less than half a second. The entire interaction was fluid and devoid of any pretense. Yang Mi was taken aback. She had initiated the handshake. Yet he seemed so disinterested. After all, she was a well-known star, and this person, meeting her for the first time, exhibited not a hint of enthusiasm. It wasn't that he looked down on her. Rather, it was the commonplace demeanor of a stranger meeting for the first time. She found the type of handshake that lingered all too distasteful. However, Qin Tian's lack of fervor left her feeling somewhat vexed. After all, despite his wealth, Wang Tsong, another scion of immense fortune, had shown her admiration. In comparison, Yang Mi felt somewhat neglected. Well, I believe everyone is aware that Qin Tian and I are about to compete. Since we are acquainted, Let the contest commence tonight. Wang Tsong smiled and continued. First and foremost, since this is a competition, we must have a wager. We have agreed that if Qin Tian wins, I shall give him 20 million. If I win, he must rent me the Sixth Element for a month. Let us all bear witness to this. Moreover, it is essential for everyone to participate in the game to keep it engaging, otherwise, it would be dull. I am opening a betting pool here, a 1-to-1 payout for my victory, and 5-to-1 for Qin Tian's win. Feel free to place your bets, but do not wager excessively. Upon hearing this, someone jested, Wang Xiao, you seem exceedingly confident. Indeed, he had set the odds of his own victory so low. Is it possible that our handsome Qin Tian is a novice? They mused. Qin Xiao, Wang Xiao clearly underestimates you. After all, you are the owner of a 90 million sports car. Surely, you are not truly a beginner. Old Li, who was present, chimed in, if I am not mistaken. Qin Xiao, this should be your first time racing, correct? His words openly expressed skepticism regarding Qin Tian's abilities. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Qin Tian. Though they had come to enjoy themselves, the prospect of earning money made the event even more enticing, prompting everyone to seek a deeper understanding of Qin Tian's skills. In response to their scrutiny, Qin Tian nodded. Indeed, this is my first time racing. I possess impeccable driving skills, but it is truly my first experience on the track. That cannot be considered deceit. The crowd looked perplexed. If even Qin Tian admitted to being a novice, it must indeed be true. No wonder Wang Tsong was so confident. Evidently, Old Li had assessed the situation accurately. In an instant, many expressed their desire to place bets on Qin Tian's victory. Wang Tsong, increasingly assured, waved his hand dismissively, feigning humility. Everyone, do not rush. The outcome of a race depends not only on individual skill, but also on factors such as the track and the rules, which can greatly influence the results. It would be prudent to establish the rules and the course before placing any bets. Upon hearing this, everyone felt he was merely trying to spare Qin Tian's dignity. The rules were straightforward. It was time to select the track. Wang Tsong instructed his staff to bring forth the track map for Qin Tian's review, explaining, there are 2 tracks in the God of Cars. Track A has more straightaways, while Track S features more curves. Shall we choose Track A? It has more straight paths and a higher safety factor. Wang Tsong's gaze remained fixed on Qin Tian as he spoke, while the others exchanged glances of disbelief. The Bugatti was renowned as the king of straightaways. Track A would provide him with a significant advantage. Was Wang Tsong attempting to take advantage of Qin Tian's inexperience? Su Shaoran, standing nearby, quietly advised Qin Tian. Brother Qin Tian, we should choose Track S. Your car excels on that course. Her words elicited astonished looks from the crowd. They had not expected her to possess knowledge of racing. Clearly, Qin Tian had brought her along with purpose. Wang Tsong chuckled, dismissing the notion, confident that he would win regardless of the track chosen. However, Qin Tian shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied to Wang Tsong. Let us proceed with his suggestion. We shall select Track A. Everyone was taken aback. What was he playing at? Was he intentionally seeking defeat? Or was this merely a social engagement disguised as a race? Wang Tsong found humor in this, laughing heartily. Qin Tian, you were quite generous. Su Shaoran naturally refrained from voicing her thoughts. Whatever Qin Tian decided would be accepted. Yongmi glanced at Qin Tian, contemplating that although he appeared aloof, he was quite adept at social interactions. Well, since everything is settled, let us place our bets, Wang Tsong announced, summoning staff to distribute betting slips to the crowd. After the wagers were placed, the staff tallied the results. Nearly all bets favored Wang Tsong, amounting to a total of 20 million, with only Su Shaoran wagering 1 million on Qin Tian. Wang Tsong's expression brightened. While he might incur a significant loss, he felt a wave of satisfaction. He teased, Qin Tian, would you like to join in and bet on my victory? It is a guaranteed win, after all. Do not say I did not warn you. Despite this being my first race, my skills are no joke. Qin Tian surveyed the crowd with a playful expression. Are you truly all not reconsidering your unanimous bets on Wang Xiao? Old Li shook his head, recognizing that Qin Tian was trying to salvage his pride. Indeed, the one-sided nature of the situation was rather awkward. I apologize, Qin Tian, but your chances of winning are simply too slim. Yes, we have all witnessed Wang Xiao's driving skills. Consider this a practice run for yourself. Qin Tian, although I admire you greatly, I cannot place my bet on you simply because of that. Otherwise, I would be ridiculed. Indeed, Qin Tian, to compensate you, let us meet at the hotel tonight. The remarks from the women left the wealthy young men with peculiar expressions. It seemed that being handsome granted one a certain privilege, even in defeat. At this moment, Yang Mi interjected, Qin Tian, while I do not hold high hopes for your victory, I still wish to encourage you. Do your best. If you win, I shall accompany you tonight. Though she found Qin Tian attractive and wealthy, she perceived him as a mere upstart, lacking the finesse of someone like Wang Tsong, who had grown up around cars. From any perspective, she believed Qin Tian was destined to lose. Coupled with the coldness he had shown during their handshake earlier, she felt compelled to provoke him. Qin Tian regarded her with a knowing smile. Are you being sincere? Of course. I, Yang Mi, always keep my promises, she asserted confidently. Her posture assertive. She had little faith in the possibility of a turnaround in the situation. Since you insist on offering yourself as a prize, I shall gladly accept. Qin Tian replied with a mischievous grin. I wager 20 million on myself. With everything in place, the race was ready to commence. Wang Tsong, beaming with joy, climbed into his car, with Yang Mi settling into the passenger seat as the Bugatti Veyron sped toward the starting line. Apart from Su Xiaoran's 1 million, the total amount wagered on Wang Tsong's victory reached a staggering 20 million, while Qin Tian also placed a 20 million bet on himself. Should he emerge victorious, he would enjoy a month of the Sixth Element free of charge and pocket an additional 1 million, an extraordinary profit, not to mention the prestige gained. One word summed it all up: exhilarating. Qin Tian and Su Xiaoran each took their places in their respective vehicles, and thus, the racing competition began in earnest. Chapter 32. Eating Dust. Boom boom. Two cars lined up side by side at the starting point of Track A. The unique roar of the sports car's engines igniting a fervor in the air. The entire length of Track A spans 9 kilometers, with a straight stretch of 7 kilometers, where the Bugatti Veyron reigns supreme as the king of speed. Wang Tsong cast a smug glance at Qin Tian, saying, Qin Tian, I hope you don't break the record for the slowest time on this track, or you'll have to face quite the embarrassment. Hearing this, the spectators began to murmur among themselves. I recall the slowest record for Track A at night is just over 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Do you think young Master Qin might break that record? Is that even a question? Young Master Qin is merely an average driver, and with the poor visibility at night, it's likely he won't even see the road clearly. But even a slow record is still a record. His name will be etched in the annals of racing history, gaining worldwide fame. Imagine a sports car worth 90 million breaking the slowest record. How awkward would that be? Awkward? The media would have a field day with it. It would be exhilarating. Amidst the crowd's banter, Qin Tian merely smiled, choosing to disregard their jests. Instead, he turned to the side, addressing Su Xiaoran with a grin. You seem even more anxious than I am. I'm not anxious. I'm just excited. Su Xiaoran's lips trembled. Initially, she believed merely witnessing the event would be thrilling enough, but to her surprise, she was now a participant. As a car enthusiast, how could she not feel exhilarated? She felt this evening was truly worthwhile. Both cars revved their engines, ready to go. With a wave of the flag from the attractive race girl standing between them, the race commenced. Boom, boom. Wang Tsong's Bugatti Veyron shot forward, while the Lamborghini followed behind, seizing the lead and accelerating wildly. Wang Tsong quickly distanced himself from the Lamborghini Sixth Element by several dozen meters, with the gap only widening. The spectators soon found the spectacle rather dull. To them, Wang Tsong possessed an undeniable advantage in both skill and vehicle, rendering the outcome of the race a foregone conclusion. Many turned to their phones, losing interest in the projection screen. However, before long, a gasp arose from the crowd. Oh my gosh, he got overtaken. The Bugatti was overtaken. What? Is that even possible? Isn't the Bugatti the king of straightaways? How could it be overtaken on a straight? Wang Xiao, why aren't you catching up? Oldly stared at the projection screen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Qin Tian's skills appeared to be far from ordinary. As the one directly involved, Wang Tsong was equally astonished, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He felt a whoosh as a blue flame sped past him. By the time he reacted and pressed the gas pedal, he found himself unable to keep pace, watching helplessly as that blue car's rear end gradually pulled away. As they approached the curve, Wang Tsong, with a fierce expression, accelerated desperately, muttering, I refuse to believe you 1T slowed down for the turn. Just watch me catch up before the curve. However, the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. As the blue flame approached the bend, it not only failed to decelerate but unexpectedly accelerated, executing a beautiful drift as it glided effortlessly around the corner. The entire process was fluid and graceful. The spectators in front of the screen were left speechless. No one was preoccupied with their phones anymore. They all gazed upwards, incredulous at the Lamborghini on the video. Once they regained their composure, a wave of excitement erupted. Incredible. Young Master Qin is phenomenal. Who said he was a novice? He is clearly a master. I've never seen anyone accelerate through a turn without slowing down. What about that last move? So impressive. While they were in awe, the blue flame approached the bend once more, prompting more gasps from the crowd. Here it comes again. It's still just as impressive. Accelerating through again. Remarkable. This curve seems even tighter than the last. It must be about 40 degrees. Unbelievable. I can't match his speed on a straight. Qin Tian is so handsome. I'm about to lose it. As the lap neared completion, Wang Song seemed to be nowhere in sight, trailing far behind. The king of straightaways had been utterly defeated, and one could imagine the tears he might shed. Indeed, Wang Song's face had darkened with rage, his eyes aflame with frustration. If not for Yang Mi beside him, who looked pale with fright, he might have tried to accelerate through the curve like Qin Tian. Before long, the blue flame drew closer, appearing before the crowd in a blink. A chorus of feminine shrieks erupted. Qin Tian, I love you. You're the most handsome, Qin Tian. I want to have your children. Amidst these shouts, the blue flame loomed larger in their vision, culminating in a thunderous roar as it blasted off again from the starting point. Oldly glanced at the timer, his expression shifting to one of sheer shock. A single lap in 1 minute and 167 seconds. How is that possible? At this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. What? 1 minute and 167 seconds? That breaks the record. Indeed, the fastest night record on track A was 2 minutes and 124 seconds. And Qin Tian has shattered that by a considerable margin. Have you even considered the fastest daytime record? Oh my gosh. The fastest daytime record was 1 minute and 238 seconds, and he broke that too. Unbelievable. A night race time surpassing the daytime record. Moreover, it was a staggering improvement of over 6 seconds, a feat that was simply terrifying. Who was laughing at him for possibly breaking the slowest record? How is that for a slap in the face? It must sting. My brother Qin Tian is invincible. Oldly, didn't you set the fastest daytime record? What are your thoughts? Oldly, barely able to contain his emotions, replied, Don't even mention it. Tears are welling up. At that moment, Oldly was oblivious to his own embarrassment, consumed only by shock. Not only had his record been broken, but it had been surpassed by over 6 seconds. Even professional racers couldn't achieve such a feat. It was utterly unfathomable. According to his own experience, the competitor was evidently a novice. How could this be? Had he grown old, and was his vision failing him? As per their agreement, they were to race 3 laps. The subsequent 2 laps lacked any excitement, with Qin Tian dominating the finish line. After he stepped out of the car, Su Xiaoran's hair was tousled, yet her expression radiated exhilaration. In contrast, Qin Tian appeared calm and collected, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The crowd, however, gazed at him with fervent admiration. This fellow was undoubtedly a professional-level racer. By the time the red Bugatti reached the destination, over 2 minutes had passed. Watching the two disembark, Qin Tian remarked playfully, Wang Xiao, how does the dust taste from behind? Chapter 33. The Grand Honey. Shall we meet tonight? Qin Tian, do not be so complacent. If you dare, let us compete again. No, let us have 2 matches, the first to win 3 out of 5 rounds, for otherwise, I shall not accept defeat. Wang Song was exceedingly irritated. Losing a race and being lapped by over a circle was an unprecedented humiliation for him. He found the loss disheartening. Yet now he was being ridiculed in front of everyone. The mocking gazes of the crowd were unbearable. Previously, he had underestimated Qin Tian's true capabilities, but he was determined that if they started over, he would not suffer such a disgrace again. He refused to believe he could lose every time. Upon hearing his vexed remarks, everyone shook their heads. Young Master Wang was digging his own grave. Fine. You can claim 100 matches with 99 victories if you wish. Qin Tian chuckled nonchalantly and added, as long as you provide the funds, it will cost 20 million per match. Do you believe I could race your father into bankruptcy? At this proclamation, Wang Song nearly spat blood. Such audacity was unfathomable. The others present were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. Young Master Qin is impressive, but truthfully, he speaks no falsehood. Enough said. I can only chant 666. Young Master Wang was seeking a fight, while Qin Tian shattered old Li's record. And yet he still dared to challenge him. Come on, young Master Wang is merely venting. Did you really think he would dare? Having just exited the car and unaware of the circumstances, Wang Song listened to the discussions and learned that Qin Tian had indeed surpassed Li Fei's record. He was astonished. However, the words had been spoken, and he could not retract them. Did Wang Song not care for his own dignity? After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Li Fei and said, Old Li, you race on my behalf and defeat this arrogant fellow for me. I need to regain my pride. Although he could not guarantee victory, Old Li was a professional racer with ample experience, thus the odds of winning were significantly in his favor. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed. They largely shared the same sentiment. Some women immediately voiced their discontent. Hey, young Master Wang, isn't this a bit bullying? Having a professional racer compete against an amateur? How could you even think of that? Indeed, young Master Wang, a loss is a loss. Seeking assistance will not restore your honor. It will only diminish it. Regardless, Qin Tian is number one in my heart. No one can surpass him. Qin Tian is the most handsome. Qin Tian is the best. Do you prefer summer or winter? Why the sudden question? I prefer winter. I can watch the snow. I like summer. I don't have to wear such heavy clothing, and I can flaunt my 3060. I'm different. I like Qin Tian. I like Qin Tian too. Upon hearing the women's remarks, the men wore expressions of incredulity. How could this even be charming? They are all such superficial admirers. What a decline in societal standards. Yet, Wang Song paid no mind to their thoughts. He was resolute in his desire to secure a victory. He looked at Li Fei and proposed, Old Li, how about you race for 200,000? What do you think? Li Fei, still preoccupied with the earlier race, was startled by the suggestion to compete against Qin Tian. He quickly waved his hands in denial. No. I dare not. I am not a match for young Master Qin. I am fully aware of my limitations. His skills far exceed mine. Even those internationally acclaimed racers may not best him. I would only embarrass myself. He had come to realize that this Qin Tian, though seemingly humble, was indeed a formidable talent. It was not an exaggeration to claim he was among the best in the world. He felt that his own abilities were merely child's play in comparison. Competing against him? That was absurd. If he were to be defeated as Wang Song had been, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was taken aback. The esteemed professional racer, with over a decade of international competition under his belt, chose to withdraw without contest. This was utterly astonishing. Did this mean that Qin Tian's driving skills had reached such a remarkable level? Especially considering Li Fei's implication that even the top racers in the world might not triumph over Qin Tian? Was it possible that Qin Tian could be deemed the best in the realm of racing? Wang Song stared incredulously at Qin Tian, still unable to accept the reality, and asked in disbelief, Li Fei, could your words be an exaggeration? Li Fei shook his head resolutely. Not at all. I do not wish to elaborate. You would not comprehend the technical aspects, but suffice it to say, my participation would only result in humiliation. Young Master Wang, today we accept defeat. However, losing to young Master Qin is not unjust. Upon hearing his confirmation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. It appeared that Li Fei spoke with sincerity. There was no trace of false modesty. He genuinely conceded without contest. This was impressive. Wang Song, in a daze, looked at Qin Tian and ultimately sighed. It seems I have been a fool from the very beginning. Very well, I concede. Wang Song accepted defeat and promptly produced a check, writing an amount of 120 million for Qin Tian. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, Alas, I did not gain anything from this venture. I squandered tens of millions. Qin Tian, given my pitiable state, could you lend me your car for a spin? Qin Tian glanced at the check, then casually tucked it away. Although Wang Song had lost, he did not react angrily. Rather, he was quite amiable, reflecting well on his character. With this thought in mind, Qin Tian casually remarked, Sure, when I tire of it one day, I might lend it to you for a little while. Wang Song's eyes brightened, though he feigned disappointment. Only a little while. You don't want to? Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Forget it then, I take back my offer. Wang Song was taken aback and quickly responded, No? Wait, I didn't mean I didn't want it. A little while is fine. I consider it accepted. He chuckled foolishly and wrote another check for 500,000 to Su Xiaoran. Although he appeared to have lost over $1 billion, he was merely seeking a chance to drive the Lamborghini Sixth Element. Yet, in truth, he was also establishing a connection with a super-rich individual. This was an ultra-limited edition hypercar worth 90 million, something he could never afford, while this person possessed it, indicating a substantial background. Thus, he believed this venture was not a loss. Su Xiaoran accepted the 500,000 check, feeling as though she were in a dream. Today, she had fulfilled her long-standing racing dreams, and in excess, she was exhilarated, not to mention earning money. It was simply splendid. However, she knew who was the source of all this. She cast a tender gaze toward Qin Tian, her fascination intensifying. At that moment, Qin Tian turned to the still-dazed Yang Mi, his expression a blend of jest and intrigue. So, Grand Honey, shall we meet tonight? Chapter 34. A social media post. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was reminded of Yang Mi's earlier bold declaration, Qin Tian, if you win, I will spend the night with you. They exchanged glances filled with innuendo. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed, and after biting her lip in contemplation, she awkwardly replied, I have to shoot a night scene later, so perhaps another time. The brash statement she had made earlier was merely a reaction to Qin Tian's dismissive handshake, intended to provoke him. Furthermore, she had never truly believed he could defeat Wang Tsongtsong. Had she thought otherwise, she would never have uttered such words. It wasn't that she looked down on Qin Tian. Rather, in such a context, as a famous star, making such a claim was perilous. If it were to reach the internet, it could severely tarnish her reputation. The prospect of openly dating Qin Tian in front of so many eyes could lead to a media frenzy by dawn, drowning her in a torrent of criticism from fans. In a different setting, she would have certainly been more than willing. The thought crossed her mind, and her face turned crimson. It was only natural to feel this way. He was wealthy, exceptionally handsome, and perhaps even more well-connected than Wang Tsongtsong. Who wouldn't be attracted to such a man? She even found herself envying the ordinary Su Xiaoran. Perhaps she could approach him as an ordinary person someday? The mere thought sent her heart racing with excitement. Yet, she couldn't help but glance at Qin Tian, only to find him silent after her remark. Alarmed, she wondered if he was upset. Swiftly, she approached him and whispered, I really can't tonight. I'm on my period. Her face was flushed as she turned away. When she looked back, she had composed herself, offering a polite smile. How about I join you for a late-night snack as compensation? At her suggestion, everyone wore expressions of knowing amusement. Clearly, they anticipated her change of heart. After all, as a popular star, how could she genuinely follow through with such a proposition? It would be akin to sabotaging her own career. Additionally, with her reputable image, it was no surprise that even Wang Tsongtsong could not win her over. She would not so easily gamble her reputation for a mere bet. The fact that she proposed a late-night snack was already a significant concession. Only someone of Wang Tsongtsong's caliber could hope for such favor. Qin Tian understood this all too well. The bet had merely been a jest. He had never taken it to heart. His earlier silence was simply him assessing whether this lavish honey was worth the trouble. Now, hearing her offer of a late-night snack as compensation, he shook his head. I'm not hungry. Besides, I have company. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Su Xiaoran, who leaned sweetly against his shoulder, radiating happiness, perhaps even pride. Su Xiaoran felt both bashful and elated. He had turned down Yang Mi, which meant tonight he was truly hers. The other attendees were left astonished. Men stood agape. Yang Mi was the dream goddess of many, and yet this man had the audacity to refuse her invitation for a late-night snack. Although she might not surpass Su Xiaoran in beauty, she was nonetheless a renowned star, her fame adding to her allure. The first dinner invitation from a star was already a significant honor. Even Wang Tsongtsong looked at Qin Tian in amazement, realizing that he was indeed unique. At least he wouldn't be competing with him for Yang Mi, which relieved him. Had he made a move, Wang Tsongtsong would have had no choice but to watch helplessly as Yang Mi climbed into his bed. Yang Mi was taken aback. Even Wang Tsongtsong was fawning over her. Yet this man had rejected her. Suddenly, a pang of anxiety gripped her. Did he truly think she was lying about her situation? Cursing herself for speaking thoughtlessly, she wondered how to mend the rift. Just then, Li Fei approached, his face brimming with admiration. Qin Xiao, with your driving skills, you could easily compete professionally and undoubtedly claim the world championship. Would you be interested? I can introduce you to people. World champion? What would that bring? Money? I have no interest in such trivial pursuits. Qin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Li Fei was taken aback, scrambling to respond. You could gain unparalleled glory and fame. Is it delicious? Qin Tian retorted with a hint of disdain. The allure of fame, which so many chased, held no sway over him. Li Fei was left confounded. Amidst his bewilderment and Yang Mi's regretful turmoil, Qin Tian had already embraced Su Xiaoran, stepping into the car and revving the engine, leaving behind a crowd filled with envy and resentment toward the affluent second generation. Wang Tsongtsong mused, wondering when Qin Tian would tire of his toys and allow him to partake in the fun. Meanwhile, Yang Mi was filled with regret, her expression complex as she gazed at the direction from which the blue flames disappeared, silent. Soon, the two arrived back in the city center. The unique roar of the Lamborghini's V-engine resonated throughout the street. Passers-by paused, captivated, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. "Thank you, Brother Qin Tian," Su Xiaoran, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke up. "For what? Thank you for dedicating this evening to me." Su Xiaoran's sincerity was palpable, her eyes reflecting admiration for Qin Tian. She understood that countless women would gladly share his bed if he wished. Just observing the envious glances from the wealthy young women present, it was evident how eager they were to offer themselves to him. Even Yang Mi, though she had declined, had a willingness in her heart that was easily discernible, constrained only by the present circumstances and her status. Yet Qin Tian had turned down all, save for her. Though some might label her a love-struck fan, she was genuinely touched. "Your words make me appear quite the cad," Qin Tian chuckled. "Nevertheless, I shall take it as a compliment. You wouldn't understand my feelings." Su Xiaoran shook her head, choosing to remain silent, content in her understanding. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't taken any photos to commemorate the night. Tentatively, she asked, "May I take a picture? I want to capture your face." "Go ahead, feel free." Thus, Su Xiaoran began to snap selfies, pouting, making cute faces, and showing peace signs, capturing various angles. Then she turned, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Qin Tian's handsome profile. She also managed to frame the Lamborghini's distinctive emblem and her exquisite Hermes handbag worth 300,000. A girl who smiles is destined for good fortune. She will encounter beautiful love. Before long, a delightful collage of selfies adorned her social media feed, instantly attracting a flurry of likes and comments. Chapter 35, An Unexpected Encounter with a Classmate. "Ah, my goddess grows more radiant by the day. Is that a Lamborghini? Just say Lamborghini. It must be worth over 3 million. Over 3 million? My goodness. To the one upstairs, come. I'll give you 50 million if you help me acquire 10 of them. Anything over that is yours." This one is the Lamborghini Sixth Element, a globally limited edition. Priced at 90 million. 90 million? I'm utterly flabbergasted. I know nothing about cars, but that bag is the latest Hermes model, worth 300,000. How envious I am. 300,000. Ranan, have you gotten acquainted with a wealthy individual? Have you not noticed that the guy driving behind you in your selfie is incredibly handsome? Wow, that profile is stunning. And he is a young man, outshining all the fresh faces. Ranan, is he your boyfriend? He is too handsome, young, dashing, and affluent. Oh, how I envy you. Viewing the comments on her social media, Su Xiaoran appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart soared with delight. In contrast, her WeChat friends were nearly apoplectic. One friend, sitting in the passenger seat of a BMW, suddenly exclaimed, "Stop the car." Her boyfriend, pulling over, asked, "What's wrong?" "What a piece of junk. My backside is sore from sitting in it." She kicked the tire of the car and threw her $10,000 handbag to the ground, declaring, "I feel embarrassed carrying this bag. Let us break up, you cad." Her boyfriend, another friend, working in bed, saw the post and felt her recent excitement extinguished. Her boyfriend asked, "Why have you stopped moving?" She glanced at the face of the man beneath her, then compared it to the flawless profile in the photo, suddenly shouting, "Forget it. I'm done. You make me lose my appetite." Her boyfriend, "What did I do to deserve this?" The women in Su Xiaoran's dormitory were consumed with jealousy, particularly Yang Wan, who glared at her phone, her hand tugging at her hair until it bled, oblivious to her own pain. Qin Tian and Su Xiaoyao were not hungry, so they opted not to dine, instead taking a leisurely drive. They subsequently arrived at a 5-star hotel, where they booked a presidential suite. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Qin Tian awoke to find Su Xiaoran nestled in his arms, smiling sweetly, lost in a deep slumber. After a long night, she deserved this rest. Qin Tian chuckled softly, his gaze drifting to the crimson stains on the sheets, then back to the woman beside him. Su Xiaoran, age, 19. Relationships, 1-1, private life, 1-1, pregnancy, 0 none, STD infection, 0 none. Indeed, after a prior scan that revealed all zeros, last night had changed everything to once. If they were to meet again and the data reflected a change, it would indicate infidelity. The scanning ability granted by the system was indeed a valuable tool for men. With it, one could avoid being deceived. Gently withdrawing his arm, Qin Tian rose to dress. I'm heading to the bank to cash a check. You may continue sleeping, he whispered, planting a soft kiss on her lips. Su Xiaoran's eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks flushed, and her smile grew sweeter. Pretending to sleep, huh? Qin Tian chuckled to himself, choosing not to expose her ruse, and left the room. As soon as he stepped out of the hotel, preparing to head to the parking lot, a voice called out to him. Oh, isn't that Qin Tian? He turned to see a heavily made-up woman striding toward him, her arm linked with that of a balding man in his 40s. It was Jiang Yu. Qin Tian smiled faintly. What a coincidence. The woman before him was a former classmate from university who had once pursued him, though he had rejected her advances. Jiang Yu had been attractive in the past, but now, he shook his head internally, sensing a certain air about her. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Jiang Yu scrutinized him, noting how handsome he had become. Dressed impeccably, yet she had heard from Li Ming that he was struggling, earning less than 4,000 a month, merely existing. Thankfully, she and T accepted him back then. Otherwise, she would be impoverished alongside him. With a disdainful glance, Jiang Yu feigned interest. What are you doing these days? You seem to be wearing designer brands. Have you struck it rich? Internally, she dismissed him, imagining his attire was merely counterfeit from a street market. I'm currently unemployed, Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. He did have a job, but it was no longer necessary. He was even too lazy to resign. Unemployed? Jiang Yu's contempt deepened. She turned to the man beside her, boasting, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lin Dong, a company general manager with a six-figure salary. Since you're out of work, why not join my boyfriend as company? I can arrange for him to look after you. Not everyone has the privilege to work at my company. Lin Dong cast a dismissive glance at Qin Tian, implying he was not worthy. Lin Dong. Qin Tian pondered, finding the name somewhat familiar. No, I have other matters to attend to. Let us chat another time. He discerned Jiang Yu's condescension, but chose not to dwell on it, shaking his head and turning to leave. Hey, you'll be attending the class reunion at the end of the month, right? I'll see if I'm free that day. Jiang Yu watched his retreating figure, her face a mask of disdain, thinking him a loser pretending to be busy, afraid to admit he was too insecure to attend. Let us go, don't linger. A man without money is worthless, no matter how handsome he is. It was 9:30, the bank was open, and they needed to avoid the queue. Lin Dong sneered, and the two departed in a BMW X3, leaving the vicinity of the hotel. Qin Tian drove to the nearby Longhua Industrial and Commercial Bank. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 36. Are you Qin Tian? The bank lobby was bustling with a crowd. As Qin Tian entered, he spotted Jiang Yu and Lin Dong seated on a nearby bench, engrossed in their phones. He couldn't be bothered to greet them and made his way directly to the vacant VIP window. Jiang Yu noticed Qin Tian at that moment and was about to say hello, but upon seeing his actions, she let out a cold chuckle. Qin Tian, don't wander around aimlessly. That is the VIP area, and you need a VIP card to conduct any business there. How bold of you to head straight to the VIP window. Didn't you see Lin Dong, who earns a six-figure salary, waiting in line at the regular window? Or are you so ignorant that you can't even differentiate between the regular and VIP windows? What a joke. Qin Tian chose to ignore her and continued forward. Arriving at the counter, before he could even speak, the female attendant, distracted by her phone, glanced up and said, "This is the VIP desk. Please present your VIP card." Her words were abruptly halted as her gaze widened in astonishment. How can someone be this handsome? The bank attendant's demeanor shifted from impatience to one of delight as she idly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Jiang Yu's mocking smile faltered. Wasn't this the VIP area? What was happening? Just moments ago, the attendant had been impatient, and now her attitude had transformed so drastically. She had been waiting to witness a spectacle, yet this was not what she had anticipated. It dawned on her that the attendant was likely smitten by Qin Tian's striking looks. How shameless. Jiang Yu, unable to contain her displeasure, interjected, "He's just a loser, here to withdraw a mere 1,000 or so. What business could he possibly conduct?" "Excuse me, miss, you can't just give him special treatment because he is handsome." The bank attendant, momentarily taken aback, replied sternly, "Madam, please speak quietly. Do not disrupt our work. Moreover, this is a bank and a place of civility. Please refrain from using inappropriate language." Jiang Yu was taken aback, nearly choking on her indignation. Qin Tian didn't even spare her a glance. He simply smiled at the bank attendant and produced a check, saying, "I am here to cash this check." The attendant was momentarily stunned by his smile, whispering to herself, I think I'm in love. A check? It can't be real." In that brief moment of her distraction, Jiang Yu overheard Qin Tian mention cashing a check and immediately scoffed, vowing to humiliate him on the spot. She dashed forward and snatched the check from his hand. Huh? 100 million? Jiang Yu gasped, her expression shifting dramatically as her hands trembled. That amount was something even her partner, who earned 500,000 annually, would take 200 years to accumulate without eating or drinking. However, she quickly regained her composure, sneering, "Qin Tian, how could someone with a monthly salary of a few thousand possibly possess a check for 100 million? It must be fake." Her voice dripped with disdain. After all, she had pursued Qin Tian in college and was well aware of his circumstances. Though they had lost touch after graduation, she had kept tabs on him, knowing he still struggled to earn a meager salary. Upon hearing her claim that the check was fake, the onlookers turned their attention toward them, whispering among themselves, "Are you out of your mind? What does it matter to you if it's real or not?" Qin Tian frowned. "Give me back the check. What good is your intimidation? Can it turn it to reality?" Jiang Yu remained unfazed, dismissing him as just another impoverished individual. Besides, her partner was right there with her. With that thought, she instinctively glanced at Lin Dong, who wore a look of disdain. Who could possibly hold a check for 100 million and not be a VIP client of the bank? Lin Dong thought. When Qin Tian had arrived, the female attendant had asked for a VIP card, which he did not possess. Had it not been for his looks, she would likely have summoned security to escort him out. This man was a fraud. "Your name is Qin Tian, right?" "No. Wait, are you the Qin Tian?" Lin Dong began, suddenly recalling that the live streamer, Fei Yu, had also mentioned a Qin Tian. Surely, they couldn't be the same person? He quickly silenced himself, opening the WeChat group and clicking on Qin Tian's profile picture. When he looked back up at Qin Tian, his expression shifted dramatically. "Quickly return the check to Mr. Qin." Lin Dong erupted, his face contorted with rage. "What kind of luck is this? I come to the bank and run into this amazing individual. He was a man who drove a car worth 90 million. How could someone like him be trifled with by a mere company president?" Jiang Yu was utterly perplexed. Why had her husband, who had just displayed contempt, suddenly broken into a cold sweat and yelled at her? However, seeing her still looking confused only fueled Lin Dong's anger further. He stormed over and slapped her across the face. "Are you deaf, you wretched woman?" With that, he seized the check from her hand and, to everyone's astonishment, respectfully presented it to Qin Tian. His expression tense and voice laced with deference, he said, "Mr. Qin, here's your check. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. This foolish woman has no sense. Please forgive her." Jiang Yu was left in a state of shock. Her husband had just struck her for this so-called loser, Qin Tian. Not just her, but everyone present was bewildered. The shift in demeanor was astonishing. Could it be that this Qin Tian had some terrifying hidden identity? Qin Tian, maintaining a calm demeanor, accepted the check and pulled out a bank card to hand to the bank attendant. "Please transfer the funds from this check to this card." The bank attendant was equally bewildered. She had merely been captivated by the handsome man's smile for a moment, and now this incredible reversal had occurred. To be frank, while he was undeniably attractive, she couldn't help but think that he didn't seem like a wealthy individual, especially after seeing the ordinary bank card. Surely, someone who could present a check for 100 million wouldn't use such a standard card? Nevertheless, the truth remained. Handsome men had their privileges, especially when they were exceptionally good-looking. The bank attendant smiled as she accepted the check and the bank card, pondering how to assist the charming young man without compromising his dignity or revealing any discrepancies. Yet, as she glanced down, she noticed that the check bore all the requisite stamps, was unaltered, and the amounts matched perfectly. Although she could not decipher the signature, it was clearly executed in one fluid motion. Her professional instincts told her that this check was genuine. The bank attendant found herself momentarily dazed, abruptly lifting her gaze to meet Qin Tian's composed smile. Chapter 37. A gesture of approval. How is it? How is it? Jiang Yu inquired impatiently, having finally regained her composure after the shock of being slapped by her husband. It seemed he had overheard the mention of 100 million and feared that the individual in question was indeed a wealthy tycoon, someone he could not afford to offend. However, she could not bring herself to believe that Qin Tian could transform into a billionaire in just a few years. "You've embarrassed me," and made me suffer this humiliation. Once the bank verifies that the check is fraudulent, I will report you to the authorities. You will regret this." Everyone present craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Even Lin Dong, who had intended to flee upon learning that this man was Qin Tian, instinctively halted to observe how wealthy this individual could truly be, especially since the check began at a staggering 100 million. The check was genuine. The bank attendant, regaining her senses, stood abruptly and bowed to Qin Tian, saying, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier neglect, sir." What? The revelation that it was authentic sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, all eyes now fixed on Qin Tian, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Who could have imagined that he was indeed a billionaire? To the average person, 100 million was an astronomical figure, something beyond contemplation. Jiang Yu froze momentarily, her complexion draining of color as she turned to Qin Tian, disbelief flooding her eyes as she muttered to herself, "Impossible. Impossible. How could you? A mere graduate earning a few thousand a month, possess such wealth? It cannot be." Suddenly, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a manic glee, "I understand. You must have stolen it, right? This check is undoubtedly ill-gotten." As her conviction grew stronger, her gaze turned hostile, fixated on Qin Tian. "Where did you steal this check from?" "Qin Tian, I am granting you a chance to answer truthfully, or I will report you immediately." Even if the check was authentic, it could not possibly belong to him. At her words, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning her sanity. Smack! Lin Dong struck her again, roaring, "Shut your mouth. You wretched woman. If you utter another word, I swear I will end you." His body trembled with anger. How could he have failed to recognize the gravity of the situation? Now that the bank had confirmed the check's validity, how could she still accuse him of theft? Had her mind turned to mush? Realizing the severity of offending someone of such stature, Lin Dong feared for his future. Upon seeing the rage and fear in Lin Dong's eyes, Jiang Yu felt a shiver run down her spine, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She was not insane. She simply could not accept the reality that someone she had always looked down upon, someone she had intended to humiliate through her husband, could suddenly metamorphose into someone she could never aspire to reach. "Excuse me, but if you continue to cause a disturbance, I will have to call security to escort you out," the bank manager warned, approaching with an unfriendly expression. "Forgive me," Lin Dong said apologetically, yanking Jiang Yu's wrist, nearly causing her to stumble. "How foolish are you to offend someone like him?" Seeing that Qin Tian remained unfazed, Lin Dong led her back to the waiting area. While Jiang Yu's eyes remained glued to Qin Tian, her heart filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Qin Tian received a message on his phone from Qin Mingyao. "Brother Qin Tian, are you awake? Don't forget we have a meeting today." "I'm awake, handling some matters at the bank. I'll contact you soon," he replied, turning to the bank attendant with a smile. "You need not worry. Your service has been exemplary. Please proceed with the transaction, and I shall leave you a 5-star review." "Thank you, Mr. Qin," she replied gratefully, her expression brightening as she swiped his card. "Please enter your password." Qin Tian inputted the password, and the computer displayed a staggering 9-digit sum, 560 million. The bank attendant gasped, her face a mask of astonishment, her hands instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief. Having already ascertained that the check was genuine, she was now convinced that this extraordinarily handsome young man was no ordinary individual. Yet, she never expected to find such a sum in a regular bank account. The crowd erupted into a buzz of excitement, finally understanding why he had approached the VIP counter. Even without a VIP card, anyone with 500 million in their account was undeniably a bank VIP. All eyes turned to Qin Tian, their expressions filled with fervor. 500 million, an amount that would take countless lifetimes for the average person to accumulate, something even the most ambitious could scarcely dream of. Jiang Yu's expression went blank, muttering to herself, "Impossible. He is just a loser. How could he possibly have such wealth? You must be mistaken, or there's a glitch in the banking system." Lin Dong too was taken aback, feeling as though his mind was spinning. 500 million in savings? The sheer magnitude of wealth was unfathomable. Just the savings alone. Not to mention real estate, stocks, and futures. He couldn't even begin to imagine. Did he truly mock such a person? Last night, he had even competed for tips at Feiyu. The thought made him feel dizzy, nearly causing him to vomit blood. "I apologize, sir. I am utterly shocked." The bank attendant stammered, her expression apologetic as she swiftly processed the 100 million from the check into his account. Qin Tian immediately received a text notification. Longhua Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Your current balance is 660,000,006 90 yuan. Sir, do you require any further services? The bank attendant asked respectfully, her gaze filled with adoration as she instinctively blinked. Young, handsome, and exceedingly wealthy. What bliss it would be if he took an interest in her. Even a fleeting encounter would suffice. How could she secure his contact information after being ridiculed for merely withdrawing a few thousand? Qin Tian scanned the waiting area before turning back with a nonchalant smile. Just give me 1,000, please. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's face darkened. Lin Dong, however, managed an awkward yet conciliatory smile before slapping Jiang Yu again. All right. The bank attendant hurriedly retrieved 1,000 yuan and handed it to Qin Tian. Your service has been commendable. Consider this a token of my appreciation. Qin Tian said with a smile, tossing the money back without a glance as he turned and walked away. Ding. The host has given a thumbs up to the bank service and successfully tipped the female attendant 1,000 yuan, receiving a critical reward of 1 billion in cash. Chapter 38. At your service, 24 hours. The bank clerk stared blankly at the 1,000 yuan in her hand, bewildered. What on earth was happening? As a bank teller, she had never heard of a customer giving praise to his service staff, let alone offering a monetary reward. This was an unprecedented experience for her. Could it be that this young man harbored feelings for me? No way. Ha. The clerk's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she chuckled inwardly. The expressions of those around her mirrored her astonishment, quickly shifting to a peculiar gaze directed at Qin Tian. A tip for the bank? Seriously, this guy is putting on quite a show. Yet, one could not deny that he certainly possessed the means to do so. Jiang Yu, feeling incensed, snatched the 1,000 and tossed it carelessly at the counter. Was this just a blatant slap to her face? At that moment, the bank clerk noticed the still active computer screen, which refreshed suddenly. She froze for a moment, then leaped up, exclaiming loudly, "What? A deposit of 1 billion? Just moments after cashing a 100 million check, another 10 billion had been deposited? Oh my goodness." As a woman, she had silently cursed countless times in her mind. The shock was beyond words. Hearing her exclamation and witnessing her exaggerated reaction, the crowd erupted in chaos, gasping in unison. What? Another 10 billion deposited? This must be a joke. How could such an extraordinary individual exist? To have 1 billion deposited in mere seconds was simply terrifying. Goodness. Even Ma Yun couldn't be this impressive. The world of the wealthy was frightening. Making money seemed as effortless as boasting. Oh, how I wish to befriend such a wealthy person, but I dare not. Befriend? You're amazing. I wouldn't even dare to dream of being his lackey. Young man, may I have your number? Handsome, could you share your WeChat with me? Young man, my name is Ming Bai Jiang. My measurements are 89, 62, 90. 7, all natural. No silicone. Would you like to be friends? In an instant, several beautiful women blushed and approached Qin Tian, their chests boldly thrust forward. The men present were left dumbfounded, filled with envy and jealousy, lamenting the decline of societal decorum. Lin Dong swallowed hard, thinking, damn, being rich is exhilarating. These girls are several times more attractive than Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face darkened, an overwhelming sense of regret washing over her. This guy was undoubtedly an invisible super-rich man, pretending to be poor and low-key at school. Why hadn't she pursued him more vigorously? I must find a way to land in his bed. Stealing a glance at Lin Dong beside her, she wished to rush over and embrace the man, just like those surrounding Qin Tian. Not only her, had it not been for the thought that she could access Qin Tian's contact information here, the bank clerk might have lost control as well. At that moment, Qin Tian received a text from the bank and glanced at it. Dragon Country Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received a deposit of 1,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance 1,660,000,006 90 yuan. When Qin Tian looked up, he realized he was surrounded by women. Scanning the crowd, he frowned and said, "You want my number and WeChat? Don't you have your own? If I give you mine, what will I use? Step aside. Have you ever seen such outrageous demands?" His words, seemingly blunt, were unmistakably a refusal. The crowd fell silent, astonished. Wait, he actually turned them down? These were high-quality beauties, and he simply rejected them. What a waste. The men were on the verge of bloodshed from jealousy. Lindong lamented. Don't introduce them to me. The well-fed know not the hunger of the starving. The beautiful women's smiles froze, their faces turning awkward as they parted to create a path. Yet, their gazes towards Qin Tian grew increasingly infatuated. Young, extraordinarily wealthy, strikingly handsome. And not a glutton, he was the epitome of a perfect man. Alas, he looked down upon them. Zhang Yu's expression shifted as well. This guy actually held his ground. It seemed she would need to put in some effort. Just then, the sound of hurried high heels echoed in the bank. Following that, a tall woman clad in a black professional suit and sporting black-framed glasses entered. She was a stunning 30-year-old woman, easily scoring a 95 in looks. Coupled with her unique elite aura, she was undoubtedly a quintessential professional woman, deserving of a solid 96. Upon entering, she scanned the room, urgently asking, "Where is Mr. Qin? Has he left?" Spotting Qin Tian, she couldn't help but be taken aback by his attractiveness. "No, I must focus on the matter at hand." She quickly turned her gaze to the bank staff, her eyes filled with inquiry. "Bank manager, this is Mr. Qin." The lobby manager hurriedly gestured towards Qin Tian. It was she who had called to inform the manager. With the sudden appearance of a client depositing over 10 billion, they had to treat him with the utmost care. Such clients were coveted resources by all major banks. Should the manager later learn that she failed to notify him and let the client be poached by another bank, her position would be at risk. The beautiful bank manager turned in astonishment, gazing at Qin Tian, who had just reached the door. This incredibly handsome young man was the one with the 10 billion deposit? He looked far too young. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the bank manager. My surname is Jiang. Here is my business card." The attractive manager rushed forward, bowing slightly with a charming smile as she handed over her card. "Jiang Yan." Qin Tian glanced at the card briefly. "Yes, you may call me by my name. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in opening an account with our bank. From now on, I will be your dedicated financial consultant. Should you have any questions or needs, whether financial or personal, I am here to serve you." "Any needs?" Qin Tian regarded her voluptuous figure with a smirk, noting the ambiguity in her words. However, the bank manager's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded earnestly. "Yes, any needs. I am at your service 24 hours a day." Her statement left the nearby lobby manager stunned. But soon, he felt a sense of relief. Just her looks were astonishing. And combined with such youth and wealth, she was undoubtedly a super-rich heir. If he were to fancy a woman in her 30s, the manager would likely be overjoyed. However, the bank manager had been rather direct. Thankfully, her voice was low enough that only she could hear. Otherwise, it would have caused quite a stir. Even Qin Tian was taken aback. He had merely been jesting, not expecting such an affirmative response. Casting one last glance at the beautiful bank manager, he nodded slightly and turned to leave, retrieving his car key. Beep. Virum. The distinctive roar of the sports car echoed, drawing the attention of everyone in the bank. Then, they saw Qin Tian settle into the driver's seat. In an instant, the crowd was left agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Chapter 39. The girl waiting for the car goodness. A Lamborghini. This car appears truly impressive. I wonder how much it costs? It must be around 10 million, right? Absolutely incredible. Yet, one must consider that the owner likely possesses billions in savings. For them, a $10 million car is merely a plaything. How enviable. How could this individual possibly be so wealthy? Jiang Yu's expression contorted as she struggled to come to terms with the situation. Just this $10 million sports car is something I will never have the chance to enjoy in my lifetime. 10 million? Lindong scoffed. Ignorance. This is the Lamborghini Sixth Element, worth 90 million. Not everyone can afford it. There is only one in the entire nation. Only one in the entire nation? What on earth is this person's identity? Jiang Yu's face turned pale. She could not even dare to feel jealousy. He is your classmate. Do you still need to ask me? Lindong snapped, delivering another slap, his voice filled with disdain. Only you could be such a fool, neglecting to ingratiate yourself with such an impressive classmate while persistently antagonizing him. I truly wonder how much nonsense is occupying your mind. Jiang Yu covered her cheek, feeling utterly wronged. Who could have known? Perhaps the entire class was unaware as well. That insufferable individual, flaunting such wealth, yet choosing to remain low-key. Not only did he cause me embarrassment, but I also do not know how many slaps I have endured today. Their conversation was not loud. Others were still in shock, discussing amongst themselves and failing to recognize the car's value. Otherwise, there would have been an uproar. Nevertheless, even in this state, the revelation was enough to leave them astounded. While they failed to recognize it, the beautiful bank manager, Jiang Yin, did. She had been in such a hurry upon her arrival that she overlooked the fact that the car at the entrance was the $90 million Sixth Element. Now, upon closer inspection, her complexion changed. This vehicle was not only unimaginably expensive, but also belonged to the illustrious Qin. The status of this Qin was beyond imagination. She swiftly obtained Qin Tian's phone number from a female staff member in the VIP area and then searched for him on WeChat. As Qin Tian had just entered the car and had not yet departed, he received a WeChat friend request. Upon seeing it, he realized it was the beautiful bank manager Jiang Yin searching for him by phone number. Qin Tian smiled and accepted the request without hesitation. Instantly, a voice message arrived. Mr. Qin, I am Jiang Yin. I was in such a rush this time that I did not have the chance to prepare anything. Moving forward, I will arrange for you a globally recognized Supreme VIP Black Card, which you can use as both a debit and credit card, with a maximum overdraft of 1 billion. Interest-free, and with no associated fees during usage. I will contact you once it is ready. Qin Tian simply replied with an okay, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. During the journey, he received a call from Qin Mingyao. Brother Qin Tian, have you finished your tasks? Am I interrupting you? No, just give me an address, and I will come to pick you up now. Okay, Qin Mingyao replied, sharing a location on WeChat. Qin Tian navigated directly to the destination. He soon arrived and parked the car. At that moment, Qin Mingyao was already waiting at the spot. Having seen her in the live stream before, Qin Tian recognized her immediately. Although she had removed her makeup, Qin Tian found her far more beautiful than she appeared on screen. She wore crystal sandals and a white floral dress, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. With a delicate light pink handbag resting in her lap, she stood gracefully, her red lips slightly pursed, neck elongated, and her captivating eyes scanning the surroundings. A gentle breeze caressed her, occasionally causing her to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. This scene resembled a painting of a refreshing autumn day, depicting a girl waiting by the roadside. The soft breeze rustled the fallen leaves, and her dress fluttered in the wind. Qin Tian stood mesmerized. While Su Xiaoran was also stunning, she embodied a different allure, one that was fiery and enticing. In contrast, Qin Mingyao exuded a refreshing elegance, exquisite yet unpretentious, perfectly resembling the girl of his dreams. At that moment, Qin Tian felt an irresistible urge to pursue her as a romantic partner. Chapter 40. May I pursue you? He shook his head inwardly, deciding against pursuing her. To chase someone meant to please them, to be a sycophant. Qin Tian, would rather leap from a building than play the role of a sycophant. Love and romance can be quite bothersome. I prefer a carefree and joyful life. However, I never anticipated that after spending so much time engrossed in watching that streamer, the very one I had admired for so long, would turn out to be the girl of my dreams. Perhaps it was my subconscious at play. Qin Tian smiled nonchalantly as he alighted from the car. At that moment, Qin Mingyao spotted him and hurried over, her gaze fixed on him. To her surprise, Qin Tian was even more handsome in person than in his photographs. He truly was strikingly handsome. As they entered, Qin Mingyao extended her hand and smiled brightly. Hello. Qin Tian Gitch. It's such a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Hello. Qin Tian replied, taking her delicate, fair hand and returning her smile. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful than in your photos. Qin Mingyao chuckled as she assessed him, nodding in agreement. Not only are you handsome, but you also possess an extraordinary demeanor, calm and approachable, devoid of any arrogance typical of the wealthy. I really admire you. Is this a confession? Qin Tian chuckled lightly, shaking his head. I have no intention of pursuing you. Qin Mingyao was taken aback. Although she suspected he might not be interested in her, she didn't expect such bluntness. With a dreamy gaze, she looked at him and said, Then I shall pursue you. Will you grant me that chance? Qin Tian was surprised by her response and shook his head. Do as you wish. However, I may not reciprocate your feelings. Furthermore, I am not a good man. I am a heartless scoundrel. You should think this through. Yet, Qin Mingyao seemed to disregard his words, resolutely declaring, I will pursue you, and that is final. From this moment onward, my idol, let us go shopping, but I'll need to borrow your car. With a light-hearted laugh, she linked her arm with Qin Tian's as they got into the car. Their day unfolded with a delightful drive, shopping, buying clothes, tasting snacks, and enjoying the scenery. By the end of it, they had accumulated a plethora of items, all for Qin Tian. Clothes, shoes, belts, watches, all carefully selected by Qin Mingyao, who insisted on paying. refusing to let Qin Tian contribute. Throughout the journey, it was Qin Mingyao who carried the bags. On the way back, Qin Tian teased, "I can't shake the feeling that I'm the kept boy of a wealthy woman. Which wealthy woman carries her own bags?" Qin Mingyao shook the numerous bags in her hands, giggling. Noticing the peculiar looks from passers-by, Qin Tian felt a bit uneasy. "Let me carry them instead. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed to have a girl carry things while others watch?" Qin Mingyao shot him a playful glance and suddenly turned to glare at the onlookers, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Never seen a female sycophant before." Was she attempting to absorb the negative attention onto herself? She had done this more than once. Qin Tian shook his head in amusement. "If you keep this up, your persona will crumble." "No, it won't." Qin Mingyao replied nonchalantly with a smile. "My persona is that of a scheming girl who employs every tactic to win you over." Qin Tian looked at her in astonishment. "I've never met anyone who openly admits to being a schemer before." "Is that so? Aren't you admitting to being a scoundrel as well?" Qin Mingyao shot him a teasing glance before continuing. "Moreover, I intend to win you over and become one of your eternal girlfriends." "Eternal girlfriend? One of many?" Qin Tian was even more astonished. "You pursue me, not with the intention of marrying me?" Qin Mingyao laughed, her laughter sincere and unguarded. Chapter 41. Has she been rejected again? "I like you, and perhaps in time, you may come to like me. However, I am acutely aware that given your youth, charm, and wealth, it is improbable that I am the sole woman in your life. I am not so conceited as to believe that I could ensnare you solely with my allure. If I were to be your wife while you engage with other women, even if I were to suppress my anger internally, I would struggle to maintain my dignity. Moreover, if a husband is unfaithful and his wife remains indifferent, would it not be said that his wife is a fool? That would surely tarnish your reputation as well. Therefore, it seems preferable to remain forever your girlfriend. After all, I am but one among many. You may pursue other women without inciting my ire, as long as I hold a place in your heart. Some may consider me foolish or believe my views are distorted, yet in this restless society, the more one demands, the less one receives. Although I have never truly been in love, I understand that love is a rare gem, and I dare not hope for too much. Marriage is even more daunting, and I have a fear of it. Of course, I am not merely selling myself for money. The rewards you bestow upon me, if wisely managed, would suffice for a comfortable life. Many men have offered to support me, promising extravagant gifts, yet I have declined them all. This is because, despite my reluctance to desire too much from love, I still yearn for a genuine connection with someone I truly admire. I express all this with the caveat that my intentions hinge upon winning your affection, not simply to share a bed with you, but to carve out a meaningful space in your heart. Qin Mingyao, having spoken, anxiously regarded Qin Tian. "Will you look down upon me for this? Will you reject my pursuit?" "On the contrary, I greatly admire your candor," Qin Tian replied, shaking his head. He then mused. "I never expected a girl with such a pure and graceful demeanor would possess such mature thoughts, seeing through the intricacies of life. You are not mistaken. I hail from a rural background and have received little formal education. I entered society at the tender age of 15, and my thoughts matched my youthful appearance. People often described me as innocent and naive, but after years of navigating the world, encountering various deceptions and pitfalls, one cannot help but mature." Qin Mingyao chuckled lightly, then earnestly stated, "But I assure you, my body is quite pure. Do you believe me?" "Indeed, I know," Qin Tian nodded. For the system scan had confirmed it was a new vehicle. Otherwise, despite her flawless exterior, he would have little desire to continue. "Enough of this. It's lunchtime. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Given your wealth, I presume you have yet to experience a humble yet delightful eatery. Come, I shall take you to a special place." "That sounds wonderful." As they conversed, they arrived at the car. After placing their belongings inside, Qin Mingyao suddenly frowned, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Qin Tian, could we perhaps avoid taking your car for lunch?" "Why so?" "Because the place I wish to take you is owned by a friend of mine, and I prefer not to draw too much attention," she replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Although driving this car garnered attention and satisfied her vanity, she felt it best to maintain a low profile in front of a friend she had known since childhood. "Very well, if you wish not to drive it, we shall not." Qin Tian shrugged, then decided to borrow Wang Tsungsung's car for the afternoon, promptly making a call. Within moments, Wang Tsungsung arrived in a Bugatti Veyron, accompanied by young Mi Qin. "I never expected you to be so quick to borrow the car. You are truly like a brother to me," Wang Tsungsung exclaimed excitedly, shaking Qin Tian's hand with enthusiasm. Enough with the theatrics. Go find someone else to fawn over. Do you not see the beauty beside me? Qin Tian retorted, retracting his hand and rolling his eyes at Qin Mingyao, who leaned gently against him, radiating warmth. Do not misunderstand. I have no intentions of pursuing anything, Wang Song said, awkwardly withdrawing his hand, casting a glance at Qin Mingyao, then giving Qin Tian a thumbs up. Brother Qin, you are impressive. Each day brings a more exquisite companion. Are you trying to undermine me? Do you no longer wish to borrow the car? Of course not. I am merely envious of you, Wang Song hastily replied, his demeanor one of eager flattery. Although he too possessed wealth, he lamented his lack of physical appeal and discerning taste, often ending up with women who had undergone extensive cosmetic procedures. A girl as pure as the one before him seemed an unattainable dream. Hello, Qin Tian, Yang Mi greeted, her expression a mix of emotions as she observed the man who had rejected her late-night invitation now standing alongside a stunningly beautiful woman. Even she felt a pang of envy, let alone Wang Song. Hello, Xiaomi, Qin Tian replied with a casual smile. Qin Tian, you have yet to have lunch, correct? Allow me to treat you, Yang Mi said, her eyes filled with anticipation. She understood his refusal of late-night snacks, but lunch was a necessity. And surely he had not eaten yet. However, Qin Tian shook his head. I already have a lunch invitation. Farewell. With that, he took Qin Mingyao's hand and hailed a taxi. Hey, Qin Tian, are you really not taking my Bugatti? Wang Song called out. Qin Tian did not respond, instructing the driver to proceed. Is this his level? Choosing a taxi over a luxury car? Wang Song stood in bewilderment. Yang Mi watched the taxi disappear, her expression one of confusion. She has been rejected again? As Qin Tian and Qin Mingyao settled into the taxi, they arrived at a familiar restaurant. Stepping out, Qin Tian stared in astonishment at the sign above the establishment. Is this truly the place you mentioned? Chapter 42. The place where my idol resides. Qin Tian gazed in astonishment at the sign above the entrance. Is this truly the place you mentioned? Indeed. Qin Mingyao replied with a smile. You've been here before, haven't you? Did you not find the cuisine delightful? Yes, I have been here. And the food is indeed exquisite, Qin Tian responded, looking at her with curiosity. But the minimum spending here starts at 1,000 yuan. Is this what you consider inexpensive? Merely 1,000 yuan may not seem cheap to me, but for you, isn't it a reasonable price for such delectable offerings? Qin Mingyao countered. Well, I must concede. It is indeed affordable. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. Given his current status, 1,000 yuan felt like a mere trifle. However, he recalled a time when he was impoverished. He had visited this place once before, but that occasion was under unfortunate circumstances. He had been set up on a blind date with a disingenuous woman who had made the reservation without his knowledge of the exorbitant costs. Once he discovered the price, he had hastily made his escape to avoid being taken advantage of. Let us proceed, Qin Mingyao said, confidently leading the way inside. Do you frequent this place often? Qin Tian casually inquired. How could I? The starting price is 1,000 yuan. I can hardly afford that, she laughed. I came here only once with a close friend, and that was because I had an acquaintance here. I entered through the back door, thus avoiding the minimum spending requirement. Even then, I spent over 700 yuan and felt quite pained about it for some time. Your friend is female, I presume? Otherwise, with your beauty, wouldn't he have treated you for free? It was a male friend who would have offered to pay, but I declined, she replied. Qin Tian chuckled. Does this friend have feelings for you? Is your invitation to me today merely a ruse to shield you from his advances? He does harbor feelings for me and has confessed, but I did not accept his affections. My purpose today is indeed related to you, though not as a shield. It serves to inform. Regardless of whether I succeed, having decided to pursue you, I must ensure that those who have expressed interest in me relinquish their hopes. Isn't it preferable to keep him as a backup? Qin Tian teased. I am a person with clear objectives. I have no interest in engaging in such convoluted affairs. As she spoke, she suddenly paused and whispered, He is approaching us. Qin Tian looked up to see a well-dressed man in his 30s, handsome enough, striding towards them with an expression of surprise. Mingyao, I never expected to see you in my establishment today. You should have notified me beforehand. I would have come to pick you up. Are you here today to agree to be my girlfriend? Zhang Qingping arrived in front of them, his face beaming with eager enthusiasm. The last time Qin Mingyao had dined here with a friend, he had publicly declared his feelings for her, only to be rejected. He had promised that if she agreed to be his girlfriend, her future meals would be complimentary. To his dismay, Qin Mingyao had declared she would not return. Please do not misunderstand. I am here today to treat my idol to a meal, Qin Mingyao said, linking her arm with Qin Tian's and introducing him with a light laugh. This is my idol, Qin Tian. Qin Tian, this is my fellow townsman, Zhang Chengping. Zhang Chengping's expression darkened immediately, his gaze scrutinizing Qin Tian with hostility. He had developed feelings for Qin Mingyao, and since his previous rejection, he had instructed the security at the entrance to alert him whenever she arrived. This was precisely why he had appeared as soon as they entered. Upon seeing Qin Tian, a remarkably handsome young man beside Qin Mingyao, he could hardly ignore their presence. Though he acknowledged Qin Tian's good looks, he noted the youthfulness in his demeanor, suggesting he was not an arrogant scion of wealth. As he observed the two, their lack of overt intimacy had initially eased his mind. However, witnessing Qin Mingyao entwining her arm with Tian's now suggested a romantic connection. Is he your boyfriend? You rejected me only to accept this penniless youth? Zhang Qingping's expression soured further. Chapter 43. A whiff of dusty air. The security guard at the entrance had informed him that the two had alighted from a taxi. Coupled with his own conjectures, this fellow appeared to be nothing more than a pauper. Merely handsome, he had managed to win over Qin Mingyao. Though this establishment was not owned by Zhang Qingping, he was nonetheless its chief manager, earning an impressive annual salary of 3 million as a super elite. He was also quite dashing in his early 30s. Now he found himself outdone by a pretty boy. How could he not be infuriated? Qin Mingyao shook her head, stating, "No, he is not my boyfriend. Did you not hear me clearly? He is my idol, and I am the one pursuing him. To clarify further, I am his devoted admirer. Do you understand?" What? Zhang Chengping's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to choke on his own rage. The goddess he yearned for was not being pursued by this pretty boy. Rather, she was the one chasing after him, and she had yet to succeed. She even went so far as to describe herself as a devoted admirer. Zhang Chengping was on the verge of madness. This was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. After a moment's silence, Zhang Chengping suddenly chuckled. "Stop joking. You must be using him as a shield, right? I don't need to use Qin Tian as a shield, and if you don't believe me, that's your problem. I have already made it clear that I like Qin Tian. Regardless of whether I can win him over, you stand no chance," Qin Mingyao asserted. "Qin Tian, let us go." She linked her arm with Qin Tian's and walked past him, her tone calm, yet resolute. Zhang Qingping's expression darkened once more. He understood that she spoke the truth. But why? Why should he be outmatched by a man of no merit? Qin Mingyao and Qin Tian chose a table on the first floor. Before they could even order, Zhang Qingping reappeared before them. After instructing the waiter to leave, he sneered at Qin Tian. "So, you are Qin Tian? A girl as pure and beautiful as Mingyao deserves to dine on the third floor. You wouldn't dare let her eat in this lowly establishment, would you?" The establishment, Juxianzhuang, comprised 3 levels, each with a designated status. The first floor was labeled the elite level, with a minimum expenditure of 1,000. The second floor was the wealthy level, starting at 10,000, and the third floor was the noble level, with a minimum of 100,000. Although the first floor was termed the elite level, it was derisively referred to as the commoner's level by those on the higher floors. Zhang Qingping's words were clearly an insult aimed at Qin Tian. Qin Mingyao immediately took offense, her expression turning icy. "Zhang Chengping, do you have a hearing problem? I have stated that I am treating my idol to a meal. If you enjoy mocking me, then by all means, do so, but keep my idol out of it." Then he is even more pathetic. What kind of man allows a woman to treat him to dinner? Zhang Qingping scoffed. Zhang's words ring true. Although he is strikingly handsome, he is indeed worthless. Came a voice from the side. The group turned to see a young woman, not particularly attractive but dressed provocatively, strutting towards them. "Zhou Lili?" Qin Tian was taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. What a coincidence. This Zhou Lili was the very person he had been set up with during his last visit to this establishment. "Oh, you still remember this young lady?" Zhou Lili sauntered closer, bending over to scrutinize him, her gaze revealing a hint of infatuation. "How is it that you are becoming more handsome? How do you even know such a person?" Qin Mingyao wrinkled her nose in distaste, whispering to Qin Tian. The overpowering scent of Zhou Lili's perfume was unbearable even for her. It was a complex situation. Qin Tian had been introduced to this woman by his landlord. He instinctively recoiled, raising his hand to fan the air before him, grimacing as he said, "Zhou Lili, you do well to keep your distance. No amount of perfume can mask the air of dust that clings to you." Chapter 44. Do you have money? What did you say? Upon hearing the term dusty flavor, Zhou Lili felt a surge of indignation. "What right do you, a mere waste, have to speak to me. You begged me to come out for a blind date. Yet you fled halfway, unwilling to spend even 1,000. What kind of man are you? Fleeing? Zhang Qingping's gaze towards Qin Tian grew increasingly contemptuous. I begged you? Qin Tian scoffed, shaking his head in disdain, and waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. You should leave quickly. There's no caviar here for you. Juxianzhuang offers a limited supply of caviar each day, one serving at noon and another in the evening. The 2 servings available are of the highest quality, made from the roe of sturgeons over 60 years old, which are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the 5-star chefs at Juxianzhuang employ an incredibly extravagant method, combining the roe of the white sturgeon with gold leaf, a luxury that comes at a price. Just a single spoonful costs as much as 200,000. And it's not something that can be bought with mere wealth. On their first meeting, to dine in a place that starts at 1,000, she had the audacity to demand that Qin Tian order a serving of 200,000 caviar, suggesting she might consider being his girlfriend if he did. Is she made of gold? Just considering it. Qin Tian, exasperated, decided to make a swift exit, even foregoing the lavish meal, and subsequently blocked her. Zhou Lily's expression darkened. She later realized that this scoundrel had fled upon hearing her demand for caviar. However, she felt no regret. Caviar is, after all, a supreme beauty supplement for women. If it made her complexion radiant, was it not ultimately for the benefit of men? Since she had mentioned caviar, I shall grant you another chance. Order me a serving, and I shall be yours for the night. Or no, I could accompany you for a month. Zhou Lily looked at Qin Tian with disdain, adding, however, I doubt this pauper can afford it. Please, I find you so unworthy that I would rather not waste my time. Qin Tian rolled his eyes, his gaze filled with disgust. The reason he deemed her to have a dusty flavor was that, under the system's scrutiny, she resembled a decrepit, scrapped vehicle. Goodness, Qin Tian thought, he might as well award her a medal for being a 1,000-faced charlatan. If you cannot afford it, just admit it. Why pretend otherwise? Unbeknownst to Zhou Lily, she had already revealed her true self before Qin Tian, yet she maintained her air of superiority, addressing Qin Mingyao. Young lady, you should leave. Do not let this superficial man deceive you. Today, I am treating Qin Tian to dinner. Can you please take your leave? Qin Mingyao frowned and replied, Zhang Qingping, your guest is disturbing our meal. As the owner, do you not care? I apologize, but she is also my guest, Zhang Qingping retorted with amusement. Qin Tian furrowed his brow. If I order a serving of caviar, would you all kindly take your leave? Certainly. You arrived early, and today's caviar hasn't been reserved. If you can settle the payment immediately, I might even offer you a refund. Enjoy a complimentary serving. How does that sound? However, today's caviar costs 300,000 per serving. Do you have the funds? Zhang Qingping sneered at Qin Tian. This man is nothing but a penniless pretty boy. He was unbothered by the prospect of Qin Mingyao's help. He knew well that she possessed little wealth herself. Zhou Lily regarded Qin Tian with disdain. I will order 2 servings. I want the evening one as well. Qin Tian produced his bank card and tossed it over, then stood to say, Mingyao, let us go to the 3rd floor. The atmosphere here is too overwhelming. Very well, Qin Mingyao nodded obediently, taking Qin Tian's arm as they walked toward the elevator. This time, she did not insist on treating. After all, her money was merely his gratuity. She believed that, in such moments, she should present herself as a docile woman. What a convincing act. Zhou Lily seethed at his audacity. Zhang Qingping, however, furrowed his brow, pondering whether this young man truly possessed wealth. As he followed Qin Tian to the 3rd floor, he spoke briefly into his intercom. Zhou Lily coldly followed suit. Before long, the cashier approached with a card reader. 600,000 payment successful. Zhou Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly has money? Isn't he supposed to be a pauper? Aunt Chen had merely mentioned his good nature, stating his monthly income was only a few thousand. What on earth is happening? Zhang Qingping's expression soured. Damn it. I underestimated this pretty boy. I just treated him to 2 servings of caviar for free. However, an idea struck Zhang Qingping, a smirk forming on his lips as he said, I indeed underestimated you. Since you've made the payment, the caviar will be served shortly. With that, he turned and left to arrange his plans. Chapter 45. Can you afford it? Zhou Lily did not leave. Instead, she took a seat in the private room opposite Qin Tian, clearly unwilling to accept the humiliation. Qin Tian, indifferent to her presence, began to order dishes. I never expected you would go on a blind date with someone like her, Qin Mingyao remarked, glancing at Zhou Lily from afar, then teasingly added, "Do rich people really have such peculiar tastes? Ah, one can only blame the extraordinary beauty of today's world." Qin Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. Initially, it was the enthusiastic landlady who, upon seeing his handsome face, insisted on introducing him to potential partners. After several prompts and having seen some decent photos, he reluctantly agreed to meet. Little did he know, the woman was not only steeped in worldly troubles, but was also an exceptional green tea. Their first encounter took place at a lavish restaurant with a minimum consumption of 1,000 yuan, where she brazenly demanded a 200,000 yuan serving of caviar right from the start. Unbelievable. How audacious could one be? Soon, the dishes arrived. As they chatted and dined, they finished their meal. Yet the caviar was still conspicuously absent. After several reminders from Qin Mingyao, the waiter finally brought the much-anticipated dish. It was presented in a pearl shell vessel. Upon opening it, glistening black pearls of caviar shone within, accompanied by the dark golden hue of the delicacy, all housed in the iridescent shell, a visual delight. "Wow, I almost feel reluctant to eat it," Qin Mingyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This was her first genuine encounter with caviar, and she had never seen such an exquisite food presentation before. "Go ahead, I've heard it's good for the skin. This is what women eat." A favorite among female celebrities, Qin Tian replied, though he himself was witnessing it for the first time and did not exhibit much excitement. "Yes," Qin Mingyao nodded enthusiastically. However, before she could take action, a loud voice interrupted. "I refuse to believe that anyone dares to compete with me for gourmet food." With that declaration, a hefty man barged into the room, followed closely by Zhang Qingping. "My apologies for interrupting your meal. I had mentioned that the caviar was reserved for you. But this gentleman, Lu Xiao, insisted on coming. I could not deter him," Zhang Qingping said with a shrug, though a glint of amusement danced in his eyes. "Kid, I'm taking that caviar. I'll have Zhang return your money, and on top of that, I'll give you an additional 100,000 yuan. Just let me have the private room too," Lu Xiao said, looking down at Qin Tian in an authoritative manner. "Money, is it?" Qin Tian retorted, pulling out a 100 yuan bill and tossing it accurately at Lu Xiao's face. "You." Lu Xiao nearly spat blood in disbelief, his anger flaring. "Are you seeking death?" Zhang Qingping wore a peculiar expression. This fellow was rather ruthless. How audacious to toss a mere 100 yuan at Lu Xiao, a blatant insult. Although Lu Xiao had been summoned by him, he was too wary to let matters escalate into a physical confrontation. "Qin Tian, Lu Xiao is the son of the vice president of the headquarters. Just let him have it. He might be able to offer you some assistance in the future," he urged. "I paid for it. Why should I give it to someone else? Help me." Qin Tian scoffed. "Is it too much to ask for a quiet meal without encountering a fool? Perhaps I should just buy the restaurant instead." "Buy the restaurant? You?" Zhang Qingping was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Let us not discuss if you even have that kind of money. Do you know how much pure profit this restaurant makes in a year? 20 million. Over 20 million, do you understand? What owner would sell such a cash cow? The valuation of this establishment is 200 million. Can you afford it? You dare boast such nonsense." Lu Xiao also laughed derisively. "Aren't you simply complaining about the money being too little? Fine, I'll add 200,000 yuan for you, and this meal will be complimentary. That should suffice, right?" 20 million in annual profit was indeed substantial. Qin Tian nodded and proceeded to dial Jiang Yin's number. Chapter 46. How is this possible? The call was swiftly answered, and a respectful voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I didn't expect you to call me so soon. How may I assist you?" "Please check the cost of acquiring the Jushin restaurant," Qin Tian instructed. "Certainly, I will handle it immediately." As soon as Qin Tian hung up the phone, Zhang Qingping began to sneer. "No way, you can't be seriously considering acquiring this establishment, can you? Ha ha ha, you're putting on quite the act. Do you even know who the real owner of this place is to boast like that? Just because you have a little money, you think you're impressive? Come, let us sit down and watch the show." The rotund man, known as Lu Xiao, also wore an expression of disbelief and plopped down in a chair. Zhang Qingping, maintaining his mocking tone, turned to Qin Mingyao and said, "Is this your idol? He is using this pretentious act to charm you? You must be incredibly gullible." Qin Mingyao ignored him entirely, gently scooping a small spoonful of caviar and feeding it to Qin Tian with a tender touch, reminiscent of a patient and devoted wife. Zhang Qingping's face darkened with envy. The goddess he pursued so fervently was now disregarding him, openly feeding this man she looked down upon. Lu Xiao's jealousy was palpable. Damn it, just because he is handsome, he thinks he can win over women, even without wealth, and with such an outstanding figure. A bitter sense of rivalry spread between the two men, momentarily causing them to forget their initial purpose of obtaining the caviar. The beautiful bank manager, Jiang Yin, exhibited remarkable efficiency. Before long, a surprised voice broke through the air. I'm curious to see who has the audacity to attempt to acquire my restaurant. As the words settled, a man and a woman entered the room. The woman, sporting a chic bob and black-rimmed glasses, clad in a professional black suit, was none other than the beautiful manager, Jiang Yin. She quickly approached Qin Tian and whispered, Mr. Qin, there are 6 chain locations of Jiuxian restaurant nationwide, with a total price of 1.3 billion. Coincidentally, the owner, Mr. Wang, is in this city, so I invited him over. Qin Tian had merely asked her to check the acquisition cost, not expecting her to be so efficient. Not only deducing his intentions, but also personally bringing along the restaurant's owner. To his surprise, this person turned out to be an acquaintance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingping felt as if they had sat on a hot stove, immediately springing to their feet. Mr. Wang, you are also in Y City? Have you eaten? Let me prepare a welcoming feast for you. And I've even saved some caviar for you. Zhang Qingping stammered nervously. Mr. Wang, long time no see. Lu Xiao quickly chimed in, beaming with forced cheerfulness. However, Mr. Wang, whom they spoke of, completely ignored them. From the moment he entered, his gaze was fixed on Qin Tian, his expression one of profound astonishment. What's this? Just borrowed my car, and now you don't recognize me? Qin Tian said with a faint smile, equally surprised to discover that Jiuxian restaurant belonged to Wang Tsongtsong. Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingping, hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Did they know each other? Before they could comprehend the situation, Mr. Wang disregarded them entirely, swiftly approaching Qin Tian with a smile that bore a hint of flattery. Haha, brother Qin, I never expected to see you dining at my restaurant. I had intended to invite you myself, but seeing you with your girlfriend, I didn't want to intrude upon your intimate moment. How is the food here? If you enjoy it, your meals at Jiuxian restaurant will be complimentary from now on. Especially this caviar. I'll instruct the staff to ensure a portion is reserved for you whenever you visit. Witnessing this scene and hearing those words, Lu Xiao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Here was Wang Tsongtsong, once the son of the richest man in the country, a prominent figure among the elite, who would not even deign to acknowledge local leaders, yet spoke to this Qin Tian with such courtesy, even adding a tone of deference. How could this be? This was far beyond mere acquaintance. Chapter 47. You have been dismissed. Zhang Qingping turned pale, his mind racing with disbelief. A lifetime of complimentary services? As long as he showed up, would they reserve a portion of caviar worth hundreds of thousands for him? Who exactly was Qin Tian that young Master Wang would go to such lengths to curry favor? I can't believe I have offended such a person. The thought sent shivers down Zhang Qingping's spine. However, the subsequent words from Qin Tian shattered him further. Gift? Let's forget about that. I purchased this caviar with my own money, and it was your store manager who caused the trouble. Qin Tian shook his head. It would be simpler for me to buy the entire establishment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingping felt as if the ground had fallen from beneath him. It was over. If he truly purchased the store, his dismissal would be inevitable. Seeing you made me forget that someone was looking to buy the store. Wang Tsongtsong paused, staring at Qin Tian in astonishment. You're the one looking to buy the store, aren't you? Incredible! Indeed, young Master Wang, the buyer is Mr. Qin. I didn't expect you two to be so familiar. That makes it even better. Jiang Yin, serving as Qin Tian's financial advisor, interjected, young Master Wang. There are a total of 8 branches of Jiuxianzhuang nationwide. I have estimated their value to be around 1.3 billion. I propose a premium of 300 million, bringing the transaction to 1.6 billion. What do you think, Mr. Qin? Qin Tian nodded, glancing at Wang Tsongtsong. Since he was not well versed in these matters, he decided to trust the expertise of professionals. After all, he wouldn't suffer losses. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingping gasped in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. What the hell? Qin Tian isn't merely buying the Y City branch. He intends to acquire the entire Jiuxianzhuang brand? They were taken aback by the thought of spending 1.6 billion to purchase a chain of upscale restaurants. How extraordinarily wealthy can one be? However, they soon breathed a sigh of relief. If he were only purchasing a single store, considering his connection with young Master Wang, he might indeed succeed. But acquiring the entire chain was entirely out of the question. The 8 Juxianzhuang locations collectively earned over 100 million in profits annually. It was a veritable cash cow. Selling him just one store would be remarkable, but to expect him to uproot the entire tree? That was not how friendship worked. As they exchanged glances, Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingping found reassurance in each other's expressions. Yet, in the next moment, they were rendered speechless. Since I was already planning to consolidate funds for other ventures, and since Brother Qin is so interested, I will sell it to you at 1.3 billion. No premium required. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Wang Tsongtsong's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. Everyone present was astounded. A cash cow was being sold off just like that, and for a few billion that he so casually relinquished? What kind of relationship did they share? Or was Qin Tian's identity so extraordinarily formidable that even Wang Tsongtsong sought to please him? As shock coursed through him, Zhang Qingping's complexion turned ashen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xiao was equally anxious, while Jiang Yin wore a look of astonishment. Only Qin Mingyao appeared nonchalant, as if to say, of course. My idol is the most remarkable person in the world. Let us draft the contract, Qin Tian said with a faint smile, nodding at Wang Tsongtsong, who seemed to grasp the situation well. The contract had already been prepared. All that was needed were their signatures and fingerprints. Jiang Yin swiftly produced the document, filled in the acquisition amount, and distributed it to the two men. Before long, the transaction was complete. Wang Tsongtsong, looking despondent, remarked, Brother Qin, since I've handed you the cash cow, could I borrow your car for a few extra days? Absolutely not. Wang Tsongtsong rolled his eyes in exasperation, so stingy. At this moment, Qin Tian cast a casual glance at Zhang Qingping and Lu Xiao, who felt as though they had been struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Qingping, your abuse of power in the store and your arrogance are one thing, but to conspire against guests? You are nothing but a cancer to this establishment. Qin Tian regarded Zhang Qingping coolly. You are dismissed. And no, young Master Qin, I had no idea you were. Please, grant me another chance. Zhang Qingping's face turned ghostly pale as he fell to his knees, desperately trying to explain. Qin Tian paid him no mind and turned to Lu Xiao. And you, the son of General Manager Lu, why don't you tell your father to resign? Lu Xiao's lips trembled, but he found himself unable to utter a word, collapsing to the ground in defeat. After announcing their fates, Qin Tian suddenly looked at Qin Mingyao. What are you studying in university? Chapter 48. Ding. System reward received, project management. Qin Mingyao instinctively spoke. Are you interested in managing this establishment? Me? Qin Mingyao was momentarily taken aback, then hastily shook her head. I can't do it. Although she had studied management in university, she had never had the opportunity to run a business. What if she messed it up? Just tell me if you want to. I do want to, but if you want to, that's enough. It's settled then. Qin Tian's tone was nonchalant, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. With no one else available at the moment, he decided to appoint someone at random. After all, there were subordinates to handle the tasks, and Qin Mingyao could merely oversee the operations. Regardless, it was unlikely that chaos would ensue in the short term. They could assess her performance later. All right, I'll give it a try. After hesitating, Qin Mingyao nodded, suddenly filled with a strong sense of determination. Since Brother Qin Tian has given me this opportunity, I must do my best to assist him. This way, I can draw closer to him. This scene left Jiang Yin feeling immensely envious. She couldn't help but wonder when she, as a financial manager, would earn such trust from the charming Qin. Zhang Qingping, trembling on the ground, was even more distraught, feeling as though he had just bled from regret. How foolish he had been to overlook such an opportunity. A job with an annual salary in the millions had slipped away, now resting in Qin Mingyao's hands. In the future, facing the goddess, he would no longer possess any sense of superiority. Instead, he felt he could never reach her level. Qin Tian, with a grand demeanor, decided on a multi-billion yuan store with ease. You all take your time. I'm off to enjoy my car, Wang Tsongtsong remarked, giving a thumbs up before hastily departing. In just half a day, he couldn't bear to waste a single moment. As he reached the door of the private room, he noticed a woman standing there in a daze, prompting a frown. Who is this? However, the woman paid him no mind, continuing to appear oblivious. Mr. Qin. I'll take my leave as well, Jiang Yin said as she bid farewell, casting a puzzled glance at the woman at the door. Brother Qin Tian. Your blind date is here. Qin Mingyao lightly nudged Qin Tian, teasing him in a hushed tone. Qin Tian glanced up and, bored, shook his head. We've nearly finished eating. Let us leave. All right. With that, the two stood up to depart. At the entrance stood Zhou Lily. Since Zhang Qingping and Lu Xiao had arrived, she had followed them, hoping to witness Qin Tian's embarrassment. Little did she know that instead of a spectacle, she would witness a scene that would haunt her for a lifetime. The very person she had once mocked as impoverished, whom she had tried to belittle with 200,000 yuan worth of caviar, turned out to be someone whom even Wang Songsong sought to please. What was even more astonishing was that he had casually spent over $1 billion to acquire an entire chain of restaurants just to enjoy some caviar, without batting an eye. What kind of extravagant individual was he? I must have been blind. As she watched Qin Tian and Qin Mingyao stroll past, hand in hand, she thought, "No, Zhou Lily, you must remain composed. You cannot act impulsively. You need to devise a new plan to win back Qin Tian." Just as Qin Tian exited the Jushin restaurant, he paused. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has acquired a chain of restaurants solely to enjoy a serving of caviar. Completing an act of extravagance. Critical reward, too. 6 billion in cash. Qin Tian was taken aback, then felt his phone vibrate. He saw a notification of 6 billion being credited, with a balance exceeding 9 billion. He couldn't help but chuckle. This deal is not a loss. What's wrong? Qin Mingyao inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she instinctively glanced at his phone screen, her eyes widening in shock, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. 6 billion? This. Brother Qin Tian is truly terrifying. It's nothing. Qin Tian put away his phone and casually asked, "Where would you like to go next?" Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Qin Mingyao replied, "My computer is acting up. I'd like to check out the computer market. Would you accompany me? Let us go." Chapter 49. Live streaming to purchase a computer. Qin Tian, you are well versed in computers. Where do you think we should buy one? As they entered the taxi, Qin Mingyao remarked, "It's not a concern if it's for personal use. But I intend to purchase a batch of computers to donate to the elementary school in my hometown. If I end up acquiring subpar quality, my good intentions may be met with disdain." Her hometown is a rural area steeped in poverty. She was unable to attend high school due to financial constraints. Now that she has received a monetary reward from Qin Tian, she feels somewhat affluent and wishes to contribute to her local school. However, after years in society, she has come to realize that good deeds cannot solely rely on passion. A single misstep can turn goodwill into regret, which is rather disheartening. You possess such positive energy without being naive. Qin Tian complimented her with an approving glance. Fortuitously, I have a classmate who sells computers and is quite knowledgeable. Let us visit his store. Since they are already spending money, it is better to support a familiar face. Sounds good. I'll follow your lead. Qin Mingyao agreed with a nod. Qin Tian instructed the driver to Jiaxin Computer City, please. Upon arriving at Jiaxin Computer City, they found a beautiful young woman live streaming at the entrance. Hello to all the viewers. Yesterday, I noticed a male fan commented that girls are obsessed with computers. As a university student from the School of Computer Science, I must show you that women can be IT experts too. Today, I need to replace my computer, and I will guide you step by step on how to assemble a computer and choose a high-quality one. As Lin Xiaoxiao continued her live stream, she walked towards the desktop configuration area. After just a few steps, she inadvertently noticed a handsome young man and a woman entering the computer store. Lin Xiaoxiao was instantly captivated. Wow, how can someone be so handsome? Her heart raced as the couple approached her. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward to intercept the young man, flashing a charming smile. "Excuse me, sir, I am a dummy broadcaster and am currently live streaming. May I ask you a few questions?" Her chat room erupted with excitement. Wow, the guy is so handsome. I can't believe my first time watching Lin Xiaoxiao's stream would feature such a handsome guy. What luck! What divine beauty! Broadcaster, please bring the camera closer. I suspect his skin is automatically beautified. Such flawless skin, even I, as a girl, feel envious. Goodness, how could he be so attractive? He is practically making it hard for other men to compete. Hey, you're a guy, why are you admiring him? Don't you see his girlfriend? Indeed. This girl's beauty and aura are straight out of an anime. I adore girls with long black straight hair. You wait for the wind in autumn, while I wait for you in the breeze. To say what the broadcaster might not want to hear, this lady looks eclipse the hostess. Too bad she has a boyfriend, and a stunning one at that. As Qin Tian and Qin Mingyao entered the computer store, they encountered a young woman live streaming, who promptly sought to interview him. Not interested, Qin Tian replied curtly, irritated by such street-side interruptions. He pulled Qin Mingyao along and continued on. Lin Xiaoxiao felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She stood frozen in disbelief. However, the chat room remained lively. Wow, this guy is impressive. He is probably seen as one of those street interviewers. This must be the host's first time interviewing someone on the street. How heart-wrenching. I think he is so cool. I love this kind of aloof, icy demeanor. Isn't anyone concerned that the broadcaster was supposed to be helping with computer choices, yet got distracted by this guy? Indeed. Wake up, broadcaster. He has taken. Don't cry, broadcaster. You lost a tree, but we're a whole forest. Regaining her composure, Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling frustrated, noticed Qin Tian had stopped in front of a desktop assembly store and hurriedly chased after them, unwilling to concede. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Qin Mingyao entered the store, which primarily sold high-end computers. Since we're buying, let us opt for something durable and of superior quality. Most importantly, his college roommate worked here as a computer salesperson and had reportedly found some success. Huaqian, Qin Tian called out, waving to his friend who was assembling a computer inside. Oh, it's Qin Tian. Are you here to hang out? Unfortunately, I'm too busy to join you. Zheng Huaqian replied, glancing up without much change in expression. This guy was becoming more handsome, but it was of little consequence. Zhao Long was still stuck with a meager salary. Upon noticing Qin Mingyao beside Qin Tian, his eyes lit up momentarily. Damn, he is dating such a beautiful girl? Suddenly, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. I'm not here to hang out, knowing you're busy. I just need to buy a computer, Qin Tian chuckled. I only have high-performance branded machines here. Even the cheapest assembled one will set you back at least 7,000, Zheng Huaqian remarked, subtly hinting at Qin Tian's financial capabilities. Qin Tian caught the implication. With his previous salary of less than 4,000, affording a 7,000 or 8,000 computer would indeed be a stretch. However, things had changed, and he casually smiled. No worries, just recommend some reliable options. Price is not an issue. Zheng Huaqian scoffed slightly. Look at the way you're living now. Everyone in class knows it. And you say price isn't an issue? That is quite the boast. All right, feel free to browse around. I'll introduce you when I'm done, he added, returning to his work. Then let us take a look ourselves, Qin Tian said with a smile to Qin Mingyao. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao entered the store, shot a glance at Qin Tian, and huffed indignantly. Boss, I'd like to choose a computer. Are you available? If not, I'll select one myself. Zheng Huaqian looked up, immediately standing with a smile. I'm available. How could I not be when there's business to attend to? What type of computer are you interested in? For gaming? Office work? Or perhaps for image and video production? I'm a gaming streamer, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Zheng Huaqian signaled an understanding with a thumbs up. Got it. He then began enthusiastically introducing options while busying himself. Before long, Lin Xiaoxiao finalized her purchase, spending over 8,000. Once he finished, Qin Tian spoke up, Huaqian, please help me assemble one as well, but before he could finish, Zheng Huaqian interrupted, you should look around first. Once you find something you like, come find me. After saying that, he returned to tinkering with the unfinished computer. Just then, another customer entered, and Zheng Huaqian eagerly greeted them. Qin Tian's brow furrowed in annoyance. Chapter 50. Desperate choices. How dare you treat me with such disdain? Am I not here to support your business? Qin Tian's voice was laced with disappointment as he addressed Zheng Huaqian for the final time, in light of their shared camaraderie as roommates. Zheng paused momentarily, then resumed his conversation with the new patrons, seemingly oblivious to Qin Tian's presence. Ah, it seems you're being ignored, Lin Xiaoxiao teased as she approached, her tone playful amidst the lively streaming room. Clearly, this handsome fellow possesses only looks, lacking financial means, another voice chimed in. It's evident that the person in the store is an acquaintance of his, yet he remains disregarded. Poor guy must be broke. The audience speculated about the emotional toll this indifference might take on him, and they were curious about the thoughts of the ethereal sister by his side. Would she, upon realizing his financial status, choose to walk away? Observing the barrage of comments, even Lin Xiaoxiao sensed an impending dramatic breakup on the horizon. She quickly directed the camera towards Qin Mingyao, eager to capture every nuance of her expression. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Qin Mingyao furrowed her brow, contemplating. Qin Tian, perhaps your classmate is genuinely preoccupied. Why don't we take a stroll and return later? It was painfully obvious that Zheng Huaqian was dismissing Qin Tian, refusing to engage. Her suggestion was an attempt to spare Qin Tian's dignity. However, he merely shook his head, stating, let us find another establishment. He had extended the olive branch, but the response remained curt. Thus, their friendship had reached its limits. With a casual glance, he headed to a shop across the street, with Qin Mingyao silently following. Zheng Huaqin cast a disdainful glance their way, thinking, shouldn't he just buy a modest computer for a couple of thousand instead of coming here? Expecting me to grant him a discount? How audacious. Even if I did, could he truly repay such a favor? Lin Xiaoxiao, witnessing this turn of events, felt a rush of excitement. Is this a face-slapping moment? Her expression brightened as she hurried to follow, and the streaming room erupted in fervor. Wow. She didn't just walk away. What a supportive sister. Their next move was unpredictable as they ventured into the opposite store. The owner of the computer shop, a rotund man named Zhu, recognized Zheng Huaqin and had been observing the situation unfold. As Qin Tian approached, he rushed to greet him with a beaming smile. Young man, are you here to purchase a computer? Please come in. Qin Tian entered with Qin Mingyao, followed closely by Lin Xiaoxiao, who was brimming with anticipation. Zheng Huaqin shook his head in disbelief, muttering, desperation leads to poor choices. Zhu quickly poured tea for both Qin Tian and Qin Mingyao, his hospitality evident. What can I assist you with today? Are you interested in a desktop or a laptop? Please, share your specifications and budget. Qin Tian took a sip, clearing his throat, and stated directly, firstly, I require a laptop for my girlfriend. Let us go with the highest specifications. Secondly, I would like to order a batch of desktop computers to be donated to schools in mountainous regions. Quality and durability are paramount. Price is not a concern. Zhu's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes widening with shock and excitement. The phrase highest specifications and the notion of placing a bulk order signified that this strikingly handsome young man was a wealthy benefactor. Absolutely, sir. May I inquire how many desktop computers you require? Zhu's tone had transformed, treating Qin Tian with newfound respect. Qin Mingyao interjected, approximately 100 units. Let us keep it round, 100. 100? Zhu gasped, his astonishment palpable. That's 50,000 at 5,000 per unit. This could equate to my entire annual sales. Am I really going to secure such a deal today? Though the profit margins on assembling desktops were modest, the demand for high-quality products could yield significant returns, especially at this scale. Zhu was practically vibrating with enthusiasm. I will prepare a configuration list immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao absorbed every word, her mind racing. 100 units? This dashing young man is a tycoon. The live audience erupted with excitement, realizing the disparity between appearance and reality. 100 computers? That's a fortune. He is not just handsome. He is a wealthy benefactor with a heart of gold. Qin Tian, I adore you. And Qin Tian Gij, I love you. Echoed in the comments, igniting a flurry of admiration. Before Zhu could present the configuration list, Lin Xiaoxiao snatched it up, grinning at Qin Tian. I'm currently streaming tips on selecting computers. May I assist you? I'm a student from the Computer Institute. Institute? Qin Tian glanced at her heavily made-up face and replied, I have no interest in courtesans. It's the Computer Institute. She protested, feigning annoyance. Unfazed by his teasing, she examined the configuration list and gasped in astonishment. Chapter 51. Regretful heart. Without further ado, the price is indeed terrifying. Over 8,000 yuan. 100 units would amount to more than 800,000, wouldn't it? The young man is truly extravagant. As she regained her composure, she continued to explain the details of the product. Qin Tian, lacking knowledge about computers, allowed her to take the lead. In summary, the specifications were exceptional, and the quality was top-notch. Provided there was no human-inflicted damage, this computer could last for over a decade without any issue. The price was also in line with the market, and the owner had not taken advantage of the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao concluded, then it's this one. Let's proceed with the card payment. Qin Tian nodded and took out his bank card. Zhu Pengzi was astonished, not expecting the other party to haggle at all. Lin Xiaoxiao also wore a look of disbelief. Over $1 million, and this person not only refused to negotiate but didn't even bat an eye. Soon, the card was swiped, and they took a photo, exchanging contact information. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your trust. Zhu Pengzi expressed his gratitude as he escorted Qin Tian and his companion to the store's entrance. At that moment, Zheng Huaqin from the opposite store had just finished his work and caught sight of them exiting. Zhu boss, have you not eaten for years? You look ravenous. Zheng Huaqin mocked. Zhu Pengzi, unfazed, retorted, oh, isn't this Xing IT? Thank you for bringing such a significant order my way. Over $1 million, even if I weren't hungry. I'd still enjoy a hearty meal. Zheng Huaqin frowned. What do you mean, over $1 million? Oh, you don't know? This Mr. Qin is someone you know, right? He just ordered 100 computers from me, worth more than 800,000. Of course, you might not think much of such a small profit, haha. Zhu Pengzi's expression was one of amusement. Upon hearing this, Zheng Huatson's complexion changed, and he hurriedly turned to Qin Tian. Qin Tian, he can't be telling the truth. Can he? Why would you need so many computers? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Qin Tian maintained a calm demeanor, not even glancing at him, as he held Qin Mingyao's hand and turned towards the exit of the computer city. Zhu Pengzi chuckled coldly, nodding and bowing as he saw Qin Tian off. Qin Tian. I. Zheng Huacan called out, his face flushed, unable to continue. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Tian departed. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's live stream was in an uproar. The scene was electric, and the audience was thrilled. Did you see Zheng's expression? It turned the color of liver, didn't it? Truly delightful. I wager his psychological shadow is at least 10,000 square meters. He clearly came to assist, yet he looked down on the person. Such a narrow-minded view deserves this. Look at him still trying to explain, but my brother Qin Tian didn't even spare him a glance. How magnificent. At that moment, Zheng Huacan lamented, gazing at Qin Tian's departing figure, filled with regret. Damn it, Qin Tian was clearly here to help me boost my performance, to make me money. And I actually. He pounded his chest in despair, regretting his actions. However, when had this individual become so affluent? No. I must inquire about this. With this thought, Zheng Huacan hurried to pursue him. Xiao Zheng, where are you off to? A voice halted him. Zheng Huacan was startled to see a bald man approaching with a serious expression. Boss, didn't you go upstairs to find hard drives? Did you find them that quickly? Zheng Huacan chuckled nervously. If the boss discovered that he had scared away such a significant order, he would be in dire straits. I was indeed looking for hard drives. Not celebrating up there. The bald man shot him a glare. Why the rush to leave? You're the only one here. If you go, who will watch the store? Use your head when working, will you? Boss, I truly have matters to attend to. Since you're back, please hold down the fort, Zheng Huacan said, attempting to escape. Stop. The bald man bellowed, blocking his path, scrutinizing his face. I sense something is off. Spill it. What unsavory business have you engaged in? I haven't done anything. Zheng Huacan stammered, avoiding eye contact. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been watching from a distance, stepped forward with a grin. Boss, you shouldn't make it difficult for him. He just scared away a major client from your store, costing you at least 200,000. You mustn't speak nonsense. Zheng Huatson's face changed drastically, glaring at her in anger. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was undeterred. She was live streaming, after all. The bald man's expression darkened immediately. Zheng Huacan. What is going on? Be honest with me, or I will fire you on the spot. Seeing the boss's grim countenance and the knowing smile from Zhu Pengzi's other employee, Zheng Huacan realized he could no longer keep this a secret. Even if he stubbornly held on to his silence, Zhu Pengzi's side would eventually reveal the truth. Gritting his teeth, he summarized the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, the bald man exploded with rage. Zheng Huacan, have you lost your mind? Your classmate was clearly here to help you increase your sales, and you were foolish enough to ignore him? Even if he had no money. He is still your classmate. Must you be so dismissive? Given your actions, which caused tremendous losses for the store, your performance for this month is nullified. I had intended to promote you to manager at my newly opened store, but now, forget about it. The words struck Zheng Huacan like a thunderbolt, rendering him pale. Boss, please, I didn't want this to happen. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. Get out. The bald man scoffed, adding, where is that classmate of yours? He just left. I was about to chase after him, Zheng Huacan replied with a bitter face. In business, you mustn't look down on others. You never know when you might encounter a low-key wealthy individual. The bald man admonished him before hastily making his way to the entrance. Anyone capable of purchasing 100 computers in one go, paying in full without haggling, must undoubtedly be a person of considerable means, perhaps with assets in the tens of millions. Such individuals are not to be offended. He needed to apologize before it was too late. Seeing the boss's actions, Zheng Huacan pondered for a moment and followed suit. Lin Xiaoxiao also trailed them, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Today's material was too captivating. A simple edit would surely yield a viral video. This was an opportunity not to be missed. At that moment, as Qin Tian approached the entrance of the computer city, he received a call from Wang Tsongtsong. Brother Qin, where are you right now? My dad is urging me to return, and I need to return the car to you. Sigh. I barely got to enjoy it. I am at Jiaxing Computer City. Are you familiar with it? Of course, I'm nearby and will be there shortly. Chapter 52. Disarray in the wind. Wait a moment, young man. A hurried voice echoed through the air. Just as Qin Tian reached the entrance of the computer city, he turned to see Zheng Huaqian rushing towards him alongside a bald man. My dear brother, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you encountered in my store due to my staff's personal emotions. I truly regret it. The bald man, panting from his exertion, expressed his remorse. Zhu Fatty chuckled. Monk, you're a bit late. If you had come earlier, you could have witnessed quite the spectacle. Shut up, you fat idiot. The bald man retorted angrily, shooting a glare at Zheng Huaqian. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize. Zheng Huaqian's face flushed crimson as he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Although they had once been college roommates and their relationship wasn't entirely poor, the disparity between their current circumstances loomed large. Zheng was now earning over 10,000 a month, while Qin Tian barely scraped by with under 4,000 and faced the embarrassment of potential dismissal. Thus, he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, believing that they belonged to entirely different worlds, and it was better to maintain distance to avoid the awkwardness of lending money. Yet, he was suddenly confronted with the realization that Qin Tian was still the same Qin Tian, and his perceived superiority was utterly insignificant in the face of the other. How could he endure this? How could he lower himself to apologize? Never mind. Qin Tian had no intention of prolonging the encounter and turned to leave. What did it matter if he received an apology? You. The bald man glared at Zheng Huaqian, poised to give him a lesson when, suddenly, the roar of a sports car reverberated through the air. A striking fire-blue luxury sports car came to a halt before the gathering crowd. What kind of car is that? A Lamborghini? Zhu Fatty and the others gasped in astonishment. It was their first encounter with such an extravagant vehicle. In Lin Xiaoxiao's live stream, the reaction was equally explosive. Wow. This car is incredible. This Lamborghini is simply spectacular. The Lamborghini Sixth Element, worth 90 million, limited to only 10 globally, with just one in our country. How could it not be impressive? 90 million? That's astonishing. Where is the host located to have such an extraordinary car appear? As Lin Xiaoxiao read the barrage of comments on her phone, her eyes widened in disbelief. 90 million? This was beyond amazing. Then, everyone witnessed a young man descend from the car. The crowd, drawn in by the sound of the sports car, erupted in a chorus of gasps. This car must be worth several tens of millions. I just checked. It's the Lamborghini Sixth Element, worth 90 million. Absolutely mind-blowing. Goodness, is that Wang Tsong? Why is he in our city? Is this for real? The realization struck. It was no wonder such a remarkable car graced their streets. It belonged to him. Zhu Fatty, eager to flatter Wang Tsong, prepared to approach him, but found himself frozen in place. Before their astonished gazes, Wang Tsong approached Qin Tian with a broad smile. Brother Qin, are you here to buy a computer? Had I known, I would have offered you my Tulip EGO model, which cost 300,000 but has been sitting and used. I'll gift it to you next time. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Who was this person, and how did he know Wang Tsong? Moreover, Wang Tsong seemed to be catering to him, offering a $300,000 laptop. Zhu Fatty and the bald man were astounded. This individual was clearly far more than just wealthy. Zheng Huaqian's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly hit the ground. What was happening? When did Qin Tian become so impressive that even Wang Tsong sought his favor? Could it be that this young man is some hidden heir? Lin Xiaoxiao was equally dumbfounded. However, what transpired next left everyone trembling. No need. Just hand me the keys. Qin Tian replied, shaking his head and extending his hand. Wang Tsong reluctantly produced the car keys and handed them over. Oh, I didn't get enough time to enjoy it. When can I borrow it again? What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Qin Tian rolled his eyes, accepting the keys and pressing a button. Beep beep. The Lamborghini Sixth Element roared to life, plunging the scene into stunned silence. The crowd was utterly petrified. What? This car didn't belong to Wang Tsong. It was the possession of this youthful and handsome man. Oh my goodness. No wonder Wang Tsong was so eager to please him. Who on earth is this young man? Zhu Fatty gasped in disbelief, realizing he had been foolish enough to earn money from someone of such stature. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, torn between shock and excitement. A wealthy and extraordinarily handsome gentleman. This was the luck of a lifetime for her to encounter such a person during an outdoor live stream. Meanwhile, Zheng Huaqian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could someone of such caliber be his classmate and former roommate? How had he managed to offend him? What had he missed? At that moment, the bald man, filled with shock and fury, exclaimed, "Zheng Huaqin, you're fired." Zheng Huaqin collapsed to the ground, ashen-faced. He understood that he was finished. His boss feared being implicated and was deliberately playing to Qin Tian. A person of such stature could crush a small computer shop owner as easily as squashing an ant. He had crossed a line he could not afford. Ignoring the crowd, Qin Tian pulled Qin Mingyao into the car and turned to Wang Tsongtsong. "Do you need me to give you a ride back?" "Please, I wouldn't want to be a third wheel," Wang Tsongtsong replied, glancing at the enchanting woman in the passenger seat, shaking his head. "Someone will be delivering my car shortly." "Very well." Qin Tian nodded, preparing to depart. Zhu Fati rushed forward, beaming with eagerness, bowing and scraping. "Mr. Qin, thank you for visiting my store. Please provide me with an account so I can refund you." For someone of such caliber, he would gladly pay to give a good impression. If he could win favor, it would be a lifetime of fortune. The bald man looked on with envious eyes. This opportunity had been his, but it had slipped away. He glared at Zheng Huaqin, seething, "Damn it, it's all your fault." Zheng Huaqin was already banging his head against the ground. "No need. Making a profit is merely part of business," Qin Tian replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Zhu Fati's face fell in disappointment. Of course, someone of Mr. Qin's stature would consider him worthy. "You just need to handle the computer matter properly," Qin Tian added. "Absolutely. I will ensure it's done perfectly." Zhu Fati's expression brightened, nodding vigorously, feeling a glimmer of hope. He dared not linger and quickly retreated. Lin Xiaoxiao hurried forward, shyly gazing at Qin Tian. "Could I have your phone number, handsome?" 110. Qin Tian chuckled, revving the engine and speeding away, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao in a state of disarray. Chapter 53. An extraordinary encounter. Lin Xiaoxiao was in disarray. Her live streaming room was a chaotic spectacle. The revelation that a 90 million yuan sports car belonged to him utterly astounded her. Who would have imagined that a tycoon could be so understated? He even personally came to purchase a computer and took a taxi. Goodness, my eyes must be deceiving me. My innocent girl's heart was thoroughly captivated by that charming young man. What a thrill. We are somewhat fortunate. After all, separated by a screen, we are spared the immediate shock of his presence. The host, however, was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the situation. Likely feeling a loss equivalent to $1 billion. My heart aches for my host, even for a fleeting moment. Initially, I believed he was merely a handsome gentleman, only to discover he was a millionaire. I thought he was just a millionaire, and then he turned out to be a magnate. I thought he was merely a magnate. But who would have guessed he was a noble heir? If I, a celestial being, were present, I might have fainted on the spot. Indeed, encountering such an individual is rare, yet I was overlooked throughout, deprived even of the chance to fawn over him. It is no wonder the host is on the brink of collapse. Wealthy, handsome, and seemingly with a complex background, such men are truly intimidating. Huh, you are merely envious. Such a man is endearing. I am utterly smitten. I am drawn to this aloof male deity. Even holding his hand would feel exhilarating, a delightful experience. You lot, spare me your nonsense. Did you not see the girl beside him? Go on, can we not enjoy a multiplayer game? Even if I were to offer myself to liven up the fun, you losers would not have a chance. Enough already, will you? As Qin Tian drove, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has generously engaged in charity, rewarding him with 52 shares of the Romanee-Conti Winery, becoming the largest shareholder. Ding. The host has made his first charitable act, donating 100 computers to mountainous regions, receiving a special skill reward, Divine Hacker. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, and then a torrent of hacker knowledge flowed into his mind. Within half a minute, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of disdain for the internet, as if it were merely his backyard. Should hackers possess ranks, he was confident that he had risen to the pinnacle. Qin Tian could not help but smile. He had not anticipated that a seemingly casual act of charity would yield such remarkable rewards. Not only did he acquire the skill of a divine hacker, but he was also granted 52 shares of the Romanee-Conti Winery, a formidable prize indeed. Most people are familiar only with the 1982 law fight, yet they are oblivious to the fact that in elite circles, Romanee-Conti reigns supreme as the true noble wine. Romanee-Conti is the world's foremost luxury winery, its wine quality commanding a price that has soared to $2 million per bottle. For the wealthy, this is not considered excessively dear, however, due to its limited production. Even money cannot guarantee ownership. Many affluent individuals aspire to collect a bottle or two, yet find it unattainable. It is truly valuable, yet scarce. The 52 stake in Romanee-Conti is worth no less than several hundred billion. How does Qin Tian, once impoverished, possess such knowledge? Because his company is a subordinate distribution company of Romanee-Conti, and as an employee of the sales department, it is only natural for him to be informed. What are you laughing about? Surely you are not thinking of that little streamer? Qin Mingyao teased upon noticing his sudden grin. Earlier, she wanted to leave you her number. But you played with her. Now you regret it, don't you? I was thinking of you. Qin Mingyao was momentarily stunned, her face flushing as she playfully chastised him. I never expected Qin Gu to utter sweet nothings. I thought you were a stoic man. I was contemplating that you are my little lucky star, Qin Tian replied with a gentle chuckle. It was indeed Qin Mingyao who had encouraged him to engage in charity. So calling her his little lucky star was not an exaggeration. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Mingyao's face. She had hoped to leave a mark on his heart so swiftly, only to realize it was not the case. However, she quickly regained her smile. Am I your little lucky star? Why do you say that? Qin Tian shook his head, finding the matter difficult to articulate. He deftly shifted the topic. So, do you have a place in mind to go now? Are you free tonight? Qin Mingyao glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Well, if you don't mind, could you take me home? I'll cook for you tonight. You can taste my culinary skills. I suspect you were trying to seduce me. Qin Tian replied with a teasing smile. Not at all. Qin Mingyao's cheeks flushed, yet her gaze boldly met his. I meant for you to savor my cooking. I still believe you are attempting to seduce me. Enough of this. Haha, should we visit the market for some groceries? Yes, let us buy some ingredients you enjoy. Before long, the two returned to Qin Mingyao's residence, laden with bags of groceries. At the entrance, Qin Mingyao took out her keys to unlock the door. Qin Tian, however, surveyed the surroundings. This is where you live? The building was an old, run-down structure, far inferior to the dilapidated neighborhood where Qin Tian resided. Yes, Qin Mingyao replied softly. Qin Tian shook his head. As a streamer, you must earn several thousand a month. Why live in such a place? It's affordable. Qin Mingyao replied after a moment of silence. As a young woman, it feels rather unsafe. You should consider moving, Qin Tian said, frowning. As he spoke, he realized he should also contemplate purchasing a home. All right, I'll listen to you. Qin Mingyao acquiesced, nodding obediently. She had become somewhat affluent and indeed should consider relocating. Yet, the door swung open, and Qin Mingyao returned to her thoughts, smiling lightly. Come in. Qin Mingyao's modest home consisted of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Although the place was shabby, it was impeccably tidy and well organized, decorated in a manner that reflected her fresh and vibrant personality. Qin Mingyao poured a glass of water for Qin Tian, her demeanor slightly awkward as she said, I apologize. Your easygoing nature makes you seem like an ordinary person. And I forgot you were a super tycoon. Bringing you to such a place must be uncomfortable. She had not considered this until she noticed his frown upon entering the building. You overthink it, Qin Tian replied with a laugh. I have lived in far worse places. Qin Mingyao was taken aback, pondering if he had experienced the hardships often described in novels, where scions of wealthy families lived in adversity during their youth. What are you dawdling for? Aren't you going to cook? Come, let me assist you. No, you just sit and relax. I can handle it quickly. Qin Mingyao snapped back to reality and hurried into the kitchen. She longed to savor the warmth of cooking together as a couple, yet their relationship had yet to solidify. With nothing to do, Qin Tian noticed the newly bought laptop and decided to test his newly acquired hacking skills. Let me help you connect the new laptop to the streaming equipment. It doesn't matter. I don't plan to stream anymore, Qin Mingyao replied. Since she had decided to be with Qin Tian, she could no longer expose herself to the limelight as a streamer showcasing her looks. Then let me take a look at the old computer to see what's wrong. You know how to fix computers? Great. Qin Tian approached the computer Qin Mingyao used for streaming. And then, he discovered something extraordinary within the computer. Chapter 54. Transform. The laptop used by Qin Mingyao for her live stream appeared somewhat antiquated. Previously, Qin Tian could be described as a computer novice, unable even to install an operating system. However, the present moment was markedly different. As his fingers made contact with the keyboard, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded his mind. As though he had unlocked the gateway to a new realm, his computer skills had dramatically evolved from a blank slate to that of an omnipotent expert. This sensation was truly extraordinary. After a brief moment of astonishment, he pressed the power button. Midway through the boot process, a barrage of garbled text erupted on the screen, causing it to stall. It was evident that the computer had succumbed to a virus, and the operating system was compromised. Qin Tian quickly deduced the issue. With a series of sharp sounds, the computer screen illuminated, and the startup continued. It took more than a minute to finally reach the desktop, even without a virus. This laptop was undeniably old. Beyond the usual software, the desktop harbored a collection of recorded live stream videos. To his surprise, Qin Tian noticed a locked folder occupying a staggering 3 gigabytes of space. Could it possibly contain inappropriate content? Surely not. Would a girl truly indulge in such material? His expression turned peculiar. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he double-clicked the folder. The password lock seemed trivial, and he swiftly bypassed it. Upon unlocking the folder, a plethora of preview images flooded the screen. He clicked on one, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. Impressive. What is happening? Qin Mingyao, busy in the kitchen, peered curiously over. Your computer has some interesting content. I didn't expect you, a girl, to collect photos of women emerging from baths. That is quite something. Qin Tian exclaimed, clicking through several images. Each depicted a freshly bathed beauty striking various alluring poses while capturing selfies in the mirror. Her skin was fair and smooth, her form breathtakingly exquisite. One particular image, showcasing her back to the mirror with a seductive bend, was especially captivating. Qin Tian nearly lost his composure. This pose is quite daring. Unfortunately, none of the photos revealed the subject's face, obscured by the angle of the phone and her hair. Just as he was engrossed in the images, Qin Mingyao dashed over, covering the laptop with her hands. Her face flushed crimson. What is the matter? Qin Tian queried, confusion etched on his features. Before his eyes widened in realization, could it be that the person in these photos is you? Well, seeing her loose attire, he hadn't anticipated such a stunning figure beneath. She rivaled, if not surpassed, Su Xiaoran. How did you manage to open this? Qin Mingyao's face had turned beet red, mortified at her private moments being exposed. She had never even shown these audacious selfies to her closest friends, and now they were laid bare before Qin Tian. How had he repaired the computer so quickly, especially when the technician had advised it would take time? And the password, how did he unlock it? Double-clicking was all it took. Qin Tian replied, a teasing glint in his eyes as he appraised her form. Who would have thought you harbored a touch of narcissism? That is absurd, Qin Mingyao retorted, suddenly realizing, I see now. You're a computer whiz. You fixed the computer in no time and cracked the password effortlessly. You must be a hacker. Close enough. Qin Tian replied with a nonchalant smile. For him, cracking a simple password was child's play. Relieved, Qin Mingyao released her hold on the laptop and returned to the kitchen. Aren't you concerned about me seeing this? After all, I will inevitably belong to you, she said, her back turned, her cheeks still flushed. Qin Tian enjoyed the sight. She was merely embarrassed that her secret had been uncovered for the first time. But Qin Tian, since you are a hacker, why did you allow someone else to configure the computer at the electronics store? Shouldn't you have showcased your skills? I was merely making small talk, he responded, continuing to explore the computer. Back in the kitchen, Qin Mingyao teased, I think you're interested in Lin Xiaoxiao, which is why you gave her the opportunity to shine. Come on, her makeup is so thick that her true appearance is obscured. Claiming to be interested in her is laughable. While her makeup was indeed heavy, Qin Tian mused. But from my experience, her natural beauty must be exceptional. And did you not notice how fair her skin is? She has a lovely figure, 9 times out of 10. She is a beauty. And what of it? Am I to grovel? That is preposterous. I would never demean myself like that. Besides, Qin Tian shook his head with a faint smile. There are countless beauties in the world. Do you expect me to pursue them all? My ideal type is simply perfect. Qin Mingyao flashed him a bright smile. After about an hour, 5 delectable dishes adorned the table. Hand-pulled chicken, eggplant and chicken sauce, braised pork ribs, oil-braised shrimp, and scrambled eggs with chives. The array was a delightful blend of meat and vegetables, rich in color and aroma. Qin Tian, upon seeing the spread, felt his hunger surge. Do taste it. I hope you enjoy it, Qin Mingyao said, serving him a piece of rib, her expression filled with anticipation. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. Qin Tian exclaimed as he savored the dish, his eyes sparkling with delight. He quickly finished it, marveling at Qin Mingyao's culinary prowess. Her skills were on par with a chef, imbued with the essence of home. I'm glad you like it, Qin Mingyao sighed in relief. Having grown up cooking, her friends always praised her dishes, but she feared that someone like Qin Tian, a wealthy elite, might dismiss home-cooked meals. Thus, during the meal, Qin Tian uncharacteristically devoured 4 bowls, while Qin Mingyao only managed a small half-bowl, mostly serving him. She watched him eat with a beaming smile. For a chef, nothing brought more joy than witnessing someone they cherished devour their cooking with gusto, leaving nothing behind. Qin Tian set down his utensils, letting out a belch. I'm stuffed. I might not be able to eat again for a while. How unrefined, Qin Mingyao remarked. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she began to clear the table. After tidying up, she engaged in light conversation before excusing herself to take a shower. Tian-gu, could you pass me the bath towel? I'm on my way. Don't move around. I'm showering. Why is it so light? It feels as though it weighs less than 100 grams. Is it hollow? Be careful, it's transformed. Lift it. To the bed. Turn off the lights. The next day, Qin Tian awoke to the sound of a ringing phone. Upon checking, he saw that it was his colleague, Yang Qianxue, calling. Before he could greet her, she spoke in a hushed, urgent tone. Qin Tian, why haven't you come to work yet? You didn't show up yesterday, and I covered for you. But I can't do it again today. Hurry over. There's an important announcement at the company, and Pighead is bound to call you out. Yang Qianxue was the colleague he got along with best in the company. Both worked in the sales department, and whenever he needed to take time off, she would always assist him. Given her urgency, it seemed there was indeed something significant happening. However, Qin Tian was unfazed. He stretched languidly, remarking, what could be so important? I heard the headquarters is changing the chairman. I'm not sure of the details, but Pighead said the boss would be present. Hurry, or he might just fire you. He wanted to fire me for ages. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. All right, I'll head over now. Chapter 55. If you continue like this, my male colleagues will be envious of me. As Qin Tian rose from his slumber, he began his morning routine. While dressing, he noticed Qin Mingyao, still lost in dreams, slowly opening her eyes and lazily inquiring, Are you heading out, brother Qin Tian? Yes, just a trip to the office. He replied. Are you in a hurry? I can prepare breakfast for you, she offered, attempting to rise. Qin Tian shook his head. No need, I've already eaten. How annoying. Qin Mingyao pouted, instinctively covering her chest. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Haha, I'm off then, he chuckled. All right, I will be heading to the Jushin Manor for my new position shortly, she informed him. Should I wait for you so I can give you a ride? Qin Mingyao crossed her legs and shook her head. No, I need to shower and tidy up. It might take a while. Qin Tian's gaze fell upon the traces on the sheets, memories of the previous night's fervor flooding his mind, causing a stir within him. This woman is quite something. Then, farewell, he said, shaking off his thoughts and waving goodbye as he exited. He drove back to his residential complex to retrieve the access card for the office building. While in the elevator, he encountered his landlord, Aunt Zhang, and greeted her, Aunt Zhang. Oh, it's Qin Tian. You are looking increasingly handsome, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, taking a moment to admire him. She had always thought highly of Qin Tian, impressed by both his looks and amiable nature, often attempting to introduce him to potential partners. After a period of absence, she was astonished to see him even more attractive than before. If I were 20 years younger, I might consider dating you, she mused playfully. Aunt Zhang, you appear to be growing younger yourself, Qin Tian remarked with a smile, harboring a good impression of her due to her kind-heartedness, especially when she had previously waived part of his rent during his tough times. Young? I'm nearing 50. I can't compete with the allure of those young ladies, she replied, though she beamed with joy at the compliment. Speaking of young women, she expressed a hint of remorse. I apologize, Qin Tian, regarding the introduction to Zhou Lily. I never expected her to take you to the Jushin Manor for $1,000 meal on the first date. I never realized she could be so troublesome. It's all right. I didn't suffer any loss. Qin Tian shrugged off her concerns, having swiftly escaped the situation with Zhou Lily, who clearly had ulterior motives. Aunt Zhang, however, felt guilty. Don't worry, I will definitely introduce you to a good girl next time. No need. Qin Tian began, but she interrupted. Oh, dating can involve a few losses. It's perfectly normal. Next time, I will ensure I introduce you to someone truly special. I don't have a daughter, otherwise, I would have introduced her to you. Oh. The elevator has arrived. Let's leave it at that. Goodbye for now. Under the impression that Qin Tian was hesitant to pursue further introductions due to his experience with Zhou Lily, Aunt Zhang rambled on before exiting on the first floor. Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, he started his car, and as he exited, he spotted Aunt Zhang conversing with a woman. Zhou Lily? Qin Tian recognized her immediately and shook his head before accelerating away. After encountering Qin Tian at Jushin Manor the previous night and discovering his immense wealth, Zhou Lili regretted her earlier behavior and was determined to win him back. Today, she sought Aunt Zhang to learn more about him. After a brief conversation, she realized that Aunt Zhang didn't know much about Qin Tian, not even his financial status. She mused to herself, indeed, he is a low-key tycoon. Do you know where he works? Zhou Lili inquired, when suddenly the roar of a supercar caught her attention. Turning her head instinctively, her expression froze as she recognized the man in the car. It was Qin Tian. Aunt Zhang, look, is that Qin Tian in the car? Zhou Lili exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Aunt Zhang turned to look, but shook her head. I can't see clearly. My eyesight isn't very good. But it shouldn't be him. He is just an ordinary guy, after all. Ordinary? Zhou Lili shook her head, her excitement palpable. Clearly, Aunt Zhang was unaware of Qin Tian's true identity. That's definitely Qin Tian. I can't be mistaken. I must catch up with him. Aunt Zhang. I have to go. I have something to attend to, she said hastily before sprinting off, inquiring with passers-by as she chased after the Lamborghini. Arriving at the office building of his company, Qin Tian first visited the restroom to wash his hands. Exiting, he overheard two individuals discussing nearby. Mr. Yi, did you say that Lamborghini in the parking garage is worth 90 million? That is outrageous. Would I deceive you? Although it's my first time seeing that car. I do have some connection with its owner, one of them replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian instinctively glanced at the man called Mr. Yi, a rotund stranger to him. Since when did he have any connection with this person? He quietly shook his head and continued on his way. The conversation continued behind him. Really? Mr. Yi, you're incredible to know such a wealthy individual. Well, it's not exactly knowing him, Mr. Yi sighed, recalling a recent encounter with a super-rich individual while watching a live stream. To hear Ming Ming sing, he tipped several million and complained about his fingers cramping from all the tipping. Later, I learned his name is Qin Tian, a young and handsome guy driving a 90 million sports car. The unfortunate part is, I've never even seen his face and almost offended him. Mr. Yi, why say it's not knowing him? Let us set that aside for now. Have you prepared the contracts I asked for? Yes, everything is ready. We're just waiting for the owner of Luoyang Winery to arrive. Once you both sign, it'll be finalized. Great. Let us head to his company entrance and wait. Qin Tian took the elevator to his workplace, Luoyang Winery. Before he could step into the office, he spotted a beautiful woman pacing anxiously at the entrance, young Qin, his most caring colleague. Oh my, why are you so late? The pig-headed boss has already arrived, she exclaimed upon seeing him, momentarily stunned. You. How have you changed? This guy was already handsome, but now he seemed even more striking after just one day apart. Let us go. Before the boss calls your name, she said, quickly linking her arm with his and leading him inside. Unbeknownst to her, her bosom pressed against his arm, causing a slight deformation, yet she remained oblivious. You know, if you continue like this, the other male colleagues will be envious of me, Qin Tian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the aforementioned area, sensing the implications. They're all worried about you, and you still have the mood to joke around. Yang Qianxue shot him a playful glare, realizing the awkwardness but still not letting go as she dragged him further inside. Upon reaching the front desk, they caught sight of a portly man leering at the receptionist. Stop right there. Chapter 56. The inevitable dismissal in the lobby on the first floor, near the elevator. 3 men and 1 woman were engaged in conversation while awaiting the lift. Yi Liangshan remarked, Manager Luo, have you seen that Lamborghini Sixth Element? Indeed. I heard whispers yesterday that a limited edition sports car worth 90 million appeared in our city. I never expected it to be in this office building, Luo replied, pondering on which company CEO might own it. I heard the owner is named Qin Tian, Yi added. Qin Tian. Manager Luo expressed his confusion, shaking his head. I haven't heard of him. I've met most of the company owners in this building, and none match that name. Besides, these owners are generally on par with my wealth. A 90 million sports car? Huh, it's beyond my imagination. Sighing, Yi Liangshan admitted, I was hoping to find the owner and seize the opportunity to befriend him. However, he felt a sense of trepidation, having already crossed paths with this individual unfavorably online. He knew he had to tread carefully to avoid any inadvertent offense. I would like to, but encountering such a person is merely a stroke of luck. To befriend him is beyond my aspirations, Manager Luo lamented. As the 4 entered the elevator, at Luoyang Distillery, Yang Qianxue was linking arms with Qin Tian as they passed the reception when a harsh voice called out, Stop! A portly man approached them, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixated on Yang Qianxue's arm entwined with Qin Tian's, seething with envy. This brat relies on his youthful looks. garnering special attention from the female colleagues, especially from you, Yang Qianxue, who aids him at every turn. And now, you're even holding on to him. What's the matter, Manager Zhu? Qin Tian asked, his demeanor calm. What's the matter? Zhu Dachang barked with a frosty expression. Qin Tian, do you see the time? You're an hour late. Do you still want to keep your job? Not particularly. Qin Tian replied with a dismissive smile. Did he think he could still use this to intimidate him? After graduating from university, he had joined Luoyang Distillery. Initially, things went smoothly, but for reasons unknown. This Zhu Dachang had begun to target him relentlessly this year, constantly threatening him with dismissal. Until he secured another position, he tolerated it. Now, however, well, he could go to hell. Zhu Dachang was momentarily taken aback by Qin Tian's boldness. What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Qianxue, surprised by Qin Tian's retort, shot him a disapproving glance and quickly interjected, Manager Zhu. Qin Tian requested a leave. Don't think I don't know. He was absent yesterday without notice. Zhu Dachang retorted angrily. Yang Qianxue replied coolly. He may not have shown up, but he called me to ask for leave. If you don't believe me, check with the HR department for a record. Yang Qianxue, don't assume I'm oblivious to your constant protection of him. It's futile. Zhu Dachang sneered. I'm going to fire him. On what grounds? Yang Qianxue's face flushed with anger. Even if he was late, the worst you could do is dock his pay. What gives you the right to fire him? Just because I run this company. Zhu Dachang retorted, his voice dripping with arrogance. Yang Qianxue gritted her teeth in frustration. You, Zhu Dachang, don't get carried away. Remember, you are merely a manager. There's a boss above you, and he will be here shortly. If you overstep, I will inform him. And what of it? The boss is my relative. He has entrusted the company to my management. Do I not have the authority to dismiss an employee? Zhu Dachang boasted, exuding an air of superiority. Let me make it very clear, Yang Qianxue. In this place, I am king. His dismissal is a certainty. Even Jesus himself couldn't protect him. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted from behind. Is that so? The triumphant Zhu Dachang recoiled, his face draining of color. Qin Tian looked up to see 4 individuals entering the company, led by Luo Yang, the owner of Luoyang Distillery, accompanied by his secretary. The 2 men trailing behind were the ones Qin Tian had encountered in the restroom, discussing the Lamborghini Sixth Element. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhu Dachang hurriedly approached, bowing and scraping with a sycophantic demeanor. Cousin, you've arrived. Zhu Dachang's success, his house, his car, and his swagger in the company was all thanks to this cousin. He had no choice but to curry favor. Call me Manager Luo. Luo Yang snapped. And Zhu Dachang quickly complied. Yes, Manager Luo. You claim this company is yours. Luo Yang fixed him with an icy stare. Then what am I? Zhu Dachang broke into a cold sweat, his laughter strained. I'll deal with you later. Luo Yang shot him a glare before turning to the 2 men behind him. Mr. Yi, please, enjoy some tea in the tea room while I take care of a few matters. No problem, please go ahead. After ushering them to the tea room, Luo Yang returned to Zhu Dachang, his expression turning serious. What was all the commotion about? Who do you intend to dismiss? This sales rep, Qin Tian. Zhu Dachang pointed at Qin Tian. Qin Tian. Luo Yang furrowed his brow, recalling that Yi Liangqin had mentioned the Lamborghini's owner was also named Qin Tian. He scrutinized Qin Tian, surprised to find that not only was he strikingly handsome, but his attire also hinted at a certain affluence, certainly worth over 20,000. While not exorbitantly priced, it bore brands like Versace and Givenchy, which were not commonly worn by the average individual. It appeared that this Qin Tian possessed considerable sales acumen, earning a substantial commission for the company. But why would someone like him be dismissed? Luo Yang's expression darkened, and before he could voice his thoughts, Zhu Dachang had already begun embellishing the tale. Yes, that's him. This employee is perpetually late and leaves early. He is absent without reason. And despite being a sales representative for nearly 2 years, he has never met his sales targets. He is merely here to collect a paycheck without contributing anything of value to the company. Manager Luo, such a parasite must be eliminated, otherwise, everyone will follow his example and our company will be doomed. As Zhu Dachang finished, he cast a sneering glance at Qin Tian, who remained utterly indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. Zhu Dachang felt a surge of frustration. What a nuisance it was to feel as though he were striking a pillow. Continue to play the fool. Once Manager Luo decides to fire you, we shall see how you maintain your facade. Chapter 57. The truth unfolds. Yang Qianxue, indignant, retorted, Zhu Dachang. Refrain from casting baseless aspersions. During Qin Tian's first year, Which month did he not exceed his performance targets? It is only this year that you have unjustly deducted his achievements, severely undermining his morale. I ask you, if it were you in his place, would you still have the heart to continue? Nonsense. Zhu Dachang, taken aback by Yang Qinshue's bold defense of Qin Tian, erupted in anger. Yang Qinshu, you must provide evidence for your claims. I deduct achievements without cause? Where's the proof? Qin Tian cast a glance at Yang Qinshu, astonished by her audacity on his behalf. He realized that Zhu Dachang would undoubtedly retaliate against her for this confrontation. Yet, undeterred, Yang Qinshu turned to Luo Yang and asserted, General Manager Luo, I suspect Manager Zhu is abusing his power and accepting kickbacks from clients. At this revelation, Zhu Dachang's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, Yang Qinshu, silence yourself. Dare you slander me? Do you believe I won't fire you on the spot? With a cold laugh, Yang Qinshu shot back, you may slander Qin Tian, but I? The kickbacks you receive include those from Lamborghini Winery. The owner of Lamborghini Winery is right in the tea room. Do you dare call him to confront you? Qin Tian looked at Yang Qinshu with astonishment. He had heard of this matter, but never anticipated she would be so informed. Did she possess evidence? In truth, Yang Qinshu felt a pang of uncertainty as her claims were merely conjecture, a gamble to protect Qin Tian. After all, it was not uncommon for a manager to accept bribes. However, Zhu Dachang turned pale, for he had indeed committed such acts. His expression turned frantic as he prepared to argue, but was interrupted. Enough. Luo Yang's thunderous voice silenced the room. He cast a stern glance at the three of them and the employees eavesdropping nearby. I am not here to witness your squabbles. Hearing this, Zhu Dachang breathed a sigh of relief, a smug expression gracing his face. Clearly, Luo Yang was aware of the situation and did not intend to pursue Zhu Dachang's misconduct. Likely due to familial ties and a desire to maintain a hands-off approach with Zhu Dachang managing affairs on his behalf. Yang Qinshu recognized this and sighed. Conceding that she could not expect Luo Yang to dismiss Zhu Dachang, her priority was to protect Qin Tian. However, Luo Yang's next words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her. The decision to terminate Qin Tian will be left to you, Zhu Dachang. Luo Yang glanced at Qin Tian, acknowledging his potential, yet deciding that for the sake of company harmony and Zhu Dachang's authority, it was best to allow Zhu to handle the matter. After all, one was a relative, the other an outsider. But, General Manager, Yang Qinshu exclaimed in alarm. Meeting adjourned. Luo Yang disregarded her protest and strode into the conference room. You think exposing my actions will protect Qin Tian? How naive. Your actions will only drag you down with him. Let me be clear, Yang Qinshu, your fate is sealed. Zhu Dachang glared coldly at Yang Qinshu before sneering at Qin Tian and making his way to the meeting room. Yang Qinshu's expression darkened. You acted impulsively. Qin Tian regarded her solemnly. Nonetheless, thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Yang Qinshu replied with a forced smile. You will be fine, don't worry. Qin Tian reassured her, shaking his head. It was merely a job. To him, Zhu Dachang was no more than a petty clown. He would approach Yang Qinshu before leaving, wanting to acknowledge her kindness. Let us go. We have a meeting to attend, he said, offering her a semblance of comfort as they entered the conference room together. Soon, all employees gathered in the meeting room. Luo Yang took to the podium and began. As you all know, Luo Yang Winery is essentially a subordinate distribution company. Just last night, the main company appointed a new chairman. I have yet to review the details, but the information from headquarters indicates that this new chairman is one of our own. This presents an excellent promotional opportunity for us, and we can certainly double our sales. He continued. Therefore, I require every employee to be aware of this matter. I am here today to announce this news, and will distribute the new chairman's profile for everyone to review thoroughly. Having risen through the ranks in sales, Luo Yang understood marketing well. Upon receiving this news, he immediately recognized the business prospects. The fact that one of the world's top 5 wineries, Domaine de la Romanee-Conti, had appointed a compatriot as chairman was significant. This meant that the winery would now be associated with the Chinese, who are inherently patriotic. If publicized correctly, the wine from Domaine de la Romanee-Conti could experience a surge in domestic popularity. Moreover, the main company's change in leadership was a major event, and they mandated that all employees of major distributors be informed. Although he was the owner, he only held 49 of the shares, with the main company retaining 51. In essence, the true authority still resided with the headquarters, and he could not disregard their directives. Thus, he deemed it necessary to address the staff personally. As he concluded his statement, his secretary distributed a stack of documents to everyone. Look here. The first page contains the new chairman's basic information, including name and date of birth. Once all had received the materials, Luo Yang picked up his own copy and began to read. Name, Qin Tian. Gender, male. Date of birth. Upon reaching this point, he furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced up at Qin Tian. How can it be Qin Tian again? Is this name becoming so common? Not just him, but all the employees present exchanged bewildered glances with Qin Tian, murmuring among themselves. Qin Tian? What a coincidence. It must be a case of shared names. It only indicates how common this name is, more so than Zhang Wei. Yet unbeknownst to them, even the date of birth was identical. What an extraordinary coincidence. An HR employee remarked, having instinctively checked the details in the computer. What's the big deal? It's not uncommon for people to share the same birth date, Zhu Dachong scoffed. They both share the name Qin Tian, but one is a chairman, while the other is merely a lowly employee on a base salary. Not necessarily. Perhaps he is a young master from a prominent family experiencing life. Someone chimed in, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Everyone perceived this as a remarkable coincidence. After all, having worked together for 2 years, no one had identified any remarkable traits in Qin Tian. Even Yang Qianxue cast a teasing glance at him, saying, Qin Tian, who would have thought you'd become chairman? I also didn't expect it. But such is the reality. Qin Tian replied earnestly, nodding at the document in his hand. Come now, you're taking my jest too seriously, Yang Qianxue retorted, rolling her eyes as she turned to the next page. Upon glancing at it, her expression suddenly froze. Chapter 58. What do I lack of those tens of millions? The next page revealed a photograph of the newly appointed chairman. The face was strikingly familiar, causing Yang Qianxue to remain in a daze for several seconds. She abruptly lifted her gaze towards Qin Tian, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Could it be? Qin Tian has truly become the chairman? Surely, this cannot be real. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier moment when Zhu Dachong had threatened to dismiss him, and Qin Tian had worn an expression of indifference, even disdain. The shock overwhelmed her. Not only Yang Qianxue, but everyone else also turned to the next page, only to be met with a shared astonishment. They glanced between the photograph and Qin Tian, repeatedly confirming the details. How could this be? The name matched, the birth date was identical. That could be explained. But why did the photo look exactly like him? How could this be possible? In an instant, the entire conference room fell into a state of bewilderment. After 2 years of working together, the underdog in everyone's eyes had suddenly transformed into the chairman. Not merely the chairman of a distribution company, but the chairman of the Romanee-Conti headquarters, an actual billionaire. How could this be? Zhu Dachong gasped, his eyes nearly bulging out in shock. The individual who had always remained inconspicuous, even the target of his disdain, turned out to be the chairman of the overseas headquarters. The thought of having publicly threatened to dismiss him sent tremors through Zhu Dachong's jaw. Swallowing hard, he stammered, Cousin, no. Mr. Luo, could it be that there is a printing error? His voice quivered, filled with both fear and hope, wishing against hope that it was indeed a mistake. What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Yang reprimanded. This is the information sent from the headquarters. It cannot possibly be incorrect. He scrutinized the new chairman's information with utmost seriousness, completely oblivious to the unusual atmosphere in the room. It was only after scolding Zhu Dachong that he turned to the second page. Upon seeing the familiar face, his expression shifted suddenly. Realization dawned upon him. This was none other than Qin Tian, the very person Zhu Dachong had just attempted to dismiss. Holy smokes! Luo Yang exclaimed, lifting his head to survey the room, only to find it enveloped in a profound silence. All eyes fixated on one individual, Qin Tian. Luo Yang's face paled as he confirmed the details multiple times. He quickly pulled out his phone and logged into the Romanee-Conti intranet. Only company employees had access to the company information. Witnessing his actions, the others soon followed suit, logging into the intranet with disbelief. Qin Tian, member of the Global Board of Directors, chairman of the board, head of the board. The information was unmistakably clear, accompanied by a series of prestigious titles. At that moment, the reality of the situation struck them like lightning. All their faces changed dramatically as they turned towards Qin Tian in utter disbelief. How could it be that their colleague of 2 years had truly become the chairman? This was unfathomable. Even though Yang Qianxue had nearly confirmed the truth upon seeing Qin Tian's photograph, she still felt compelled to check the intranet herself. At this moment, she was genuinely astonished. Zhu Dachong was equally stupefied. Was this really the chairman? This must be a joke. Luo Yang was in a state of shock. Qin Tian, the chairman of Romanee-Conti, was working in his company? Suddenly, he recalled that Yi Liangchen had mentioned the owner of the Lamborghini Sixth Element parked downstairs was also named Qin Tian. Goodness, this was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. This was serious. I almost let that scoundrel Zhu Dachang dismiss him. Thankfully, it hadn't been executed. Luo Yang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he hurriedly approached Qin Tian, bowing respectfully, his face plastered with a smile, his tone obsequious. May I ask, are you the new chairman? What do you think? Qin Tian replied coolly, regarding him with an air of indifference. Luo Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly slapping himself for asking such a foolish question. Welcome, chairman, to our branch for an inspection of the work. What do you mean today? I have been inspecting for 2 years. Luo Yang's face twitched, at a loss for words. Yang Qinshu stifled a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to contain herself. Not just her, but the expressions of others in the conference room were equally peculiar. Their usually commanding boss was left utterly speechless by a mere employee. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Luo Yang chuckled awkwardly. If the chairman has been incognito for 2 years, should you discover any issues within the company, please do inform me, and I will certainly rectify them. You, as a boss, remain aloof, entirely oblivious to the affairs of the company. I see no reason for this branch to exist. It should be dissolved. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang's face turned ashen. He was terrified. It's crucial to note that all of Romanee-Conti's distribution companies were 51 controlled by the headquarters. This meant that the real decision-making power resided with the headquarters. As chairman, Qin Tian possessed the authority to determine the fate of any distribution company with a single word. If he said it should be dissolved, no one could oppose him. The distribution company primarily dealt with the agency of the headquarters wine. Even if he did not dissolve it, cutting off the supply would still lead to its demise. The expressions of those present mirrored his terror. They understood the gravity of the situation. If the company were indeed dissolved, they would collectively face unemployment. Luo Yang, panicking, quickly pleaded, Chairman, please don't. Although I haven't been heavily involved in managing the company, it still generates several million in profits each year. Do I really lack those millions? Luo Yang was on the verge of tears, realizing he had overlooked the crucial detail. This person was an ultra-rich individual, someone who owned a 90 million sports car. To him, a few million was mere pocket change. He could easily dismiss it without a second thought. Do you not want it? I certainly do. The others were equally alarmed. How could they simply abandon several million in annual profits? This was a veritable cash cow, and he could just decide to let it go? Zhu Dachang turned pale. Realizing he relied on the company's profits for his current lifestyle, without it, he would be rendered useless. Yang Qinshu stared wide-eyed at Qin Tian, her expression a blend of complexity and astonishment, realizing her brother, whom she had always protected, was actually so wealthy. Luo Yang's thoughts raced. And suddenly he had a realization. He turned sharply to Zhu Dachang, his voice rising in anger. Zhu Dachang, you have abused your power to oppress company employees. Maliciously deducted employee performance, severely undermining their morale, causing considerable losses and negative impact to the company. You are hereby dismissed. Please, no? Cousin, I am your cousin. I have helped you earn money over the years. Zhu Dachang's face turned ghostly pale, his expression one of despair. Silence. Luo Yang glared at him fiercely. You have taken kickbacks from the company. You will return every penny, or I will initiate criminal proceedings against you. Chapter 59. Ignored. Zhu Dachang suddenly collapsed onto the ground. His face ashen, limbs limp, devoid of any vitality. He realized his fate was sealed. His cousin was merely acting in self-preservation, showing no mercy. Over the years, he had squandered every bit of his earnings on buying property, vehicles, and women, leaving him with nothing to offer in return. It was over. He might even face imprisonment. Seeing this scene, everyone was struck with horror. They had not anticipated that Mr. Luo would be so ruthless, not only dismissing him but also seeking to reclaim the benefits he had enjoyed. Yet, they understood that Mr. Luo was merely safeguarding his own position. And all this was for Qin Tian's benefit. As this thought crossed their minds, they instinctively turned their gazes towards Qin Tian, shrinking back in fear of being implicated. At that moment, Luo Yang, with a fawning expression, looked towards Qin Tian and forced a smile. Chairman, do you find my handling of the situation satisfactory? He thought to himself that having imposed such a severe penalty, perhaps the company would not be dissolved after all. But to his surprise, Qin Tian glanced at Yang Qinshu and shook his head, You either support your relatives or dissolve the company. I shall find someone else to represent me. Thud. Luo Yang's face turned pale as he crumbled to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he looked up at Qin Tian. No, Chairman. I beg you for another chance. Witnessing this, the entire conference room turned ghostly pale. They were truly on the brink of unemployment. Yang Qianxue too looked at Qin Tian with a pleading expression. Although she was merely a salesperson, her performance had always been the best in the company. She had become well-versed in the business and accumulated a considerable client base. The dissolution of the company would mean starting from scratch once again. Though Luo Yang had not managed the company closely, he had kept the terms quite lenient, with commissions that were relatively high compared to other companies. Deep down, she wished for the company to remain intact. Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Yang, and he hurriedly proposed, Chairman, how about this? I will transfer 35 of my 49 shares to Yang Qianxue, allowing her to manage the company. What do you think? Qin Tian paused, then nodded. That is acceptable. He had initially considered transferring all the shares to Yang Qianxue, but worried that her personality might lead her to decline. This was a compromise. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone was taken aback. This arrangement meant that outside of the headquarters, Yang Qianxue would effectively become the ruler of the company. Luo Yang had essentially given the company to her. They all turned to Yang Qianxue with expressions of envy. A salesperson, albeit the top performer, was merely a low-level employee in the company, yet she was now poised to become the owner? This was utterly astonishing. Not only them, but even Yang Qianxue was left in a daze. I have become the head of the company. Who am I, and where am I? Zhu Dachang nearly coughed up blood. Just moments ago, he had threatened to dismiss Yang Qianxue due to her support for Qin Tian, and now he found himself ousted, while she ascended to a position even higher than his cousin's. This is absurd. I want to die. Luo Yang, however, released a sigh of relief, his face brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Chairman, for granting me another chance. One simple statement led Luo Yang to relinquish half of his shares willingly. Others would be grateful for such an offer, yet here he was, overwhelmed with emotion. All of this was due to Qin Tian, who had initially been perceived as an insignificant character. The crowd gazed at Qin Tian with a myriad of complex emotions, unsure how to articulate their feelings. Yet Luo Yang had a clearer understanding of Qin Tian's prowess than anyone else present. The largest shareholder of Romanee-Conti, the owner of a limited edition luxury car valued at 90 million. These 2 points alone rendered Qin Tian's identity terrifying. This was merely what he had just learned. The hidden aspects of Qin Tian's identity were likely even more formidable. For someone of such stature, gaining his forgiveness would warrant any sacrifice, even the complete surrender of his shares. Had he not been considering how to leverage this situation to forge a connection with Qin Tian while retaining some shares for himself, he would have given everything away. At that moment, Zhu Dachang, regaining his composure, suddenly clutched Qin Tian's leg, weeping profusely. Chairman, Tian Go, I am sorry. It was all my fault. Please grant me another chance. I beg you, do not let Mr. Luo sue me. I have no money left, and I do not want to go to prison. Realizing that Luo Yang's pleas had been effective, he hastily began to implore Qin Tian as well. Weren't you claiming to be the king here? Qin Tian looked down at him, filled with disdain. Zhu Dachang's face flickered with a mix of green and red as he prepared to plead once more. To his dismay, Qin Tian furrowed his brow. Get lost. Zhu Dachang recoiled in fright, releasing his grip and remaining silent, his heart heavy with despair. Zhu Dachang, what do you think you are doing? Can you even touch the chairman's leg? If you keep this up, I will ensure your demise. Then, Chairman, I will immediately initiate the share transfer process. After reprimanding Zhu Dachang, Luo Yang respectfully addressed Qin Tian before preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Yang Qianxue, suddenly realizing, looked anxious and stammered. No. This isn't right. I cannot accept this, and I have no experience managing a company. Oh, come on, Yang, do not refuse. The chairman believes you are capable, and you certainly are. Luo Yang, more anxious than her, feared that if she declined, Qin Tian might outright dissolve the company, leaving him with nothing and losing the chance to associate with such a powerful figure. The crowd nearly burst out in laughter at Luo Yang's obsequious demeanor, even addressing Yang Qianxue with such familiarity. A mere small fry had transformed into someone whom Luo Yang was eager to please. It was enviable. Yang Qianxue felt uncomfortable with the title. She looked to Qin Tian for help. Qin Tian, I truly cannot accept this. If that is the case, I will dissolve the company and transfer everything to you. Upon hearing this, Yang Qianxue fell silent, her anger flaring. You are doing this on purpose. Isn't that better? If I give you everything, the pressure will be even greater. Come on, your business acumen is exceptional. Managing a distribution company is merely a task for you. Qin Tian chuckled. His actions were a gesture of gratitude for Yang Qianxue's support over the past 2 years. Yang Qianxue shot him a reproachful glance. Choosing not to argue further, yet within her heart lingered an inexplicable joy, not for the money, but for Qin Tian himself. Now that's more like it, Yang. With your beauty and capabilities, you will surely become the chairman's capable partner. Luo Yang boldly teased, his tone laden with innuendo. What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Qianxue's face flushed crimson, glancing at Qin Tian, only to find him looking back with an enigmatic smile, which made her blush deepen. I'm ignoring you. Yang Qianxue glared at Qin Tian in annoyance before striding away, feeling overwhelmingly embarrassed. Please wait, Yang. The owner of Liangshan Winery is still waiting for you to sign the contract. Luo Yang hastily interjected. Chapter 60, Why is he targeting me? As Luo Yang spoke, he hurriedly followed behind Qin Tian. Oh, okay. Yang Qianxue paused momentarily, responding foolishly. She trailed the two into the tea room, her gaze fixated on Qin Tian's retreating figure. Lost in a daze, she remained bewildered. Her handsome younger brother, with whom she had spent 2 years, had suddenly transformed into the chairman of the headquarters. With a mere utterance, he elevated her to the position of branch manager. Although she had previously earned over 10 or 20,000 a month and had never sought financial assistance from others, she never imagined she could catapult herself into the realm of a millionaire or even a multimillionaire. Setting aside the annual profits exceeding 10 million, the company's valuation stood at several tens of millions. Even if she sold the company now, she would still be a multimillionaire. Transforming from a modest employee to a wealthy woman? It was almost unfathomable. All of this was bestowed upon her by Qin Tian. Yang Qianxue was not only shocked and moved, but also filled with curiosity about Qin Tian. Who on earth was he? Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? Was he feigning poverty, coming to the company merely to seek love and grow closer to her? This sudden thought caused her heart to flutter with inexplicable joy. She had already been drawn to him due to his good looks and amiable personality, offering him help both intentionally and unintentionally. To claim that all of this stemmed from pure kindness would be hard to believe. Now, with Qin Tian's actions, she began to speculate that he might indeed harbor feelings for her. Being liked by a wealthy individual, an overwhelming sense of happiness surged within her, akin to a small boat tossed about by tumultuous waves. Haha, President Luo, have you finished your business? Upon entering the tea room, they were greeted by Yi Liangshan's hearty call. He soon noticed Qin Tian and Yang Qianxue entering simultaneously and, puzzled, asked, Who are these two? As far as he recalled, these two were employees of Luo Yang, and he had witnessed them in a confrontation with the company's manager, Zhu Dachong, earlier. How was it that Luo Yang had brought them to the tea room now? Moreover, the strikingly handsome young man walked in front, which was quite astonishing. Apologies for the wait, Mr. Yi, Luo Yang chuckled, glancing at the two beside him. This is General Manager Yang, who will be managing the company from now on. She will be signing your contract today. Before he could finish, Yi Liangshan exclaimed in astonishment, Wait, President Luo, isn't the company yours? Why the sudden change? Confusion washed over him. Just a moment ago, Luo Yang was the boss, yet now he seemed to have relinquished his signing authority. And the individual formerly known as a mere employee had now become the boss. The majority of the company's shares have been transferred to General Manager Yang. I am now merely a shareholder, Luo Yang casually explained, respectfully turning to Qin Tian to continue the introduction. This is Chairman Qin Tian, the largest shareholder of the Romanee-Conti Winery. Chairman of the Romanee-Conti Winery? Wait, you said his name is Qin Tian? Yi Liangshan's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Tian. The chairman of the Romanee-Conti Winery, the owner of a Lamborghini Sixth. And he was so young and handsome. This was the wealthy individual he had encountered at Feiyu. Realizing this, Yi Liangshan felt his heart tremble as he fixated on Qin Tian, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear and shock. Observing his reaction, the others present exchanged puzzled glances. Was this their first meeting? Why such an exaggerated response, as if they were terrified? Luo Yang harbored some suspicions, surmising that Yi Liangshan must have realized that Qin Tian was the owner of that 90 million sports car in the underground garage. Yet, while astonished, there was no need for fear, was there? It was their first encounter, and he had not wronged Qin Tian. Surely he would not act like a lunatic and attack him? Do you know me? Qin Tian inquired, puzzled. During their earlier encounter in the restroom, Yi Liangchen had mentioned some connection, yet Qin Tian had never met or heard of him before. But it appeared that Yi Liangchen did indeed recognize him. I am Liangchen Meijing. Yi Liangchen hesitated for quite some time before mustering the courage to reveal his name from Feiyu, adding, as for Meng Meng, my younger brother did not mean any harm, please, spare me. He spoke anxiously, gazing intently at Qin Tian. Not only was Qin Tian wealthy and influential, but his terrifying background could also render Yi Liangchen utterly hopeless. More significantly, he was the chairman of the Romanee-Conti Winery. With such a status, a single word from him could jeopardize Yi Liangchen's career in the wine industry. Given that he had inadvertently offended him online, how could he not be afraid? The others present began to piece together the situation, surmising that Yi Liangchen had unwittingly crossed Qin Tian. Perhaps the offense was minor, but it was still an affront. If he were to encounter someone vengeful, Yi Liangchen might find himself in a precarious position. Fortunately, Qin Tian merely responded with a casual "oh," before adding, "Qinxue, you can sign the contract yourself? I'm leaving." He turned to depart. Such trivial matters on the internet were not worth his concern. There had been no insults or egregious actions. Why should he bother with such issues? Was it that girls were no longer appealing, or was money hard to spend? With his exit, Yi Liangchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mere seconds felt like an eternity. As the air conditioning blew, he realized he was drenched in a cold sweat. Just as Qin Tian stepped out of the tea room, he received a call from his landlord. "Qin Tian, dear, I found another girl for you." "I'm not interested. I have a girlfriend," Qin Tian replied, bemused. "Why be shy, young man? You claim to have a girlfriend. Yet you haven't brought anyone home in the 2 years you've rented here. Rest assured, this one is undoubtedly a good girl, regardless of the outcome. You should at least meet her first. I'll send you her WeChat, and I've already asked her to add you. Don't forget to accept her request." Before Qin Tian could interject, Aunt Zhang, speaking rapidly, ended the call. He shook his head, choosing to ignore it, and decided to check on an apartment he was considering. As he stepped outside the company, someone suddenly called after him. "Qin Tian, wait a moment." Zhu Dachong approached Qin Tian with a serious expression. "Don't you want to know why I've been targeting you this year? Say what you want. It doesn't matter to me," Qin Tian replied coolly. He was perplexed. Last year had been fine, yet today, Zhu Dachong seemed to have lost his mind, inexplicably seeking to confront him. "It's Zhao Long." Zhu Dachong gritted his teeth. "My college classmate, Zhao Long?" Qin Tian was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Zhu Dachong had no reason to deceive him, nor would he know that Qin Tian had a classmate named Zhao Long. But why? The former class monitor had even called Qin Tian to arrange a reunion before he obtained the system. Though they were not particularly close, they had a casual acquaintance and had never wronged each other. "Do you know him? Why is he targeting me?" Qin Tian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zhu Dachong. Chapter 61. A street for you it is he. How we met has become irrelevant. As for his reasons for targeting you, ponder that yourself. For I am also in the dark. With a scowl, Zhu Dachong finished his words and departed, inwardly cursing Zhao Long's ancestors for generations. Zhao Long is the business manager of Liangchen Liquor Company. Typically, it is Zhao Long who handles the dealings between Luoyang Liquor and Liangchen Liquor, which is how Zhu Dachong has cultivated a friendship with him. The kickbacks he receives predominantly come from Liangchen, all orchestrated by Zhao Long. Today, as contract renewal was initially negotiated by Zhao Long with Zhu Dachong, essentially finalized before both parties' bosses merely needed to sign. At the end of last year, upon learning that Qin Tian was employed here, Zhao Long explicitly expressed his disdain for Qin Tian, wanting Zhu Dachong to deal with him, ideally to oust him from the company. Given that Zhu Dachong was already benefiting from Zhao Long's kickbacks, he readily agreed to assist. After all, Qin Tian was merely a minor character in his eyes. Who could have foreseen that this so-called minor character was, in fact, the chairman? In that moment, he felt utterly deceived, losing everything as a result. "I have been thoroughly harmed by you. You, Zhao Long, shall not fare any better." He believed that Zhao Long was also unaware of Qin Tian's true identity. Otherwise, he would not have foolishly tasked him with confronting Qin Tian. Observing Qin Tian's bewildered expression only solidified his suspicions. If that is the case, then let us perish together. Standing at the elevator, Qin Tian could not fathom where he had offended Zhao Long to warrant such clandestine hostility. The elevator arrived, and shaking his head, he temporarily set aside the matter and stepped inside. In the tea room, Yang Qianxue had already signed the renewal contract with Yi Liangqin. Mr. Yi, how well do you know our chairman? You seem quite apprehensive of him, yet your interaction just now appeared to be your first meeting. Why is that? Luo Yang sought to ingratiate himself with Qin Tian, wishing to understand him better. Recalling the earlier scene with Yi Liangqin and Qin Tian, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Yang Qianxue perked up her ears, equally eager to learn more about Qin Tian. Previously, she thought she knew him well enough, an ordinary person, quite handsome, with a commendable character. However, today's events had left her profoundly shaken, making Qin Tian feel strangely distant. I want to elaborate further. I don't know much. You must have guessed about the car situation, Yi Liangqin remarked. Upon seeing Luo Yang nod, he sighed. All I know is that he is extraordinarily wealthy. You cannot imagine, just the other night, he tipped a streamer several tens of millions on the Feiyu platform to hear her sing. What? Tens of millions in tips? Luo Yang exclaimed, jumping up in astonishment. What kind of wealth is that? Even a notorious spendthrift like Wang Song wouldn't dare. No wonder he had so casually suggested eliminating a company with a yearly profit exceeding 20 million. If tipping a streamer amounts to tens of millions, that profit is mere trifles in his eyes. Yang Qianxue was oblivious to the specifics of the car situation, but upon hearing about the tens of millions tip, she too was taken aback, her eyes nearly popping out. Regaining her composure, she fumed. What a wasteful person. If he wants to listen to a song, he should tell me. I'll sing for free until he is tired of it. Luo Yang was shocked by her use of wasteful to describe him. Only she would dare utter such words. Besides, could her singing compare to that of a professional streamer? Yi Liangqin couldn't resist teasing. If he wants to hear something risque, would you sing that too? He was quite the rogue. Yang Qianxue blushed, spat, and left the tea room. Luo Yang was left dumbfounded. My word, the chairman is quite the character. Once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Alas, a person like him is truly terrifying. Mr. Yi, you have no idea. My brother nearly lost everything today. What happened? He asked. A company I've managed for 10 years was almost obliterated by a single word from the chairman. To eliminate a company without regard for cost. Just as Qin Tian arrived at the base of the office building, he received a WeChat notification. Upon opening it, he saw a message from a user named Hui Zhilon Xin, a female whose profile picture depicted a beautiful, fair-skinned woman. He clicked to accept the request but had not yet viewed the sender when a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host wishes to eliminate a company with an annual profit of 20 million without regard for cost, reward, a street on Zhongshan Street in Y City. Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. He had not yet eliminated the company. How could this be considered a wealthy act? And why reward? System, you are distributing rewards indiscriminately. This is not right. However, his astonishment quickly transformed into awe. Zhongshan Street is the premier commercial street in Y City, bustling with people, abundant in goods, and widely renowned. Whether past or present, one cannot mention Y City without referencing Zhongshan Street, akin to Manhattan in New York, Ginza in Tokyo, or Central in Hong Kong. A visit to Y City is incomplete without experiencing Zhongshan Street, as it epitomizes the city as prosperity, wealth, and contemporary rhythm. Here, one can indulge in a rich material world and appreciate modernity. Zhongshan Road is a source of pride for Y City. It has transcended mere commercial status, evolving into a cultural landmark and tourist attraction. Its value is immeasurable. Just the more than 100 shops along the street are worth over 5 billion. The rental prices for storefronts reach an astonishing 2,000 to 5,000 yuan per square meter. This means that now, Qin Tian possesses the entire street. Even if he were to do nothing, the rental income alone could amount to tens of millions monthly. He has become a veritable landlord. Clearly, the system has not misallocated rewards. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Qin Tian, puzzled, answered. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Qin? A sultry voice greeted him, the kind that could stir one's emotions. This is I, Mr. Qin. Hello, I am Qin Yuan. You may call me Yuan. Qin Yuan? What is your relation to Wu Sangui? Mr. Qin, you jest. I merely share a name. It is as follows. You have purchased the entirety of Zhongshan Street, correct? I am the steward of this street, and your property certificate is in my possession. Where are you currently? I can deliver it to you. Ah, I see. Qin Tian pondered for a moment and replied, I am heading to Baiyuanyuan. Please deliver it there. Baiyuanyuan is a well-known real estate developer in the country, reputable and not far from his company, so Qin Tian decided to check it out. Understood, Mr. Qin. I will call you when I arrive. After ending the call, Qin Tian exited the office building. It was now lunchtime, coinciding with peak traffic hours, and the roads were clogged. Qin Tian had no choice but to abandon his car. Fortunately, the distance was short. He grabbed a shared bicycle, but before he could set off, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Zhou Lili? Chapter 62. The annual spectacle. Zhou Lili pursued Qin Tian through the community where he resided, inquiring along the way, and ultimately discovered that the dazzling blue sports car was parked within a nearby office building. Once her preparations were complete, she positioned herself at the entrance, awaiting his arrival. At long last, when Qin Tian appeared, she followed him, only to be taken aback. To her astonishment, he opted to ride a shared bicycle instead of driving the multi-million yuan car. Zhou Lili's foundation makeup began to run down her face in disbelief. This man was so low-key, no wonder she had mistaken him for an ordinary person. Was this the realm of the wealthy? A wave of self-consciousness washed over her, making her feel shallow and unworthy. In an instant, she steeled herself with a surge of confidence. No, Zhou Lili, you can do this. Once you climb the social ladder with Qin Tian and transform into a super lady, you too must embody humility and learn to flaunt subtly. As she watched Qin Tian prepare to leave on his bicycle, she quickly reacted, rushing forward to intercept him. Zhou Lili? Qin Tian furrowed his brow, surprised by her sudden appearance. He then spoke coldly. Is there something you need? In contrast to the sycophants she usually encountered, Qin Tian's indifference prompted an involuntary scowl from her. Realizing her error, she quickly rephrased her words, lowering her voice and feigning a sweet demeanor. Yes, there is indeed something. Qin Tian, during our last meeting, I felt an instant connection with you. The reason I took you to that lavish place and made you order caviar was merely a test to see if you were the type to pander. You might not know this, but I absolutely detest sycophants. When you left without a word, it was so cool. At that moment, my heart was captivated. Qin Tian, you are exactly my type. With a flourish, she produced a single red rose from behind her back, knelt on one knee, and gazed adoringly at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, you are the one I have searched for my entire life. My love for you fills every fiber of my being. Promise me, will you be my boyfriend? For a lifetime? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She playfully winked at Qin Tian, attempting to appear both charming and bashful. Qin Tian was utterly astonished. What on earth? Is she a dramatic performer? With such talent, why not pursue acting? The Oscars and the Golden Bottle Plum Award should be hers. Had Zhou Lili displayed this side of herself during their previous encounter instead of her true colors, Qin Tian, devoid of his system's scanning ability, might have been deceived. The office building, situated in the bustling center of Y City, was teeming with people during the evening rush hour. The unfolding scene naturally drew a crowd of onlookers. Wow, that guy is so handsome. A girl pursuing a guy. How thrilling. Who would have thought girls would actively chase after guys riding bicycles? How rare. You can't deny it. That guy is so charming. Even I can't resist. Is this what love looks like? Oh no, I'm starting to believe in love again. Say yes to her. Be together. Say yes to her. Be together. As Zhou Lili observed the lively atmosphere around her, a flicker of triumph glimmered in her eyes. She was thoroughly pleased with her orchestrated arrangement, yet the best was yet to come. Meanwhile, another hand discreetly pressed the send button on a phone, dispatching a WeChat message. Within 20 seconds, a Porsche Cayenne sped onto the scene, coming to a screeching halt beside Qin Tian's shared bicycle. A young man emerged from the vehicle, short, stout, and unattractive, yet clad in lavish attire. A large gold chain adorned his neck, and an ostentatious gold watch graced his wrist, exuding wealth. He approached Zhou Lili, holding a lavish bouquet of bright red roses, and knelt before her. Lili, I adore you. Since our last encounter, I have been unable to forget you. I genuinely love you. Will you marry me? If you agree to be with me, this Cayenne beside us is yours. Furthermore, I will purchase you a villa, inscribing your name on the deed. All my wealth, including my company's funds, will be at your disposal. Marry me. Zhou Lili's gaze flitted between the opulent bouquet and the Porsche Cayenne, swallowing hard as she processed his words. Yet, she maintained a facade of cold panic. What are you doing here? Who sent you? Leave at once and don't disturb me. The man before her was a rich second-generation heir, one of her admirers and her most recent boyfriend, who had proposed a few days prior. She had not accepted, opting instead to keep him on the hook. Earlier, when she sought out Qin Tian, she had hinted at her intentions, leading to this moment. However, she was taken aback by his earnestness and extravagant display. Truth be told, had this offer been presented to her just yesterday, she would have accepted without hesitation. But now, her sights were set on Qin Tian. In comparison to him, this wealthy heir was unworthy. She could never forsake a man of Qin Tian's caliber for a mere second-generation heir. The scene erupted in excitement. A shared bicycle versus a Porsche Cayenne, one representing love, the other representing material wealth. Faced with such a choice, what would the outcome be? Wow, what a riveting year-end spectacle. Incredible. This is even more dramatic than an idle drama. What do you think the beauty will choose? If it were me, I would definitely pick the wealthy heir. Me too. That's a Porsche Cayenne, a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million. And don't forget about the villa, plus he would let her manage all his money. Imagine how rich he must be. I bet he has tens of millions. True, while love is beautiful, it crumbles in the face of reality. But let us not forget, the beauty has T immediately agreed. She hasn't T given the rich heir a favorable response. She might very well reject him. The wealthy heir, kneeling before Zhou Lili, had taken her subtle hints and prepared to propose in public, brimming with excitement. Yet he was unprepared for the unexpected turn of events that would unfold here. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, his expression darkened as he cast a glance at Qin Tian, ready to unveil his trump card. Chapter 63. The Test. Suddenly, he retrieved a luxurious gift box from his pocket and carefully opened it. Instantly, a stunning platinum diamond ring captured everyone's attention. It was an exquisite piece that unmistakably bore a high value. The large diamond, refracting the sunlight, radiated a dazzling brilliance. Women are inherently drawn to things that sparkle, such as gemstones and gold. Diamonds, in particular, have been shamelessly marketed by unscrupulous advertisers as essential items for marriage. The affection a man holds for you is often gauged by whether he presents you with a diamond ring. The depth of his love is measured by the size of that ring. Lily, I recall you mentioning that when you marry, the man must gift you a diamond ring. And it must be no less than 3 carats, he said, displaying a 5-carat diamond ring valued at 500,000. I bought this for you. Will you marry me? The wealthy heir, cradling the ring, spoke with unshakable confidence, believing that no woman could resist such temptation. Indeed, when he unveiled the ring, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Once its value was revealed, their shock only deepened, especially among the onlooking women, who were visibly excited and envious, discussing among themselves. Wow, what a massive diamond. It's a 5-carat ring. How could it not be big? I'm so envious. Indeed, 500,000 is quite expensive for a ring. Why can't I have such a boyfriend? Well, maybe he's just a bit short and chubby. That's shallow. One must look beyond appearances. A rich man with a kind heart must be a good person. True, handsome brothers are everywhere, but an interesting soul is rare. Why isn't the lady speaking? If it were me, I'd say yes immediately. Yes, miss, hurry and accept. If you don't, I might take action. Please agree to him. In that moment, the crowd leaned toward the wealthy heir. Observing this scene, he felt euphoric, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights, casting a challenging glance at Qin Tian. Lily, the most important aspect of choosing a partner is selecting someone who loves you deeply, and I am that person. Moreover, one cannot solely judge by appearance. Without money, life becomes untenable. Once you agree to marry me, you can freely indulge in designer cosmetics, clothing, and bags. His words sent a wave of excitement through the women present, their breaths quickening as if they were the ones being proposed to. Even the men were taken aback. Wow, this guy is a real wolf. Indeed, he can choose luxury at will. Even I feel tempted to say yes. Let us not forget, he mentioned that all his money would be managed by her, suggesting that marrying him means unlimited spending. Everyone, disperse. The lady will undoubtedly accept. Who could resist such a lure? Just as everyone believed the outcome was certain, Zhou Lili's expression turned cold as she confronted the wealthy heir. What do you mean by this? Are you implying that I am a gold digger? I didn't mean that. I simply love you too much and want to give you the best, he stammered, bewildered. But I do not love you. Love cannot be bought with money, and I am not a superficial person. What I, Zhou Lili, yearn for is a beautiful love devoid of any materialistic taint. You should leave. My affections lie with Qin Tian. She then turned to Qin Tian, her icy demeanor transforming into warmth, her gaze filled with tender affection. Qin Tian, my dear, please agree to be my boyfriend. Your lack of wealth is irrelevant. I can earn money to support you. Zhou Lili truly was a performer. As her words escaped her lips, everyone was convinced. The wealthy heir's face turned ashen, while the crowd erupted in disbelief. Wait, is this real? Is it possible? This is a scene straight out of a drama. Is this what love looks like? How can this be? I refuse to believe it. Such naivety. She still believes in love. She will regret it. The crowd was filled with incredulity. In an era that values wealth over character, how could genuine love still exist? Yet, the scene before them compelled them to reconsider their notions. They felt their established beliefs about wealth crumbling. Amidst the shock, many felt a tug at their hearts. This is true love. I believe in love again. Agree to her. Be together. The crowd rallied in support, creating an electrifying atmosphere. In such a moment, most would likely succumb to the heat of the moment and agree. Zhou Lily's excitement surged. She was on the verge of success. This grand confession was a performance she had orchestrated. The wealthy heir was merely a pawn to heighten the atmosphere, and she had even brought a few accomplices. However, Qin Tian remained indifferent, gazing at her. Step aside. You are obstructing my path. With that, he maneuvered around Zhou Lily and swiftly vanished from sight. The crowd was left in a state of shock. He rejected her? The lady chose to abandon the wealthy heir for the bicycle guy, and she was turned down? In today's society, such a non-materialistic gem of a girl seemed to be nearly extinct. How could someone face such a heartfelt confession and remain unmoved? Zhou Lily stood dazed. After meticulously arranging this confession, it had ended in utter failure? Had she lost this gamble? Panic set in as she turned to the wealthy heir, donning a loving smile. Darling, that was merely a test to see if you could remain steadfast in your feelings while I confessed to someone else. Congratulations, you passed the test. I accept your proposal. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A test? Is that even plausible? The wealthy heir hesitated at her words. Regardless of the truth, agreeing now would only further tarnish his pride. Yet, he was undeniably fond of her. The scene had already been captured on smartphones. At that moment, a bald man scoffed. Don't believe her nonsense. A test? Choosing a handsome but poor guy over a wealthy one? Please. This woman is nothing but a gold-digging green tea. How dare you speak such nonsense? Zhou Lily retorted angrily. The others looked at the bald man, puzzled. Am I speaking nonsense? He sneered, pulling up a video he had just recorded, pointing at Qin Tian. Everyone, take a good look at this. As the crowd observed, their expressions shifted to shock. Is that a car key? A Lamborghini? Wow. Even the key must be worth a fortune. Brother, you have a keen eye. I didn't even notice. In that moment, clarity dawned upon everyone. The woman had known that the handsome guy was wealthier than the heir. That was why she had abandoned the wealthy heir to pursue him. Now, faced with rejection, she attempted to revert to the wealthy heir, claiming it was a test. It was clear she was just a green tea. The wealthy heir, his face darkened with frustration, hurled a bouquet of flowers at Zhou Lily's face, exclaiming, "What a test, indeed. Get lost." With that, he revved the engine of his Cayenne and sped away, leaving Zhou Lily in tears and the onlookers reveling in their schadenfreude. Chapter 64. An encounter with an old friend. Bishuiyuan, also known as Bishuxianyuan, stands apart from typical villa districts located in the suburbs. It is nestled in the heart of Y City, on the northern side of Tianyuan Lake. The entire community is oriented southward, covering an area exceeding 60,000 square meters, comprising villa zones and upscale residential areas that face the picturesque Tianyuan Lake. Flanked by greenways that connect to the lake, the residential area encircles the villa section, resembling a fan when viewed from above. The community is abundantly green, with shady trees creating a natural oxygen bar. Outside the complex, a large supermarket and a department store are merely a few dozen meters away, while prestigious educational institutions and top-tier hospitals, post offices, and commercial streets are all within reach. In summary, Bishuiyuan boasts a beautiful environment, convenient transportation, and comprehensive supporting facilities, making it the finest residential area in Y City, if not in the entire province. Naturally, its pricing is equally remarkable, with residential units starting at 3 million and villas beginning at 30 million, averaging around 80 million, with the most expensive one priced at 300 million. It is said that due to the exorbitant prices, out of 39 villas in the area, 21 remain unsold. In the past, Qin Tian would not have dared to set foot here. However, times have changed. Now that he has wealth, he believes in indulging himself with luxury cars, villas, and beautiful companions. Riding a shared bicycle, Qin Tian smoothly arrived at Bishuiyuan. Upon raising his gaze, he was greeted by an impressive 15-meter-tall gate adorned with the words Southgate. Its magnificent design exuded an extraordinary aura, indicating the exceptional nature of the community. The entrance was guarded by as many as 20 security personnel, and upon his arrival, several young and robust guards turned their attention towards him. showcasing the stringent security measures in place. Of course, one gets what one pays for. He had heard that the property management fees here were astonishingly high. Adjacent to the south gate stood the sales hall. Qin Tian parked his bicycle at the entrance and had just dismounted when a voice of astonishment reached his ears. Qin Tian. He looked up to see a young man in a security uniform staring at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beside him was a professionally dressed woman, who appeared displeased as she conversed with him. Upon noticing Qin Tian, she frowned and turned to enter the hall. Ma Dai? Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully approached the familiar figure. Ma Dai, a childhood companion from his village, was known for his earnestness. They had shared a close bond during their youth. Although several years had passed since they last met, Qin Tian vividly remembered a time when he was chased by a rabid dog and nearly bitten. It was Ma Dai who intervened, consequently suffering the bite himself. On another occasion, while playing by the river, Qin Tian nearly drowned, and it was Ma Dai who jumped in to rescue him, almost drowning in the process. Thus, Ma Dai had saved his life on more than one occasion. Regrettably, Ma Dai had not passed the entrance exam for high school and subsequently enlisted in the military, leading to a separation of several years. The unexpected reunion filled Qin Tian with delight. Ma Dai was equally thrilled, his face alight with excitement as he stepped forward to examine Qin Tian from head to toe, exclaiming, "Qin Tian, you've really changed. You've become quite handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. And you look fit as well." Qin Tian smiled back, noting that after his military service, Ma Dai had tanned considerably but appeared more robust, with well-defined muscles on his arms and chest. "Have you finished your service? What brings you to Y City without a word?" Qin Tian inquired. "Ha ha, I just got discharged and was thinking of finding a job and catching up with you." Ma Dai replied, scratching his head sheepishly. "So, you're working as a security guard here?" Qin Tian asked, perplexed. Given that Ma Dai had served for several years, Qin Tian had assumed he would have a bright future ahead, possibly securing a decent position after leaving the military. But he found it surprising that he was now a security guard. "Yeah, I just started this past Monday," Ma Dai said with a sheepish grin, feeling slightly embarrassed as he realized the societal stigma attached to his job. However, upon seeing Qin Tian's understanding gaze, he felt reassured that his friend did not look down on him. "And you? Have you come here looking for a job?" he asked, glancing at the shared bicycle behind Qin Tian. He thought to himself that he had heard it was challenging for college graduates to find jobs these days, and he wondered if his friend would be in need of assistance. Qin Tian shook his head. "No, I'm here to buy a house." "What?" Ma Dai was taken aback, then stared at Qin Tian in astonishment. Wow, you must be doing really well now." He glanced again at the shared bicycle, incredulous. "You're buying a house. With properties starting at several million, it was hard to fathom." "Indeed, acquiring a home is a minor issue," Qin Tian replied with a calm smile, though this modest assertion only further astonished Ma Dai. "Here, the properties are indeed commendable, albeit quite pricey," he cautioned, sensing that his friend was aware of the market. "I understand. Starting at a few million isn't too steep," Qin Tian responded. Hearing this, Ma Dai was momentarily speechless before bursting into laughter. "Well, Qin Tian, it seems you've truly made it big." He trusted his friend's words implicitly. "Coincidentally, my girlfriend works in sales here. I can have her introduce you," he offered. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, impressive. You've got a girlfriend now. Balancing military service and a relationship. Quite remarkable." "Haha, we met during a weekend trip on the train," Ma Dai said, scratching his head, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride. "We were just chatting a moment ago. Come on, let me introduce you." With that, he beckoned Qin Tian to follow him inside. Qin Tian hesitated momentarily, recalling how he had seen a professionally dressed woman speaking with Ma Dai, and upon noticing him, she had entered the building with a rather unfriendly expression. Nevertheless, he shook off any lingering doubts and followed Ma Dai into the sales hall. Upon entering, he noticed 2 rows of individuals in professional attire standing on either side of the room, both men and women, with the previously seen woman among them. Realizing they were all real estate sales agents waiting for potential clients, Qin Tian understood the atmosphere. As they entered, the agents greeted them with respectful nods, saying, "Welcome." However, the woman's expression remained dismissive, merely acknowledging them with a slight nod. The lead saleswoman, displaying a professional smile, approached Qin Tian, asking, "Sir, are you here to view properties?" Before he could respond, Ma Dai awkwardly intervened. "I'm sorry, miss. This is my friend." The woman quickly grasped his intent and stepped back calmly. "Xiao Li, this is Qin Tian, my childhood friend." Qin Tian, this is my girlfriend, Lu Li, Ma Dai introduced, gesturing towards the woman he had just pointed out. Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement, but before he could speak, Lu Li interjected curtly. I don't have time to get to know your friends. No, he's here to look at houses. Can you assist him? Ma Dai urged, startled. He, looking for a house? Lu Li replied, her expression flat, her gaze dismissively assessing Qin Tian. Handsome indeed, but riding a shared bicycle? Chapter 65. Summon your manager. Lu Li shook her head inwardly. This was Bihue Tian Yuan, a place where the starting price was 3 million. Even with a loan, the down payment would exceed 100,000. What could a young man riding a shared bicycle possibly afford? Moreover, what kind of person was Ma Dai? A pauper, no less. How wealthy could his friends be? Would affluent individuals even recognize someone like Ma Dai? Ridiculous. Lu Li regarded Qin Tian with utter disdain. At that moment, a Porsche 911 pulled up at the entrance of the sales office, and a young, portly man stepped out, striding towards the door. I'm too busy. Seek assistance elsewhere. Lu Li remarked dismissively. Upon seeing the young man, her eyes sparked with interest as she turned her back on Qin Tian and Ma Dai, hastening to greet him. Having worked in real estate for over a year, Lu Li had honed her keen eye for discerning who could afford what. She only wished to attend to clients like the one driving the Porsche, not waste her precious time on a cyclist. The other salespeople remained unfazed, accustomed to such behavior. As they too followed suit. However, Ma Dai's expression soured, and he opened his mouth to call Lu Li back. Qin Tian, maintaining a calm demeanor, shook his head. Let her be. She is busy. Ma Dai felt embarrassed and guilty. It's fine, Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. After all, he was there to purchase property. It mattered little who assisted him, as he bore no loss in the matter. Meanwhile, Lu Li greeted the portly young man with a beaming smile, her tone laced with flirtation. Li Xiao, what brings you here today? I thought you were coming tomorrow. I was preparing to take the day off to recharge for your visit. You can rest tonight. I'll still require your assistance tomorrow, Li Xiao replied, eyeing Lu Li with a scrutinizing gaze. Li Xiao, you certainly know how to jest. Lu Li playfully chided, her eyes radiating seduction. Upon overhearing their exchange, Qin Tian furrowed his brow and glanced at Ma Dai, who scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Li claims it's merely part of her job to say things that please the clients. Merely pleasing words? Qin Tian retorted, noting the unmistakable sexual undertones. Ma Dai's naivety was amusing. Just as he considered approaching another salesperson, a voice of surprise caught his attention. Tian Ge? As Li Xiao walked past Qin Tian, he caught sight of him and his face lit up with excitement. What a coincidence to encounter you here, Tian Ge. Ma Dai's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He recognized Li Xiao, who had visited several times before, always attended by Lu Li. This was a young man with a net worth in the tens of millions. How could he possibly know Qin Tian? And why did he call him Tian Ge? Lu Li was equally astonished. Wasn't Qin Tian merely a penniless cyclist? How could he be acquainted with someone of Li Xiao's stature? Surely, he must have mistaken him for someone else. Even Qin Tian was perplexed. You know me? Of course. You might not remember me, but I witnessed your prowess at Che Shindao during that race with Wang Tsongtsong. I was utterly awed by your skills. Li Xiao exclaimed, admiration evident in his expression. Qin Tian nodded, recalling the multitude of wealthy heirs present at the event, none of whom he could remember distinctly. Apologies. My mind tends to retain memories of beautiful women. Are you here to purchase property as well? Li Xiao inquired. Indeed, Qin Tian affirmed. How wonderful. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Li. While I cannot vouch for everything else, her expertise regarding the properties here is unparalleled. You can certainly rely on her for recommendations. I've approached her before, but she claimed to be unavailable, busy with you, Qin Tian remarked, casting a cool glance at Lu Li. What? Li Xiao exclaimed in shock, suddenly dripping with cold sweat as he glared at Lu Li. What is going on? Can't even catch Tian Ge's interest? Very well, I shall withdraw my interest in this property. Forgive me, Tian Ge, but I must take my leave. Li Xiao said awkwardly, turning to flee as if escaping a disaster. It was no joke. Qin Tian was someone even Wang Tsongtsong sought to please. The onlookers were astounded. Li Xiao was abandoning his intent to purchase the property for the sake of Qin Tian. He had visited multiple times, seemingly ready to finalize a deal. Yet now he was running away in fear. Ma Dai stood dumbfounded, realizing that Qin Tian had become quite formidable. Lu Li, equally stunned, struggled to comprehend the situation. How could Li Xiao, upon realizing he had overlooked Qin Tian, flee in such a manner? As realization dawned, Lu Li hurriedly pursued, calling out, Li Xiao, don't go. Li Xiao, leave me be. Do not contact me again. Li Xiao shouted, pressing the accelerator as the Porsche sped away, leaving Lu Li in disarray. After a moment, she regained her senses and rushed back, seeking out Qin Tian, only to find a throng of salespeople surrounding him, clamoring to introduce themselves. Lu Li squeezed through the crowd, her gaze earnest as she addressed Qin Tian with a hint of awkwardness. Brother Qin, since you're Ma Dai's friend, you are naturally my friend as well. I apologize for my earlier neglect. There's no need, Qin Tian interrupted. I cannot afford your attention. Please, attend to others. Lu Li, flustered, protested, no, Brother Qin. I truly did not mean to offend. I was merely upset with Ma Dai earlier. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in explanations. Summon your manager. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Chapter 66. Purchased in full. Call the manager, she said, implying that Lu Li was to be dealt with. The other salespeople present wore expressions of malicious delight. Even Ma Dai's visage shifted in apprehension. Qin Tian, you? Before he could finish, Lu Li scoffed. Very well, I shall summon our manager. Shall he? Ma Dai exclaimed in alarm, taken aback by the unfolding situation. Silence. Lu Li retorted coldly, turning her back on him as she strode toward the office without a second thought. Qin Tian shook his head. He had merely observed that Ma Dai seemed to possess little standing before his girlfriend and intended to admonish this woman. To his surprise, she exhibited an audacity that was rather intriguing. In an independent office within the sales building, Lu Li, with a countenance of grievance, recounted her woes to a middle-aged man. Brother Mingji, a client is maliciously troubling me and intends to report to you. Do not fret. Enlighten me on the matter, the man replied, taking her hand and drawing her onto his lap, offering comfort with a caress. It's just my backup, and he brought an insufferable friend to view properties. Lu Li allowed his touch as she recounted the events. Upon hearing her, the man's brow furrowed, his hand instinctively halting. You say this individual is acquainted with young Masterly? Indeed, it appears that young Masterly holds him in some regard, Lu Li replied with disdain. It is he who has caused the deal I had in hand to slip away. It seemed this person either wielded a modicum of influence or possessed considerable wealth, perhaps even surpassing young Masterly. Regardless of the perspective, it was evident that this individual genuinely intended to purchase property and had the means to do so. I have mentioned before, you must amend your disposition. Even if you deem someone unworthy of your attention, you should not display such overt disdain. Now you are reaping the consequences. The man analyzed the situation and offered a nonchalant admonition. Ah, but you are here, Brother Mingji. Lu Li feigned innocence before inquiring. So what now? The individual has been offended. The middle-aged man responded coolly. Since he is a friend of Ma Dai, he should not pursue this too rigorously. Even if he does, it matters not. I have encountered such individuals before. Come, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. They both rose and soon stood before Qin Tian. This is our sales manager, Manager Fang Mingji, Lu Li introduced calmly. Manager, this is Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. A pleasure to meet you, Fang Mingji interjected amiably before Qin Tian could speak. Lu Li has informed me that you are dissatisfied with her service. I sincerely apologize. She is new to our team and may have overlooked certain details. I hope you will show her some understanding. Mr. Qin has come to view properties, I presume? How about I personally attend to your needs? Pray, what are your requirements for a residence? I can make some recommendations. Fang Mingji spoke rapidly, glossing over Lu Li's actions and redirecting the conversation toward property buying. By having the manager personally attend to Qin Tian, he hoped the latter would let bygones be bygones. Qin Tian regarded the two with indifference. He initially intended to retort, but noticed Ma Dai's anxious gaze upon him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well. Please proceed with your recommendations. Upon hearing this, the other salespeople exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disappointment as they withdrew their attention. They had expected a spectacle, only to find a cowardly response. Ma Dai sighed in relief. Qin Tian had ultimately spared Lu Li, which was a relief. Yet Lu Li's eyes flickered with disdain. She had anticipated a more assertive reaction. Brother Mingji is truly formidable, deducing this man's situation merely from his words and swiftly defusing the tension. Fang Mingji, feeling a sense of self-satisfaction, thought to himself, he appears to be merely a man of modest means. Wishing to lodge a complaint against Lu Li, I shall make him rue the day. With a smile, Fang Mingji continued, Mr. Qin, Your refined aura surpasses even the most youthful of talents. Only a villa would befit your noble essence. I believe you should consider acquiring a villa. His words, ostensibly flattering, carried an underlying challenge, even a veiled mockery. Are you not quite impressive? Even young Master Li treats you with utmost respect. Surely, you possess the means to purchase a villa. What? Unable to afford one? How utterly pretentious. Fang Mingji's gaze held a hint of derision as he scrutinized Qin Tian, convinced that the latter could only aspire to a modest residence. It was common knowledge that villas here commenced at 30 million, with the more affordable options already sold out. The remaining 21 villas began at 50 million, prices unattainable for all but the wealthiest. Lu Li shared this sentiment, harboring resentment as she thought. Let us see how you will navigate this. Neither she nor Ma Dai grasped Fang Mingji's malicious intent. He hurriedly interjected, Manager Fang, you misunderstand. Qin Tian is merely here to explore high-end residential properties, not to purchase a villa. Upon hearing this, Fang Mingji couldn't help but smirk, prepared to unleash a few jabs. Qin Tian, however, discerned the subtext of Fang Mingji's words, regarding Lu Li and the manager with skepticism. A sales manager so protective of his subordinate, willing to offend a client, raised a red flag. Before Fang Mingji could speak again, Qin Tian interjected, You are correct. Only a villa suits my essence. I shall purchase a villa. Ma Dai was taken aback, incredulity etched upon his face. Did he just say he would buy a villa? Lu Li was equally stunned. Surely not. Those villas are worth tens of millions. Does he possess genuine wealth, or is he merely posturing? Fang Mingji's expression contorted as he swallowed back the words he had prepared for mockery, frustration bubbling within him. Mr. Qin, may I inquire about your price range? We have 21 villas available, priced between 50 million and 300 million, with an average of 80 million. Among them, Fang Mingji emphasized the price, deliberately reminding Qin Tian that it was a substantial sum, urging him to think carefully before continuing to feign affluence. However, Qin Tian interrupted him, stating coolly, 21 remaining? Then I shall purchase all 21. Chapter 67 I have a request, he said. You bought all 21 units? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. The villas at Bishui Tian Yuan start at several tens of millions, making them exceedingly expensive, while the remaining 21 units average over 80 million each. Ordinary individuals would struggle to earn such a sum in several lifetimes. Even the affluent seldom afford such exorbitant properties. Yet, this individual not only claimed to purchase them, but intended to acquire all 21 units at once. With an average price of 80 million, that amounts to over 1 or 2 billion. To spend such a staggering sum in one go, acquiring more than 20 villas, what does this signify? It implies that this person possesses a fortune of at least several hundred billion. No, even those super-rich individuals with such wealth may not readily have over 10 billion in cash at their disposal. Could it be that Qin Tian boasts a fortune in the thousands of billions? Is he a super-rich magnate? And so young? How is this possible? The three individuals present were left in shock, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Yet, after the initial astonishment, they quickly regained their composure. Such a wealthy figure could not simply be encountered so easily. Fang Mingji spoke solemnly. Mr. Qin, are you serious? If you take back what you just said, I might assume you were jesting. Lu Li, who had remained silent since her arrival, could no longer restrain a scoff. Ma Dai, if you have such a wealthy friend, why didn't you introduce him to me sooner? Were you worried I might faint from shock? Ma Dai had no time to address her derision. He hastily tugged at Qin Tian's sleeve and whispered urgently, Qin Tian, this is not a joking matter. You must express your preferences for the type of properties you wish to buy promptly. Qin Tian, uninterested in lengthy discussions, produced a bank card and handed it over. Swipe the card. I will pay in full for all 21 villas. Staring at the card before him, and then at Qin Tian's composed and unfazed demeanor, Ma Dai was left speechless. No, it can't be true. Lu Li's earlier smirk froze, her entire being trembling. Is this real? Fang Mingji's eyes widened in disbelief. He is indeed serious? He truly is a super-rich magnate capable of acquiring these 21 villas and paying in full? The three were left in a stupor for at least a minute. Qin Tian frowned, impatience creeping into his voice. Are you all daft? Or do you not wish to sell? Fang Mingji quickly snapped back to reality, his body trembling, his face flushed with excitement. Struggling to steady his voice, he fervently nodded. Sell, sell, sell. How can we not sell? He had long contemplated provoking Qin Tian into making a purchase, intending to mock him if he could not afford it, and seeking to vindicate Lu Li. Yet, He had never anticipated that Qin Tian would not only afford it, but would wish to buy all 21 units at once. A transaction worth over 10 billion. This would net him millions in commission, an amount that countless individuals could never earn in their lifetimes. Even as a sales manager, it would take him years of relentless toil to amass such wealth. Now he had achieved it in one fell swoop. Could he not be exhilarated? Furthermore, if he provided exemplary service, perhaps he could forge a connection with a super-rich magnate, a rare opportunity that even the most prominent figures could only dream of. How could he not be thrilled? Ma Dai's complexion was equally flushed, his breath quickening. He gazed at Qin Tian with disbelief, as if encountering a ghost. Once mere peers from humble beginnings, one of them had now become a terrifying figure capable of purchasing 21 villas in one go. How frightening. Lu Li's eyes turned bloodshot. Her fists clenched, lips nearly bitten through. A transaction worth over 10 billion, with millions in commission. She had utterly missed out on this lucrative opportunity. I am such a fool. At this moment, other salespeople in the vicinity also took note of the situation, left dumbfounded and astonished. Did you hear that? This person intends to buy all 21 remaining villas. That's over 10 billion. I've never seen anyone this impressive in my life. To spend such a fortune without a second thought. This must be a level of wealth beyond comprehension. Look at his demeanor, so calm and collected. It's as if he were merely purchasing a pack of cigarettes. How regretful. I recognized his wealth when he walked in. And Lu Li, the most absurd of all, had blatantly ignored someone who was clearly a connection of her boyfriend, practically handing her a chance at success, only to dismiss him. Now she must feel utterly foolish. More than just foolish. Look at her expression. She must feel as though her world has crumbled. Meanwhile, Fang Mingji stood to benefit, effortlessly pocketing millions in commission. Indeed, if I could meet someone like that, I would willingly forego commissions just to serve him. I would go above and beyond. Hearing the murmurs around her, Lu Li's face darkened. Fang Mingji, however, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, "Mr. Qin, allow me to show you the villas." "No need to view the villas. Let us proceed with the transaction," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. He had confidence in the quality of Bi Shui Tian Yuan, and having seen promotional videos online, he felt no need for further inspection. The others were left in disbelief. To spend billions without a flicker of an eyelid or even glance at the properties. It's as if he were purchasing a pack of cigarettes. What manner of magnate is this, so terrifyingly affluent? Fang Mingji, ecstatic, eagerly bowed and flattered. "Mr. Qin, you exude an air of nobility and unmatched grandeur. Even the aristocrats of Kyoto do not possess your demeanor. I, Xiaofang, am in awe of you." He took Qin Tian's bank card and swiftly set about his tasks. Before long, he returned with the purchase contract and the card machine, presenting them to Qin Tian, who began signing and stamping his fingerprints. Watching this scene, Lu Li stood beside Ma Dai, viciously pinching his side and hissing, "So handsome, so wealthy. Damn you, Ma Dai. How could you not have mentioned someone like him sooner? Xiaoli, spare me. We haven't seen each other in years. And I had no idea he was this wealthy." Ma Dai grimaced through the pain but quickly added, "But it doesn't matter. With someone like Qin Tian around, I feel I have gained prestige." "Huh. Even if he is impressive, what does that have to do with you?" Lu Li shot back, her tone laced with disdain. "He may have wealth, but I suspect you've already been forgotten in the corners of his mind. His success is his own. I'm genuinely happy for him," Ma Dai replied, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. Once comrades from humble backgrounds, one had ascended to a level that felt unattainable, perhaps signaling the gradual fading of their childhood friendship. At this moment, having completed the signing of the purchase contract and poised to swipe the card, Qin Tian interjected. "Manager Fang, before we proceed with payment, I have a request. Please, Mr. Qin, speak freely. I would gladly comply with 10 requests." Fang Mingji beamed. Qin Tian suddenly turned to Ma Dai and stated, "The commission from the purchase of these 21 villas must be credited to Ma Dai." Chapter 68. The game of tricks has reached new heights. Must the performance of these 21 villas be attributed to Ma Dai? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. This represented millions in commissions, a sum that countless individuals could only dream of earning over a lifetime in sales. They had just been enviously contemplating how Manager Fang had stumbled upon such a lucrative opportunity, only to discover it had swiftly fallen into the hands of Ma Dai, a mere security guard. It was akin to winning the lottery, absolutely enviable. Lu Li's cold smirk abruptly froze. Moments ago, she had been mocking Qin Tian, asserting that no matter how wealthy or impressive he was, he was still just himself. Mardai, though a good brother of his, would inevitably be forgotten once wealth was in play. Little did she know, she would soon hear Qin Tian's declaration. It felt as if she had been struck hard across the face, her complexion shifting between red and pale. Fang Mingji's expression darkened. How could the meat that was almost in his grasp just fly away? What was worse, the meat's rightful owner was taking it away. Who could he possibly reason with? Mardai was utterly bewildered. While he felt joy upon realizing Qin Tian's impressive stature, it was accompanied by a sense of despondency. The gap between them was too vast. It was only natural that if Qin Tian chose to forget him, it would not be surprising. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qin Tian had always remembered him. He even began to suspect that Qin Tian's decision to purchase 21 villas here was a deliberate move to assist him, knowing he worked at this location. As this thought emerged, Marty's conviction in his hypothesis grew, leaving him emotionally overwhelmed. In the midst of his emotions, a twinge of guilt surfaced. How could he have ever doubted the sincerity of Qin Tian's friendship? This was infuriating. Fang Mingji snapped back to reality, his expression solemn. Mr. Qin, your request is rather inappropriate. In our real estate sales industry, there are established norms. Whoever attends to the client is responsible for the transaction, and the commission rightfully belongs to them. Since I attended to you, the commission is naturally mine. This is immutable. Mr. Qin, let us proceed with the payment. With a facade of congeniality, Fang Mingji smiled, though he was unwilling to relinquish the commission so easily. After all, he could simply buy from Mardai instead. Qin Tian turned to Mardai with a serene smile. Come, I wish to purchase 21 villas from you, Mardai. You may handle the details. The moment this was uttered, Fang Mingji's countenance froze. Had he been happy for nothing? Meanwhile, the crowd's envy turned their eyes red. To know a super-rich individual was akin to a windfall. Mardai, I don't understand, Mardai stammered, his expression shifting as anxiety gripped him. Fang Mingji quickly interjected. No, Mr. Qin, Mardai is merely a security guard, not a real estate agent. He lacks the necessary qualifications to handle such matters. If you insist on having him manage this, you will be unable to complete the purchase. Upon hearing this, the surrounding salespeople nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing Fang Mingji's assertion as valid. Just as doctors require medical licenses and teachers need teaching certificates, so too did real estate agents require certification. Well then, if the purchase cannot proceed, so be it, Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. He then addressed Mardai. Let us go acquire a professional qualification certificate, and we shall return to complete the purchase. With that, he retrieved his bank card and turned to leave. Mardai, in a daze, nodded and followed suit. The assembled salespeople exchanged glances, all astonished by Qin Tian's actions. It was evident that the entirety of the commission was to be earned solely by Mardai, with no one else reaping a single cent. Suddenly, Luli spoke up. Wait a moment. I have a compromise. You can entrust this matter to me. After all, we are a couple, destined to marry eventually, right? Money in my hands is no different from it being in yours. What do you say? Mardai turned to find Luli gazing at him with a tender expression. Her eyes filled with affection, a sight he had never witnessed before. He felt a flutter in his heart and quickly glanced at Qin Tian, stammering, Qin Tian. Luli has a point. Perhaps we could. No, I cannot trust her. Qin Tian decisively shook his head. Mardai nervously scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Luli, however, turned pale with envy. Having grown up alongside Mardai, she found it frustrating that he was so easily swayed, while Qin Tian remained astute and unyielding. At that moment, Fang Mingji's mocking voice resonated. Luli, I believe he doesn't distrust you. Rather, he is merely pretending. Earlier, I challenged him to buy villas, and I surmised he could not afford it. Yet, he claimed he would buy all 21 remaining villas. That amounts to nearly 20 billion. Imagine bringing forth such a sum. I trust everyone is astounded. Fang Mingji's expression was filled with disdain as he continued. However, when it came time to pay, he suddenly imposed an unreasonable condition, wanting the commission attributed to an unrelated individual. It becomes clear that this fellow lacks the means to purchase villas. He can't even afford one. His actions are merely a fade to save face and to appear impressive while cleverly extracting himself from the situation. Quite clever indeed. As he spoke, the atmosphere stilled. Everyone was left in shock. The notion of someone casually presenting 20 billion to purchase 21 villas was astonishing. Such a young tycoon was hard to fathom. And while their astonishment lingered, skepticism grew. Furthermore, there was no record of such an audacious individual in Y City, otherwise. The villas at Bishui Tianyuan would not have remained unsold for years. Now that everything seemed settled, the sudden shift in conditions during the payment phase was perplexing. Fang Mingji's revelation made everyone reconsider, realizing it could very well be true. After all, it was not uncommon for individuals to feign wealth, especially to salvage their pride in front of acquaintances. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, followed by glances filled with disdain directed at Qin Tian. Lu Li let out a cold laugh. So it was all an act, huh? Mardai, I underestimated your brother. His ruse was nearly flawless. Clearly, this is not his first time employing such tricks. Mardai hurriedly defended Qin Tian. Lu Li, do not speak recklessly. Qin Tian is not that kind of person. He would never stoop to such tactics. How would you know? People change. Lu Li scoffed. You. Mardai was incensed, ready to retort further when suddenly, Qin Tian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and answered. A voice, authoritative yet gentle, emerged. Mr. Qin, I have arrived at the south gate of Bishui Tianyuan. Where are you located? I am at the sales office looking at properties. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Chapter 69. A full box of property certificates. Just after the phone call ended, a sleek black Bentley Mulsanne came to a halt at the entrance of the sales building. The driver's side door swung open, revealing a professionally attired female driver who swiftly exited the vehicle. She hurried to the rear door, opened it, and with a slight bow, gestured for the occupant to alight while shielding the top of the door frame with her hand. Sister Chen, please be careful. From the open door, delicate feet adorned with embroidered shoes emerged, stepping onto the ground, revealing ankles as fair as the moonlight. Following this, a woman clad in a floral qipao gracefully descended from the car. With shoulder-length hair, porcelain skin, and gentle features, she exuded an aura of serene femininity. The intricate design of her qipao accentuated her alluring figure, radiating an irresistible charm. The two upright security guards at the entrance found themselves entranced, their eyes widening and throats constricting as they swallowed hard. It was undeniable. This woman was a stunning beauty. Even the saleswomen within the building couldn't tear their gazes away, feeling a mix of envy and self-consciousness. Qin Tian also noticed her, his eyes brightening with recognition. Could this be Qin Yuan? My goodness, her voice is captivating, but I never expected her presence to be even more striking. Even the simple-minded Ma Dai was left speechless. Fang Mingji quickly composed himself, rushing forward with a beaming smile. Ah, Sister Chen has arrived. Welcome, welcome. This woman was none other than Qin Yuan, the proprietor of the city's premier commercial street, Zhongshan Street. Even Fang Mingji's boss, the developer of Bishui Tianyuan, would respectfully greet her as Sister Chen. He knew better than to treat her with anything less than utmost deference. Fang Mingji had glimpsed Qin Yuan from a distance during a lavish banquet held by his boss on the opening day of the Bishui Tianyuan project. However, the others in the sales building were oblivious to her true identity. Yet, considering her luxurious vehicle, they understood that she was someone of significance. Witnessing Fang Mingji's respectful demeanor, they all nodded in acknowledgement. Sister Chen, may I inquire if you're here to see our boss or to view a property? If it's the latter, I would be honored to assist you. Fang Mingji approached Qin Yuan, casting a fleeting glance before lowering his gaze, his tone both respectful and ingratiating. Despite Fang Mingji's flattery and the crowd's reverence, the enchanting woman seemed oblivious to their presence. She glided past them with graceful steps, making her way directly to Qin Tian. In a moment that left everyone in a state of shock, she bowed her head respectfully and said, Mr. Qin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. A palpable silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared in disbelief at Qin Tian, their expressions filled with incredulity. This woman wasn't here to purchase a property. She had come to see Qin Tian. Moreover, her demeanor suggested not just recognition but profound respect, even bordering on subservience. The most astonished of all was Fang Mingji, who understood better than anyone the significance of this woman. The esteemed proprietor of Zhongshan Street, a socialite in Y City, who would address even government officials with indifference, was now bowing before Qin Tian. Could it be that Qin Tian's status was so formidable that it instilled fear in her? Fang Mingji's mind raced with disbelief, suddenly entertaining the thought that perhaps Qin Tian was indeed a super-rich tycoon capable of effortlessly purchasing dozens of villas. The mere notion sent a chill down his spine, leaving his face pale and cold sweat trickling down. He repeatedly muttered to himself, Impossible, this cannot be true. Qin Yuan was equally shocked. Having seen Qin Tian's photograph in the dossier, She recognized him immediately. Yet, she was astounded to discover that he was a young man, barely in his 20s, capable of acquiring the entire Zhongshan Street. Even now, standing before him, she found it hard to comprehend. In contrast to Qin Yuan's astonishment, Qin Tian remained composed. It's quite all right. I wasn't merely waiting. You brought the documents, I presume? Yes, indeed. The property certificates for Zhongshan Street, along with all the relevant documentation, are here. The entire Zhongshan Street property has been transferred to your name, Mr. Qin. Qin Yuan signaled to her driver, who brought forth a box and placed it before Qin Tian. Upon opening it, everyone gasped in astonishment. The box was filled to the brim with vibrant red property certificates. A whole box of them, coupled with Qin Yuan's words. It became evident that Qin Tian was now the owner of Zhongshan Street, having just purchased it. What kind of affluent individual was this to acquire an entire street? The realization of Qin Tian's earlier intent to purchase 21 villas sent a wave of anxiety through the crowd, their breaths quickening and their eyes gleaming with jealousy. The sheer magnitude of his wealth was overwhelming. How could someone so casually buy an entire street and dozens of villas? They had mocked him just moments ago for being a mere pretender, yet he had come bearing a box full of property certificates. The slap in the face was resounding, especially for Lu Li, who felt as though her face had swollen from the humiliation. However, she had no time to feel embarrassed. Instead, she fixated intently on Qin Tian. Her gaze almost predatory. A man of such wealth and influence, and a friend of Ma Dai, how infuriating that she hadn't encountered him sooner. Had she known, she would have disregarded her pride and pursued him relentlessly. Among them, Fang Mingji's psyche was in shambles. He trembled as he recalled taunting Qin Tian for his inability to afford villas, only to have him purchase all remaining 21. Just as he thought he had stumbled upon a substantial commission, it was snatched away as Qin Tian insisted the commission be attributed to Ma Dai. The duck he thought he had in hand had flown away. Mocking him for being a pretender had backfired spectacularly, and now he was left in disbelief, wondering if this was some divine punishment for his arrogance. At that moment, Qin Yuan spoke up. Mr. Qin, earlier you mentioned you were here to buy a property. If you haven't finalized anything yet, I would like to offer you a villa in Bishui Tian Yuan, as it is currently unoccupied. Her voice was enchanting, capable of igniting imaginations. Yet, Fang Mingji was drenched in cold sweat, hastily lowering his head and retreating discreetly. The conversation had shifted back to purchasing a villa, and he felt as though his head might explode. Lu Li shared a similar trepidation, slowly backing away, contemplating an escape. However, before they could act, a calm voice broke the tension. Qin Tian spoke. Chapter 70. Unclean. The deal was almost sealed. The housing contract had been signed. However, I wished to designate the commission to my friend, which manager Fang vehemently opposed. Qin Tian pointed towards Ma Dai and cast a subtle glance at Fang Mingji. Upon hearing this, Fang Mingji was utterly flabbergasted, his legs trembling as he stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Preposterous. Qin Yuan, gentle as water, suddenly erupted with fury, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Fang Mingji. Who granted you the audacity to defy Mr. Qin? I command you to resolve this matter immediately. Additionally, you are terminated. At this proclamation, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. An outsider audaciously wielding the authority of a superior to command a sales manager, and to top it off, demanding their dismissal. How could this be? It was utterly inconceivable. Fang Mingji, however, turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, utterly speechless. He understood the extent of Qin Yuan's influence. He had offended her, and he knew his employer would heed her words without question, leading to his inevitable dismissal. After all, she was the proprietor of Zhongshan Street. What was even more perilous was that he had not merely offended her, but rather the owner of Zhongshan Street behind her. Should his employer become aware of this, he would not need her to speak for him to be dismissed. After all, one could not afford to offend someone capable of effortlessly purchasing Zhongshan Street and over 20 villas. Witnessing his reaction, the attending sales staff collectively inhaled sharply. To be dismissed by an outsider, the esteemed manager Fang showed not a trace of resistance. This could only indicate that this woman was extraordinarily formidable. However, they soon realized that it was Qin Tian who was truly terrifying. Everything this woman did was merely to appease him. With this realization, their gazes towards Qin Tian became even more awestruck, involuntarily causing them to step back. Lu Li, paling in fear, turned to flee. Qin Yuan, perceptive and sharp-eyed, had already noted her heightened fear compared to the others, and upon seeing her movement, she coldly commanded, "Stop." Lu Li froze, turning back with a forced smile. "Chun. Sister Chun, is there something you need?" Without any further pleasantries, Chun Yuan bluntly stated, "You are terminated." Lu Li's face fell, and she quickly stifled her terror, protesting. "Why? You have no right to question." Chun Yuan replied icily, her tone domineering. She then turned to face Qin Tian, revealing a respectful smile. "Mr. Qin, I have some connections with the owner of Yuan. I hope my actions meet your approval." Her words were essentially an appeal for leniency on behalf of the owner of Yuan. Someone capable of casually amassing such wealth to purchase Zhongshan Street at a young age must possess an excessively formidable background. Such an individual was not one to offend lightly. What appeared to be an external party intervening in the affairs of another was, in fact, aiding the other party. Lu Li gazed blankly at Fang Mingji, her eyes pleading for assistance. "Get lost." Fang Mingji roared, darkened countenance rising to face Qin Tian, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Qin, I am now at your service to complete the remaining transactions." He dared not even beg for mercy. He understood that the situation was irreversibly set. To dare plead for forgiveness might provoke displeasure and lead to his total obliteration within the sales industry. Qin Tian, maintaining a calm demeanor, handed over the card. The usually accommodating Mingji had ordered him to leave, and the fact that he complied without a word of protest only underscored the gravity of the situation. Lu Li comprehended fully now. Qin Tian was a person of monumental significance. Her previous underestimation due to his friendship with Ma Dai was a grave misjudgment. With this realization, Lu Li's eyes gleamed with renewed hope as she rushed to Ma Dai, grasping his arm and shaking it while imploring him with her gaze. "Dai, isn't Qin Tian your brother? Please, intercede on my behalf and persuade him not to dismiss me. If you help me, I promise to live with you and marry you. My body and heart will be yours. From this day forth, I shall heed your every word." Having vociferously declared her intentions, Lu Li felt a surge of exhilaration. She had nearly forgotten about her backup plan. Ma Dai, a friend of Qin Tian, could potentially elevate his status given the latter's evident wealth and connections. Even if this incident might strain their relationship, he would still earn a substantial commission. Marrying this backup wouldn't be a loss at all. With newfound wealth, her plea for assistance was merely a facade to maintain her image. Ma Dai, still in shock from witnessing the vast wealth Qin Tian possessed, stood in a daze. His childhood companion had ascended to such heights. Though he had observed the unfolding events, he could not immediately process them. Only when Lu Li tugged at his hand did he regain his senses. Upon hearing Lu Li's promise to cohabit and marry him, Ma Dai felt a rush of excitement. Although they had previously dated, it was he who had always invested effort, while she had only occasionally reciprocated, leaving their bond somewhat distant. Now, it seemed they were taking a significant leap forward. He turned to Qin Tian, his face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. "Qin Tian, do you think you could reconsider and not dismiss Lu Li? She works quite diligently." Qin Tian, having overheard Lu Li's declaration, looked at Ma Dai with surprise. "Cohabit? How long have you two been together? Still not living as one?" Ma Dai awkwardly scratched his head in embarrassment. Lu Li is rather traditional. She insists on saving her first time for the wedding night. "You mean she is still a virgin?" Qin Tian was somewhat astonished. This woman, so materialistic, harbored a traditional side as well. Yes, Lu Li once mentioned that the night should be beautiful, and beautiful things ought to be reserved for beautiful evenings. Ma Dai gazed at Lu Li with affection, while she blushed and shot him a shy glance. "Mr. Qin, the payment has been completed. Please take your card," Fang Mingji announced, having finalized all the housing procedures and returned the bank card to Qin Tian. Having overheard the exchange between Ma Dai and Lu Li, a cold smile flickered across his lips, yet he refrained from commenting. This scene was precisely what Qin Tian witnessed as he grappled with whether to pry into the private matters of his friend's partner. His brow furrowed, and his expression darkened as he looked at Lu Li. "Dai, perhaps it's best to reconsider. Your girlfriend is not of reputable character." Chapter 71. Graceful elegance. Your girlfriend is not pure. Upon hearing these words, Ma Dai felt a wave of gloom wash over him. Just moments ago, he had praised his girlfriend for her traditional values and her innocence, yet now he was being told that she was unclean. Wasn't this their first meeting? It seemed inappropriate for someone who hardly knew either of them to make such a statement. It appeared that Qin Tian was still somewhat displeased, harboring resentment over Xiaoli's earlier dismissive attitude towards him. As Ma Dai contemplated this, he intended to defend his girlfriend further. However, Lu Li's face paled upon hearing Qin Tian's words, and she burst out with fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if I had been rude to you earlier, there was no need to slander me like this. You claim to be a brother, yet you malign another man's woman? Just because you have money, does that give you the right to defame others? Enough, Shaoli, don't say another word. Ma Dai interjected sternly, then turned to Qin Tian with a forced smile, saying, Well, Qin Tian, let's change the subject. Regarding the matter of her dismissal, I apologize for Shaoli's earlier behavior. Of course, if you choose to dismiss her, that's fine. Work can always be found again. I still owe you an apology. I'm truly sorry. Upon hearing this, Lu Li froze, her body trembling. Her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Qin Tian. She had lost count of her intimate encounters, but other details were undeniably accurate. How could he possibly know? This was inconceivable. You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. Lu Li cried out in horror, pointing accusatorily at Qin Tian. He is defaming me. Your brother is maligning me. Ma Dai was equally stunned, unable to process the information as he gazed at Qin Tian in disbelief. If Qin Tian's earlier comment about Lu Li's purity could be attributed to his annoyance, the current assertion was articulated with such clarity and precision, complete with figures, that it was impossible not to suspect its veracity. Qin Tian, how do you know this? Is what you say true? Ma Dai was jolted back to reality by Lu Li's frantic outburst. Seeing the panic-stricken expression on his girlfriend's face darkened his countenance. And although he questioned Qin Tian, he was increasingly convinced of the truth behind the matter. Don't concern yourself with how I know. I can only assure you that not a single word I spoke was unjust. If you doubt me, take her to the hospital for a checkup. While the number of encounters may not be ascertainable, whether she is a virgin, whether she has had an abortion, or whether she has contracted any diseases can be easily verified. Ultimately, it matters little to me who you choose to love, but as a brother, I must caution you about the possibility of disease. With that, Qin Tian turned and walked away. He had said all that needed to be said. And how Ma Dai chose to proceed was no longer his concern. Mr. Qin, where are you going? Let me accompany you. Chen Yuanyuan hurriedly followed him. In the sales hall, Lu Li looked pitifully at the tense Ma Dai. Are you brave enough to go to the hospital for a checkup? Ma Dai asked coldly. His roar sent Lu Li's complexion shifting from green to white. She was at a loss for words, her heart filled with deep regret. It was only now that she realized, among all the men she had dated, Ma Dai was the one who treated her the best, and he was also the wealthiest. As she racked her brain for ways to salvage the situation, the usually silent Feng Mingji suddenly interjected with a mocking laugh. Why would he lie to you? You are merely his backup. In truth, while she presents herself as your girlfriend, she spends her nights in my bed. You are not the only one. I, too, have been played by this wretched woman. Feng Mingji's words were a harsh revelation, awakening Ma Dai to the reality that his first encounter was likely fabricated. He had not only been deceived, but had also lost his job because of her. How could he let this woman off the hook? As Feng Mingji's words sank in, the sales staff exchanged disgusted glances at Lu Li. This woman had truly crossed the line. Ma Dai's face darkened. The woman he had cherished and treated like a treasure had betrayed him. Rage coursed through him as he clenched his fists. Don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Li trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom that Feng Mingji would reveal such a thing. Silence, Ma Dai bellowed, raising his hand and delivering a stinging slap to Lu Li's face. The sound was sharp and resonant. In his fury, he struck her with such force that blood trickled from her mouth, and red handprints blossomed on her cheek. Yet, he still felt unsatisfied. In a sudden burst of anger, he kicked Feng Mingji to the ground, who curled up, clutching his abdomen, gasping for breath. Then, he tore off the security uniform he wore and tossed it to the ground, his expression cold as he turned to leave, leaving the onlookers in shock. Truly, a soldier's wrath was formidable. Ma Dai caught up with Qin Tian, stammering, Qin Tian. Don't worry, you did well. Qin Tian, having witnessed the scene unfold, gave him a thumbs up. Now that you've vented your anger, let's go look at the villa. You have money now, consider buying a car. I'll even gift you a villa, wealth, a car, and a home. He had already decided that if Ma Dai chose to act like a man and let things go, he would offer him a choice of any of the 21 villas. After all, why would he fear a lack of women? However, if Ma Dai professed his undying love and chose to continue chasing Lu Li, then so be it. After all, no amount of money could ever satisfy the heart of a gold digger. Yet, before Qin Tian could finish, Ma Dai interrupted him. Thank you, Qin Tian. But that won't be necessary. Ma Dai sighed, a hint of despondency in his voice. I plan to return to the army. Didn't you just get discharged? How can you go back? I wish to be discharged, but my superiors have not approved it. They retain my position. Qin Tian considered this, then nodded. All right, let us keep in touch. If you need anything, reach out to me. Yes, you should come visit our unit sometime. We have beautiful female soldiers as well. Ma Dai replied succinctly before departing. After watching him leave, Qin Tian prepared to head to Bishi Tianyuan to inspect his 21 villas. Just then, his phone rang with a WeChat call. Upon seeing the name displayed, Qin Tian furrowed his brow. Hui Jilan Xin. This woman had been recommended to him by the landlord's wife for a blind date. He realized now that she had sent several messages while he had been unaware. Qin Tian pressed to answer. Chapter 72. I'll contact you tonight. Hello, is this Qin Tian? Yes, it is. I was introduced by Aunt Zhang. Nice to meet you. I sent you a few messages, but you didn't reply. I didn't see them. Are you free to meet now? I'm unavailable. Then how about tonight? The voice on the other end was filled with intellect. Qin Tian remained indifferent, even somewhat aloof. Yet, the other party persisted, asking question after question, which made him feel slightly embarrassed. When it came to the prospect of meeting later, Qin Tian hesitated, intending to decline once more. However, the other person promptly declared, It's settled then. I'll choose a place and send you the details. Be sure to come. With that, the call ended abruptly. Qin Tian stared at the disconnected voice call, feeling somewhat speechless. Out of habit, he clicked on the person's profile picture. It was a full-body shot, and indeed, she was quite a beauty with an appealing figure. I'll decide tonight. If I'm bored, I might as well meet her. Otherwise, I would just be flaking out. He shook his head. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a payment notification. Longwood Construction Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has withdrawn 1-800-000-000 yuan, with a balance of 100-000-006, 90 yuan. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The host has purchased 21 villas in one go, with a cash reward of 3.6 billion yuan. Ding. The host has purchased 21 villas in one go, receiving a critical reward. A private island in the center of Tianyuan Lake in Y City. Friendly reminder, the island in the center of Tianyuan Lake is an artificial island, and all products on the island belong to the host, including the number 1 villa worth 350 million yuan. Friendly reminder, the property certificate for the island and the key card for villa number 1 have been dispatched. Please check for delivery. Longwood Construction Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received 3,600,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 4,700,000,006, 90 yuan. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Despite having received system rewards before, he was still astonished. He had spent 1.8 billion, yet received 3.6 billion in return. Such an amount was beyond comprehension. Yet, he could rationalize this. But the private island in Tianyuan Lake? An artificial island that now belonged to him. Qin Tian. Although it was merely an island in a lake, he could now rightfully call himself an island owner. This was exhilarating. Chun Yuanyuan trailed alongside Qin Tian, her expression a complex blend of emotions. When she arrived, she had assumed Qin Tian was merely purchasing a single villa. She had never anticipated that he would buy 21 in one go. Just a moment ago, he had casually spent 18 billion on multiple villas. This young, handsome man, how wealthy could he be? What noble family did he hail from? While Chun Yuanyuan was still in shock, she noticed Qin Tian suddenly stop and stare into space, prompting her to curiously inquire, Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Snapping back to reality, Qin Tian smiled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, you can go about your business. No need to stay with me. Mr. Qin, may I continue managing the Zhongshan Street property? Qin Yuanyuan hesitated before speaking. After all, Qin Tian was now the owner of Zhongshan Street, and she needed to ascertain whether she could continue in her role as manager. If he were to distrust her and send someone else in, that was a possibility. Why don't you take care of it? Without a moment's thought, Qin Tian nodded. From what he observed in the sales hall earlier, Qin Yuanyuan possessed both a gentle charm and an icy demeanor. She was the type of woman who could be a devoted partner at home while also providing support to a man outside. Moreover, she was exceptionally capable. She managed Zhongshan Street well, and there was no need for a change, especially since he had no one else to rely on. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qin. Chen Yuan expressed her joy, then continued. Are you planning to explore Yuan? I am an owner there. Perhaps I could serve as your guide? No need. Just go about your work. I can explore the community myself. Qin Tian declined, shaking his head. He preferred to find a property manager instead. This woman was simply too alluring, and having her close made him feel somewhat uneasy. Perhaps it was merely the unfamiliarity. He assumed that once they were more acquainted, it would feel less so. All right, Mr. Qin. Should you need anything, please feel free to contact me anytime. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Yuan's face. Did this young man not favor someone like her? Please hold onto the property certificates for Zhongshan Street. I'll come by your place tonight to collect them, Qin Tian instructed. With a box full of red ownership documents, it was inconvenient for him to carry them now. Since they resided in the same community, he would wait until he moved in before asking her to retrieve them, to avoid unnecessary hassle. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushing. She quickly replied, Understood, Mr. Qin. I'll get back to work now, and I'll contact you tonight. Turning away, she couldn't help but think. He may outwardly prefer not to have me accompany him, but he secretly arranged to meet tonight. Perhaps this young gentleman was just shy. Qin Tian found her exuberance bewildering. Was there something odd about asking her to bring the documents home for him to collect later? What was there to be so happy about? He remained puzzled. Just as Qin Yuan's vehicle departed, two attractive women hurried towards Qin Tian from the direction of the sales hall. One of them was familiar. She was the receptionist from earlier. Mr. Qin, you must be here to view the properties. Allow me to introduce, this is Zhao Ling, the property manager of Yuan. She can guide you through a detailed tour. The receptionist gestured to the other woman. Zhao Ling, clad in a white blouse and a black skirt, showcased her long legs adorned in black stockings. With her large eyes and petite face, she was undeniably a rare beauty, worthy of goddess status in any setting. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Zhao Ling, the property manager. You may call me Xiao Zhao. I will be showing you your villa. Zhao Ling extended her hand to shake Qin Tian's. Her smile warm, yet during the handshake, she subtly brushed against his palm, her eyes twinkling with a hint of intrigue. Qin Tian, maintaining a composed demeanor, withdrew his hand and replied coolly, Let us go. He stepped ahead into the southern entrance of Yuan. In the face of Qin Tian's indifference, Zhao Ling not only remained undeterred, but also playfully tossed her hair, quickening her pace to draw nearer. She was not lacking in modesty. She had learned from the receptionist that this young man had just purchased 21 villas in one fell swoop, spending tens of billions without batting an eye. Coupled with his youth, impeccable looks, and calm demeanor, who could resist such allure? The receptionist gazed enviously at their retreating figures, consumed by jealousy. Why was she merely a receptionist and not in property management? If only she had that opportunity. Chapter 73. Has the ownership of Heart Island changed? At this moment, Zhao Ling accompanied Qin Tian as they entered the south gate, when suddenly, Qin Tian's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Tian? Your parcel has arrived. Are you at Yuan? I'm at the south gate. Could you please come out to collect it? Turning around, Qin Tian spotted a young man clad in a delivery uniform, sun-kissed, and riding a three-wheeled courier vehicle. I'm at the south gate. I see you, Qin Tian replied, promptly ending the call and strolling toward the delivery man. The courier was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such a young individual resided in Yuan. You must be Qin Tian, he inquired. That's me, Qin Tian affirmed. The delivery man then made a call to confirm his identity, followed by the signing of a receipt, and handed over the parcel to Qin Tian. Qin Tian mused that it must contain the property documents for Heart Island, along with the key card for Villa Number 1. The system had just indicated that the parcel was dispatched, and he was surprised it arrived so swiftly. He refrained from hastily opening the package. Zhao Ling, who had been closely following him, chimed in with a charming smile. Mr. Qin, allow me to carry it for you. No need, Qin Tian replied, shaking his head as he re-entered the south gate, with Zhao Ling hastily trailing behind him. Soon, the pair found themselves within Yuan, a vast community adorned with lush greenery, where trees flourished and birds chirped melodiously among the branches. As they ambled along, Zhao Ling provided a detailed description of the surroundings. Mr. Qin, our Yuan is designed in a fan shape, with the curved section representing the high-rise residential area, while the handle, adjacent to Yuan Lake, comprises the villa district. This community boasts the highest property prices in Y City and nearby areas. The residents include nearly all the affluent individuals in the city, particularly in the villa district, where the starting price for a villa is 30 million. Such luxury is beyond the reach of ordinary wealthy individuals. There are a total of 39 villas in the district. The closer they are to Tianyuan Lake, the higher the price. Remarkably, you have purchased 21 villas, which is more than half of the entire district. And most of them are among the priciest near the lake. Mr. Qin, you truly are the most imposing and affluent man I have ever encountered. Any woman fortunate enough to be with you must feel immensely blessed. As Zhao Ling spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration, and her gaze conveyed both reverence and flirtation. 21 villas. It was no exaggeration to say that within the villa district, one could easily point to any building, and it might very well belong to Qin Tian. Young, handsome, and possessing such wealth, what woman wouldn't he be captivated? If someone were to gift me a villa, I would be willing to do anything for them. No, even if they didn't gift me a villa, I would gladly accompany him. Zhao Ling couldn't help but think. However, Qin Tian remained calm and indifferent. Zhao Ling, feeling a tinge of disappointment, continued to lead him deeper into the community. Before long, they had nearly explored the entire area, ultimately arriving at the villa district's most coveted location, the villa closest to Tianyuan Lake, positioned at the furthest end of the Fan's handle. Mr. Qin, this villa is the crown jewel of the district. It is priced at 150 million, occupying 600 square meters, and includes a 500 square meter front and back garden. It features 3 floors and 2 basement levels, nestled against the bustling city while facing Tianyuan Lake, allowing for a direct view of Heart Island upon opening the door. In Y City, and even the entire province, the villa on Heart Island is renowned as Villa Number 1, making this one rightfully claim the title of Villa Number 2. Standing at the entrance of the villa, Qin Tian gazed ahead and nodded subtly. Although Heart Island suggests a location at the center of the lake, this villa is in proximity to it. From here, Qin Tian could clearly see the faade of Villa Number 1. With the key to Villa Number 1 in hand, he said, "Let us visit Heart Island." Zhao Ling was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded, "Certainly, Mr. Qin. Please hold on while I make a call." She dialed, "Hello, boss. Mr. Qin wishes to visit Heart Island." "What? The ownership of Heart Island has changed? You don't yet know who the new owner is? What should we do? Should we sneak in again? Is that permissible? Please inform the yacht driver to come over swiftly." "All right. Have him arrive as soon as possible, Mr. Qin is waiting. Please follow me, Mr. Qin." Zhao Ling hung up and led Qin Tian around to a secluded dock on one side of the community, where a small yacht was moored. "Mr. Qin, we may have to wait a minute. The yacht driver is on his way," Zhao Ling expressed apologetically. Qin Tian was perplexed. "Is there no dock within your community?" Zhao Ling shook her head. "No, there isn't. Heart Island is not part of our community, and Villa No. 1 was constructed long before Bishui Tianyuan. Heart Island is an artificial island, believed to be privately owned, and is generally not open to the public. I only had the chance to visit once due to our developer-s connection. Our community-s owner is acquainted with the former owner of Heart Island, which granted me the opportunity for a tour, but that may have been the last occasion. The previous owner of Heart Island is rumored to be an affluent elder from a prominent family in Kyoto, and now it has a new owner. It's astonishing. I wonder who could afford such a place." Recalling her boss's astonished tone during the call, Zhao Ling felt a mix of anxiety and envy. Qin Tian merely smiled faintly, not engaging further. With the system in play, there is nothing unattainable. At that moment, a man in his 60s approached them. Zhao Ling promptly addressed him. "Uncle Fu, Mr. Qin wishes to visit Heart Island. We appreciate your assistance." The elder, referred to as Uncle Fu, glanced at Qin Tian and felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him before. After a brief moment of contemplation, his expression soured, and he spoke tersely. "Is he the one who wants to visit Heart Island? Your boss is becoming increasingly unreasonable, allowing anyone on the island. Has he assumed that just because the owner has permitted him a few visits, he can treat Heart Island as his own? Mr. Qin is a distinguished guest of the owner. I kindly ask you to make an exception this once," Zhao Ling interjected, forcing a smile and adopting a conciliatory tone. Despite Uncle Fu's somewhat authoritative demeanor, he was the steward of Heart Island, and typically, outsiders required his approval to access the island. Even Zhao Ling's boss had to be polite with him, so she could only smile in response. "Board the yacht, but this is a one-time exception," Uncle Fu huffed, then beckoned them aboard the yacht. Heart Island was not far. Within minutes, the yacht docked. Uncle Fu led them ashore, stating, "Heart Island has just changed owners, so please refrain from visiting Villa Number 1. You may explore the island, but don't linger too long. And ensure that no harm comes to any flora or fauna here, or you shall bear the consequences. Chapter 74. Did I trespass? Rest assured, Mr. Fu. We are merely here to admire, not to vandalize, Zhao Ling hastily replied. Lowering her voice, she added with a smile, Mr. Qin, Mr. Fu takes great care of the island, though his temperament can be a bit, well, I hope you won't take it to heart. Qin Tian shrugged off her concerns. Despite Mr. Fu's harsh words, it was evident that he was only looking to protect Huxin Island, which was now Qin Tian's property. He had no reason to be upset over such remarks. Zhao Ling sighed in relief and began to elaborate on the island. Huxin Island spans approximately 5 square kilometers, featuring a beach on one side and rocky shores on the other. The island boasts a remarkable 99% vegetation coverage, with fresh air, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms, rendering it a true natural oxygen bar and a sanctuary for wellness. Additionally, the island is equipped with solar power generation and wireless signal towers, ensuring sufficient electricity and network facilities. As the trio strolled along the island as pathways shaded by towering trees, they were greeted by a gentle breeze and the sweet sound of chirping birds. Qin Tian felt thoroughly satisfied. The air quality and natural surroundings were indeed impeccable, making it an ideal living environment, conveniently located near the bustling city. After a leisurely exploration, they arrived at Villa No. 1, centrally located on Huxin Island. The villa covers an impressive area of 1,000 square meters, with gardens spanning an additional 700 square meters, complete with hot springs and a swimming pool. The villa consists of 3 stories above ground and 3 levels below, and most remarkably, it features a specially designed helipad that allows for direct helicopter landings. Despite its opulent exterior, the interior design is even more lavish. Unfortunately, since its completion, the villa's owner has never resided there. However, Mr. Fu has consistently arranged for cleaning services to maintain its pristine condition. To prevent the decor from becoming outdated, Mr. Fu also hires professionals annually to update the villa's interior, ensuring it remains a cutting-edge, luxurious abode. Zhao Ling continued her enthusiastic introduction, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the villa. She felt a mixture of envy and aspiration, yet also a sense of inferiority, believing she was unworthy of such grandeur, feeling she lacked even the right to envy it. Qin Tian shared her sentiments of satisfaction. The villa was indeed remarkable. Its vastness and gardens were impressive, but what truly set it apart was the entire island serving as a garden, surrounded by lakes. With the added luxury of a helicopter pad, every aspect was a highlight of opulence. Building an artificial island in a paradise-like villa without ever residing there, was this intended solely for himself? He pondered how the system managed to acquire such a treasure. As Qin Tian became increasingly enamored with the property, he could not resist striding towards the villa's courtyard. Zhao Ling suddenly froze, then cried out in alarm, Mr. Qin, you can't go in there. Mr. Fu had just warned them against touring the villa. Had Mr. Qin forgotten? Stop right there. Do you know where you are going? Mr. Fu's voice rose in fury. Do you want me to report you for trespassing? As he spoke, his expression shifted to one of shock. Trespassing? Qin Tian chuckled lightly. Standing at the courtyard entrance, he tore open the package he had been holding, revealing a card, which he then placed against the door lock. With a couple of beeps, the grand entrance swung open automatically. Both Zhao Ling and Mr. Fu stood frozen in disbelief as Qin Tian stepped inside. The package he had been holding contained a key card, specifically for this villa? How could that be? After a moment of stunned silence, Mr. Fu snapped back to reality and hurried after Qin Tian, blocking his path with urgency. How do you have the villa's key card? This is my home. Is it strange that I possess a key card? Not only do I have the key card, but I also have the key, Qin Tian replied, shaking his head in amusement. He approached the villa's main door, produced the key, opened it, and casually placed the package on the shoe rack at the entrance before stepping inside. Mr. Fu stood dumbfounded, his gaze drifting to the package on the shoe rack, where a red land ownership certificate was partially visible. His mind exploded with realization, and his eyes widened in shock. The echo of Qin Tian's words reverberated in his mind. This is my home. He quickly fumbled for his phone and accessed an electronic document, glancing at it before looking back at Qin Tian, unable to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. What the hell? Why does he look so familiar? This young man was, in fact, the new owner of Huxin Island. It was absurd. Upon arriving at the island, Mr. Fu had underestimated him and had even issued veiled warnings against damaging the island's flora and visiting the villa. Just moments ago, he had threatened to report him for trespassing. Now, he, a mere servant, was threatening his master. Realizing this, Mr. Fu's face drained of color, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Gathering his courage, he rushed to Qin Tian, suddenly dropping to his knees. Bowing his head, he spoke with trepidation, "Mr. Qin, I apologize. I did not recognize you as the new owner of Huxin Island. I saw your photograph, but failed to make the connection." With fear evident in his demeanor, he glanced up at Qin Tian, only to quickly lower his head again, slapping himself twice in a moment of self-reproach. "I was blind. I truly deserve this." He trembled with genuine fear. Although he had only met the previous owner a few times, he understood the terrifying power they wielded. To fill a lake and create an island required immense authority. Taking a life would be trivial for such a person. Now, this young man had acquired Huxin Island, implying a background even more formidable than that of the previous owner. Mr. Fu realized that his previous disrespect could have easily led to dire consequences. At the same time, Zhao Ling appeared utterly bewildered, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had witnessed the contents of the package and recognized the red ownership certificate. She had even considered assisting Qin Tian with it earlier. Yet, she could hardly fathom that it contained a land ownership certificate, and not just any certificate, but one for Huxin Island. As Qin Tian opened the door, she sensed something was amiss. Now, hearing Mr. Fu's revelations, she was completely flabbergasted. "Mr. Qin, you are the new owner of Huxin Island." This was beyond terrifying. Previously, she had been shocked to learn that Qin Tian had purchased 21 villas in one go. But now, the magnitude of his wealth surpassed her wildest imaginings. Acquiring Huxin Island. What an astronomical sum that must entail. No, this was beyond mere money. What kind of extraordinary mogul was he? If only she could spend a night with him, she would die content. Zhao Ling's gaze turned predatory as she fixed her eyes on Qin Tian, her cheeks flushed, breath quickening, her entire being trembling with excitement. In no time, she succumbed to her overwhelming emotions. Chapter 75. Let it go, rise. There is no blame to be placed upon you, Qin Tian said, gazing at the kneeling Mr. Fu before him, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Just because the man had failed to recognize him and treated him as a stranger, demanding he refrain from damaging the flora of the island, was he to unleash his wrath? Such a notion seemed utterly trivial. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your magnanimity." Mr. Fu expressed his profound gratitude as he stood, his heart relieved and filled with admiration. It was no wonder that someone deemed worthy of Lake Heart Island possessed such poise and grace, even at a tender age, rivaling that of the previous island master. "Mr. Qin, may I guide you through a detailed tour of the villa?" Mr. Fu inquired tentatively. "Indeed," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, turning to Zhao Ling, intending to suggest that she could choose to accompany them or not, should she have other matters to attend to. However, as his gaze swept over her astonished countenance, he inadvertently noticed her lower half, realizing not only were her legs trembling, but there were also signs of dampness on her stockings. A frown creased his brow. "What troubles you?" Zhao Ling snapped back to reality, aware of his scrutiny. She immediately squeezed her legs together, her face a mixture of fear and embarrassment. "I apologize, Mr. Qin. I am feeling a bit unwell. I wish to excuse myself." "Feel free," Qin Tian replied, his expression perplexed. What was this? A grown individual experiencing such an incident? Was there a medical concern at play? "My sincerest apologies." Zhao Ling's face flushed as she hurriedly exited the room. Following this, Mr. Fu led Qin Tian on a tour of the villa, providing an overview as they moved through the opulent space. The more Qin Tian observed, the more his satisfaction grew. The villa, lavishly decorated, emanated a sense of warmth, blending luxury with homeliness. Spanning 3 stories above and 3 below, it was equipped with 2 elevators. All furnishings and appliances were of the highest quality, ready for immediate occupancy. "Splendid, I shall reside here," Qin Tian affirmed with a nod of contentment. Given the opportunity to live in such comfort, he saw no reason to consider the 21 villas at Bishui Yuan for the time being. "Congratulations, Mr. Qin. You are the first to inhabit Villa Number 1, Mr. Fu announced promptly. Although the previous owner had invested considerable time, effort, and wealth into this property and had visited after its completion for reasons unknown, he had never truly taken residence. As the steward, Mr. Fu had managed the estate, yet lacked the privilege to dwell within. "Will you be moving in tonight, Mr. Qin?" Mr. Fu inquired further. "Yes," Qin Tian replied. "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Mr. Fu responded eagerly. At that moment, Zhao Ling returned. She had discarded the stockings from her legs, now clad only in a fitted skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs. Overhearing their conversation, she instinctively interjected, Mr. Qin, will you not be staying at the Bishui Yuan Villa? Realizing her folly, she quickly chastised herself. No matter how splendid Bishui Yuan was, it could not possibly compare to Lake Heart Island. Just considering Villa Number 1, in terms of area and decor, it would overshadow the Bishui Yuan luxury villa entirely. Who would choose to forsake Villa Number 1 for Bishui Yuan? Mr. Qin is indeed affluent. The illustrious Bishui Yuan luxury villa, a dream for countless individuals, has now become but a backup for him, she mused. I shall not be residing there, Qin Tian replied, his eyes lighting up. You have reminded me. Reminded you? Zhao Ling blinked, puzzled by his sudden declaration. I purchased 21 villas. I should have full authority to manage them, correct? Qin Tian stated, standing at the entrance of the villa and gazing towards Bishui Yuan. From the entrance of Villa Number 1, he could clearly see the Bishui Yuan luxury villa across the water, resembling the fabled lovers of the Qixi festival, separated by a river, yet gazing at one another. Zhao Ling, not comprehending his intentions, nodded instinctively. Yes, Mr. Qin, you hold the rights to manage the 21 villas you purchased, provided it does not affect other owners or pose safety concerns. Our property management will fully support and cooperate with your decisions. Are you contemplating any alterations? She inquired, realizing that Qin Tian's sudden question indicated a desire for modifications to the villa. Their property management had encountered such requests before. However, being on Lake Heart Island, it was unexpected that he would consider changes to the villas at Bishui Yuan. Qin Tian nodded, expressing, I find everything here splendid. Save for one detail, the dock across the way is rather distant, while the Bishui Yuan luxury villa is in closest proximity. Furthermore, that villa is nearly constructed at the water's edge. Therefore, I propose that your property management assist me in demolishing that luxury villa to construct a dock. This would not only enhance accessibility but also improve safety, as the dock would be within the community, allowing for direct access when exiting the island. What? What did you just say? Zhao Ling exclaimed, her shock propelling her to her feet. Initially, she believed he simply wished to modify the luxury villa. Little did she know, he intended to raze it entirely, to dismantle a villa of such grandeur and transform it into a dock, all because he found the existing dock somewhat far. Zhao Ling felt as though she might lose her mind. Who was this individual? Acquiring 21 villas had already left her flabbergasted. Purchasing Lake Heart Island had sent her heart racing with excitement. Now, he wished to demolish a villa to construct a dock? Even if the dock were built in its place, it would only save a few minutes compared to the original dock. Was this truly necessary? Zhao Ling felt her worldview shatter. As a property manager at Bishui Yuan for many years, she had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, yet never one so extravagant and capricious. Mr. Fu, too, was rendered speechless by Qin Tian's declaration, his face a canvas of astonishment. Was Mr. Qin truly this extravagant? Such opulence was beyond comprehension. The previous owner, hailing from a prominent family in the capital, wielded considerable wealth, yet never dared to act in such a manner. Mr. Qin, Zhao Ling finally regained her composure, hastily interjecting, that villa is a luxury property. While it may not rival Villa Number 1 here on Lake Heart Island, it is still valued at 150 million. It ranks among the finest residences in the province. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the demolition? Simply for a dock? Merely 150 million? Qin Tian shook his head dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. Demolish it for the dock. That is my decision. Mr. Fu's expression twitched. Merely? Zhao Ling felt herself on the brink of a breakdown. 150 million. How could he treat such an amount so lightly? Tears welled in her eyes as she thought. You don't want it? I would dream of having it. Please, grant it to me. I would gladly be your vessel. Though her heart screamed, she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. Instead, she swallowed her pain and said, to demolish the villa and construct a dock could yield approximately 3 docking spaces at that location. Of course, the water is somewhat shallow there, requiring excavation to accommodate the draft. Initial estimates suggest the cost will reach around 1 million. We can settle the accounts accordingly. Very well. Let us return. Qin Tian nodded and made his way back to Bishui Yuan, swiping his card at the property management office. Just as the transaction completed, a voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 76. I shall accompany you, beep. Host dismantles a mansion valued at 150 million, Reward: 300 million in cash. Beep. Host dismantles a villa merely for travel convenience. Reward: a private yacht worth 20 million. Beep. Detection of host's first encounter with a yacht. Special reward: yacht driving skills. Yacht driving license. Kind reminder: the yacht driving license will be delivered alongside the yacht. Please check upon receipt. Beep. Host dismantles a villa solely for travel convenience. Critical reward: a helicopter valued at 150 million. Beep. Detection of host's first encounter with an aircraft. Special reward: helicopter flying skills. Helicopter flying license. Kind reminder: the helicopter flying license will be delivered alongside the helicopter. Please check upon receipt. Dragon Country Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 2211 has received a deposit of 300 million. Balance: 5 billion. Qin Tian was astounded. Previously, he had received rewards primarily through tips, and now, unexpectedly, dismantling a villa also yielded rewards. He couldn't help but recall the previous rewards, first through tips, then acquiring the gathering of talents in, followed by a charitable act, the dissolution of a company, whimsically purchasing 21 villas, and demolishing a villa. The methods of reward were quite random, yet seemingly governed by a certain pattern. Could it be that as long as one acted capriciously, there existed a chance to trigger rewards? Qin Tian pondered. Each reward was remarkably generous. Large expenditures returned double, along with various other substantial rewards. Like this time, not only did he receive a yacht, but also a helicopter valued at 150 million. Setting aside the yacht, the reward of a helicopter was indeed impressive. The significance lay not in the helicopter's value but in the helicopter itself. For the wealthy, 150 million was not exorbitant, and helicopters could be relatively inexpensive, some costing merely hundreds of thousands. However, in the Middle Kingdom, possessing a helicopter was not solely dependent on wealth. To be precise, even if one could afford to buy, it did not guarantee the ability to operate it. Those who could fly were not ordinary individuals. Now, Qin Tian not only possessed a helicopter but also had acquired flying skills, and the system had granted him a helicopter flying license. This meant he not only owned it, but could also operate it, not merely a decorative possession. How thoughtful. At that moment, a surge of yacht driving skills flooded Qin Tian's mind. An individual who had never touched a yacht instantly transformed into a maritime king. Simultaneously, a wealth of helicopter piloting knowledge rushed into his consciousness. Various flying habits and techniques seamlessly integrated into his bodily reflexes. In an instant, he evolved from someone who knew nothing about helicopters to a seasoned pilot with at least a decade of experience. Even though he had yet to physically encounter a helicopter, he was indeed capable of flying one. This was remarkable, splendid. Just then, Qin Tian's phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he hesitantly answered. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Qin Tian?" A sweet voice resonated from the other end. "Yes, this is he. Greetings, Mr. Qin. The private yacht you ordered is currently being delivered. Due to water transport, it is expected to arrive in 10 days. All right." After hanging up, another call came through. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Qin Tian?" This time, a rugged middle-aged man's voice was on the line. "This is Qin Tian. Hello, Mr. Qin. The helicopter you ordered is currently being delivered and is expected to arrive by tonight at the latest. Okay." The slower water transport for the yacht and the quicker air transport for the helicopter were quite normal, and Qin Tian had anticipated this. After ending the call, he noticed everyone in the property office staring at him with hungry eyes, particularly the finance lady and Zhao Ling, their gazes filled with envy, as if they wished to devour him whole. "What's the matter? Never seen a handsome guy before." Qin Tian rolled his eyes. The crowd snapped back to reality, their expressions now a mix of admiration and envy as they averted their gaze with difficulty. Zhao Ling swallowed hard, smiling sweetly at Qin Tian. "Of course, we've seen handsome men, but we've never encountered someone as striking as Mr. Qin. Additionally, congratulations on acquiring a private yacht and a helicopter." Everyone in the property office was well aware that this striking gentleman was a super-rich individual who had purchased 21 villas. His presence emanated an unspoken powerful aura that rendered the office unusually silent. Although his phone conversations were not particularly loud, everyone had overheard every word. Just having bought 21 villas, he now casually acquired a private yacht and a helicopter, as if collecting children's toys. While the yacht was somewhat understandable, given that wealth could facilitate such indulgence, the helicopter was a different matter altogether. Even those who had never encountered one had heard that owning such a machine was not merely a matter of wealth. One needed status and influence. Thus, It became evident that Mr. Qin was not only extraordinarily wealthy, but also possessed a status that was remarkably esteemed. Wealthy, youthful, strikingly handsome, and of noble standing. Such a person truly brought tears to the eyes of men and made women weak at the knees. The men present felt they lacked even the qualifications to envy him. They could only look up in awe. Zhao Ling and the finance lady were fixated on Qin Tian, their eyes glistening with desire. Even Uncle Fu wore a complex expression. Although the previous owner was impressive, he had never heard of anyone being able to operate a helicopter. While the first villa had a helipad, it was merely for show. Little did they know that Mr. Qin was even more distinguished than the previous owner. As they exited the property office, Uncle Fu went to the first villa to prepare for Qin Tian's move-in arrangements. However, Zhao Ling continued to trail behind him, stealing glances at his back, her gaze soft and affectionate. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She felt more stirred than ever before. Earlier at the lake island, she had already lost control once, and now her body was heating up again. Whether it was desire or infatuation, or perhaps a combination of both, she could not tell. Qin Tian turned around, puzzled as he looked at her. "Do you need something?" Zhao Ling's face flushed, her voice soft yet unwavering as she gazed intently at him. "Mr. Qin, will you be staying in the first villa on Lake Heart Island tonight?" "Yes. I'll go back to grab some things and move in tonight." "Why do you ask?" "The Lake Heart Island is beautiful. It can be quite lonely to stay there alone." Zhao Ling flirtatiously twirled a strand of hair by her ear. "How about I accompany you tonight?" After saying this, her cheeks reddened even further, yet her gaze remained boldly fixed on Qin Tian. Although the neighborhood boasted a plethora of wealthy individuals, many had attempted to woo her, but she had never acquiesced. To offer herself so openly to a man was a first in her life. Marrying into wealth was merely a fantasy seen on television. But with someone like Qin Tian, a super-rich individual, that seemed even more improbable. She didn't seek to marry into wealth. A single night of passion would suffice, bringing her immense satisfaction and happiness. Chapter 77. The benefactor. Will you accompany me tonight? Upon hearing such an overt suggestion, Qin Tian scrutinized Zhao Ling once more. To be candid, the woman was indeed captivating, particularly with those alluring legs. Any man, upon encountering such boldness, would likely acquiesce. Despite the vehicle not being brand new, it was in decent condition, and a little diversion now and then could be quite pleasant. Yet, Qin Tian shook his head. "I have company tonight." He had resolved to bring Su Xiaoran to his new residence. After all, she was the first woman to offer herself to him after he acquired his system. He was not the type to indulge and then discard. Upon hearing his refusal, Zhao Ling paused momentarily, then quickly realized the implication. A man of his stature surely had women by his side. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly replied, "It's all right. I don't mind. I can wait my turn. If the other party is not averse, I'm open to a multiplayer game." Qin Tian rolled his eyes at her words. Multiplayer games were one thing, but waiting in line? Really? Let us talk about this later. With that, he left the community. Zhao Ling watched his departing figure, momentarily dazed, before suddenly leaping with excitement. "Wonderful. He didn't tee outright refuse. Does that mean I have a chance?" Her face flushed with exhilaration as she squealed, drawing the attention of nearby cats. This woman was more spirited than the feline observers. After leaving Bu Yuan, Qin Tian returned to the company on a shared bicycle, just in time to encounter young Qianxue, who had just returned from lunch. "Qin Tian." "No, Mr. Qin, have you eaten?" Yang Qianxue instinctively called his name before hastily correcting herself, feeling a bit awkward. The subordinate she once looked after had suddenly become someone she admired from afar. The thought that he might even harbor feelings for her made her feel uneasy. It was as if their friendship had crossed an invisible line, teetering on the edge of something more, yet neither had clearly expressed their feelings. She felt a pang of insecurity. She was merely the daughter of an ordinary family, unworthy of his newfound status. What if her feelings were one-sided? Perhaps his kindness was merely incidental, leaving her in a tangled and awkward predicament. "How is it? Now that you know I have wealth, are you becoming distant?" Qin Tian teased. Yang Qianxue exhaled in relief. Qin Tian was still the same Qin Tian. Whether they could become a couple remained uncertain, but at least they could still be friends. With that thought, she felt a sense of liberation and rolled her eyes. "What do you mean, being my little brother for life? Who wants a little brother?" "Oh, I see you desire a husband. Ah, you've grown bolder. Daring to tease me now," Yang Qianxue playfully scolded, reaching out to poke him. However, upon noticing the onlookers, she became shy and restrained herself. "I'm not talking to you anymore." With a flushed face, She shot him a glare and turned to leave. Haha, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let us talk business, Qin Tian chuckled. Could you select some fine red wine from the company and deliver it to my residence? But you don't even like drinking. Yang Qinshua protested, recalling how she had once shielded him from alcohol at company gatherings, noting his average tolerance, which was even lower than hers. Not exactly. I just purchased a villa at Bu Yuan, which has a substantial wine cabinet. It wouldn't do to leave it empty. A villa? Yang Qinshua gasped before bursting into laughter, realizing the truth. This man, so wealthy, acquiring a villa was merely childish play for him. She was still adjusting to his transformation and status. So it's for decoration. Bu Yuan, huh? All right. I'll select the finest Romanee-Conti red wine for you and give you a call later. I must go now. I'm going to be late for work. Go ahead. After the peak hour of the workday had passed, Qin Tian drove back to his residential community. He tidied up a few belongings before calling Aunt Zhang, his landlord. Hello, Qin Tian. Why are you calling me at this hour? How did your blind date go? Did you meet her? I can tell you. She is a stunning beauty, and upon seeing your photo, she was quite impressed. Aunt Zhang rambled on. Qin Tian was aware she referred to the woman he had just added on WeChat, whom he planned to meet that evening. Aunt Zhang, let us not discuss that right now. I have something important to tell you. He interrupted her, stating directly, I'm moving out. Moving out? Why? Aunt Zhang was taken aback. You've been living so well. Why would you leave? Have I treated you poorly? Not at all, Andy. You have been incredibly kind to me these past 2 years, Qin Tian genuinely replied. She had waived utility fees several times and never hesitated to assist him when he needed help. Though Aunt Zhang could be a bit talkative, he had no complaints about her. I've purchased a new house and plan to move in there. You bought a house? Qin Tian, you bought a house? How sudden? Have you struck it rich? Aunt Zhang's disbelief was palpable. She remembered him as a handsome yet struggling young man earning around 4,000 a month. How could he suddenly buy a house? It is rather sudden. I won the lottery. Qin Tian casually fabricated an explanation. He couldn't possibly divulge his acquisition of a system. Wow, you're incredibly lucky. Where did you buy? I'd love to visit when I have the chance. Sure. It's at Bu Yuan. You're welcome to come anytime. Bu Yuan? That's the most expensive property in the city, starting at over 100,000. Impressive. Aunt Zhang exclaimed in awe. Well, since you have your own place now, you should definitely move in. I'll transfer your deposit back to you via WeChat shortly. No. Qin Tian shook his head. You've helped me so much. How could I accept your deposit? I should reimburse you instead. All right then. Previously, seeing him in financial distress, Aunt Zhang had already returned his deposit, which he had urgently needed. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Tian symbolically returned a few hundred. One should repay even a small favor with great gratitude. Now that he had the means, he felt it was only right to return the kindness. After hanging up, he immediately transferred 1 million to her bank account. As he gathered his belongings and descended the stairs, his phone rang again with Aunt Zhang calling. Knowing what she would say, he declined the call and sent her a voice message on WeChat. Aunt Zhang, I'm driving, so I can't take your call. His stomach began to grumble. Having skipped lunch, Qin Tian drove straight to Jushinzhuang. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he received several voice messages from Aunt Zhang. Chapter 78. Best friends. After gathering her belongings, she descended the stairs. As she entered the car, her phone rang again. Qin Tian anticipated her words, promptly disconnecting the call. Instead, he sent a voice message via WeChat. Aunt Zhang, I'm driving and can't take your call. I'm a bit hungry. I haven't had lunch yet. Without further ado, he drove directly to Jushin Villa. Upon arriving, just as he reached the entrance, a barrage of voice messages from Aunt Zhang flooded in. My goodness. Qin Tian, how many lottery tickets did you buy? 1 million? I could sell my entire apartment and still not make that much. No way. I can't accept this money. Give me your account. I will transfer it back immediately. Young man, I must remind you, no amount of money can justify such extravagance. Aunt Zhang, please accept it. I'm not in need of money right now. 1 million is merely a drop in the ocean for me. Qin Tian replied, sending her a photo of a sports car. There was a brief pause on her end before the phone rang again. Aunt Zhang's voice was filled with excitement and disbelief. Xiao Tian, you haven't won the lottery, have you? Are you, like the young masters on television, experiencing life from a wealthy family? Even if she knows nothing about cars, she understands that not everyone can afford a sports car. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. No wonder Zhou Lily came to find me at noon, her words laced with regret, even claiming that the information she provided was incorrect, suggesting that Qin Tian was indeed quite affluent. At that moment, I didn't believe it. Who would have thought it was true? Such a young man, so wealthy, yet without a girlfriend? This simply cannot stand. Recalling that she had previously introduced someone to him, whom he claimed he hadn't met yet, she thought, how could such a prize go to someone outside the family? Without hesitation, she exclaimed, Qin Tian, don't meet the person I introduced at noon. I have a beautiful niece. I'll arrange for you two to meet right away. With that, Aunt Zhang ended the call. Qin Tian could only chuckle in disbelief. He barely had a chance to interject. As he entered Juxian Villa, he was met with another call from Aunt Zhang before he could even find Qin Mingyao. Qin Tian, where are you now? In Juxian Villa. No, you don't need to introduce me, all right. I'll send my niece over. She lives nearby. Wait, Aunt Zhang. You really don't need to introduce anyone. I have previously. I didn't know your status, and the introductions were unworthy of you. This time, I'm serious. Just one last time. Please meet her, no matter the outcome. Can we do that? Fine. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Tian thought of it as a chance to repay her kindness. Just after hanging up, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Host's grand benefactor has successfully spent 1 million. Reward, 100 million in cash. Beep. Host's grand benefactor has received a special reward. Perfect male body. Beep. Host's grand benefactor has received an advanced reward. The strongest kidney, 100. Gentle reminder, the strongest kidney is part of the advanced rewards. With a maximum of 100, currently at 2. The host can randomly obtain advancements through grand benefactor actions. Qin Tian was taken aback. This reward was utterly unexpected. A grand benefactor reward? Previously, after purchasing 21 villas, the commission was credited to Ma Dai, yet it hadn't triggered the grand benefactor reward. Was it because that was considered legitimate income, while this direct transfer counted as benefaction? It seemed that was the case. However, what did perfect male body entail? Did it relate to perfect features? As this thought flickered through his mind, Qin Tian's expression suddenly shifted. What is happening? My body appears to be undergoing a transformation? He rushed into the restroom. In the restroom, gazing at his reflection, Qin Tian was utterly astonished. Though he had always been striking, his physique was not perfect, with a slight bulge around his waist. Yet now, he boasted well-defined pectorals, abs, and a chiseled V-shape, every aspect flawless. While the muscles were not excessively inflated, their lines were smooth, the contours distinct, forming the epitome of a perfect physique. He felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through him. He had even grown taller, from 178 centimeters to at least 182 centimeters. Moreover, there was a remarkable transformation occurring in a particular area, absolutely explosive. This was the perfect male body. Truly impressive. Qin Tian clenched his fists, his expression brimming with exhilaration. What was the strongest kidney? What did the subsequent numbers signify? Lily, it's going viral. My video is exploding. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she danced about. Addressing Su Li, who was busy applying makeup. During her last outdoor live stream, she had documented Qin Tian's computer purchase. She sensed that this video would garner attention. Sure enough, after her meticulous editing, it had amassed over 1 million views and 20,000 likes within 2 hours, with countless comments flooding in. You were always bound to go viral. I knew it all along. Su Li glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's exuberant chest, then at her own modest A-cup. A flicker of jealousy crossing her face as she huffed. What are you talking about? I meant my video. Lin Xiaoxiao feigned annoyance but couldn't help but boast about her D-cup, feeling immensely proud. She recognized her friend's envy but shrugged it off. Unfortunately, despite the video's success, she had no idea if she would ever see that young tycoon again. Darn it, that guy? I'm a stunning beauty. Yet he refused to give me his contact information. He must not have noticed my charm because I wore too much makeup. I regret it now. Frustrated, Lin Xiaoxiao ran her fingers through her hair, noticing Su Li applying more makeup. She casually remarked, aren't you supposed to be taking a nap? Why the makeup? It's my aunt, Su Li replied impatiently. She insists on introducing me to someone. She rambled on for ages, and I didn't catch a word. But she said if I didn't go, she'd cut ties with my mom. It's so irritating. Su Li's annoyance was evident as she continued, however. I did see the photo she sent. He is quite a handsome guy. I'll lower my standards to meet him. Handsome? How handsome could he be? Let me see. Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed, thinking no one could compare to her idol. When she glanced at Su Li's phone, her expression shifted to one of shock. Wait. Isn't that my idol? Isn't he quite handsome? I'm only going to see him based on his looks. I'm not sure if it's filtered. Are you going now? I'll join you. I have nothing to do and can help you assess. Assess? Please. Suli exclaimed. But you could bring your livestream equipment. Let us do a blind date livestream. Who knows, it might blow up again. Great idea. Let us do it. Lin Xiaoxiao thought to herself. This time, she wouldn't wear any makeup to showcase her true beauty. Chapter 79. She couldn't even get in line. Qin Tian, after contemplating, remained perplexed by the concept of the most powerful kidney device, particularly bewildered by the notation of 2100. Warm reminder. The most powerful kidney device refers to the host's kidneys being endowed with an inexhaustible supply of kidney essence, as long as one is alive. The kidney essence will not deplete. Furthermore, this device can be upgraded. Currently, it stands at 2100. The higher the value, the greater the capacity and faster the recovery. The specific effects must be experienced by the host themselves. Experience it? How does one go about that? Should I seek someone out? Qin Tian's expression was peculiar as he exited the restroom. At that moment, his phone chimed, and upon seeing the name on the screen, he smiled knowingly. Hello, Shaoran. Calling at this hour? Aren't you supposed to be in class? I just finished class. Brother Qin Tian, do you have time tonight? Time, you say? That's hard to determine. Qin Tian chuckled, inquiring, what is up? Is there something you need? It's nothing else. I miss you. Ah, I see. I'll come to pick you up tonight. Qin Tian grinned, as he had already intended to take Su Shaoran to the villa for the night. Was this a connection of minds? All right. Bye-bye. After hanging up, Qin Tian returned to the lobby and was about to call Qin Mingyao when a stunningly elegant woman, clad in professional attire with long legs and stockings, approached him. Sir, how may I assist you? The lady smiled, bowing slightly, her tightly wrapped neckline barely containing her ample curves. You certainly immerse yourself in your role quite swiftly, Qin Tian remarked, observing her serious demeanor with amusement. Of course, if I'm to do it, I must do it well. Otherwise, wouldn't that betray Brother Qin Tian's trust? Qin Mingyao lifted her chin, wearing a smug expression. Indeed, very commendable. Qin Tian nodded, casually asking, do you treat every guest with such reverence? How could that be? I am the head of this establishment. I can't possibly attend to every guest. Besides, bending down like that would expose everything, and I'm not foolish. Qin Mingyao shot him a glare. Then with playful allure continued, I am yours, my body belongs solely to you, and no one else shall take advantage of it. You certainly have a way with words. Qin Tian pinched her cheek. Stop it. This is a public space. Qin Mingyao swatted his hand away, giving him a feigned reproachful look. Don't forget, I aspire to be your mistress. If your legitimate girlfriend sees us, it would be quite the scandal. Me, a scoundrel? What reputation do I have? Qin Tian laughed nonchalantly. I haven't even had lunch yet. Please arrange a table for me. Anywhere is fine. Seriously? What time is it? Qin Mingyao exclaimed, hastily leading Qin Tian to a small private room on the third floor. You didn't inform me in advance, so today as caviar has been reserved. I'll have them cancel the order now. No need for that. Just stir-fry a few dishes. Qin Tian shook his head. He wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Even though he had money now, he didn't expect to feast like royalty at every meal. My idol is right, Qin Mingyao said with enthusiasm. Then Brother Qin Tian, just sit for a moment. I'll have some of your favorite quick dishes prepared. Once you're full, you'll have the energy to play with me until dawn. Qin Mingyao planted a fierce kiss on Qin Tian's lips, flashed a seductive smile, and then headed to the kitchen. Qin Tian stood still, having already arranged to meet Su Shaoran. If she joined them, wouldn't that lead to a multitude of entanglements? Should he explore the capabilities of the most powerful kidney device? This might not be ideal. Just then, Aunt Zhang sent a WeChat message. First, there were a few photos, followed by a phone number and a WeChat contact card, and finally a voice message. Qin Tian. This is the phone number and photo of my cousin. I've asked her to add you. Please accept her request. Also, girls need to prepare when they go out. You might have to wait a moment, so be patient. Understood, Qin Tian replied. Since he was going to eat, he didn't mind waiting a bit. He opened the photos and glanced at them before accepting the WeChat request and browsing her moments. The photos Aunt Zhang sent, along with those from her moments, were heavily filtered images, showcasing a stunning beauty, making it nearly impossible to discern her true appearance. All right, anyone disturb your date anymore. I wish you both success tonight. Goodbye. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's flirtatious laughter, Qin Tian shook his head, with Su Shaoran already in the mix, and Qin Mingyao stating she would come by tonight, the property manager Zhao Ling offering to spend the night with him, and Chen Yuan, the caretaker of Zhongshan Street, excitedly delivering property documents. He had several ladies vying for his attention. Even the yet-to-meet Huizhi Lianxin had arranged to meet him tonight. There was even Yang Qianxue, who would be bringing wine. He wondered if she might try to seduce him. It seemed he had quite a few ladies intending to join him in bed tonight. Su Li, however, might not even get a chance to enter the queue. Lily, Qin Tian is already waiting for you at Juxianzhuang. Hurry up, and don't keep him waiting too long. I must remind you, if you miss him, you will regret it for a lifetime. Okay, I know, Auntie. Su Li impatiently hung up the phone and continued with her makeup. Beside her, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been watching a video of herself, was engrossed in the footage of Qin Tian, not lifting her gaze as she said, "Your aunt is urging you again. It's so annoying. Just because he is handsome. She says I'll regret it for a lifetime if I miss him. Is it really that dramatic? Besides, what does being handsome matter if he is still a scoundrel without money?" Su Li huffed in irritation. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. If only you knew that the person you're about to meet is not just handsome, but also an incredibly wealthy magnate, you'd be eager to rush over. Feigning indifference, she added, "Perhaps your aunt is just overly concerned. Don't mind her. Take your time. Since he is so handsome, you should make sure to look beautiful too. We can't let our side down. Let my idol wait a little longer. I'll make him anxious, hee hee." "That's right." Su Li nodded and casually inquired, "Why aren't you putting on makeup? You're the one going on a blind date, not me. If I look a bit plain, it'll only highlight your beauty, right?" Lin Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. Su Li shot her a glare, jealousy flaring up as she looked at her friend's face. This friend only wore makeup during live streams, and while others did so to conceal flaws. She did it to mask her beauty, intentionally making herself look less appealing. The reason was simple. She was a gaming streamer, not relying on her looks for income, and wished to avoid unwanted attention from viewers. With this thought, Su Li became even more determined to make herself look exquisite, which only made her take longer. After a series of preparations, over an hour had passed. Then came the outfit selection, which took yet another while. By the time they were truly ready to leave, 2 hours had already gone by. Chapter 80. Blind date. At this moment, Qin Tian had finished his meal, sipping tea while idly browsing his phone. Glancing at the time, he thought it was about time, and sent a WeChat message. "Haven't arrived yet? I've already set off." Qin Tian shook his head, relieved that he had eaten. Otherwise, even for Aunt Zhang's sake, he wouldn't have waited 2 hours for her. Su Li and Lin Xiaoxiao lived not far from Juxianzhuang and soon arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed a crowd gathered around something. "Which model of Lamborghini is that? It's so cool. I want to buy one." "It's the Lamborghini Sixth Element. Go ahead and try buying one." "Wow, it's that one. I can't afford to provoke it." "What do you mean? Li, you're worth $1 billion. How can you not afford it? Is it really that impressive?" "With a price tag of 90 million, it's globally limited to 10 units, and there's only one in Huagua. Wang Song can't buy it. Isn't that impressive?" "Wow. How could such an incredible car appear at Juxianzhuang? Could the owner be dining here?" "Of course." "Oh, you've reminded me. I must meet such a person. I'll go ask the staff at Juxianzhuang which private room the owner is in." "You think too much? I've already asked. Juxianzhuang insists on confidentiality and won't disclose anything. Then I can just wait here, right?" As the onlookers expressed their astonishment and took photos, Su Li, arriving at Juxianzhuang's entrance, was captivated by the scene and the discussions. "This supercar's color is so dazzling and beautiful." It was her first encounter with such an exquisite supercar, and its price of 90 million left her in awe. My goodness, how wealthy must the owner be? To think that coming for a blind date would lead her to witness such a car made the trip worthwhile. Imagining that she might even meet the owner and perhaps even share a fleeting romance, Su Li's face flushed, and she became excited. Xiao, hurry. Take a few pictures for me. This car is too cool." Su Li quickly struck a pose she thought was beautiful, urging Lin Xiaoxiao. "Aren't you supposed to be on a blind date? That handsome guy is still waiting upstairs," Lin Xiaoxiao reminded her. "Who cares? Let him wait. It's his honor to wait for me. This is a rare opportunity. Hurry up and take the pictures." Su Li replied nonchalantly. "This isn't quite right. You've already kept him waiting for 2 hours. If you make him wait longer, he might be unhappy. If he gets unhappy, that's his problem. Besides, I want to wait for the car owner. If he wants to wait, let him. If not, he can leave. Compared to that wealthy car owner, he has nothing." Su Li's heart was solely focused on the affluent car owner. "Fine, do as you wish. Just don't say I didn't warn you," Lin Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Smirking, "The wealthy car owner you're waiting for is upstairs waiting for your blind date. You fool. Don't blame me. Fine, just take the picture. All right. I'm taking it now." Meanwhile, Qin Tian waited upstairs for a while longer without seeing the other party arrive. After sending several messages with no response, he frowned and made a voice call. "Hello, this is Qin Tian." At first, there was a cacophony of chatter and the other party's impatient voice. "Are you annoying? Can't you use WeChat? Why call? I sent a WeChat message. You didn't reply. I wanted to ask if you have arrived. If not, I'll leave. What's your rush? Wait a little longer. I'll be there shortly." Then the call was abruptly ended. Qin Tian shook his head. He had already shown considerable patience for Aunt Zhang. "Aunt Zhang, your niece hasn't shown up yet. I have matters to attend to, so I won't wait any longer." He sent a WeChat message and stood up to leave. Unexpectedly, the other party called back immediately. "What? She hasn't arrived yet?" "Qin Tian, considering how well Aunt Zhang has treated you, please wait for another 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. I'll call her right away. This is unacceptable to keep you waiting for hours." "All right, but this truly is the last 5 minutes." Qin Tian hung up the phone. Shortly after, 2 women appeared at the door of the private room. Qin Tian looked up and saw one of them, who was barefaced yet strikingly beautiful, staring at him with a mix of excitement and astonishment, her expression somewhat peculiar, as if she were a long-lost lover. The other, heavily made up, had an unpleased expression and was visibly angry. "It's just a 2-hour wait. What is the big deal? Isn't it only natural for men to wait for women?" It was Lin Xiao and Su Li. Su Li, having been scolded by Aunt Zhang, was initially filled with rage, but upon seeing Qin Tian, she froze in place. "You are Qin Tian?" Her eyes widened in surprise, momentarily forgetting her anger. "Wow, this guy is truly handsome. He is even more charming in person than in photos." Lin Xiao was equally taken aback. "My male idol seems even more handsome and manly than last time, especially that masculine aura. Last time I could only say he was strikingly handsome, but now I can't help but feel he exudes an indescribable charm. Could it be that I've fallen for him, naturally leading to this feeling?" Qin Tian glanced at Lin Xiao and felt she looked somewhat familiar, then nodded. "I am. You must be Su Li, introduced by Aunt Zhang. Since you're here, please take a seat." Once they regained their composure, they sat down across from Qin Tian. Lin Xiao still appeared a bit excited and discreetly opened her phone to live stream. Su Li, however, furrowed her brow, sensing the other party's attitude was somewhat cold. Could it be that he was upset about waiting too long? Is it just because he is handsome that he feels so arrogant? "I'm still a beauty. Can't he show a little courtesy? You're quite handsome." Su Li sincerely complimented him, but inwardly scoffed, deciding to put this impatient man in his place after waiting 2 hours. "Everyone says so," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. "But looks are useless. In this society, a man's worth is not defined by his appearance." Su Li retorted disdainfully. "You make a valid point," Qin Tian smiled, knowing the main event was about to unfold. "Since this is a blind date, let us get straight to the point. What are your conditions?" Su Li spoke with a condescending tone. "Do you own a house?" Though the other party was handsome, given his apparent age, he seemed to have graduated from university not long ago. Considering current housing prices, even if he earned money, he likely couldn't afford a home. Unless he was a rich second generation, but Aunt Zhang hadn't mentioned that. Thus, the conclusion was that he was a penniless bum. "No." Qin Tian shook his head. Hearing this, Su Li sneered, confirming her guess. Beside her, Lin Xiao found it amusing. "My male idol is playing it low-key. He has a 90 million luxury car. How could he not own a house? It seems he is deliberately downplaying himself because he looks down on Su Li. Ha! Yea, he is mine." However, the next sentence left both women stunned. "But I own a villa." Chapter 81. Please continue asking, she said. "What did you say?" Su Li was taken aback for a moment. Then her expression turned incredulous. "You don't have a house, but you possess a villa? Are you joking with me? You claim you have no property, yet you boast here?" Lin Xiao was equally stunned, but her confusion stemmed from Qin Tian's baffling remarks. How could he claim to be without a home and yet have a villa? What was his intention? Could it possibly be a favor for her friend? She instinctively glanced at Su Li, unable to deny that her friend appeared exceptionally beautiful at that moment, though it was all due to makeup. Surely, her handsome idol couldn't have been deceived so easily. As Su Li's doubtful gaze bore into him, Qin Tian confidently produced 2 items and placed them on the table: the entry card for Bai Shui Yuan Community and a villa key. "Bai Shui Yuan?" Su Li exclaimed, hastily picking up the entry card and key. While the key was unremarkable, the entry card clearly bore the name Bai Shui Yuan, verifying its authenticity. Bai Shui Yuan was the most prestigious community in the city, a lavish residence she had always dreamed of, though she had never lived there. She had heard that the starting price for a unit was 20,000 per square meter, with even the most modest properties costing several million, and the villas starting from 30 million. 30 million! She realized she could never earn such a sum even if she abstained from eating and drinking for a lifetime. The fact that this young and handsome man possessed a villa in by Shui Yuan was astounding. Su Li's expression shifted to one of excitement. Her hands clutching the entry card and key tightly, her eyes glimmering with admiration for Qin Tian. Just as she was about to agree to something, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected. "But it's just an entry card and a key," she said, skepticism etched on her face. "You came for a blind date. Yet you didn't bring the property deed? These two items alone cannot prove that the villa belongs to you." At her words, Su Li felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her. She snapped back to reality. Indeed, an entry card and a key only indicated residence in Bai Shui Yuan. They did not confirm ownership. Who could say whether he was a tenant? Even if he were the owner, these items would still fail to establish that the property was a villa, as the entry cards and keys for regular residences were not significantly different from those of villas. Qin Tian gazed deeply at Lin Xiaoxiao before shaking his head. "I didn't bring the property deed." Lin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of guilt under his scrutinizing gaze. Clearing her throat to alleviate the tension, she said, "Please don't mind me, handsome. I was merely inquiring. I believe you." Then she turned to whisper to Su Li, "Not having the property deed and claiming you forgot it likely means he's lying. And don't let his looks dazzle you into being fooled. Remember, the owner of that Lamborghini is still here." Hearing that Qin Tian lacked the property deed left Su Li feeling disappointed, and Lin Xiaoxiao's words further grounded her. Yes, even if he truly owned a villa in Bai Shui Yuan, there was no reason for her to be overly excited. Her ambition lay with the owner of the Lamborghini Sixth Element. Even if this handsome young man did possess a villa, in the presence of that enigmatic millionaire, he would merely be a pauper. With that thought, Su Li instinctively lifted her chin, her eyes nearly soaring to the heavens, as if she had already transformed into the lady of that affluent man. Nonchalantly, she pushed the entry card and key back across the table and, with an air of indifference, asked, "Do you have a car?" As she posed the question, her mind returned to the fiery blue supercar parked below, and her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window, her ears perked up in anticipation. At that moment, her thoughts were solely fixated on the owner of the Lamborghini Sixth Element. As soon as the engine roared, she would sprint downstairs. Ultimately, she was determined to connect with that young millionaire today, even if this young man possessed wealth and property. It was of no consequence. After all, someone who drove a 90 million supercar was not comparable to an ordinary wealthy individual. Such was the insatiable and unyielding desire. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxiao wore a sly smile, knowing that her idol had likely come here to dine and engage in a blind date. And surely wouldn't he bring the property deed? Besides, did he really need such documents for a date? That was absurd. Now, producing an entry card and villa key only to be met with skepticism, given the 2-hour wait, her idol would surely be annoyed and leave in frustration. If he were to further the narrative of being interested in his date's friend, that would be even better. Was that how things played out online? With this thought in mind, Lin Xiaoxiao's excitement surged as she gazed at Qin Tian with anticipation. However, the next moment, her expression froze. "I have a car," Qin Tian declared, pulling out the Lamborghini car key and placing it on the table. Su Li glanced at the gleaming object on the table, her expression turning icy. "Are you trying to play me for a fool? While I admit the model is impressive, who can drive a toy? An ant, perhaps? Bringing out a toy car and claiming it is yours? Why not produce an airplane instead? Are you out of your mind? If you wish to find a wealthy boyfriend, shouldn't you do your homework?" Qin Tian calmly replied, pressing a button on the model, causing the key to emit a blue light, followed by the unmistakable sound of a supercar starting. Virum, 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 virum. The distinctive roar of a Lamborghini's V6 engine reverberated through the air. Even on the 3rd floor, the sound was crystal clear, especially as their private room was adjacent to the entrance of Zhu Xianzhuang. As Su Li prepared to mock him further for the toy model being a car key, her expression shifted drastically. She sprang up and rushed to the window, where she beheld a fiery blue supercar, its headlights flashing, and its doors opening like butterfly wings, a sight that was nothing short of spectacular. Onlookers gasped, startled, as they turned toward the entrance of Zhu Xianzhuang, thinking the car owner had emerged. With the press of Qin Tian's key, the supercar engine silenced, and the dazzling doors closed once more. The gathered crowd felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. It seemed the owner had not appeared after all. Suli stood at the window, her eyes wide and jaw slack, utterly transfixed. Was that the Lamborghini Sixth Element? The very supercar she had yearned for. Worth 90 million, belonged to Qin Tian. Lin Xiaoxiao's face paled as well. She recognized the car and knew it was her idoless. Her change in countenance was due to the revelation of his prized possession. Just moments ago, seeing Suli fail to recognize the model as a car key, Qin Tian had displayed a look of disdain. Why then did he reveal his luxury vehicle? What was his intention? Is that supercar really yours? Suli rushed back to her seat, her gaze fixed on Qin Tian, her voice trembling with excitement. The owner of her dreams was indeed the handsome man sitting across from her. What bliss! Didn't you see? Qin Tian leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip while wearing a playful smile. Continue. According to tradition, shouldn't you be asking me about my savings now? Chapter 82. I am here to flaunt my wealth. No. Suli quickly shook her head, jokingly. You've driven a 90 million sports car and you're still asking if I have savings? Are you out of your mind? Forget about the money. The villa I mentioned earlier must be real. Suli cast her gaze towards the entry card and villa keys on the table, her eyes ablaze with excitement. Really not going to ask about savings? Qin Tian chuckled, saying, You're not following the procedure. It puts me in an awkward position. Not necessary. Suli waved her hand dismissively, her expression indifferent. Whether I have it or not is irrelevant. I am not a materialistic woman. We can strive together in the future. I think I should show you. Qin Tian took out his phone and logged into his online banking app. No, you don't need to show me. I really am not materialistic, Suli insisted, but her eyes were glued to the phone screen. Then she gasped in astonishment. What? 5 billion? The string of zeros dazzled her eyes. With 5 billion in savings, his actual assets must be in the hundreds of billions. The thought made Suli tremble with excitement. No wonder her aunt urged her to take it seriously. It turned out he was an extraordinary tycoon. How fortunate she was to have encountered such wealth so unexpectedly. I own a company, Qin Tian said, opening the company's internal network for her to see. What? Chairman of Hermes? The largest shareholder. The entire luxury brand Hermes is yours? Suli exclaimed, jumping up in shock. Hermes, one of the top luxury brands in the world. The dream of women everywhere belonged to him. If she married him, she could have any handbag she desired, as many as she wanted. Indeed, I also own a vineyard. Let me show you. Qin Tian opened the internal network of Romanee-Conti. Suli frantically waved her hands, recoiling as if from a venomous snake. No need. I truly am not materialistic. You don't need to show me anymore. From disdain to astonishment, to sheer joy, then to shock, Suli was now overwhelmed with fear. The villa, the luxury car, the international luxury brand, the vineyard, Qin Tian was exceedingly wealthy. She feared not his wealth, but that he might consider her materialistic. Beside them, Lin Xiaoxiao stood in a daze, unable to comprehend. She thought she knew her idol well, but he was far wealthier than she had imagined. Qin Tian withdrew his phone, smiling. You are essentially aware of my conditions, so what about you? I am willing. I am very willing. Suli nodded eagerly, her face flushed with excitement, her makeup unable to hide her exhilaration. Oh heavens, I have encountered true love. What do you mean by willing? Qin Tian asked, momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. How annoying. Of course, I mean I am willing to marry you. Suli shyly averted her gaze, feigning innocence. Seeing her demeanor, Lin Xiaoxiao inwardly cursed. What a farce. Originally intending to discreetly conceal Qin Tian's identity to sabotage the blind date, she was baffled as he revealed it himself. Could he truly be interested in this woman? Was her taste so pedestrian? Why didn't she have a wealthy relative? Lin Xiaoxiao was consumed with jealousy, her anger directed at Qin Tian. How dare you overlook a natural beauty like me? Just as she was about to intervene, Qin Tian teased, I never said I would marry you. What does your willingness matter? I only agreed to meet Aunt Zhang and show off a bit. Now that I've flaunted, I must take my leave. With that, he gathered his belongings and stood up to depart. Suli, her shy and demure expression frozen in place, felt as if she had been struck. She stood there, stunned, unable to react. Uffed. Lin Xiaoxiao, still in shock, burst into laughter. What kind of operation is this? This is too funny. Awakened by her laughter, Suli's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Stop laughing. You could at least defend me instead of laughing. Are you even my best friend? But it's truly amusing. Lin Xiaoxiao thought, You're on a blind date with my idol. I want to sabotage you. May you laugh until you bring on your period. Su Li cursed, rushing out after Qin Tian, unwilling to give up despite being rejected. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly followed suit. As they reached the third-floor elevator, a man approached them with excitement. Li, what a coincidence. Why didn't you tell me you were dining here? Let me treat you. The man was a wealthy second-generation heir who had been pursuing Su Li and was even at the proposal stage. Initially, Su Li held some affection for him, but upon seeing Qin Tian, she found herself utterly uninterested in any other man. I don't need you to treat me. Don't follow me. I'm not in the mood to talk to you today. With a cold expression, Su Li dismissed him and hurried down the stairs. The wealthy heir stood dumbfounded, bewildered by her sudden coldness after their previous evening together. Your goddess is on a blind date with another man. Lin Xiaoxiao whispered as she passed him, catching up with Su Li. The heir's expression darkened, and he hurried after them. Meanwhile, as Qin Tian descended to the first floor, he ran into Qin Mengyao. I never expected someone like you, a super tycoon, would be going on blind dates, she teased. She had come to find Qin Tian and had overheard the situation, cleverly deducing the nature of the meeting. Qin Tian shrugged. An aunt who has been kind to me insists on introducing me to someone, but this will be the last time. Why not continue? I find it quite entertaining. Qin Mengyao chuckled. Qin Tian rolled his eyes, entertaining my foot. As they reached the ground floor, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Qin Tian, wait a moment. Su Li suddenly blocked their path, her gaze sweeping over Qin Mengyao, her expression shifting. This woman is so beautiful. Could she be Qin Tian's girlfriend? Seeing her work uniform, Su Li relaxed, realizing she was merely an employee of the restaurant. Lin Xiaoxiao also glanced at Qin Mengyao, recognizing her from her first encounter with Qin Tian. Immediately, she suspected a close relationship between them, especially since the name tag on her uniform read General Manager. This restaurant might very well belong to Qin Tian, with this woman managing it for him. Lin Xiaoxiao's mind raced with possibilities, her deductions nearly spot on. Qin Mengyao noticed Lin Xiaoxiao, initially surprised, then smiled and whispered to Qin Tian. I was right about this woman at the computer store. She is definitely a beauty. I didn't expect her to be here. And she seems to be your blind date's close friend. How interesting. Chapter 83. I have a girlfriend. As Qin Tian laid eyes upon Lin Xiaoxiao, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered her before. It was only when Qin Mengyao reminded him that he recalled her identity. Wasn't she the woman who engaged in live streaming? The last time they met. She had even asked for his phone number, yet now she pretended not to recognize him. Ah, women. Is there something you need? Qin Tian inquired nonchalantly. The blind date isn't over yet, and I haven't introduced myself. Why are you leaving? Su Li teased, flicking her hair behind her ear. Her gaze soft as water. Let us find a more secluded place to sit down and get to know each other better, shall we? How secluded? Would a hotel suffice? How in depth do you wish to know me? Qin Tian thought to himself, bemused by her blatant insinuations. Lin Xiaoxiao's face displayed unabashed disdain, her mind rife with silent curses. The wealthy heir standing behind Qin Tian wore a scowl, his expression darkening. Just last night, he had nearly agreed to marry his goddess. And now she was openly hinting at wanting to share a room with another man. He felt as if he were being mocked right before his eyes, barely containing his rage. Qin Mengyao, however, remained unfazed, joking, how could my idol have such low standards? Indeed, Qin Tian replied, shaking his head lightly. I'm afraid I'm not fond of young girls. Su Li was taken aback. I'm 22. How am I considered young? Do you think I'm referring to your age? Qin Tian's gaze drifted to her assets. Upon hearing this, everyone present exchanged strange glances, taken aback by his bluntness. Su Li's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. Had anyone else dared utter such words, she would have erupted in fury, perhaps even slapping them in public. Yet, faced with Qin Tian, she instantly adopted a shy smile. After all, hasn't it yet been explored? Wouldn't you like to experience the thrill of growing up together? If her previous invitation was a suggestion, this was nothing short of a brazen seduction. The wealthy heir's face turned a shade of green, his anger boiling. Are you joking? With so many people around, you're asking me for help in such matters? Do you wish to wear me out? Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Sorry, I simply couldn't help it. Qin Mengyao burst into laughter, hastily covering her mouth as her shoulders shook with mirth. Su Li's face paled in fury, her fingers trembling. Before she could speak, the wealthy heir could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to glare at Qin Tian. Who do you think you are? Speaking so brazenly. Do you believe I want to have someone teach you a lesson? And you are? Qin Tian replied coolly, casting a glance at Su Li. Are you two an item? So what if we are? The heir retorted defiantly, eyes alight with challenge. Shut your mouth. Who's in a relationship with you? Are we that familiar? Su Li rebuked the heir, then turned to Qin Tian, cautiously explaining, Qin Tian, don't misunderstand. He pursuing me, but I haven't agreed. I've never been in a relationship, please believe me. It doesn't matter. I merely agreed to Aunt Zhang's request to meet you. With that, Qin Tian wrapped an arm around Qin Mingyao. I have a girlfriend. Su Li's expression shifted dramatically. Was she deluding herself? Could it be true that this woman was indeed Qin Tian's girlfriend? But what did that matter? She shook her head defiantly. I don't mind. She's merely a girlfriend. As long as I'm around, who ultimately ends up on top is yet to be determined. Qin Tian frowned, pulling Lin Xiaoxiao closer to him. I wasn't finished. My girlfriend is not limited to just one. For instance, she is also included. Does that bother you? Lin Xiaoxiao froze, her mind racing. Could it be that her idol recognized her? Had he been captivated by her beauty and developed feelings for her? Oh, how she longed to embrace Qin Tian, pressing against his chest in affection. Yet, overwhelmed by her emotions, she felt paralyzed, unable to move. She was not the only one stunned. Su Li was equally petrified. The scene of a blind date turning into a competition for her best friend's affection was unfolding before her eyes. I'm going to lose my mind. The wealthy heir, equally astonished, scoffed. What nonsense. I nearly believed you. Though he was relieved that this enviably handsome man had not chosen his goddess. The sight of him with two women, each capable of eclipsing his own goddess, filled him with jealousy. However, he refused to believe that either of these women could genuinely be Qin Tian's girlfriends. He knew Lin Xiaoxiao well. She had always set her sights high and had dismissed him without a second glance. The other woman was the newly appointed head of a prestigious establishment. Wealthy and beautiful, far too good for an ordinary person like him. In summary, it was impossible. Qin Tian cast a fleeting glance at Su Li, releasing both women as he strode toward the exit. He couldn't care less whether the wealthy heir believed him. I'll find you tonight. Qin Mingyao whispered urgently to Qin Tian before returning to her work. Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Li remained frozen in shock. This spectacle only solidified the heir's conviction that the two women were not Qin Tian's girlfriends. You all should wake up now, he remarked with a sour expression. Suddenly, Su Li snapped back to reality, hastily turning to chase after Qin Tian, muttering to herself, No, he's lying to me. He's deceiving me to reject my advances. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Lin Xiaoxiao, too, came to her senses and hurriedly followed, her heart racing with excitement and regret. Her idol had publicly declared her as his girlfriend, yet she cursed her impulsiveness for missing the chance to embrace him. When they reached outside, Qin Tian had already dealt with the crowd eager for companionship and was getting into his car. The roar of the engine reverberated through the air. Onlookers wore expressions of astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Who could have imagined that the car's owner was so young? Regrettably, no one knew which noble family he belonged to. The wealthy heir, still reeling, widened his eyes in shock. Just moments ago, he had been taking pictures of the car, never suspecting it belonged to this man. He had looked down upon Qin Tian, doubting he could possibly have two girlfriends. Damn, a person like him could easily have 20. Realizing his earlier threat to find someone to teach Qin Tian a lesson, he broke into a cold sweat, instinctively shrinking back, fearful of incurring Qin Tian's wrath. Fortunately, this extravagant man didn't even regard him as a concern. The heir felt an odd sense of relief, for the first time in his life, to be overlooked. Chapter 84. I want to ride in your car. Su Li was equally astonished, although she had known during their blind date that the car belonged to Qin Tian. Witnessing him start it was truly breathtaking. As she saw him preparing to leave, her expression changed to one of urgency. She dashed in front of the sports car, arms outstretched to prevent his departure. Lin Xiaoxiao, who had followed closely behind, displayed an eager demeanor, clearly unwilling to let Qin Tian leave so easily. The onlookers regarded the scene with envy, marveling at the young man who possessed both wealth and looks, and was being pursued by not one, but two beautiful women, each more impressive than the last. You've said there's no possibility for us. Qin Tian frowned, irritation evident in his voice. Do you not comprehend human language? Step aside. I will not. Su Li retorted, adopting a petulant stance, then softened her expression to one of pleading. Qin Tian Gij, I implore you to give me a chance. Please agree to be my boyfriend. Be your boyfriend? Qin Tian shot her a cold glance, distaste clear in his eyes. You should leave, out of respect for Aunt Zhang. I've already spared you some dignity. Ignoring the disdain in his gaze, Su Li felt a surge of hope at the mere prospect of conversing with him. Her face lit up as she quickly shook her head. Then, for the sake of my aunt, grant me this opportunity. This is my first relationship. I do not wish for it to end without having truly begun. I beg you. Qin Tian's patience wore thin, his tone mocking. Your first relationship? What about the 6 boyfriends before? Were they merely figments of your imagination? How do you know that? Su Li stammered, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much. Frustrated with herself, she hastily rectified. I may have had a few, but there were no genuine feelings involved. We merely held hands. I assure you, I am still pure. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed and her gaze fell, feigning modesty. The crowd, upon hearing her, felt an even greater envy. Noting her age and her ability to maintain her innocence, a rarity indeed. However, Qin Tian only scoffed, his words shocking the assembly. You might as well stop deceiving yourself. I doubt you even remember how many times you've been with someone. Allow me to enlighten you. 6 relationships, and at least 20 men. His statement rendered Su Li momentarily speechless, her complexion paling as disbelief flooded her eyes. While she could not recall the exact number of men, the 6 relationships he mentioned were painfully accurate. How did he know? At that moment, a wealthy heir, sensing his goddess was being maliciously slandered, despite his fear, could not restrain himself from interjecting. Nonsense. I will not hesitate to tell you that last night, Lili was with me, and she was still a virgin. Thus, your accusations are purely defamatory. You may be wealthy and entitled to your preferences, but to maliciously tarnish someone's reputation is utterly excessive. Still a virgin? Qin Tian regarded him with pity, shaking his head. Su Li's expression shifted dramatically as she snapped at the wealthy heir. What nonsense. Who was with you? Ignoring her, the heir turned to Qin Tian, his demeanor haughty. Of course. How could I forget my own actions? Just then, a gust of wind swept through, lifting an advertisement flyer that fluttered past Qin Tian. He glanced at it, a smirk playing on his lips as he seized it and handed it to the wealthy heir. This, I presume, is what you refer to as a virgin. Only $38. Quite a bargain. What do you mean? The heir accepted it, confusion etched on his face. Others nearby also peered at the flyer, intrigued by Qin Tian's words. The flyer read, still worried about not being a virgin? Korean painless restoration. Give him the feeling of a first night, promotional price, only 38. At this revelation, the crowd's expressions twisted in amusement, stifling laughter. 38, indeed, was rather cheap. The heir's veins bulged as his face darkened, eyes blazing as he glared at Su Li. Last night, he had sensed something was amiss. But she had assured him it was natural. Seeing the blood had convinced him of her innocence. He had promised to love her wholly, only to find himself deceived. Now, he entirely believed Qin Tian, for Su Li had claimed to be a virgin while having spent the night with him. It was evident she aimed to deceive Qin Tian again. Faced with the heir's accusations, Su Li's face drained of color, her gaze flitting about nervously. Of course not, darling. You saw the blood. You witnessed my pain. How could you trust a stranger's words? You wanted to propose, remember? I accept. I accept. Unaware of how Qin Tian knew her sordid history, she realized her chances with him were utterly extinguished and quickly sought to salvage her relationship with the wealthy heir. Accept? Get lost. He bellowed, striking her sharply before turning away. Su Li, clutching her face in shock, hurried after him. Darling, please don't leave. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Tian shook his head. He had intended to extend some courtesy, but since she insisted on clinging, he would not indulge her. Lin Xiao, observing the unfolding drama, felt a bittersweet sense of understanding. She had long been aware of Su Li's past and had anticipated this moment of reckoning. Experienced men could easily discern the truth. Virginity was not solely determined by blood. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached eagerly, leaning against his car window with hopeful eyes. Can I get in? What do you want to get in for? We're not familiar, Qin Tian replied, puzzled. How rude. You've already called me your girlfriend. Yet you claim we're not close. Lin Xiao playfully tugged at her collar, revealing an enticing glimpse of her ample figure. You said you weren't fond of young girls. Surely I suffice? Indeed, she was not lacking in appeal. Qin Tian glanced at her unabashedly. Her expression brightened as she quickly added, furthermore, I truly am a virgin, absolutely not restored. If you don't believe me, we can head to a hotel right now for verification. She looked at him anxiously, fearing he might still doubt her, especially since she was Su Li's friend. and most would presume she shared a similar reputation. I believe you. Qin Tian nodded. Having scanned her, it appeared that Lin Xiaoxiao was indeed untouched. Overjoyed, she seized the opportunity to confess, "From the moment I saw you last time, I was taken with you. May I ride in your car? You fancy me? I seek love, yet you lust after my body. How base." With that, Qin Tian pressed the accelerator, leaving the scene behind. Lin Xiaoxiao stood bewildered, her thoughts swirling in confusion. Chapter 85. The Unprecedented Battle, a combined chapter. Lin Xiaoxiao's live stream was continuously broadcasting. This meant that netizens witnessed the entire unfolding of events firsthand. There were several explosive moments during the stream, and by the time it concluded, the chat room erupted in chaos. Goodness! This blind date was the most exhilarating scene I have ever witnessed. Upon seeing that handsome man, I sensed that something was amiss today. It was a true face-slapping spectacle. How could there be such a painless restoration? The 38 yuan repair was truly heart-wrenching. Now, I even suspect my girlfriend has visited that establishment. To the one above, is your girlfriend deflating? This perfectly illustrates the essence of superficial friendships. One must guard against fire, theft, and even those closest to us. The netizens do not deceive me. Today, I witnessed the true beauty of the streamer, astonishing beyond compare. Yet, alas, she turned out to be a scheming vixen. I could almost weep. Isnt in despair. Woe is me. Where's my goddess? And you all believe this? It's obviously scripted, for goodness sake. I too suspect it was a pre-planned scenario, staged. To the two fools above, your identification is complete. A scripted joke? Rent a 90 million sports car and see how that goes. Indeed, that car has already been exposed online multiple times. It is a genuine Lamborghini Sixth Element. Clearly, you are new here. Had you seen the previous live stream from the computer market, you wouldn't be making such remarks. Last time, Wang Tsong was present and lent the car to the handsome guy. The wealthy benefactor has avenged us. What a pity for such a beautiful streamer. Alas, I digress. Fans turning to foes. No matter how beautiful the goddess, she is merely a pawn of the wealthy, and thus, I shall turn my admiration to disdain. The crux is that she never reveals her face or her cleavage. We gain no benefits at all, so what is there to follow? Unfollow. Lin Xiaoxiao. Upon noticing the barrage of comments in the live stream, felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had gained nothing from this encounter, not even the phone number of the handsome man. Yet her fan count plummeted dramatically, losing over half of her 500,000 followers. However, she took solace in the fact that this gathering place was likely connected to the handsome man, and since one of his women was present, he would surely appear. If she remained vigilant, she would undoubtedly encounter him. With this thought, she felt somewhat comforted. She hailed a taxi and returned to her dormitory. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was on the road when he received a call from Aunt Zhang. Qin Tian, how did the blind date go? Are you satisfied with my niece? It was all right, but it just wasn't a match. What do you mean it wasn't a match? Did something go wrong? Tell me so I can scold her. No, aside from waiting for her for 2 hours, you waited that long. And she didn't even apologize? That girl is utterly unreasonable. Aunt Zhang abruptly hung up and called Su Li's mother. Sister, what is wrong with your daughter? I kindly introduced her to a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, clearly stating that he is extremely affluent, yet she didn't cherish the opportunity. She made him wait for 2 hours and didn't even apologize. I tell you, this boy drives a multi-million-dollar sports car. To him, $1 million is like pocket change. What right does your daughter have to act so aloof? She vented her frustrations like a machine gun, sending several photos of Qin Tian with the sports car, along with the chat records of their transaction. On the other end, Su Li's mother, after being scolded, didn't even have a chance to retort. She was already seething, but upon seeing the photos and chat records, she exploded. She immediately called Su Li's phone. Su Li was in her dormitory, crying, her makeup in disarray. Today was truly the darkest day of her life. She had thought she would reach new heights, only to be cast into the depths of despair. The blind date with the wealthy benefactor had failed, and she had just been abandoned by a rich heir with whom she had recently established a relationship. After answering the phone and taking a deep breath, she absent-mindedly replied, "Hello, Mom. Mom, what kind of mother are you? I don't have a daughter like you. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly scolding me? I'm already heartbroken. You deserve to be scolded. Let me ask you, why did you neglect the person your aunt introduced to you? How was I supposed to know he was so wealthy? If I had known earlier, don't give me that. Your aunt clearly told you he was rich, and yet you made him wait for 2 hours? Who do you think you are to make a wealthy young man drive his multi-million-dollar sports car and wait for you? Are you out of your mind? I didn't hear clearly because the signal was poor, Suli weakly replied. She didn't dare to admit that she had simply ignored the call while going to wash her face in the restroom. Why didn't you switch phones if the signal was bad? If you're short on money, just tell me. You've missed a chance to marry into wealth. I'm telling you, no matter what, you must win back that wealthy young man. If I can't be the mother-in-law of a wealthy benefactor, then don't you dare come home. But he has already rejected me. Nothing but excuses. In any case, it's settled. If you don't bring him back, don't come back at all. The call ended, leaving Su Li in tears. He had already seen through her indiscretions. How could he possibly accept her now? Unless she underwent plastic surgery and completely transformed herself. Wait, I've had several boyfriends, gone through numerous men, and have done things I can hardly remember. Yet he knows everything about me so clearly. How is that possible? Over the years, there has only been one person who knows all my affairs. Lin Xiaoxiao. I wondered why she didn't seem the least bit excited upon seeing the 90 million sports car or take any photos. It was because she had seen it before and already knew whose it was. She must have met the wealthy benefactor long ago. When she saw the photos on my phone, she instantly recognized that I was going on a blind date with Qin Tian. Later, to reject me, the wealthy benefactor embraced her, and she didn't resist in the slightest. How infuriating. She betrayed me. At that moment, Su Li felt like a detective, her intelligence soaring. Goodness, Lin Xiaoxiao, I considered you a close friend, yet you betrayed me, knowing I was going on a blind date with Qin Tian and not telling me, but instead revealing all my secrets to him. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression changed in shock, then replied, I knew about Qin Tian, but I didn't disclose your matters to him. How dare you deny it? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have forgotten how many times I've been with men. How would he know so clearly? I don't know why he knows. All I know is that I didn't say anything, Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you're that cheap. I've already told you before, if you truly want to find a wealthy man, you must cherish yourself. Offering a little money just cheapens you further. Real wealthy individuals, even if deceived once, will ultimately discard you like trash and leave you with nothing. How can you say that? If it weren't for you, I would have been with Qin Tian by now. It's all your fault. Who is truly cheap is clear to see. That 38 yuan first time of yours can deceive no one. I am the genuine article. To be honest, that woman in the store is Qin Tian's girlfriend. Just look how pure and unadorned she is. She looks 100 times better than you without makeup. Have you even looked in the mirror? With that ghastly face of yours, does Qin Tian even have eyes for you? I still have a chance, but you? It's over. Su Li's face turned a deep shade of purple with rage, especially upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's stunning visage, which triggered her to erupt. You wretched creature. Go to hell. Su Li shouted vehemently, lunging forward and reaching for her opponent's face. Lin Xiaoxiao, taken aback, swiftly dodged and retaliated by grabbing Su Li's hair. The once inseparable friends, now turned adversaries, saw their bond shatter like glass, igniting an epic showdown of chaos and fury. You tug at my hair. I shall tear your clothes. You provoke me below. I will twist you above. You vile harlot, you have caused me to lose my benefactor, leaving me without a home to return to. I will fight you to the end. You filthy wretch, you deserve it. From the moment you secured that package, this day was destined to unfold. You brought this upon yourself. My chest is reserved for Qin Tian. How dare you seize it? I shall not spare you. Eventually, this monumental clash caught the attention of the neighbors, prompting them to call the authorities. By the time the police arrived, the fierce confrontation was nearing its conclusion. The two women, their hair disheveled and garments in tatters, displayed extensive bruising and injuries, a testament to the brutal conflict. Fortunately, there was little bloodshed. The officers, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but marvel. This spectacle is more dramatic than anything we see on television. Ultimately, both women were taken to give their statements. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, he had unwittingly instigated this fierce altercation. Had he been aware, he would have been torn between applause and intervention. If it were night, he might have contemplated joining this trifecta of turmoil, but during the day, he dismissed the idea, considering the disruption it would cause to the neighbors. At that moment, he cruised in his sports car through the streets, passing by a large fitness center. He recalled having received a complimentary weekly membership there, where he had enjoyed various activities. The facility boasted an array of fitness equipment, aerobic exercises, diverse aerobics classes, yoga, and a swimming pool. Some of the muscular men there appeared impressive yet were, in reality, not very capable. Reflecting on his own perfect physique, Qin Tian felt a surge of confidence, marveling at his powerful body, though he wondered about his actual strength. He parked in the fitness center's lot and, upon entering, spotted a remarkably familiar woman. Before he could fully register the recognition, she called out his name. "You are Qin Tian." Chapter 86. Do you recognize me? Qin Tian inquired, gazing at the woman before him with a hint of confusion. The lady had a fair complexion and an exquisite beauty, exuding a gentle demeanor imbued with an air of scholarly elegance. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she donned a form-fitting yoga outfit that accentuated her impressive curves, suggestive of a D cup or more. She appeared mature, likely in her 20s or possibly 30s. After studying her for a moment, Qin Tian felt a sense of familiarity, yet her identity eluded him. "I am Huiji Lanxin," the woman exclaimed, her expression brightening. "I just added you on WeChat and arranged to meet you this evening." Realization dawned on Qin Tian's face. "Oh, it's you. No wonder you seemed familiar. Yet I couldn't recall your name. I know your name, but you do not know mine, so of course you couldn't recognize me. We had planned to meet tonight. But this chance encounter might be fate." She smiled. "You are even more handsome and charming in person. You are quite beautiful as well, especially with such remarkable poise." Qin Tian replied, admiring her traditional grace that suggested a background of a prestigious family. "Thank you for your kind words. Allow me to formally introduce myself," she said, extending her hand with a radiant smile. "I am Lan Huixin, a university professor." "Professor?" Qin Tian was taken aback. Professors typically fall into categories such as teaching assistants, lecturers, associate professors, and full professors. To claim the title of professor indicates at least an associate professor rank. She nodded. "That is correct. I was an associate professor before being promoted just yesterday." "Impressive," Qin Tian exclaimed sincerely. A professor at such a young age undoubtedly meant she had completed her doctorate early, perhaps even skipping grades. After all, one typically only becomes an associate professor upon graduation, with a 3-year wait for full professorship. If she appeared to be no older than 30, it implied she earned her doctorate at 27, a remarkable achievement in itself. "Huiji Lanxin, Lan Huixin." Qin Tian mused aloud, smiling as he remarked, "Those with education have a distinctive charm even in their names, which resonate beautifully with your demeanor." "Thank you for the compliment. I wholeheartedly agree. My name was given by my grandfather, whom I greatly admire," Lan Huixin replied with a gentle smile as she graciously accepted the praise. "Your grandfather must have been an erudite scholar, truly an admirable figure," Qin Tian remarked before she shifted the conversation. "Are you here to work out as well?" "Indeed," Qin Tian affirmed, just as a sultry voice interrupted. Lan, is this your boyfriend?" As the words fell, a voluptuous, mature woman approached, her attire far more revealing than that of Lan Huixin. She wore a crop top and an ultra-short bottom, both form-fitting, exposing far more than they concealed. Her figure was undeniably more pronounced, with an exaggerated silhouette that captured attention. "Stop joking. This is our first meeting," Lan Huixin chided lightly, introducing them. "Qin Tian. This is my cousin, Li Chunyu." "Cousin, this is Qin Tian, my blind date." "A blind date? This young man is truly handsome, and his height is commendable," Li Chunyu teased, scrutinizing Qin Tian. "I wonder if he has all show and no substance." With a sudden playful gesture, she reached to touch his chest muscles. Qin Tian instinctively recoiled, furrowing his brow. "Oh, are you shy? What is there to fear? I'm a woman, and I'm not afraid. Come on." Li Chunyu laughed, advancing toward him, her intentions mischievous as she subtly attempted to reach further. Qin Tian was taken aback by her boldness. Lan Huixin quickly intervened, giving her cousin a stern look. "Cousin, behave yourself. I'm merely assessing the merchandise," Li Chunyu replied with a flirtatious grin. Lan, don't be misled by looks. Most handsome men are merely pretty boys, lacking any real strength," Li Chunyu continued, her tone teasing. "Why not find a real man? There are plenty at this gym. Some strong ones among the weak. Would you like your cousin to help you choose?" Qin Tian chuckled inwardly at the contrasting personalities of the two cousins, one refined, the other audacious. "You've gone too far. I'm not as reckless as you." Lan Huixin shot back, pulling Qin Tian toward the workout area. As they walked away, Li Chunyu called after them, Lan, I'm truly looking out for you. If he can't satisfy you later, you'll regret it. How about we see him do some push-ups? I bet he can't do 10. Are you trying to provoke me?" Qin Tian halted, turning to face Li Chunyu, nodding. "All right. I'll take your bet. What are the stakes? You dare accept?" "You have some guts," Li Chunyu replied, surprised, then added playfully, "If we're betting, 10 is too few. How about 30? Don't be presumptuous, Lan Huixin interjected, tugging at his sleeve, but Qin Tian shook his head. 100. What is the wager? Very well, did I underestimate you? Li Chunyu mused, her surprise evident. Let us wager on tonight. If you lose, you owe nothing, but if you win, I'll accompany you. That is not my concern, Lan Huixin remarked dismissively, as the two were merely on a blind date without any established relationship. Besides, she doubted Qin Tian would prevail, given his lean appearance. Qin Tian found the wager amusing, questioning whether it implied something more intimate for the evening. If that wager suits you, then let the performance commence. Li Chunyu flirtatiously tossed him a wink, confident he would fail. Without further ado, Qin Tian dropped to the ground and began executing push-ups at an astonishing pace, each movement impeccably precise. Li Chunyu's expression transformed from casual disdain to astonishment. Then sheer joy as Qin Tian continued, not stopping until he completed 300 push-ups in under 2 minutes. Li Chunyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Completing 300 push-ups, not only swiftly but with flawless form, was a feat few fitness enthusiasts could achieve. When he finally rose, his demeanor remained unchanged, breath steady, clearly capable of more. Who would have thought this young man possessed such prowess? She mused, impressed. Lan Huixin, equally astonished, acknowledged that Qin Tian's display was nothing short of extraordinary. Their bet had drawn a crowd. Onlookers were left in awe, witnessing an exceptional display of strength. Amidst the murmurs, a robust man clad in personal trainer attire interjected. Since Sister Li is assessing core strength, push-ups are less telling. If we're to judge, let us see something truly challenging, like Dragon Flag. Chapter 87. What is the Dragon Flag? Li Chunyu, with her ample bosom, slender waist, and rounded arms, possessed a physique that could only be described as top tier. She was also strikingly beautiful, exuding an innate charm. Coupled with her carefree demeanor, she gave off an aura that was irresistibly alluring. Such a woman was the object of desire for every man at the club. Whenever she graced the gym with her presence, she was invariably surrounded by a throng of personal trainers. Thus, when she initiated a wager, it immediately drew the attention of numerous men. Upon hearing the stakes of the bet, an intimate night with the woman of their dreams, jealousy coursed through the onlookers, who wished fervently to displace Qin Tian and claim her for themselves. Performing 100 push-ups was a trivial task for these trainers. However, their astonishment grew when they witnessed Qin Tian complete 300 in merely 2 minutes, executing each one with remarkable ease. They were compelled to acknowledge that they were no match for him. Within the entire establishment, there was only one who could rival him. All eyes turned to a man in his 30s within the crowd, Zhang Peng, with a tall, imposing stature and a strikingly handsome countenance. His personal trainer attire clung tightly to his bulging muscles, particularly his chest, which rivaled that of most women. He was the most formidable male trainer at the club. Every muscle on his body a testament to his rigorous training and immense strength. Additionally, he was a boxing coach, and in this establishment, he was unrivaled. Naturally, Zhang Peng had set his sights on a woman of Li Chunyu's caliber, but he was acutely aware that she was not as easily conquered as she appeared. If he had not succeeded, the other men in the club had even less chance. Now, witnessing Qin Tian, a mere pretty boy, gain her favor through a few push-ups, he felt a surge of jealousy that nearly made him explode, prompting him to interject. Those few push-ups are insignificant. If Sister Li is testing core strength, then let us see a dragon flag, which truly exemplifies abdominal power. Zhang Peng turned to Li Chunyu. What do you say, Sister Li? Li Chunyu was well aware of Zhang Peng's dissatisfaction and shook her head. Let us not. That is not something everyone can accomplish. You know I can do it. Zhang Peng replied confidently. When it comes to core strength, I dare say no one here is my equal. His gaze lingered on Li Chunyu, clearly implying, I possess the prowess that ensures I will not stop until you say so. Yes, I understand, Li Chunyu nodded, casting a dismissive glance at him. She had a friend who had been involved with Zhang Peng, and according to her friend, while he had impressive stamina, he was regrettably lacking in certain areas. What exactly is the dragon flag? Qin Tian interjected eagerly, his face alight with curiosity. Only you can do it? It sounds challenging, and I would like to attempt it. Previously, he had struggled to complete 30. Yet, having just executed 300 push-ups in 2 minutes, he felt as though his body was still warming up. Through this trial, he had come to understand the prowess of his own physique. While he wouldn't boast of being invincible, he was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, upon hearing of the impressive dragon flag, he was keen to discover his own limits. One of the trainers explained, the dragon flag, invented by the great martial artist Bruce Lee, is a powerful core training exercise. It demands exceptional core strength without a solid foundation. One lacks even the qualification to attempt it, as it could lead to injury. Best to steer clear then. Lan Huixin swiftly advised Qin Tian, "You're already quite impressive." Truly, Lan is right. Based on your earlier performance, you are more than capable, another chimed in. Plus, with your good looks, I would be more than willing to explore some practical applications with you. Let us adhere to the wager and try it tonight. Li Chunyu flirtatiously winked at Qin Tian, casting a furtive glance downward, though Qin Tian's loose attire concealed everything. "Dear cousin, he is currently on a blind date with me. Could you please tone it down?" Lan Huixin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Seeing that Li Chunyu intended to honor the wager only fueled Zhang Peng's jealousy further. He turned to Qin Tian, sizing him up with disdain. "It's not that I look down on you, but with your physique, it's best not to attempt this. It would be a minor injury at best, but the embarrassment would be significant. However, to broaden your horizons, I can demonstrate it for you." Zhang Peng then positioned himself on a long bench, lying flat, gripping the bar overhead with his hands in a reverse grip. Pay close attention to what true core strength looks like. As he spoke, he engaged his core, keeping his body straight and his legs aligned. Slowly lifting himself into a suspended position, using his head and shoulders as a pivot, creating a 15-degree angle with the bench. He continued to elevate, gradually increasing the angle to 30 degrees, then 45-75 degrees, before slowly returning to 15 degrees and repeating the motion. As he executed his movements, a trainer remarked, "This exercise requires that both the ascent and descent be slow. The slower, the more challenging. Moreover, aside from the pivot points of the head and shoulders, the body must remain suspended, never allowing it to touch the bench during the descent." Zhang Peng's form is already exemplary, but there are even more challenging variations, such as lifting the legs while walking in the air or twisting the waist as if dancing. Ultimately, the longer you can sustain it, the more formidable your core strength. As Zhang Peng completed 2 repetitions, Qin Tian, curious, began searching for videos online, discovering several demonstrations that provided him with insight into the dragon flag. At this moment, after completing his 3rd attempt, Zhang Peng struggled midway and ultimately had to concede, panting heavily, his face flushed. "So, do you understand what the dragon flag is now?" He gazed at Qin Tian with a provocative gleam in his eyes, clearly challenging him. "Do you dare to give it a try? This dragon flag seems rather simple to me." Qin Tian put away his phone, his expression calm. "Simple? Huh. Spare me that. Anyone can boast." Zhang Peng scoffed. "If you can manage even half of it, I'll concede your prowess. If you match my performance, I'll call you father." The other onlookers shook their heads, laughing lightly, clearly unconvinced that Qin Tian could achieve it. "Qin Tian, don't fall for it. He is just trying to provoke you," Lan Huixin warned, casting a wary glance at Zhang Peng, sensing his ill intent. Yet Li Chunyu smiled coyly. "Young man, while I am eager to witness your performance, do not push yourself too hard." Chapter 88. Let's go swimming. From the moment she laid eyes on Qin Tian, he exuded an air of calmness, unperturbed even when she contemplated teasing him. This led her to believe that this charming young man was not one to boast for the sake of pride. Intrigued, she resolved to put him to the test. Qin Tian reclined on the bench, gripping the bar behind his head, and began to mimic Zhang Peng's movements. He straightened his body, legs aligned, and gradually lifted himself into a 75-degree angle before slowly descending. He repeated this 3 times with a fluidity that was both slow and precise, surpassing Zhang Peng's standard. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. The spectators left in astonishment. He truly accomplished it. More impressively, while Zhang Peng struggled to complete 2.5 repetitions, Qin Tian had effortlessly performed 3. Zhang Peng's face turned a deep crimson, his expression contorted with effort, while Qin Tian remained composed, as if exerting little energy. How astonishing! Lan Huixin was left speechless, while Li Chunyu's surprise morphed into delight. Conversely, Zhang Peng's countenance darkened. Noticing that Qin Tian had yet to rise, he called out, "Young man, your entire back is pressed against the bench. If that's what you call a dragon flag, I could do 100 of those. Are you blind?" Qin Tian's waist and legs are clearly suspended. He is not touching the bench, Lan Huixin protested, her brows furrowing. Zhang Peng sneered, "Miss Lan, if he is your blind date, I suppose you must defend him. Regardless, his clothes have never left the bench. Who knows if his lower back is suspended?" At this remark, the crowd exchanged strange glances, a hint of disdain evident among them. Zhang Peng, clad in tight personal training attire, had clearly displayed his lower back suspension during his own attempts, while Qin Tian wore loose-fitting clothes that, while draped over the bench, did not conceal his elevated posture. Zhang Ping insisted on denying what was evident, unwilling to concede defeat. If you think I'm being unreasonable, why not have him remove his shirt and perform 2 more sets? If he can do it, I'll believe he truly is impressive. Then he can be deemed the winner. His words, meant as a challenge, only intensified the crowd's scorn. You can barely manage 2 sets, yet Qin Tian has completed 3 and you still demand more? How shameless. Even Li Chunyu frowned, ready to interject when Qin Tian calmly remarked, I feel my shirt is a bit constricting. It hinders my movements. As he removed his shirt, gasps of astonishment filled the room. His chiseled chest, 8-pack abs, and defined V-line were not excessively muscular, but rather sculpted like art, exuding both strength and elegance. Compared to the bulkier figures, he possessed a captivating allure, prompting the onlookers to muse. This is the epitome of the male form. Lan Huixin's gaze turned vacant as she recalled his slender silhouette clad in clothing. Thoughts raced through her mind. This must be what they mean by looking slim in clothes, but fit without them. He is simply too attractive. I think I may be falling for him. Li Chunyu was equally exhilarated, realizing that the seemingly charming young man was, in fact, a hidden gem, her ideal type. Is he even capable with such a small frame? Zhang Peng remarked with a sour expression, begrudgingly acknowledging the unexpected prowess of his rival. Ignoring the crowd, Qin Tian lay back down, mirroring the movements he had seen in online videos, embarking on his own dragon flag journey. He gripped the bar behind his head, his body straight and suspended, moving rhythmically to the upbeat music of the gym. At times, he seemed to stroll, at others, to ride an invisible bicycle, and yet again, he twisted his waist, crossing his legs in a dance-like fashion. He continued until the DJ's song concluded, spanning over 10 minutes, before pausing. The room fell silent. Everyone in awe. They had never witnessed someone execute the challenging dragon flag with such grace. It resembled a performance rather than an exercise. What remarkable core strength must he possess to execute such movements with ease? If Zhang Peng's attempts were akin to those of an elementary student, Qin Tian's could easily be classified at a university level, an evident disparity that left everyone in shock. As he sat up, Qin Tian remarked nonchalantly, that song was a bit short. He then dressed and stood. The spectators felt as though they had been struck, nearly choking on their disbelief. How could anyone consider a 10-minute dragon flag to be short? Yet, he indeed possessed the audacity to make such a claim, appearing neither winded nor flushed. It was utterly terrifying. The personal trainer's presence swallowed hard, having never encountered such formidable core strength before. So, now you understand what a dragon flag is? Qin Tian turned to Zhang Peng, echoing his earlier words. You lost. Now, let us hear you call me daddy. Zhang Peng's face flushed with humiliation, as if he had been dealt a stinging slap, unable to utter the words. Lan Huixin's expression darkened in anger. Zhang Peng, as a grown man, you wouldn't dare to play tricks, would you? Li Chunyu's demeanor also chilled. Witnessing her transformation, the trainers exchanged worried looks, anticipating Zhang Peng's fate. The tension in the air intensified. Zhang Peng felt the pressure. Despite his internal fury, he begrudgingly mumbled, Dad, enough. I cannot acknowledge you as my son, Qin Tian scoffed, shaking his head in disdain before departing. Zhang Peng felt as if he had been struck with a heavy blow. Trembling with rage, his fists clenched tightly. This was an outright insult. Li Chunyu hurried after Qin Tian. Hey there, do you know how to swim? Yes, he replied with a nod. Lan, let us go swimming, she exclaimed, satisfied as she took Lan Huixin's hand and pulled Qin Tian along. Come on, let us swim together. I want to show you my treasures. Not just mine. Lanlan's treasures are stunning too. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Lan Huixin's face flushed with embarrassment, her anger palpable. Qin Tian paused, shaking his head. I didn't bring my swimsuit. That's no issue. We have plenty here. I'll have the front desk get you a set. Li Chunyu was already eager to go, dragging both Qin Tian and Lan Huixin toward the pool. Qin Tian's expression was peculiar. Honestly, he too was curious to see how the two women would look in their swimwear, especially Li Chunyu. Chapter 89. Panlong. The swimming pool is located on the upper floor. Li Chunyu ushered the two into the elevator. Upon exiting, she promptly purchased swimming trunks, a swim cap, and goggles for Qin Tian at the front desk. Before proceeding into the swimming hall, upon entering, there was a corridor leading to separate changing and shower areas for men and women. At that moment, everyone noticed that Zhang Peng had also followed them. Lan Huixin frowned. What are you doing following us? Miss Lan, I am not following you. I just finished my workout and came to wash off the sweat and perhaps swim a bit. I hope that doesn't bother you, Zhang Peng replied, though his eyes flickered with an unusual glint. Lan, let us ignore him, Li Chunyu said, casting a glance his way. She then smiled charmingly and handed the swimming trunks to Qin Tian. See you at the pool, handsome. After that, she playfully touched his firm chest muscles before entering the women's changing room with Lan Huixin, cursing under his breath at the flirtatious women. Qin Tian entered the men's changing room on the left. The changing area was spacious, featuring a steam room, restrooms, shower stalls, and a wall lined with lockers. Many people were present, changing clothes and showering. Holding his swimming trunks, Qin Tian prepared to change in a shower stall, only to find them occupied. He had no choice but to wait aside. The others present were momentarily taken aback, astonished by his striking looks. Some who had been boasting about their own charm suddenly found themselves at a loss for words, as if someone had tightened their throats. A robust young man, his face marred by acne, felt his mood darken upon seeing Qin Tian's face, which could easily incite envy among women. Damn it, why flaunt such looks? Standing next to him will only make me seem even less appealing, he thought, his expression souring further. Unable to restrain himself, he scoffed. Kid, is it really necessary to change your swimming trunks so sneakily? Just do it out here like everyone else. Qin Tian glanced around and noticed that indeed. The entrance to the changing area was lined with lockers and several sofas, where most were changing casually. All in all, it was a rather revealing scene. With many men walking about in the nude, some even sitting on the sofas smoking without clothing. After a quick survey, Qin Tian shook his head, deciding to wait a little longer. What is there to be shy about? You're not insecure because you look so delicate while being skinny, are you? The acne-ridden man laughed heartily, stripping off his clothes to reveal his muscular physique, then casting a challenging glance at Qin Tian. While he was far from handsome, his confidence stemmed from his bulk. The others wore amused expressions, speculating if Qin Tian was perhaps a bit too delicate to fit in among the muscle-bound crowd. Young man, it's normal to feel shy, but we're all men here. There's no need for embarrassment, someone reassured him. Indeed, son, everyone is in the same boat. Just get used to it. If you're really uncomfortable, you could change in the restroom. There should still be space there, another suggested. Faced with their seemingly understanding yet mocking remarks, Qin Tian sighed. I'm merely concerned about overshadowing you all. That's quite the boast. I almost believed you. The acne-ridden man mocked. Qin Tian, are you ready? My cousin and I are waiting for you outside. Lan Huixin texted. With that, Qin Tian decided not to wait any longer. He swiftly removed his shirt, revealing a perfectly sculpted upper body. Gasps of surprise and envy filled the air. They hadn't expected such a well-toned physique hidden beneath his seemingly delicate exterior. Though he didn't appear overly muscular, his muscle definition was strikingly clear, showcasing a well-defined V-line and abdominal muscles that flowed seamlessly. This was the epitome of the adage slim when dressed, fit when undressed. His physique was unmatched among those present. The acne-ridden man, who had just been mocking him, suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. As Qin Tian shed his swimming trunks, a profound silence enveloped the changing room. Everyone stared in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Most fitness enthusiasts typically boasted impressive upper bodies, yet Qin Tian seemed to possess an even more remarkable lower physique. Is this real? This is what a perfect male body looks like. They had truly witnessed it. Suddenly, the memory of his earlier words, I just didn't want to overshadow you all, echoed in their minds. An awkward silence fell over the room as everyone hurriedly put their clothes back on. The acne-ridden man, feeling utterly humiliated, hastily retreated to the shower area, wishing to disappear. This was an unbearable blow to his self-esteem. Ironically, he had just mocked Qin Tian for possibly being all face with no substance, and now he felt utterly defeated. Seeing their reactions, Qin Tian shook his head. Why the hurry, gentlemen? Didn't you say men shouldn't feel embarrassed? Especially you. With that face full of acne, why the rush? It's not like I'm clamoring to see you. The others exchanged glances, their expressions twisting in embarrassment. Come on, we're all in the same boat. There's no need to feel shy. The disparity is too vast. Who would want to be seen alongside you? In the changing area, the acne-ridden man's face turned a sickly shade of green. Not only did he lack Qin Tian's charm, but even his once proud physique paled in comparison. At this moment, his confidence was shattered, leaving him both furious and powerless. No one dared to speak further. Qin Tian shook his head, and decided to head to the restroom for a quick break. While standing at the urinal, another man approached him, unbuttoning his pants. As Qin Tian instinctively glanced over, he felt a jolt of surprise. The man's physique was astonishingly perfect. After finishing, Qin Tian returned to the sofa, donning his swimming trunks, only to frown in discomfort. These trunks were uncomfortably tight. He tugged at them in frustration, adjusting the drawstring. Though they were snug, he managed to wear them adequately. The onlookers felt a wave of exasperation wash over them. Good grief. Why does he get to look like that? I wish I had an explosive physique too. As they wallowed in their silent discontent, Qin Tian emerged from the changing room, adorned with a swim cap and goggles. Stepping into the indoor pool area. The pool was expansive, spanning the entire floor with a width of 20 meters and an estimated length of 40 meters. Save for the changing area. Upon stepping out, he spotted the two women waiting for him not far from the entrance. Qin Tian. Lan Huixin smiled and waved. Li Chunyu, however, gasped, my goodness. Chapter 90. I can't control it. As Qin Tian stepped out of the bathroom, he spotted two women not far away. Lan Huixin was clad in a one-piece swimsuit, featuring a round neckline and a frilly skirt at the bottom, leaving only her arms and legs exposed, quite modest for swimwear. However, her figure was undeniably exquisite, with graceful curves that exuded elegance. Despite the conservative nature of her bathing suit, the outline of her ample bosom was still apparent. Indeed, it was a substantial D-cup. In stark contrast, Li Chunyu wore a daring bikini, revealing large swathes of skin. Particularly, the fabric covering her chest appeared to be of a larger size, yet it barely concealed half of her curves, leaving the majority exposed. It was a sight to behold, an enticing display of femininity. Previously, when clothed, her figure seemed ample, but now, it was evident that each of her assets could easily fill a hand. Qin Tian couldn't help but recall the voluptuous figures of the Empress and Tsunade, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that these women were even more captivating. Upon noticing Qin Tian, both women turned their attention to him. Qin Tian. Lan Huixin greeted him with a warm smile and a wave. Meanwhile, Li Chunyu gasped, oh my goodness. Having already been intrigued by his impressive physique during a previous encounter, she was now eager to ascertain whether he could quench her curiosity or merely tease it. She had summoned Qin Tian under the pretense of swimming, but her true intention was to explore further. As Qin Tian emerged in his swim trunks, Lan Huixin rushed to greet him, while Li Chunyu's gaze fixated lower. The sight made her heart race. Oh my, how can there be such a formidable presence? She thought, utterly astonished. She had expected something above average, but what she saw was nothing short of spectacular. Young, handsome, and with a body that could only be described as explosive, he was a veritable dragon, poised to captivate her heart. What is wrong, cousin? Lan Huixin queried, unsure of Li Chunyu's sudden reaction, oblivious to her cousin's interest in Qin Tian. Nothing. I was just remarking on how impressive Qin Tian's physique is, Li Chunyu replied nonchalantly, quickly approaching him with a flirtatious smile and a wink. Hey there, handsome. Do you think my treasures are beautiful? She teased, deliberately shaking her ample bosom with a sultry expression. Qin Tian's gaze fell upon her curves. Sister, don't lead me astray. I'm still young. He retorted. Young? I've never encountered anything like this before. Li Chunyu exclaimed as she reached out to explore him further, but Qin Tian swiftly dodged, rolling his eyes at her audacity. Cousin, don't take it too far. There are plenty of onlookers. Lan Huixin interjected, startled, as she quickly intervened. Let us go swimming. Ignore her. Humph. That girl thinks she can monopolize him just because he's not my boyfriend yet. Li Chunyu muttered, following them. The pool featured a slope design, with one end deep and the other shallow. The deep end measured 1.65 meters, while the shallow end was 1.4 meters. The trio settled in the shallow area, with Qin Tian taking the lead as he entered the water. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of others in the pool, particularly with Qin Tian's striking looks and impressive physique, eliciting gasps from several girls. Oh my, he is so handsome, one exclaimed. What divine beauty. His skin is even better than mine, another added, marveling at his form. As they beheld his impressive endowment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Upon seeing Qin Tian enter the water, several women flocked to him, surrounding him eagerly. Hey, can you swim? Would you like me to teach you? One asked. Come play with us, cutie. Another chimed in. Their chatter was incessant as hands roamed over Qin Tian, some even venturing lower. Li Chunyu, having just entered the water, noticed immediately and swiftly swatted away the offending hand, fuming. Hey, you can talk, But keep your hands to yourself. Can't you see he has 2 girlfriends here? Are we invisible? She pushed through the crowd, positioning herself protectively in front of Qin Tian, glaring fiercely at the other women. Humph, who's being lewd here? They scoffed, reluctantly retreating. Cousin, don't make such remarks. What do you mean he has 2 girlfriends? Lan Huixin exclaimed, rolling her eyes. She hadn't even confirmed her relationship with Qin Tian yet, and here was her cousin making assumptions. Though she harbored feelings for him, she was uncertain of his reciprocation. If I don't say it, how will I scare away those vixens? Li Chunyu retorted, unbothered, as she leaned closer to Lan Huixin, speaking in a lowered voice. Honestly, Qin Tian is your potential match. With so many women around him, don't you feel a bit insecure? Afraid he might be whisked away? We haven't established anything yet. Who he associates with is none of my concern. Lan Huixin replied dismissively. So you're saying it's fine for your cousin to flirt with him? Li Chunyu pressed, smirking. I said it's his business. I'm not his girlfriend yet. So it's not my place to interfere, Lan Huixin countered, rolling her eyes, though inwardly she sighed, realizing her cousin had developed an interest in Qin Tian. Qin Tian, shall we swim together? Lan Huixin smiled at him. Sure, he nodded. Let us all swim together, Li Chunyu added. Thus, the 3, 1 man and 2 stunning women, began to swim across the pool, playfully splashing one another, provoking envy among the onlooking men. Zhang Peng, who had just arrived, seethed with jealousy, his gaze filled with resentment towards Qin Tian. Today marked the most humiliating day of his tenure as a personal trainer at the club. He felt on the verge of exploding. After half an hour of swimming laps, the trio had made several rounds. I'm going to grab some water to rehydrate. Do you want to come? Lan Huixin said, breathless from exertion. Swimming was her favorite activity, and she had been the most vigorous of the 3. I'm fine, Qin Tian replied, shaking his head. Li Chunyu followed suit. Me too, you go ahead. All right then, continue enjoying yourselves, Lan Huixin said as she rose to leave. Not far away, Zhang Peng, his expression frantic, also exited the pool. Li Chunyu glanced across the deep end, noting it was empty, then mischievously smiled. Qin Tian, why don't we race to the other side and see who is faster? Sounds good, Qin Tian replied, unsuspecting of her intentions. They plunged into the water, racing towards the opposite side. Chapter 91. A twist of fate. Li Chunyu glanced at the deep water area across the way, noticing it was unoccupied. And with a mysterious smile, she said, Qin Tian, let us swim to the other side and see who is faster. Sure, Qin Tian replied, not suspecting anything amiss. The 2 began to swim swiftly towards the opposite shore. The distance of several dozen meters was covered in no time. Just as Qin Tian was about to straighten up to catch his breath, a piercing scream broke the surface. Qin Tian's expression changed in shock as he turned to see Li Chunyu suddenly sinking beneath the water. What on earth? Although he knew she could swim, he swam over for safety and lifted her up, feeling her smooth, supple form in his arms. To his surprise, as soon as she surfaced, Li Chunyu wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs clinging to his waist, hanging onto him tightly. What's wrong? Qin Tian asked, glancing at her chest, which was noticeably distorted. You were swimming so well, why did you suddenly sink? I might have swum too long, and now I have a cramp, Li Chunyu gasped, her body writhing as she caught her breath, causing Qin Tian to feel quite flustered. Since it's a cramp, let us head back and help you recover, Qin Tian said, his expression peculiar, feeling a stirring within him. Don't, Li Chunyu exclaimed, clutching him even tighter. Qin Tian looked at her anxious face. Why not? You should recover quickly. Lingering effects would be detrimental. I won't have any lingering effects. I just need to catch my breath first, she replied, gasping for air, appearing as if she needed a moment to calm down. All right then, Qin Tian conceded, thinking about how his own excitement had risen. And it wouldn't be proper to surface like this. He decided to take a moment to compose himself. Yet, the more he tried to calm himself, the more agitated he became. Clearly, the woman clinging to him sensed his state, tightening her grip and increasing the movements of her waist. How could he calm down? Can you just catch your breath without moving around so much? Qin Tian could no longer contain himself, feeling overwhelmed. However, Li Chunyu seemed oblivious, not only continuing her movements but intensifying them, rubbing against him. Suddenly, Qin Tian felt something slippery, startling him. He glanced at the woman whose face was flushed and eyes closed in enjoyment, cursing under his breath. Damn, I've been tricked. He decided to carry her back to shore. At that moment, Li Chunyu tightened her grip around his neck with one hand while the other reached into the water and pulled at something, causing her body to sink again. Li Chunyu shivered, her eyes rolling back, squeezing Qin Tian even tighter as if she wished to meld into him. Are you insane? Qin Tian's expression changed, feeling as though he was being engulfed, and he hurriedly whispered, Li Chunyu. She leaned close to his ear, her voice trembling. Don't you like it? Of course. You mean Lan Lan? I know you like her. Don't worry. I want to interfere. I want to tell her. What do you mean by that? You have to consider the situation. There are cameras and phones all around. Do you want to be caught on video? You're just too charming. I couldn't help myself. Then you promise me, once we're up, don't run away. Let's South find another place. All right. Just come down. Qin Tian replied. Exasperated. Li Chunyu planted a kiss on his lips, her face reluctant as she rolled away, taking his hand and looking at him seductively. Let us go. Good brother. You go up first. I need to calm down, Qin Tian muttered, rolling his eyes. This time, I underestimated you. Next time I'll get you longer swim trunks. She teased, winking. I'll be waiting for you at the pool's front desk. Don't run off. Li Chunyu glanced at the water, knowing he needed some time to regain his composure, then playfully adjusted her swimwear and left the pool. Watching her sway away, Qin Tian felt his earlier calmness reignite. On the other side, Lan Huixin, after leaving the pool, headed directly to the drinking area. Beside the water dispenser, a table held numerous thermos bottles and cups. Typically, gym-goers would store their belongings in lockers, but water bottles were different. For convenience, most left them on this table to easily hydrate after workouts. Lan Huixin did the same, taking a few sips from her water bottle before setting it down and resting while checking her phone for messages. Having been exercising regularly, she had developed the habit of not gulping down water immediately after intense workouts, opting instead to rest until her heart rate decreased before hydrating more. Zhang Peng, having changed into dry clothes after a round in the bathroom, also approached the drinking area. He glanced at Lan Huixin, who was absorbed in her phone, and then surveyed the area for others before grabbing his water bottle and finding a seat. As he pretended to scroll through his phone while sipping, his gaze occasionally flickered towards the flow of people around the drinking area. Lan Huixin was engrossed in reading a paper published by a professor from her school, oblivious to Zhang Ping's presence. Time passed, and finally, Zhang Ping noticed a moment when no one else was around. Seizing the opportunity, he stood and approached the table, casually dropping a pill into one of the cups, watching it dissolve with a soft fizz. He returned to his seat, feigning disinterest while sneaking glances at Lan Huixin, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. That damned pretty boy, you're playing with Li Chunyu, while I'll have my way with your beloved woman. Lan Lan, why are you taking so long to drink? Were you on your phone? Li Chunyu's voice shattered the calm atmosphere as she returned. Zhang Peng's expression shifted, uncertain of the potential fallout with her arrival. Lan Huixin looked up, rolling her eyes. What are you pretending for? You're just creating opportunities for yourself. Jealous, are we? Don't worry, your cousin won't steal him from you. I'm not jealous. If he prefers you over me, that's his choice, Lan Huixin replied nonchalantly, steering the conversation away. Why are you back? Where's he? He's done swimming. He'll come up soon. Let us drink some water and then shower. I'll wait until after my shower to drink, Lan Huixin decided. Li Chunyu glanced at Zhang Ping, who was still glued to his phone, her brow furrowing slightly before she took a few sips from Lan Huixin's cup. The two cousins were close, and Lan Huixin didn't mind her drinking from her bottle as they headed into the shower. Zhang Peng, however, was ecstatic. Chapter 92. Once he was Zhang Ping at this moment, Qin Tian also stepped ashore. He cast a glance at Zhang Peng, then sipped some water before washing up and exiting through another door. Arriving at the front desk, he discovered Zhang Peng standing against the wall, engrossed in his phone, seemingly waiting for someone. Qin Tian furrowed his brow and casually took a seat on a nearby sofa, anticipating the arrival of the two women. It was well known that women took longer to bathe. She frowned, sensing something was amiss. Li Chunyu, puzzled for a moment, noticed that Lan Huixin had already dressed. Cousin, you're a bit slow today. Did you catch a chill while swimming and come down with a fever? Your cousin is not that fragile. Li Chunyu shook her head, suddenly recalling something that darkened her expression. She quickly dressed and turned to leave. Cousin, I still want to grab some water from the drinking area. Lan Huixin was somewhat bewildered by her sudden change as she headed towards the front desk exit. Don't drink it. Buy some downstairs, Li Chunyu replied without looking back. Lan Huixin was taken aback but hurriedly followed her. The two women exited the bathing area, arriving at the front desk. Qin Tian. Lan Huixin smiled as she approached him. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's all right. I understand women take their time. Qin Tian chuckled, glancing at Li Chunyu, who did not approach him, but instead walked expressionlessly towards Zhang Peng. His brow knitted in confusion. What was happening? Cousin. Lan Huixin was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Zhang Peng leaned against the wall, his eyes glued to his phone, yet he discreetly glanced up to see Li Chunyu advancing towards him. Lost in his own thoughts, Zhang Peng barely registered as Li Chunyu reached him and halted. Sisterly, you. He feigned ignorance, lifting his head slightly. However, before he could finish his sentence, she suddenly raised her leg and delivered a swift kick. With a resounding thud, it struck him squarely. Zhang Peng's complexion shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. A sharp pain coursed through him, rendering him powerless. Several personal trainers chatting with the front desk staff witnessed the scene, chills running down their spines. That must hurt. Zhang Peng's face contorted in agony as he curled up on the floor, clutching his groin, his countenance turning a shade of blue. Blood seeped through the gaps in his fingers, and it was evident that he was incapacitated. Why? You know exactly what shameless deeds you've committed. This is merely a lesson. If I ever catch wind of your lewd intentions again, I will ensure you vanish. Li Chunyu's expression was frost-laden as she coldly scoffed. Upon returning to Qin Tian's side, her demeanor softened into a warm smile. Come on, little brother, let us retreat to the relaxation area downstairs. As the trio entered the elevator, the front desk remained eerily silent, stunned by the recent events. While many had heard rumors of Sister Li's seemingly frivolous nature, few anticipated her to be this formidable. After a moment of shock, onlookers noticed Zhang Peng had fainted from the pain and hurriedly called for an ambulance. As for reporting the incident, no one dared to consider that. Not only was Li Chunyu's background intimidating, but it was evident that Zhang Peng had engaged in some lascivious behavior to provoke such a response. Reflecting on this, the onlookers gazed at the incapacitated Zhang Peng, their expressions laden with sympathy. It appeared this man's career as a notorious figure had come to a tragic end. How lamentable. Later, when his friends recounted tales of him, they could not help but sigh. I had a friend named Zhang Peng, but after offending the wrong people, events transpired. And now he goes by Zhang Peng. In the elevator, Qin Tian remarked with a faint smile, Sister, you startled me just now. I never imagined this woman possessed such a fierce side. Lan Huixin wore a look of nonchalance, though she was unaware of the exact happenings. Yet, it was clear her cousin had resorted to such drastic measures against someone she deemed a scoundrel. Rest assured, I, Li Chunyu, shall never employ such tactics against you, she stated with utmost seriousness, then leaned closer to Qin Tian, whispering, I cannot bear to ruin it. I still have use for it. Cousin, what secretive whispers are you sharing behind my back? Lan Huixin feigned jealousy. I know he is your blind date. Sister 1T compete with you. You are currently dating. No, you two are already in the bridal chamber, and I fully support it. I'm merely jesting. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Lan Huixin's face flushed as she cast a glance at Qin Tian, who happened to meet her gaze and winked back, causing her cheeks to redden further. At that moment, the elevator arrived at their floor, and the trio exited. She quickly grasped Qin Tian's hand. I want to intrude on your date. Let us exchange WeChat to stay in touch. Qin Tian nodded, and after adding her on WeChat, Li Chunyu hurriedly descended the elevator, her demeanor indicating urgency. Just then, Qin Tian received a message from her. Chapter 93. What are your thoughts? Lan Huixin gazed, bewildered, at Li Chunyu, who had hastily departed. Just moments ago, she had appeared ready to confront Qin Tian, yet now she seemed willing to leave. Coming to her senses, she turned to Qin Tian and explained, My cousin might truly have something important to attend to. Yes, I understand. Qin Tian nodded earnestly. He was more aware of the situation than she was. Her need to clarify felt somewhat peculiar. Without suspicion, Lan Huixin smiled and suggested, How about we converse in the leisure area? Sounds good, Qin Tian agreed. Initially, they had planned to meet in the evening, and although he had contemplated canceling, the unexpected encounter and shared swim had indeed warranted a discussion. They settled in the leisure section of the fitness club, during which Li Chunyu sent Qin Tian the room number. Qin Tian, I previously shared my name, educational background, and profession, but I seem to have neglected to mention my age, Lan Huixin began, her face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, I am already 30 years old, which may make me older than you. Not just possibly, you are indeed older than I, Qin Tian replied with a smile. You have been the one talking. I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. I am Qin Tian, 27 years old, a university graduate, and currently a jobless wanderer. Though I am younger than you by a few years, in terms of education and employment, I fall far short of your achievements. That's all right, she reassured him. Aunt Zhang has already briefed me on your general situation. I do not mind your educational background or income. Besides, you possess many admirable qualities. Handsome, clean-cut, devoid of bad habits. Now that we have met, I find you quite amiable in conversation, which pleases me greatly. Lan Huixin nervously inquired, what is your impression of me? Would you be averse to dating a female PhD? There are rumors online that female PhDs struggle to find partners, largely due to the woman's own circumstances, but also because many men prefer not to pursue women who are more accomplished than they. She recognized this reality. Otherwise, given her qualifications, she wouldn't still be seeking companionship. I hold a very favorable impression of you, Qin Tian said with a smile. From her persistent invitations to now, their chance encounter while swimming and conversing. He found her quite appealing, beautiful, well-proportioned, and possessing an intellectual aura. She spoke plainly and confidently, indicating a commendable character, ideal for a spouse. As for the issue of female PhDs, Qin Tian shook his head and said, to reject such a notion is merely a sign of insecurity. Fearing one is unworthy. I do not consider such things. I focus solely on whether there is mutual affection. That is wonderful to hear. Lan Huixin's face brightened, only to redden once more as she continued, I am quite satisfied with you. If you feel the same, shall we make it official? You fit my preferred type. He admitted, but Lan Huixin's expression tightened, and she looked at him anxiously. But what? If there is anything you find unsatisfactory, please tell me. I am willing to make adjustments. You are seeking companionship with the intention of marriage, correct? Qin Tian replied earnestly. I, however, identify as someone who does not wish to marry. Lan Huixin was taken aback. Why? Aren't men more concerned with continuing their lineage? Moreover, your parents might not approve of your stance on marriage. You misunderstand. I am not against marriage. Rather, I do not intend to have a wife. To clarify, I plan to have children, but not a spouse, Qin Tian corrected her. He had always found women to be complicated, and marriage implied a necessity for mutual concessions. Having previously lacked financial stability, he had adopted the belief of desiring children without the commitment of a wife. Now that he was financially secure, his conviction had only strengthened. Perhaps his perspective might evolve in the future, for marriage does hold its own merits, and a life devoid of it bears its own shortcomings. Yet, for the time being, he had no inclination toward matrimony. Lan Huixin, a 30-year-old woman seeking companionship, clearly had marriage in mind, although she was the type he found appealing. He had no intention of fabricating falsehoods merely for a fleeting encounter. Such an act would be profoundly unethical. Understanding his viewpoint, Lan Huixin contemplated for a moment and said, I never intended to rush into marriage upon finding a suitable partner. That would be unwise. We can take our time to date, starting as friends to better understand one another. If the time comes and you still do not wish to marry, I will graciously let go. For marriage is a mutual endeavor and cannot be forced. What do you think? She concluded, gazing at Qin Tian with hopeful anticipation. She felt a growing affection for him. Sensing that he had perhaps been hurt in the past and was wary of commitment, she believed that with patience and love, he would eventually come to reciprocate her feelings. After a moment of silence, Qin Tian finally replied, let us begin as good friends. Given her persistent invitations and current assertiveness, compounded by her being his preferred type, he found it difficult to be entirely indifferent. A compromise seemed appropriate. Lan Huixin felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly brightened and said, all right, since we are friends now, when I invite you next, you must not ignore my messages or stand me up as you did before. I promise I won't. Qin Tian chuckled. At that moment, his phone chimed with an incoming call, only to disconnect shortly thereafter. A WeChat message followed. Noticing the interruption, Lan Huixin sensed it was time for him to return the call, and, feeling their conversation had reached a natural conclusion, she stood up and waved goodbye. Farewell. Chapter 94. Sister will take care of you. As Qin Tian stepped out of the room, several pairs of eyes turned towards him, their expressions a tapestry of complexity and astonishment. After listening for an entire afternoon, they had anticipated that such an impressive man would resemble a robust middle-aged figure akin to Schwarzenegger. To their surprise, a strikingly handsome youth emerged instead. Could this be the one they had heard about? How astonishing. It was indeed a lesson in not judging by appearances. He was remarkably youthful, stunningly attractive, and extraordinarily powerful. The envy and disbelief among the men present was palpable. Qin Tian momentarily found himself taken aback by the unexpected scene. Were these individuals truly eavesdropping outside his door? What a peculiar indulgence. He shook his head in bemusement and prepared to leave. Among the crowd stood a well-dressed, middle-aged woman, exuding an air of affluence. After a brief moment of surprise, her eyes sparkled with delight as she approached him with a charming smile. "Hello, handsome. May I add you on WeChat?" Qin Tian furrowed his brow. "What is the purpose? Are you in the business of selling products? Did you just acquire a planet?" "Such humor," she replied, slightly taken aback, but quickly regaining her composure. 800,000. I'll cover you for a year. Rest assured, it's purely for personal enjoyment, nothing perverse." Upon hearing this, the men present exchanged curious glances, admiring the woman's boldness while also envying the handsome youth. 800,000 was a sum that many could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Here was a young man who not only had the chance to claim it easily, but could also indulge in pleasure. Despite her apparent age, the woman possessed an exquisite figure and charm that would make her desirable even without monetary incentive. Indeed, one might even feel inclined to pay her. Yet, the other men could only harbor envy, as they lacked the means to take on such a role. All eyes turned to Qin Tian, as if witnessing the rise of a new king in a domain previously unexplored. Qin Tian, however, was momentarily perplexed. In his earlier days, he would have reveled in such attention, but now he merely rolled his eyes in disdain. Boring. He sidestepped her and continued on his way, uninterested in engaging further. The men stood in shock. He rejected her? The middle-aged woman paused, then called after him, 1 million, plus a Ferrari 911, and a villa in by Shui Yuan. Just for 9 months. Don't go, handsome. We can negotiate further. I'm single, without children. As long as you keep me happy, you could have the villa, the store on Zhongshan Street, luxury cars, and even the company. She continued to speak. But the handsome youth moved swiftly away, seemingly impervious to her words. The crowd was left dumbfounded. A villa in by Shui Yuan, a store on Zhongshan Street, luxury cars, and a company. All of these combined must be worth at least 50 or 60 million. How could he not even acknowledge such an offer? And from a woman so alluring and sophisticated. If she had set her sights on him, not just the men, but even the women present would have wished to transform into men to accept her proposal. The men lamented their luck, beating their chests in despair over such a waste of opportunity. The middle-aged woman stood in a daze for a moment, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. Soon, curiosity took hold. Could it be that this handsome youth relied on external support, a mere faade? Meanwhile, in the room, Li Chunyu had changed the bedding and was preparing to rest, only to be interrupted by the rumbling of her stomach. Chapter 95. A waste of heaven's gifts. The middle-aged woman stood in a daze for a moment, and upon regaining her senses, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss. Soon after, confusion set in. Could it be that such conditions were still being rejected? Perhaps this charming young man relied on external forces, a mere paper tiger. In the room, Li Chunyu had replaced the bedding and was preparing to take a nap when her stomach grumbled audibly. Life was indeed arduous. With a resigned sigh, she picked up the phone to order food. Before long, as Qin Tian had just departed after being pestered by the middle-aged woman, a food delivery girl arrived. "Miss, here is your dinner. Please enjoy." "Zhojia, I truly did not expect to see you here. May I come in?" "Of course. I was equally surprised to find you here. What a coincidence. If I weren't here, how could I possibly hear such a delightful melody?" Zhojia teased, entering with a playful smile that radiated flirtation. Having left the gym, it was now the end of the workday. Gazing at the long line of traffic, Qin Tian could only helplessly don his backpack filled with belongings, scan for a shared bicycle, and pedal back to Luoyang Wine Company. Upon arriving at the company's office building and setting down the shared bike, a voice filled with surprise called out from ahead. "Qin Tian." Qin Tian looked up, equally astonished, and walked over with a smile. "Li Wenyao, what a pleasant surprise." He then casually nodded at another individual, Hua Kan. The newcomers were his university classmate, Li Wenyao, and his former roommate, Zheng Huacan. It was Li Wenyao who called out, while Zheng Huacan merely regarded Qin Tian with a complex expression. Zheng Huacan was the one who had accompanied Qin Mingyao to purchase a computer, and when Qin Tian intended to bring him some business opportunities, he was met with disdain and neglect, ultimately leading to a facepalm moment for him. Thus, both were rather displeased with each other. "What a coincidence to run into you today. Not just Huacan but also you," Li Wenyao remarked, eyeing Qin Tian with envy. "How is it that you grow increasingly handsome? It's quite disheartening." "Nothing I can do. It's a gift from my parents." "Come on, can't you be a little modest?" Li Wenyao scoffed, then inquired, What brings you to this office building? Back to the company. Oh, so you work around here? Without waiting for Qin Tian to respond, Li Wenyao continued, I'm here to meet a client. A hint of superiority graced his features at the mention of client. After all, he had heard that Qin Tian was merely an ordinary salesperson with a monthly salary of less than 4,000, while he himself, though merely a real estate agent, could potentially earn tens of thousands a year with good fortune. His gaze fell upon the shared bicycle beside Qin Tian, and the feeling of superiority intensified, for he had already purchased a car, albeit a second-hand BYD F3, but it was still a four-wheeled vehicle. Unlike this fellow who was still reliant on shared bikes. Having achieved this level of success just 2 years post-graduation, while not the most accomplished among his peers, he nonetheless ranked among the upper echelons. Li Wenyao couldn't help but bask in his own sense of achievement, noticing the air of superiority radiating from him. Qin Tian merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in conversation. Zheng Huacan, observing Li Wenyao's disdainful glance at the shared bicycle, naturally understood his thoughts. Chapter 96. It's just a job, right? Shared bicycles? While some drive their luxury cars worth millions, why should you feel superior? Zheng Huacan let out a cold chuckle, opting not to explain himself. Only he understood the complexity of Qin Tian's character, a realization he paid for with his job loss. Why should he share this with anyone else? Li Wenyao, noticing Zheng Huacan's silence, instinctively asked, Zheng Huacan, why are you so quiet? It's just temporary unemployment. No need for a long face. Upon encountering Zheng Huacan, he learned of his recent job loss. Yet, despite his own gloomy mood, he found it strange that Zheng Huacan wouldn't even acknowledge his roommate, Qin Tian. Zheng Huacan cast a complicated glance at Qin Tian, took a deep breath, and managed to utter, Qin Tian. Then, without further ado, he declared he had matters to attend to and swiftly departed. It wasn't that Zheng Huacan was unwilling to greet him, he simply found himself unable to do so. His foolish actions at the computer mall made him reluctant to face Qin Tian. More importantly, he was now aware of Qin Tian's immense wealth, which fostered a sense of distance between them, compounded by the unpleasantness of their previous encounter. Earlier, during an interview on the upper floor, the interviewer had recognized him from a viral video featuring Lin Xiaoxiao recording at the computer mall, leading to his immediate rejection on the grounds of questionable character. Despite his top-notch technical skills, this incident reignited his frustrations regarding the computer mall, and he felt an intense urge to slap himself. The popularity of Lin Xiaoxiao's video had made this a recurring nightmare for him. His feelings towards Qin Tian grew increasingly complex, once guilt and regret, now layered with resentment. What was his deal? It was merely unemployment. Did he need to present himself with such a somber demeanor? Li Wenyao cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Huacan's retreating figure. Shaking his head, he continued, Qin Tian, our class reunion is in 3 days. I heard you were uncertain about attending. You should come. It's just a job. After all, taking a day off for everyone to gather would be wonderful. The class monitor has arranged an exciting program, and best of all, he is covering the expenses. Most importantly, Goddess Jiang will be there. Li Wenyao's persuasive chatter, even invoking the allure of Goddess Jiang, was hard to resist. During their university days, everyone knew about the ambiguous relationship between Qin Tian and the campus beauty, Jiang Yuyan, even if he was hesitant to attend due to his current situation. With her presence assured, he surely ought to join. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian fell into contemplation. The class monitor, Zhao Long, had indeed reached out to him about the reunion, and he had expressed uncertainty at the time. Now, with Li Wenyao's encouragement, he nodded. All right, I'll attend. This year at Luoyang Wine Company, he had faced repeated undermining from manager Zhu Dachang, which had puzzled him since he had never crossed him. It wasn't until Zhu Dachang was ousted that the truth emerged. Zhao Long had secretly orchestrated this sabotage against him. Learning this left Qin Tian even more baffled. He had not wronged Zhao Long, and after graduation, their paths had diverged entirely. Why would he wish to harm him? He resolved to clarify matters during the reunion. Li Wenyao's face lit up at his agreement, clearly pleased that the mention of Goddess Jiang had worked its magic. Great. I'll inform the class monitor you'll be attending. No backing out now. Rest assured, when I say I'll go, I will, Qin Tian replied, chuckling. Wonderful. Until then, Qin Tian nodded and walked into the company building. Li Wenyao watched him depart, internally mocking him. He had been too afraid to attend due to his circumstances. But now, with the mention of Goddess Jiang, he was eager to join. Had he considered the possibility of being embarrassed in front of her? Upon arriving at Luoyang Wine Company, he was greeted with respect. President Qin. Good afternoon. The employees, albeit somewhat awkward, acknowledged him. Former colleagues, some of whom had previously ignored him, now regarded him as the esteemed chairman of the corporation. Yang Qinshui approached him directly, her demeanor respectful. President Qin, welcome. Qin Tian smiled. Didn't I say just call me Qin Tian? It's best to maintain a formal tone in the office, Yang Qinshui replied softly. Fine by me. Where is the wine I requested? Right this way. Yang Qinshui led Qin Tian to her office. Upon seeing the assortment of wines, Qin Tian's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 97. Do not panic. I still have 20 more after this one. Is this all? Qin Tian gazed at the small box on the floor, which contained fewer than 20 bottles of red wine, feeling somewhat bemused. Do you think it's insufficient? These are all internationally acclaimed wines, including Lafite and Romanee-Conti, among others. Moreover, there are 18 bottles, which should be enough to adorn a wine cabinet, right? Yang Qinshui remarked. Qin Tian shook his head, declaring, far from it. The wine cabinet in Villa No. 1 on Lake Hart Island is not an ordinary one. It is an exceptionally large cabinet with wine racks on 3 walls. Aside from the entrance, if it weren't connected to the dining room, it could easily be mistaken for a wine storage room. 18 bottles wouldn't even fill half a rack. How many do you need? 20? 30? Just name a number, and I will fetch them now. Or better yet, just take me directly to the wine cellar. Very well then. Luoyang wine industry primarily represents Romanee-Conti, but also carries other prestigious brands, such as Matai, Lafite, brandy, whiskey, and vodka. The two arrived at the warehouse of Luoyang wine industry, which housed a myriad of wines, both red and white. A casual glance from Qin Tian revealed that there were likely thousands of bottles. Choose whatever you desire. I will summon someone to assist with the packing. Understood. Qin Tian wandered through the entire wine cellar, selecting those that caught his eye and setting them aside. After a thorough inspection, he had chosen over 100 bottles. When Yang Qinshui returned with assistance, she rolled her eyes in disbelief. You truly have a knack for selection. You've chosen the most expensive wines in the cellar. Among the over 100 bottles, aside from various international renowned wines, the majority were Romanee-Conti Reds, with the 1983 vintage Collector S edition valued at $1.5 million per bottle, comprising half of the selection, alongside a dozen bottles of the even rarer 1947 edition. The total value was at least over $100 million, and these were all priceless treasures. She couldn't help but exclaim, do you really need this much? With your selections, the value of this wine cellar has been halved. No worries, just call the headquarters and request more stock. Inform them it's at my behest, Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Yang Qinshui was at a loss for words, but chose not to press further. After all, he wasn't particularly fond of drinking, and wine could be stored indefinitely without waste. Yang Qinshui instructed her team to pack the wine into a large wooden crate, and then called for a small truck to load the crate. The two traveled by truck, eventually arriving at Bu Garden. Upon entering the community, under Qin Tian's guidance, the truck proceeded deep into the area and stopped in front of an opulent villa. After disembarking, Yang Qinshui gazed at the luxurious villa before her, her face brimming with envy. This villa is absolutely stunning. Qin Tian, are all the villas in this community as extravagant as this one? Qin Tian nodded. They are all splendid, but this one is the most luxurious, as it is the crown jewel. This is the crown jewel? Yang Qinshui gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The villa he purchased is this magnificent one? My goodness, how impressive. Then confusion set in. Are we going to store the wine inside this villa? Since Qin Tian had only recently visited and planned to demolish it soon, the villa's front door remained ajar. Peering through the door, Yang Qinshui caught a glimpse of the opulent interior, but noticed that, despite its grandeur, it seemed ill-suited for a large wine cabinet. Would Qin Tian's selection fit here? Qin Tian shook his head. It's not for this place. It's for the villa on Lake Hart Island. Yang Qinshui was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. Did he just mention the villa on Lake Hart Island? It was rumored to be a truly exceptional property, immensely costly and luxurious, yet not available for sale. Even with wealth, one could not acquire it. Now, he claimed it was his? My goodness, is that really true? Qin Tian glanced at the large wine crate, furrowing his brow, contemplating whether the yacht could accommodate it and how to transport it. At that moment, a woman in a fitted suit with long legs approached. Mr. Qin, you're back. I was just about to inform you that the demolition crew is on their way. Do you have any additional requests? Upon finishing her sentence, she glanced at Yang Qinshui, her eyes filled with envy. Although she was confident in her own figure, The girl before her was equally impressive, not to mention younger and more beautiful. It was no wonder that during their previous villa tour, Mr. Qin had remained unmoved by her advances. He was accompanied by someone like this. Indeed, how could a young and accomplished man like Mr. Qin not be surrounded by beautiful women? It seemed she needed to be more proactive, not asking for too much. Just one night of fulfillment would suffice. Yang Qinxue, noticing the name tag on her chest indicating she was part of the property management, asked in confusion, "What demolition? Is the villa on Lake Heart Island undergoing renovations? I've heard about it for years. Could it be that Qin Tian wishes to refurbish it?" Returning to the moment, Zhao Ling smiled and explained, "It's not a renovation, nor is it about Lake Heart. It's the crown jewel villa that Mr. Qin intends to demolish to construct a dock. This crown jewel villa also belongs to Qin Tian?" Yang Qinxue was taken aback, her expression shifting drastically. "What did you just say? It's going to be demolished? Why?" She glanced at the crown jewel villa, which appeared new and well-maintained, clearly never having been inhabited. Why on earth would it be demolished? Mr. Qin believes that the original dock is too distant from Lake Heart Island. He wishes to tear down this crown jewel villa to build a dock that is more conveniently located for travel, Zhao Ling elaborated, still feeling utterly astonished by the statement. Yang Qinxue sprang up, turning to Qin Tian with wide eyes, instinctively exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? I've heard this crown jewel is worth several billion. How can you be so extravagant? One crown jewel, the most luxurious in the entire community, is to be torn down simply to be closer to Lake Heart Island? That's an outrageous waste. It's not several billion, it's only 1.5 billion, hardly a squandering of wealth." Qin Tian shrugged, dismissing the notion. Demolishing a 1.5 billion villa to return 3 billion, not to mention acquiring a helicopter and other rewards, hardly qualifies as wasteful. Only 1.5 billion. Zhao Ling, hearing these words for the second time, couldn't help but wince. The mindset of the wealthy was truly terrifying. Yang Qinxue felt her worldview shatter. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Tian, her face flushed with indignation. You. Why not give it to me instead? Why waste it like this?" "Do not panic," Qin Tian chuckled. "I purchased 21 villas in one go. After demolishing this one, I still have 20 left. If you fancy one, feel free to choose." Yang Qinxue trembled, utterly stunned. His words echoed in her mind. 20 villas to buy 21 villas at once. Just how wealthy could this man possibly be? Chapter 98. If only Mr. Qin were truly my man. Zhao Ling was equally astonished. However, her shock did not stem from the revelation that Qin Tian possessed 21 villas. She had already been aware of that. Rather, she was taken aback by the sheer extravagance of Qin Tian. He actually permitted this woman to choose any villa she desired. Those were villas worth several tens of millions, and he so nonchalantly offered one. Tears welled in Zhao Ling's eyes. "I want one too. Why didn't you say this to me?" She felt an overwhelming envy towards this girl. "Sister, you are truly fortunate to have a man like Mr. Qin who loves you." Zhao Ling's expression was complex, filled with envy. Yang Qinxue also came to her senses, her heart racing as she lifted her gaze to Qin Tian, her eyes sparkling with starry admiration. "He actually intends to gift me a villa worth tens of millions. I must not be mistaken. Although he has not confessed his feelings, he genuinely likes me. He must find it difficult to confess, considering he is an ultra-wealthy individual. And declaring his affection to an ordinary girl like me would seem beneath him. Should I take the initiative to confess?" Just as Yang Qinxue was blushing and wrestling with her thoughts, Zhao Ling interjected, "Sister, do you wish to join me in selecting a villa?" "Absolutely not." Yang Qinxue retorted instinctively, then shot a glare at Qin Tian. "Who would truly want your house? I am merely anxious for you to squander." Zhao Ling gazed at her in disbelief. How could she refuse a villa worth several tens of millions? Observing her expression, which bore no trace of pretense or hesitation, it was evident that this woman was either an exceptional actress or genuinely unmaterialistic. Qin Tian smiled faintly, having anticipated her response. After 2 years of being colleagues and developing a decent rapport, he understood Yang Qinxue well. She was a girl with admirable values. In the past, Zhu Dachang had attempted to win her over with money, only to receive a harsh rebuke. At this moment, Zhao Ling received a phone call. After hanging up, she respectfully announced, "Mr. Qin, the demolition team has arrived. I shall guide them in. Please excuse me for a moment." Qin Tian nodded. "Go ahead." Nearby, several villa owners near the Tower Villa noticed the commotion and began to murmur among themselves. "Look, the Tower Villa's door is open." Indeed, There is someone standing at the entrance. Could it be that the tower villa has been purchased? And that person is? No way. That individual appears quite young. It's improbable. The tower villa is valued at 150 million. In this city, the number of people who could afford it can be counted on one hand. And none are under 50. I agree, but aside from the property management, we have never seen anyone else here. And that young man, doesn't he look like a staff member? It's quite suspicious. Hey, Xiao Zhao, has the tower villa been sold? One owner stopped Zhao Ling as she walked by. Yes, it has indeed been bought, Zhao Ling replied, glancing at the several owners. Smiling softly as she pointed to Qin Tian, who was standing at the entrance of the tower villa. The buyer is that handsome gentleman over there. Gasp. The owners were taken aback. It truly is him. He looks to be in his 20s. How astonishing. To purchase a villa in Baiyuanyuan at such a young age. And it's the tower villa worth over 100 million. This person is remarkable. Seeing the shock on the owners' faces, Zhao Ling felt a surge of satisfaction, as if their astonishment was a reflection of her own husband, which brought her immense joy. She couldn't help but chuckle. No. It's not just the tower villa. My idol has purchased all 21 remaining villas. At her words, silence fell over the crowd, and the owners' eyes widened. Those who could become owners in Baiyuanyuan were all individuals of considerable wealth, with the starting price of the villas at 30 million and the tower villa at 150 million. Each villa averaged several tens of millions. Thus, 21 villas would conservatively amount to around 1.7 to 8 billion. They mingled with the elite. Yet hearing of such lavishness was a first for them. Even with their high standards, the news left them utterly astounded. Wow, that's incredible. 21 villas at once. What a grand gesture. My goodness, how wealthy must he be? It's simply unfathomable. Not only is he wealthy, but I suspect his background is extraordinary. Indeed, look how young he is. Perhaps he has the heir of a prominent family. Such a person must be befriended. In an instant, several of them harbored intentions of forming connections. Yet, one owner couldn't help but sarcastically remark, "Aha, is this for real? Can he even live in all those?" "Mister, who? You're overthinking." Zhao Ling shot him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "Mr. Qin purchased these 21 villas and the island in the lake, becoming the new master of the island. He resides in the number 1 villa on the island, not here." What? The surrounding owners gasped, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Not only did he buy 21 villas, but he also acquired the island in the lake. While the former might only indicate wealth, to buy the island in the lake signified an individual of terrifying stature. It is essential to note that although the island is man-made, it is never sold, even for those with wealth. Now to learn that this young man managed to purchase the island was utterly shocking. In that moment, the previously sarcastic Mr. whose expression turned pale, and he hurriedly covered his mouth, wishing to slap himself for his folly. Damn, I spoke too soon. The other owners were equally stunned, their astonishment reaching overwhelming levels. They recalled their earlier inclinations to befriend him and now hesitated. Did they truly have the right to associate with someone of such caliber? Even if they approached him, would he even acknowledge them? Observing the once arrogant owners rendered speechless, Zhao Ling felt an immense sense of exhilaration. If only Mr. Qin were truly my man. How delightful that would be. I would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Unable to suppress her yearning, she went to welcome the demolition crew. Before long, she returned with the demolition team in tow. Bulldozers and demolition squads rumbled toward the tower villa. The owners were left bewildered, detaining Zhao Ling with questions. Xiao Zhao, what are they planning to do? Yes, they want to be renovating the tower villa, will they? It doesn't seem like it. Renovations wouldn't require such a large-scale operation, would it? A demolition team is here. Zhao Ling shook her head. They're not renovating. They are going to demolish the tower villa. What? The owners were left utterly perplexed. Zhao Ling explained, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Qin lives on the island in the lake. He finds the dock too far and inconvenient, so he plans to demolish the tower villa, which is closest to the lake. To create a dock, the owners collectively spat blood and collapsed. They were at a loss for words. Chapter 99. This is too precious for the sake of convenience and travel. They have actually demolished a billion-dollar penthouse? I know you are wealthy, but this is sheer extravagance. Several homeowners collapsed in shock, at a loss for words to express their disbelief. Fellow homeowners, please continue your discussions. I must proceed to oversee the demolition of the villa. The demolition team had already moved away, and Zhao Ling, wearing a smug expression, glanced at the astonished homeowners before swaying her slender waist and striding away in her high heels. The homeowner surnamed who, witnessing her bold demeanor, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. That flirt, I hinted to her before, and she pretended to be so reserved. Now, when faced with a super wealthy individual, she is practically begging to be taken. Oh, come on, who? If she can resist your advances, it shows she isn't that easy. As for the current situation, it simply indicates that the new owner of the island is exceptionally powerful, and Zhao Ling cannot withstand his allure. Indeed, who? Let me tell you, even as a man, I would be tempted to kneel and worship him. After all, he is not just extraordinarily wealthy, his background is terrifyingly impressive. Why are we even discussing this? I suggest we go and see for ourselves. Perhaps we can befriend this magnate. You're right. Regardless of whether we can befriend him, it's always good to make an acquaintance. Thus, several homeowners hurriedly raced over to catch up with Zhao Ling. Who are you all? Zhao Ling feigned confusion as she looked at the approaching group. We've never witnessed a house demolition. We want to see it for ourselves. Yes, just joining the excitement. Zhao Ling smirked inwardly, amused by their transparent intentions to befriend her idol. After all, if Mr. Qin were present, the women in attendance would likely be even more fervent than she was. Upon arriving at the penthouse, the group was struck with envy upon seeing Qin Tian. Goodness, not only is he young, but he is also breathtakingly handsome, wealthy, with a terrifying background, youthful, and strikingly attractive. A man of such caliber would make even gods envious. What woman could possibly resist such temptation? The homeowner surnamed who glanced at Yang Qianxue beside Qin Tian, then at Zhao Ling, ultimately fixing his gaze back on Qin Tian. After a brief pause, he sighed. Alas, there is nothing more to be said. Observing the expressions of the homeowners, Zhao Ling thought to herself, thank goodness you are not women. Otherwise, upon encountering my idol, you would likely be left speechless. Qin Tian, noticing the group, turned to Zhao Ling with curiosity. Who are they? Hearing his voice, one of the homeowners quickly responded with a smile. This young gentleman must be the owner of the penthouse, right? Zhao, why don't you introduce us? Allow me, Zhao Ling interjected, quickly listing their identities. This is Mr. Zhou, the retail mogul of our city. This is Mr. Wang, the real estate tycoon. And this is Mr. Hu, the internet magnate. Zhao Ling swiftly introduced them, then gestured towards Qin Tian with a serious expression. Everyone, this is my idol and the penthouse owner you speak of, Mr. Qin Tian. The group eagerly turned to Qin Tian, rushing to greet him with smiles brimming with flattery. So, it's Mr. Qin. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard that Mr. Qin is a man who overshadows all his peers. Seeing you in person is truly an honor. Mr. Qin, you are young, affluent, and charming. Truly a role model for our generation. I've long admired your name. Seeing their reactions, Qin Tian chuckled inwardly, thinking how they had never truly heard of him before. He nodded, smiling. Greetings, homeowners. I am in the process of demolishing the villa, and I apologize for any disturbance caused. Oh, not at all. It's merely a trifle. The homeowners hastily replied, shaking their heads. One homeowner's gaze fell upon a large wooden box nearby, and he exclaimed, so, Mr. Qin is also a wine enthusiast. I happen to have a bottle of treasured Lafite. The speaker was the homeowner surnamed whom Qin Tian recognized as the internet mogul. He remembered him distinctly due to his shiny bald head, which left a lasting impression. Just as Qin Tian was about to decline, the homeowner had already dashed off and swiftly returned. The other homeowners felt a pang of regret for not noticing the box contained wine. Why didn't I see that? How unfortunate. Seeing the envy and regret on their faces, whose spirits soared as he presented a wooden box to Qin Tian, grinning. This is a 1982 Lafite, a treasured bottle I've kept for 10 years. Today, I offer it as a gift. Mr. Qin, please accept it. Qin Tian examined the wooden box, immediately recognizing it as sandalwood, and could even catch a faint scent of sandalwood. The exquisite packaging, coupled with the sandalwood box, told him that this wine was indeed extraordinary. Opening it revealed a 1982 Lafite of the highest quality, likely valued around 500,000, yet rare and difficult to procure. This internet mogul was clearly generous. Qin Tian nodded. Not wanting to seem ungrateful, he placed the wine back into the box and handed it to Yang Qianxue. As the saying goes, one should reciprocate kindness. He would not accept a favor without giving something in return. Qianxue, please fetch a bottle of Conti for Mr. Hu. Since the moment the wine was offered, Hu had been anxiously watching Qin Tian, fearing rejection. If that were to happen, it would not only be awkward, but would also indicate that Qin Tian had no interest in befriending him. Now witnessing Qin Tian accept the wine and open the box publicly, Hu felt his heart soar with joy. He had never been so thrilled to have someone accept a cherished gift. Hearing that Qin Tian intended to return the favor with a bottle of red wine made him feel as though they were now wine companions. Hu's face flushed with excitement, yet he feigned modesty. "Oh, Mr. Qin, you were too kind. It's really unnecessary." "Are you sure? Then I shall refrain." Hu's expression froze, wishing he could slap himself. "Ha ha, I was only joking," Qin Tian chuckled, receiving the red wine from Yang Qinshui and handing it to Mr. Hu. Hu's lips twitched, his expression a mix of exhilaration and embarrassment. He was thrilled that Qin Tian genuinely intended to return the favor, yet embarrassed that he had let a mere joke affect him so profoundly. "Mr. Qin, you truly have a sense of humor." Hu Wenji quickly accepted the wine, casting a casual glance at it before his face paled. As a connoisseur, he instantly recognized that this was a 1985 Romanee-Conti. "Oh my goodness." Hu's hands trembled, hastily returning the bottle. "Mr. Qin, this is too precious." Chapter 100. My helicopter has arrived. Hu Wenbin was well aware that the 1985 Romanee-Conti was among the Sar Mi de la Sar Mi of its kind. Each bottle commanded a price exceeding 2 million, with a global annual limit of merely 500 bottles. Acquisition was not merely a matter of wealth. It was a true case of supply and demand, where the price far outstripped availability. Despite being quite affluent, Hu Wenbin had only ever tasted it at a friend's gathering and had yet to possess a bottle of his own. He was not alone in his longing. Many wealthy individuals yearned fruitlessly for just one bottle. Within elite circles, this wine transcended mere beverage status, evolving into a symbol of prestige. Those fortunate enough to procure a bottle often refrained from consumption, opting instead to preserve it as a treasure. Now Mr. Qin had unceremoniously gifted him a bottle of the 1985 Romanee-Conti. Hu Wenbin could scarcely believe his fortune, yet he hesitated to accept such an extravagant gift. "This is far too precious," he exclaimed, reluctantly returning the wine. "It's merely a bottle of wine," Qin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. "I have a whole case here." At this revelation, the assembled guests turned their attention to a large wooden crate nearby, their expressions morphing into astonishment. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that the crate contained over 100 bottles of wine, a mix of both domestic and international varieties, all of which were elite vintages. More than half of them were Romanee-Conti, with over 60 bottles included. Among these were not just the 1985 vintage, but also several rare bottles from 1947. Countless affluent individuals had sought after these coveted editions only to be met with disappointment. Yet here was Qin Tian boasting dozens of them. Not only were there collectible editions, but even rarer and more expensive versions. The guests were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide with envy and desire. Hu Wenbin's astonishment was palpable as he could only utter, "My goodness." At that moment, Yang Qinshui interjected. "Qin Tian is the largest shareholder of the Romanee-Conti Winery. The entire estate belongs to him. To him, this wine truly is just a bottle." Everyone was left speechless. They had assumed that Qin Tian was merely a wealthy individual with enough means to acquire rare wines, but they were astounded to discover he owned the entire vineyard. Poverty had indeed limited their imagination. Zhao Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. How romantic it would be to share a bed with Mr. Qin while savoring Romanee-Conti. After a moment, Hu Wenbin regained his composure, eagerly cradling the 1985 collectible in his arms. "Then I shall graciously accept." As Qin Tian nodded, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! The host has successfully gifted a bottle of Romanee-Conti, receiving a critical reward of 20 million. Ding! The host has successfully gifted a bottle of Romanee-Conti, gaining 2 enhancement to the ultimate kidney device, current value 4,100. Qin Tian was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated a reward, albeit a modest 20 million. However, the enhancement to his ultimate kidney device was quite gratifying. Yang Qinshui then asked, "Qin Tian, how do we transport this entire case of wine to Lake Heart Island?" "I'll call someone to bring the yacht." Just as Qin Tian was about to respond, a thunderous buzzing sound filled the air. Everyone turned their heads upward, spotting a helicopter approaching their community. Hu Wenbin furrowed his brow, questioning, "Does our community even have a helicopter landing pad? Why is a helicopter coming here?" Zhao Ling glanced at Qin Tian before nodding an explanation. "It's coming for our community. This is the helicopter Mr. Qin just purchased." "What? Mr. Qin just bought a helicopter?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. Each individual present was a billionaire, accustomed to luxury, yet the notion of owning a helicopter was astonishing. While they could afford such an expense, the actual ownership of a helicopter was an entirely different matter. This young, handsome man was continually shattering their perceptions. Having acquired Lake Hart Island indicated he possessed an impressive background, and now owning a helicopter suggested that Qin Tian might even have military connections. The realization left everyone breathless. Even Yang Qinshui gazed at Qin Tian in shock. Every time she thought she understood him, he revealed another astonishing facet. As the helicopter descended closer to the ground, the roaring engine momentarily deafened the crowd. It gently landed on the open grass beside the building, the powerful blades whipping up a fierce gust of wind that made it difficult for the guests to keep their eyes open. Once the helicopter came to a halt, a middle-aged man in camouflage attire disembarked and swiftly approached Qin Tian. "Mr. Qin, I am Li Cheng. Your helicopter has arrived on schedule. Please inspect it." Li Cheng's military demeanor was evident. He spoke with clarity and confidence. He had flown the helicopter here alone. Qin Tian nodded, and amidst the envious and astonished gazes of the attendees, he followed Li Cheng aboard the helicopter. Li Cheng began to outline the helicopter's features and specifications. After his presentation, Qin Tian gained a solid understanding of the aircraft. It could reach a maximum speed of 400 kilometers per hour, 550 kilometers when diving, with a ceiling altitude of 9,000 meters and a full fuel range of 1,500 kilometers. This medium-sized helicopter had 10 seats, spacious interiors, and comfortable seating, leaving Qin Tian thoroughly satisfied. "Mr. Qin, all your flight documents are here. Additionally, should you require any assistance or have any needs during flight, simply press the emergency button. We provide professional consultation and emergency rescue services." Li Cheng's military efficiency was apparent as he concluded his briefing, grabbing a folding bicycle and departing. As Qin Tian exited the helicopter, he noticed Zhao Ling blocking Li Cheng's path. "Hold on, you can't leave the helicopter here. They're going to demolish the building soon. You'll need to move it." Li Cheng looked at Qin Tian, his expression inquiring. If a relocation was necessary, he was obligated to assist, yet he understood that this young, charismatic owner was also a pilot. "That's all right," Qin Tian replied, shaking his head. "You can go. I'll handle it later." Li Cheng departed, while the others were left in stunned silence. "Wait, you can fly a helicopter?" Chapter 101. Frenzied shouts in the Celestial Empire. Purchasing an aircraft is one notion, while possessing one is an entirely different matter. The ability to pilot a plane is yet another concept, and truly being able to do so is beyond imagination. Acquiring an aircraft demands financial resources, ownership necessitates connections, and the skill to fly is a rarefied talent. It is essential to recognize that, not only within the Celestial Empire but throughout the world, the number of individuals who can genuinely pilot an aircraft is scarce. Consequently, despite Qin Tian's numerous astonishing revelations, the crowd continued to cast skeptical glances his way. Qin Mingyao, her face etched with uncertainty, grasped Qin Tian's hand and directly inquired, You cannot be serious, right?" "Of course, I am," Qin Tian replied with a calm smile. "Just now, did you not ask how we would transport the large wooden crate of wine to the island in the lake?" Qin Mingyao's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. "Are you suggesting we use a helicopter? Had you already thought of this?" Qin Tian chuckled, choosing not to respond. He had not planned it beforehand. It was merely serendipitous that a helicopter arrived just as he was preparing to use a yacht. Naturally, the helicopter was the simpler and more convenient option. He turned to the two truck drivers and instructed, "Please assist in securing the large crate to the helicopter's lifting rope." "Understood, Chairman," they replied promptly. Following Qin Tian's orders to position the crate beside the helicopter and secure it to the lifting mechanism. After ensuring everything was properly fastened, Qin Tian beckoned to Qin Mingyao. "Let us proceed." Suddenly, Qin Mingyao seized his arm, her face filled with concern. "Are you absolutely certain? This is no trivial matter." "Do not worry. I have undergone training," he reassured her. "But training is not the same as actual capability. Just look at this." Qin Tian, maintaining his composure, retrieved a small green booklet from the cockpit and handed it to her. As Yang Qinshui received it and glanced inside, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed a pilot's license. Upon opening it, she found Qin Tian's photograph and personal details, accompanied by the clear official seal of the relevant governmental authority. At that moment, Qin Mingyao was rendered speechless. Not only she, but everyone who had gathered to observe shared expressions of astonishment, gasping in awe. "This is real," they murmured. "He can actually fly. The pilot's license is undeniable proof. Are you suggesting it might be a forgery? That would be tantamount to courting disaster." Who would dare falsify a pilot's license? Do they wish to dance with death? Now are you reassured? Qin Tian, now seated in the cockpit, turned to the stunned Yang Qianxue with a smile. Hurry up and join me. Oh. Yang Qianxue nodded dazedly, climbing aboard the aircraft in a stupor. The brother, whom she had cared for over the past 2 years, had delivered an unending series of shocks, each more incredible than the last. She was genuinely bewildered, hardly aware of how she boarded the helicopter. You two should come aboard as well. Qin Tian called to the truck drivers. What? Is the chairman calling us? They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. Yes, Qin Tian affirmed. I will need your assistance again shortly. Come on up. Still in disbelief, the two men cautiously climbed aboard the helicopter, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Observing this scene, the other onlookers exchanged glances, consumed by envy yet hesitant to speak up. After all, they were all men and felt reluctant to approach as Qin Mingyao had. In that moment, they could not help but reflect on the advantages of being a woman. Of course, despite witnessing the pilot's license and believing its authenticity, a sense of apprehension lingered in the hearts of the observers until the moment the helicopter truly ascended. The passengers aboard the aircraft were a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. Their fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on their brows. After all, ascending to the heavens was far less solid than the ground beneath their feet, leaving them feeling uncertain. The spectators outside fixed their gazes intently upon the helicopter, while Qin Tian alone maintained an air of tranquility, a confident smile gracing his face. As his fingers brushed the controls, a familiar sensation washed over him, as if reuniting with an old friend. With a series of deft maneuvers, the moment arrived. A deafening roar shattered the silence, rending the air asunder. The hearts of those on board raced wildly, while the onlookers erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Wow! Chairman Qin is incredible. I can't believe it. It's really taking off. I regret not being brave enough to join. Indeed. Forget the luxury cars and watches. Flying is the ultimate display. With a mighty roar, the engine belched forth a torrent of air, the propellers whipping up a tempest that forced the crowd to squint against the gale. The grass on the lawn was flattened, the very ground trembling beneath them as several onlookers instinctively stepped back. Though it was Qin Tian's first time piloting, his muscle memory seemed ingrained in his very bones. As he maneuvered the controls with grace and ease, excitement surged within him. After all, this was an aircraft, an experience far more exhilarating than driving. In the next instant, the helicopter lifted off the ground. The spectators watched, eyes wide, as it ascended slowly, their envy palpable. In that moment, all thoughts of Bentleys and Rolls-Royces faded away. The passengers inside were beside themselves with excitement. The two drivers clung to their armrests, their faces flushed with exhilaration, breathless at the realization that they were aboard a helicopter. They could hardly fathom that this singular experience would be a story they could boast about for a lifetime, no, for 10 lifetimes. Yang Qianxue remained in a daze, grappling with her own identity and surroundings, questioning the reality of it all. Chapter 102. The Secret of Zhao Ling. Before long, the helicopter soared above the heart-shaped island, gradually descending onto the rooftop platform of Villa No. 1. Fu Bo, who had spent the entire afternoon preparing for Qin Tian's overnight stay on the island, suddenly spotted the helicopter hovering above and knew instantly that Qin Tian had arrived. He had been present when Qin Tian arranged for the helicopter, and he could hardly believe how swiftly it had come. Such wealth certainly translates to remarkable efficiency. In the front yard, Fu Bo gazed at the helicopter that had just landed atop the villa, feeling a mix of envy and wonder. When he saw Qin Tian emerge from the cockpit, his heart nearly leapt from his chest and his jaw dropped in disbelief. He had assumed a pilot had flown the helicopter, to think that Mr. Qin had piloted it himself. He certainly did not appear to be a former soldier. Could he truly be a pilot? This was astonishing. Meanwhile, as Qin Tian disembarked, he glanced back at the few individuals still inside the cabin, exasperatedly calling out, "The helicopter has landed. Are you not coming down?" Though they had reached their destination, the two drivers remained utterly astonished. Yang Qianxue was still in a daze. His interruption snapped them back to reality, and the two drivers hurriedly exited the aircraft, their steps unsteady, feeling as though they had been lightened. Yang Qianxue also clumsily descended, still bewildered. It was her first time on a plane, and it had been a private jet no less. What an incredible experience. Was it truly that remarkable just to take a flight? Despite being a novice pilot, Qin Tian had navigated the helicopter with impressive steadiness. He shook his head, instructing, "Help her down," It's not ideal for her to remain seated. Yang Qianxue cast a lingering glance at him, shaking her head. You should assist her. I'll instruct the driver to take care of that box of red wine. The property manager certainly seemed to have an interest in Qin Tian. After all, how could a man so wealthy and handsome resist attracting attention from women? Yet, to be so overwhelmed by a mere flight was rather exaggerated. Thankfully, the two drivers were immediately captivated by the picturesque views of the villa and the island. Oblivious to her unusual behavior, otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Qin Mingyao felt a peculiar sensation, prompting her to instruct the two drivers to dismantle the large wooden crate beside the helipad. Observing this, Qin Tian approached her with a hint of resignation. As Qin Mingyao watched him draw nearer, her breath quickened with excitement. When he was close enough, she could no longer contain herself and leapt into his embrace, her entire being clinging to him. You are too reckless. Fortunately, I have a sturdy foundation. Otherwise, a mere collision like that would have toppled an average person. Qin Tian rolled his eyes, bemused by the turn of events. What was meant to be assistance had transformed into an embrace. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Qin Mingyao apologized, though her grip on him tightened, her face alight with exhilaration. At last, I am so close to my idol. I'll assist you, Qin Tian said as he carried her off the helicopter before gently setting her down. Was he meant to carry her the entire way? That seemed absurd. All right, Qin Mingyao replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone, yet she clutched his arm tightly as they descended from the rooftop step by step. Along the way, Qin Tian curiously inquired, Do you have a fear of heights? Not at all, Qin Mingyao replied, her cheeks flushing as she playfully rebuked, Qin Ge, you are quite mischievous. What do you mean by that? Qin Tian was taken aback, unsure of how he had earned such a label. Zhao Ling shyly nodded in agreement. Chapter 103. Did you think I spent 10 million? You didn't even close the door? What do you intend to do? Under the bright sunlight, you dare to entice me. Qin Tian rolled his eyes, bewildered by the woman's thoughts. It was broad daylight, and there were several people in the villa. Did she not fear being overheard? Did she underestimate my discretion? You forgot to close the door. Allow me to assist you with that. With a tone that suggested benevolence, Qin Tian reached out to shut the door. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao, who had been hiding behind the door, nearly burst out to drag him inside. Handsome as he was, why was he such a straightforward man? It infuriated her. In a huff, Qin Mingyao thought to herself, I'll find an opportunity to lie on your bed and see how you react. At that moment, two drivers, carrying a large wooden box under the guidance of Uncle Fu, approached the wine cellar next to the dining room. Naturally, Qin Mingyao followed closely behind. Upon seeing the secluded wine storage area, flanked by towering wine cabinets on three sides, she couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder that guy wanted so much wine. This place could hold nearly 200 bottles. The two drivers were equally astonished. They had never even heard of such large wine cabinets. So when you just selected a mere dozen bottles for me, I told you it was far from enough. Qin Tian approached with a smile. You must be quite impressive. Huh? Qin Mingyao rolled her eyes. The other two drivers and Uncle Fu, however, quickly greeted him with respect. Mr. Qin. They dared not be as casual as Qin Mingyao. Qin Tian nodded and said with a smile, Mingyao, let me show you around the villa. Just have them arrange the wine. As they departed, Qin Mingyao remarked with a hint of sarcasm, How come you have the time for this? Aren't you supposed to be entertaining that lovely property manager of yours? Qin Tian was taken aback. Entertain? Pretend. Qin Mingyao playfully slapped him, her tone laced with jealousy. That woman was clearly interested. I refuse to believe you didn't notice. Oh, you mean her? Qin Tian feigned enlightenment, then sighed. You mentioned she is beautiful and proactive. Any man would be tempted. But upon reflection, I think it's best to refrain. Once I start, I might not be able to stop, and it would be loud. If it disturbs you, that would be unfortunate. Humph. As if you're so impressive. Qin Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. It's not about being impressive, it's primarily about my looks and physique, which naturally draw attention. Sigh, men are left teary-eyed in my presence. Qin Tian gazed at the sky with a poet's melancholic expression. Qin Mingyao spat playfully. Her heart filled with joy. He used to tease her often, and it was delightful that their rapport remained unchanged despite their differing statuses. After exploring the villa, they eventually arrived at the master bedroom. Qin Mingyao surveyed the cozy yet luxurious room and exclaimed once more, Your room is truly spacious. Of course. The entire villa is grand, with the entire island serving as a garden. How extravagant. Did you not notice how large the bed is? Qin Tian teased, patting the grand bed with a playful wink at Qin Mingyao. She rolled her eyes, secretly pinching Qin Tian's cheek. When he looked her way, her lips moved as if to say, "See, I told you so." Qin Tian sighed helplessly. This damn charm. By the time the drivers finished arranging the wine, night had fallen. Qin Mingyao announced, "I'm heading back." She bid farewell to the two drivers. "Aren't you staying for dinner?" "It's been ages since I've had your cooking," Qin Tian said, his expression nostalgic. "Oh, spare me. There are plenty of women who can cook for you now." "I see you've long forgotten about me," Qin Mingyao replied, her tone tinged with jealousy, though her eyes sparkled with warmth. Previously, Qin Tian often visited her rental place for meals, devouring everything voraciously. It had indeed been a while since they shared a meal together. "Next time, I'll invite you over. I'll cook for you." Qin Mingyao glanced at the pristine villa. "It's too new here. I can't bring myself to touch anything." Qin Tian nodded. Just then, Uncle Fu turned around and suddenly swayed, nearly collapsing. Qin Tian's expression changed as he rushed to support him. Noticing the pallor on his face, "What's wrong?" The others were equally startled, wondering how he could faint without warning. "I'm fine, just an old illness." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Uncle Fu waved his hand, steadying himself and taking out a pill from a bottle. Upon seeing the label on the bottle, Qin Tian realized it was antihypertensive medication. "You have high blood pressure?" "Yes. With age, it's common to have such issues. It's nothing serious." After pondering for a moment, Qin Tian took out his phone, retrieved the bank account number he had asked for earlier regarding salary, and transferred 10 million directly. "Then perhaps you should retire and enjoy your golden years." Upon hearing he wished to dismiss him, Uncle Fu's expression changed, and he soon received the notification of the transfer. Exclaiming in disbelief, "What? 10 million? Uncle Fu looked up at Qin Tian, tears welling in his eyes. He understood. This was a gesture of kindness. The others present regarded Qin Tian with complex expressions: shock, gratitude, admiration. Displaying compassion for his subordinates, he intended to provide Uncle Fu with a comfortable retirement, offering a staggering 10 million as a pension. How magnanimous! Especially Qin Mingyao, whose eyes glimmered with admiration. Such a man was truly captivating. Uncle Fu quickly regained his composure and insisted, "No, Mr. Qin, I've barely worked for you a day. I cannot accept your money, especially not such a sum. I know you mean well, but I cannot accept this. No, no, no. This island has been uninhabited until now. Now that I reside here, you have been maintaining it for me for so many years, which is akin to preserving this island for me." Qin Tian smiled, stating, "You see, while it may seem like I spent 10 million, in reality, I gained much more." For in his mind, the system's notification had already begun to chime. Chapter 104. Beautiful Women, Making Friends, Beep. The host spends 10 million to allow his subordinate Li Fu to retire early, rewarding him with the city's premier nightclub Coral, valued at 3 billion. Beep. The host spends 10 million to allow his subordinate Li Fu to retire early, delivering a critical reward of 100 million in cash. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Dragon Country. Your account ending in 2211 has received 100 million, current balance, 5.21 billion. Having acquired the system, Qin Tian had long since lost track of how many times he had received rewards. His initial shock and elation had transformed into an unparalleled calmness. After all, it's merely 100 million, hardly a cause for astonishment. Other rewards, such as the most powerful artifacts, seemed to yield an increase of 2 points with each trigger. As for the last reward, the Coral nightclub, he didn't give it much thought. After all, compared to the previous vineyard and the Hermes, a nightclub was rather unremarkable. However, he had heard that the behind-the-scenes owner of Coral was a ruthless underground figure in the city. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you." Li Fu expressed his gratitude, kneeling before Qin Tian. Snapping back to reality, Qin Tian quickly pulled him up, shaking his head with a gentle smile. "It's just a small sum, no need to kneel. Those who don't know might think I'm bullying an elder." Upon hearing this, Li Fu's expression turned serious as he scanned the surroundings. Who dares to speak ill of Mr. Qin? He is simply caring for the elderly. It was as if someone had indeed spoken ill of Qin Tian. "All right, just a jest. Let's board the plane. I'll take you across the river. Li Fu, you too, come aboard. No need to drive the yacht," Qin Tian said. Li Fu understood that he was concerned about him fainting again while driving the yacht, and he nodded gratefully, returning the yacht keys to Qin Tian. The yacht was also part of the property of the Central Island, thus belonging to Qin Tian. After instructing them to board the helicopter, Qin Tian excused himself to the restroom. Upon exiting, he was startled to find Zhao Ling waiting at the door. "What are you doing here?" "Peeking? I would if you allowed it," Zhao Ling replied with a melancholic expression. Qin Tian chuckled. "Everyone is boarding the plane. What are you doing here? Waiting for the restroom?" "No, I was waiting for you." "I have a request," Zhao Ling said, her excitement palpable. "Since you dismissed Li Fu, I was wondering if you could hire me as your villa's housekeeper." "You want to be a housekeeper?" Qin Tian scrutinized her in surprise. Zhao Ling nodded vigorously. "Yes. I have been working in property management, starting from the ground up. I have experience in this field." Qin Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. He indeed needed a housekeeper. Zhao Ling hurriedly continued, "I can work for free. Would that be acceptable?" "Work for free? What do you gain from that? You tell me." Zhao Ling winked suggestively. "What do you mean?" Qin Tian frowned. Zhao Ling was taken aback. "Is that what you think? I just wanted to please you. Is that so hard to understand? Besides, why would I work for you for free and support you? That logic is quite peculiar." Seeing Qin Tian storm off seemingly in anger, Zhao Ling cried out, "I want a salary. Is that too much to ask? That's more like it. Just decide how much you want. It must be above industry standards." Qin Tian said without looking back. "Okay, I understand." Zhao Ling followed him, feeling disheartened. It was her first time feeling unhappy about making money, even more than others. She realized Qin Tian didn't want to owe her a favor. She had thought she found an opportunity to draw closer, only to discover he was unwilling. Frustrated, she thought, no matter what, becoming the housekeeper of his villa is still a step forward. One day, I shall find my way to your bed." Qin Tian piloted the helicopter back to the location of Baishui Yuan, dropping everyone off before taking off again. At Donghua University's Dance Academy, where Qin Mingyao studied, a Ferrari 488 had parked at the south gate. A young man and woman emerged from the vehicle. The man, though of average appearance, was dressed extravagantly, while the woman, despite her heavy makeup, had a commendable figure. These two were Qin Mingyao's roommate, Yang Wan, and her newly acquired boyfriend, Wu Yongqiang. "Babe, this school of yours is quite impressive." Wu Yongqiang surveyed the female students entering and exiting the gate, spotting several whose looks rivaled Yang Wan's. He thought to himself, no wonder it's a dance academy. The quality of beautiful women is indeed high. This trip was worthwhile. Of course, our school is renowned for its abundance of beauties. Even within the entire provincial capital, Yang Wan replied proudly, believing herself to be among the beautiful ones. Noticing Wu Youqiang's wolfish gaze, she coldly added, however, 99% of them have boyfriends, and they're all wealthy. Look at the cars at the gate. They're all here picking up their girlfriends. Her words implied that he should not harbor any foolish thoughts, as beautiful women were in high demand. Wu Yongqiang dismissed the cars at the gate, all brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi, noting they were worth only around 100,000, far less than his own. Sure, there are many beauties in Y City, but those cars hardly qualify as wealthy. I can only say that there is not a single standout among them. Wu Yongqiang scoffed, his face displaying disdain. The second-generation rich in Y City are simply inferior compared to those in my hometown, H City. They certainly can't compare to my husband, Changgu, that's for sure. Yang Wan flattered, while secretly scoffing at Wu Yongqiang's ignorance. She recalled the handsome man who drove a supercar and owned an entire Hermes. Although her current boyfriend was impressive compared to others, he would be utterly eclipsed by that man. Thinking of him stirred a mix of love and hate in her heart. What woman wouldn't he be enamored by such a figure? The resentment stemmed from the fact that he didn't even look her way. Her thoughts then drifted to her roommate, Su Xiaoran, who was universally acknowledged to surpass her in both looks and dance ability. Yang Wan felt a pang of jealousy, her thoughts twisting darkly. When I saw her return that day, she walked as if she had been deflowered. With Qin Tian not showing up these past few days, could it be that Su Xiaoran's first time was not satisfactory, leaving him dissatisfied and rejecting her? Haha, that would be splendid. At that moment, Su Xiaoran, well-dressed, arrived at the south gate. She had just received a call from Qin Tian, saying he would be there in a few minutes. Yang Wan spotted her, and a cold smile flickered in her eyes as she approached. However, before she could speak, a man stepped in front of her, feigning gentlemanly decorum as he extended his right hand. "This beautiful lady, shall we be friends?" Yang Wan's expression turned green, for that man was none other than her boyfriend, Wu Yongqiang. Upon witnessing Su Xiaoran, Wu Yongqiang's eyes widened in astonishment. How could such a stunningly beautiful girl exist at Donghua University? With exquisite features and a flawlessly fair complexion, her figure was nothing short of breathtaking. Despite minimal makeup, Su Xiaoran's slightly provocative V-neck, waist-hugging dress perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. Her beauty and physique undoubtedly scored above 97 points. Not only Wu Yongqiang, but everyone at the academy entrance was captivated. Women were filled with envy, while men gazed at her with longing, wishing to possess her beauty. Alas, this enchanting goddess was already in a relationship with a handsome fellow who drove a luxury sports car worth millions. Several informed men sighed, overwhelmed by the realization that she was unattainable. Yet, Wu Yongqiang paid no heed to these thoughts. His heart was solely fixated on how to win over this stunning woman. Oblivious to the murmurs around him, regaining his composure, he rushed forward, presenting a gentlemanly smile as he extended his right hand. "Excuse me, beautiful. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you?" "Getting to know me?" Su Xiaoran frowned, glancing at the man before her. Then shifting her gaze to her friend Yang Wan, whose face had turned pale with displeasure. The last time her boyfriend, Qin Tian, came to pick her up, Yang Wan, upon realizing that Qin Tian was a wealthy heir, had shamelessly flirted with him right in front of Su Xiaoran. Fortunately, Qin Tian had shown no interest, sparing her from embarrassment. Now, seeing this man seemingly attempting to woo her in front of Yang Wan stirred a sense of inexplicable delight in Su Xiaoran. She relished the thought of Yang Wan experiencing the sting of betrayal after having flirted with her boyfriend. However, Su Xiaoran was not the type to retaliate by stealing Yang Wan's boyfriend. She was not that kind of person. In response to Wu Yongqiang's advances, she simply shifted her position, disinterested in engaging with him. Wu Yongqiang's self-proclaimed gentlemanly smile faltered, his hand suspended in midair, leaving him in an awkward predicament. As a well-known wealthy heir in H City, he had always been successful in charming women and had never encountered such blatant disregard. Even those who had initially dismissed him would never have dared to ignore him so brazenly. His countenance darkened with indignation at being snubbed. Yang Wan, witnessing Wu Yongqiang's humiliation, felt a surge of satisfaction. Just last night, she had lavished affection upon him, and now he was openly flirting with another woman right before her eyes. "Serves you right for being so brazen," she thought, her heart filled with a mix of delight and resentment. Despite her schemes to win over the wealthy heir, Yang Wan felt utterly slighted by Su Xiaoran's disdainful attitude. With a forced smile, Yang Wan approached Wu Yongqiang, wrapping her arm around his. "Darling, if you wish to meet Su Xiaoran, just let me know. She is my close friend." Wu Yongqiang's eyes brightened, transforming his anger into delight. "Why didn't you mention it earlier? Introduce me to her. Meeting is fine, but remember, no funny business. Understood?" Yang Wan pressed against his arm with a playful pout. Though she believed Su Xiaoran would never abandon someone as affluent as Qin Tian for her boyfriend. Yet, in the event that Su Xiaoran did get dumped, Yang Wan feared losing her man to her. "Why would I ever do something like that?" Wu Yongqiang replied, feigning innocence. "I only approached because I thought you two were acquainted. Regardless, stay away from her, or you'll end up with a bruised ego," Yang Wan cautioned once more. But Wu Yongqiang dismissed her warning with a confident scoff. "Me embarrassed? Impossible." He surmised that Su Xiaoran's indifference stemmed from his unremarkable appearance and her aloof demeanor. He was convinced that showcasing his wealth would surely change her perception. After all, he believed there was no woman who could resist the allure of money. "Su Xiaoran, allow me to introduce myself. This is my boyfriend, Wu Yongqiang," Yang Wan announced, leading Wu Yongqiang to Su Xiaoran. "Darling, this is my roommate Su Xiaoran, the campus belle and a model." Su Xiaoran frowned, taken aback that Wu Yongqiang had the audacity to flirt with another woman right in front of her. Yang Wan, seemingly unfazed, continued to introduce them. "What a coincidence that you are both beauties from the same dormitory," Wu Yongqiang remarked, attempting to sound charming, only to receive a mere nod of acknowledgement from Su Xiaoran, devoid of enthusiasm. Feeling the tension, Wu Yongqiang awkwardly chuckled, turning to showcase his Ferrari 488. A hint of pride in his eyes. "Are you heading out? Where to? I can give you a ride. A beauty like you deserves a car like mine. Worth nearly 4 million. Su Xiaoran remained unresponsive, her expression growing increasingly annoyed. "Beautiful, with your looks and figure, have you ever considered a career in the entertainment industry? My family owns an entertainment company, and with just a word from me, I could make you a star, akin to Yang Mi." His gaze fixated on Su Xiaoran's face. He thought to himself that surely this would elicit a reaction. After all, who wouldn't dream of stardom? Yang Wan felt a surge of anger. "You promised not to make a move, yet here you are, shamelessly pursuing her in front of me. You flaunt your car and dangle the promise of fame like bait." Just as Wu Yongxiang reveled in his perceived success, and Yang Wan felt a sense of panic. Su Xiaoran, who had initially planned to ignore them, could no longer restrain herself. First of all, I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Secondly, I have no interest in becoming a so-called star. Regardless of my path, my boyfriend will support me, and I certainly don't need anyone else's help. As for your flashy car, my boyfriend's vehicle, even if you remove a zero from its price, could still afford two of yours. With a cold demeanor, she concluded, lastly, to flirt with another woman in front of your girlfriend makes you not just a scoundrel, but a disgrace. Wu Yongxiang's expression darkened, dismissing her words with contempt. You're just trying to elevate your boyfriend's status to reject me, aren't you? What is his car worth? 80 million? 90 million? Or even 100 million? I'll be here waiting to see if such a person truly exists in this little city. Yang Wan's expression shifted, as she was aware of the price of Qin Tian's car, 90 million. Indeed, even if Su Xiaoran's claim was exaggerated, it was still plausible. Although Su Xiaoran's words rang true, Wu Yongxiang was indeed a disgrace. Yang Wan was unwilling to lose him, as wealth trumped all. Just as Yang Wan prepared to caution Wu Yongxiang, a sudden, thunderous noise echoed from above, causing everyone to look up in astonishment. Is that a helicopter? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 106, Brother Qin Tian. I love you too. Beneath the glow of the city lights, a helicopter was seen approaching, swiftly hovering above the academy. Wu Yongxiang's expression shifted dramatically. He had never imagined that a helicopter would be in Y City. Surely, it must be just passing by. However, in the next moment, the helicopter circled above, seemingly searching for a landing spot, and then came to a halt over the school's large playground, beginning its descent. Initially, everyone shared Wu Yongxiang's thoughts, believing the helicopter was merely passing through, but now they were all in a frenzy. What? Is this helicopter really heading for our school? Isn't that stating the obvious? Can't you see it's preparing to land on the playground? Who is this impressive individual? When did such a remarkable figure emerge in our city with a helicopter? My goodness, this is astounding. In the presence of a helicopter, luxury cars pale in comparison. Who do you think is aboard that helicopter? What could be their purpose? Surely they aren't here to pursue romantic interests. How could that be? You're giving me chills. Imagining someone using a helicopter for such a purpose is terrifying. The crowd gasped in disbelief, especially the girls, whose eyes were riveted on the helicopter, though it had yet to land steadily. Their gazes seemed to pierce through to discern who was within. Wu Yongxiang was utterly astonished, shaking his head in disbelief. This is a helicopter, not something anyone can casually possess. It must be someone from elsewhere conducting business here. There is no way such a person could exist in our small Y city. Yang Wan nodded in agreement, yet her eyes remained fixated on the helicopter, filled with longing. If only the owner of that helicopter would notice me. I would immediately cast aside that scoundrel Wu Yongxiang. In contrast, Su Xiaoran merely cast a curious glance before returning her focus to her phone, awaiting a message from Qin Tian while scanning the surroundings. At that moment, the helicopter had stabilized and the cockpit opened, revealing a figure who leapt out and strode toward the school entrance. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, disbelief etched across their faces. Under the dazzling lights, while the person's face remained indistinct, it was evident that he was young. Rather than heading into the school, he approached the entrance, leading to speculation. Could he truly be here for romantic pursuits? Soon, those closer recognized him and gasped in astonishment. What? It's him. I've seen him before. He's the dashing guy who drove the Lamborghini. Yes. He is Su Xiaoran's boyfriend. Her boyfriend? Is that true? It certainly is. I later discovered that his Lamborghini is no ordinary vehicle. It's the Sixth Element, worth a staggering 90 million. I was shocked when I found out. Now, he has arrived in a helicopter. Goodness. To be able to afford a helicopter is simply beyond comprehension. This is not merely a matter of wealth. For a millionaire, a helicopter is not a luxury. The astonishing part is that he can fly it. This indicates that Su Xiaoran's boyfriend is a genuine pilot, which is truly remarkable. Previously, upon hearing that the campus beauty had been swept away by the sports car enthusiast, I felt a pang of jealousy. Now, I realize I lack even the right to be envious. Arriving in a helicopter for romantic pursuits. Now that is what it means to be a man. No more words. Only the notion of sheer brilliance. As the figure descended from the helicopter, striding forward, Yang Wan's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. Qin Tian. It's actually Qin Tian. Just how wealthy is he? Who on earth is he? Oh no. I've missed out on billions. Wu Yongqiang's face darkened, his spirit shaken. He felt as if he might faint. He had doubted Su Xiaoran's claim that her boyfriend owned a car worth 20 of his own. Now, hearing the murmurs around him, mentioning that the car was a 90 million Sixth Element, while his own was merely worth 4 million, he realized it was not just a matter of two cars, but rather a significant difference. Even more alarmingly, he now faced the reality that this individual owned a helicopter which he piloted himself, a rarity even in the provincial capital of H City. No one understood better than him what this implied about the person's status. The thought of having attempted to woo his woman felt like a death wish. As he contemplated this, watching the figure approach, Wu Yongqiang felt as though his heart might explode. He longed to flee, yet at that moment, his legs felt paralyzed. Trembling uncontrollably, not only the onlookers, but even Su Xiaoran was astonished. Initially indifferent to the helicopter, she had been eagerly searching for the familiar silhouette of the Lamborghini. Upon hearing the crowd's chatter, when she turned to see the approaching figure's face, she could hardly believe her eyes. The helicopter's pilot was none other than her boyfriend, Qin Tian. He owned a helicopter and could fly it. He had come to pick her up in a helicopter. Su Xiaoran's face flushed with excitement and joy, her heart racing with exhilaration as she watched Qin Tian approach with a gentle smile. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Qin Tian reached Su Xiaoran, extending his hand with a grin. I left my car at the gym, so I had to come by helicopter. Do you dare to join me? Nodding emphatically, Su Xiaoran suddenly wrapped her arms around Qin Tian's neck, rising on her toes to kiss him. As their lips parted, her cheeks flushed. She gazed up at him with starry eyes. Brother Qin Tian, I love you so much. Qin Tian chuckled softly, saying nothing as he took her hand and led her toward the helicopter. Under the bright streetlights, the couple's silhouettes stretched long across the campus. Witnessing this scene, the men present were left in tears, feeling overshadowed by the combination of youth, charm, wealth, and power that left them no room to compete. Meanwhile, the women looked on enviously, yearning for a partner like that, or even just a fleeting encounter. Yang Wan's eyes burned with jealousy, wishing such a man were hers. Wu Yongqiang, on the other hand, felt a mix of relief and humiliation wash over him, his cheeks burning as if he had been slapped multiple times. He had aimed to assert himself when this impressive figure arrived, yet he found himself disregarded, feeling more insulted than if he had been openly scorned. At that moment, a woman among the crowd suddenly shouted, Brother Qin Tian, you're the most handsome. Soon after, others joined in, calling out, Brother Qin Tian, I want to have your children, 100 of them. Brother Qin Tian, I love you. Brother Qin Tian, I love you too. As the women shouted, they began to chase after Qin Tian and Su Xiaoran. The men could only watch, their faces turning green with envy, as many of these women were their girlfriends. Wu Yongqiang felt a wave of green wash over him, realizing that even Yang Wan was among the most eager, sprinting ahead of the pack. Each woman wore an expression of determination, as if to convey that nothing would deter them from their pursuit of Qin Tian. Chapter 107. An inevitable course of action. As Qin Tian observed the throng of women pursuing him, he could only roll his eyes in exasperation. He swiftly ushered Su Xiaoran onto the helicopter and promptly activated the engine. The rotor blades generated a tremendous gust of wind, sending the chasing women reeling and rendering them unable to keep their eyes open. Nevertheless, these women, driven by an uncontrollable fervor, lunged forward in a desperate attempt to board the aircraft. Once the helicopter ascended and soared away, some of the women continued to shout frantically, Qin Tian, I love you. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Tian felt a mix of incredulity and reflection. It is indeed said that when women become fervent, men have little to do with it. And today he had witnessed this firsthand. The wretched power of wealth. Before long, the helicopter reached the vicinity of Jushin Villa. To avoid stirring further commotion, Qin Tian landed the helicopter not far from the villa, on the grounds of a deserted old park. After disembarking, he turned to Su Xiaoran, who remained seated, and smiled. Are you not coming down? Throughout the journey, Su Xiaoran had been exhilarated. Even now, with their destination reached and the helicopter halted, her excitement remained palpable. The last time they met, Qin Tian had taken her racing, fulfilling her dream. This time, the thrill was magnified with the addition of a helicopter ride. Upon hearing his words, Su Xiaoran, assuming he was fatigued and lacking energy, nodded thoughtfully, I understand. So where are we headed now? Follow me. Qin Tian replied as he led Su Xiaoran on foot for about 7 or 8 minutes until they arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. Jushin Villa? Su Xiaoran exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sign. Have you been here before? No, this is my first time. I've heard it's quite expensive. How expensive can a meal be? Su Shaoran mused inwardly, recalling that dining here could start at 1,000, easily reaching tens of thousands. Was that not costly? Only someone as affluent as him could utter such words. Given that it was mealtime, they found the restaurant bustling with patrons. Although it was his establishment, Qin Tian did not request his acquaintance, Qin Mengyao, to reserve a special table for him. Thus, like any ordinary diner, he and Su Shaoran wandered around until they finally located a two-person table by the window on the second floor. As they settled in, Qin Tian noticed two familiar faces. At the adjacent table sat Hu Jinsi, a property owner he had encountered not long ago at Bishui Yuan, dining alone. He recalled that Hu Jinsi was an internet magnate with whom he had exchanged a bottle of red wine previously. Beside Hu Jinsi stood Zheng Huaqian, a university classmate of Qin Tian's, who was bowing and ingratiating himself to Hu Jinsi. Mr. Hu, what a pleasure it is to run into you here. It's truly an honor. I sent you my resume previously. I'm not sure if you've had the chance to review it. If you're too busy to have seen it, I happen to have a copy with me. Could you spare a moment to look it over? I genuinely need a job. I implore you for an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was taken aback, realizing that Zheng Huaqian was seeking employment. So that was how he had managed to connect with someone as prominent as Hu Jinsi. Zheng Huaqian had majored in computer networking during university, making him quite adept in IT, and Hu Jinsi's company was currently hiring. It was a mere coincidence that Zheng Huaqian had spotted him outside the villa and followed him in. Are you not aware that I am dining? Hu Jinsi remarked with a frown, glancing up from his phone at Zheng Huaqian. He had encountered such individuals before, and their lack of decorum was off-putting. Just as he was about to dismiss Zheng Huaqian, he noticed Qin Tian nearby, and his expression brightened instantly. Ah, Mr. Qin, what a delightful surprise to see you here. It must be fate. As Hu Jinsi spoke, Zheng Huaqian turned to look, his countenance darkening upon realizing it was Qin Tian. Why did he keep running into this person? Most troubling was the fact that Qin Tian appeared to be familiar with Hu Jinsi, who treated him with great respect. If Qin Tian were to say anything, it could jeopardize his chances of securing a job today. Indeed, what a coincidence, Qin Tian replied with a smile, his gaze landing on Zheng Huaqian as he greeted him nonchalantly. Huaqian. Zheng Huaqian nodded in acknowledgement, his expression betraying a hint of desperation. Clearly anxious that Qin Tian might disrupt his interview, Qin Tian shook his head with a chuckle. He was not so petty as to ruin someone else's opportunity. Hu Jinsi, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced that Qin Tian and Zheng Huaqian were acquainted, albeit not particularly well. Just then, his phone rang. Mr. Hu, our system is under an unknown attack, and new vulnerabilities have emerged. Could you take a look? After ending the call, he turned to Zheng Huaqian. Since you know Mr. Qin, I will extend you an opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Zheng Huaqian exclaimed, his joy evident as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Yet he was acutely aware of who he truly owed thanks to. He glanced at Qin Tian, his emotions complex, filled with both gratitude and guilt. The individual he had once looked down upon had, without uttering a word, merely through their acquaintance, opened a door for him that could lead to employment. It was perplexing how someone who had not actively intervened could aid him so significantly. Qin Tian maintained a neutral expression, not casting a glance in their direction. For he had done nothing. He had no intention of targeting Zheng Huaqian, nor of offering him assistance. I have reviewed your resume. Given your background in computer networking, I trust you are adept at identifying and rectifying vulnerabilities, Hu Jinsi remarked, producing a notebook and opening the company system for Zheng Huaqian to inspect. Currently, our system has encountered a new vulnerability. Identify it, and I will offer you immediate employment. Chapter 108. Close your mouth and find a flaw to get hired? Upon hearing those words, Zheng Huaqian felt a surge of joy. Although he could hardly be classified as a hacker, he was familiar with identifying basic vulnerabilities, having studied relevant knowledge. All right, Mr. Hu, he said, nodding vigorously as he accepted the notebook handed to him by Hu Jinxian. With a series of swift keystrokes, he began his task. 10 minutes later, a frown creased his brow. This vulnerability was no ordinary one. 15 minutes in, his expression grew tense, fingers flying over the keyboard with increasing urgency. 20 minutes passed, and his palms began to sweat. Despite his efforts, he found no flaw and began to doubt. Could it be that Mr. Hu was deliberately using this as a reason to reject me, implying there was no flaw at all? Meanwhile, Hu Jinxian sat nearby, casually using chopsticks to transfer food to his mouth. Noticing the sweat beading on Hu Jinxian's forehead, He shook his head. Clearly, Zheng Huatson's skills were quite mediocre. Qin Tian, still waiting for his meal, idly scrolled through his phone, occasionally glancing up. From his vantage point, he had a clear view of the notebook screen. Observing the content, Qin Tian shook his head, thinking to himself that while Zheng Huaqian was theoretically knowledgeable, his practical experience was severely lacking. Zheng Huaqian, already on edge, scratched his head anxiously. Seeing Hu Jingxian shake his head only intensified his nervousness. When he unintentionally caught sight of Qin Tian doing the same, a surge of inexplicable anger flared within him. Completely forgetting who had given him this interview opportunity, he turned and snapped at Qin Tian. I know you're wealthy, but that's all you are, wealthy. Do you understand computers? Do you comprehend the code I'm working with? What are you shaking your head for? Qin Tian found this amusing. It was a classic case of someone lashing out in embarrassment. His mindset was decidedly poor. He chuckled softly. I shake my head simply because you possess ample theory but lack practical skills. At your current level, you're fit to sell computers. But forget about finding vulnerabilities. You won't succeed. The little computer knowledge you have dates back to when I taught you in university. And now you dare to criticize my skills? Zheng Huaqian was infuriated. In the past, he might have exploded. But now he recognized that Qin Tian was not someone to be trifled with. Even if Qin Tian distorted the truth to belittle him, he felt powerless to retaliate. Qin Tian rolled his eyes, too preoccupied to engage further, as the dishes began to arrive. Qin Mingyao delicately picked up a piece of abalone, feeding it to him. Mr. Qin says you're inadequate, and that's that. Can he possibly be wrong? Hu Jingxian shot a glare at Zheng Huaqian. You can't find a single flaw? What use are you? Move aside. I'll handle it myself. Hu Jingxian, a titan of the internet, was also a renowned hacker. Zheng Huaqian could not contest Qin Tian's words, but he certainly could not contest Hu Jingxian's expertise, which dwarfed his own. Despite failing the interview, Zheng Huaqian remained eager to observe how a legendary hacker operated. Hu Jingxian, not one to rush anyone, was willing to showcase his skills, despite his wealth and status. He moved to occupy the space where Zheng Huaqian had sat. The company's systems frequently faced attacks, with viruses and vulnerabilities often arising. Of course, there was a dedicated team to address these issues, but only the most complex or urgent problems warranted his attention. This was not his first encounter with such matters. As he examined the computer screen, Hu Jingxian's disappointment grew. Zheng Huaqian was utterly inept. He began typing rapidly. Then, with a calm smile, he declared, done. Zheng Huatson's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although he had not secured a job, he had witnessed the prowess of a true computer virtuoso. Qin Tian turned his face away, shaking his head. It's not that simple. This is merely the beginning. Do you truly understand what's happening? Zheng Huaqian nearly scoffed, unable to believe that someone so inept could pretend to be a master hacker. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a garbled window suddenly popped up on the screen. Hu Jingxian's brow furrowed. What is going on? A virus? He immediately resumed typing, but soon found himself frowning, scratching his head, and sweating profusely. Although he sensed the virus, that wretched thing seemed to evade him like a living entity, engaging him in a game of hide and seek. Half an hour passed, yet he still couldn't locate it. Even more alarming, he discovered that the virus was capable of spreading and replicating at an alarming rate. The system soon began to issue alarms. Qin Tian, having nearly finished his meal, took a sip of red wine and glanced over. Mr. Hu, you need to step up your game. At this rate, your company's system will collapse in under a minute. Zheng Huaqian scoffed. Qin Tian, if you don't understand, it's best to keep quiet. Mr. Hu's company system is impenetrable. Countless foreign hackers have failed to breach it. A minor vulnerability cannot possibly bring down the entire system. However, Hu Jingxian suddenly shot a look at Qin Tian, his face a mask of shock. He was right. Given the current assault, the company's system would indeed succumb soon. Hu Jingxian had never imagined that a seemingly simple flaw could conceal a virus that even he could not detect. This was clearly a malicious attack from a hacker of extraordinary skill. What astonished him even more was that Qin Tian had seen through it all. Was he also a hacker, and perhaps even more capable than Hu Jingxian himself? Realizing this, Hu Jingxian's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet. Urgency etched across his face. Brother Qin, you noticed it early on, didn't you? Please help me, I beg of you. The illustrious internet mogul, a figure of renown in hacker circles, was pleading for assistance from Qin Tian. Was this a jest? Zheng Huaqian was taken aback, unable to restrain his astonishment. Mr. Hu, you are one of the top hackers in the country. How can you expect a computer novice to solve a problem you cannot? With a sharp slap, Hu Jingxian turned to Zheng Huaqian, glaring furiously. "Shut your mouth." Zheng Huaqian was taken aback, his face shifting through shades of red and green, silenced by the rebuke. "Mr. Qin, please, I implore you to assist me." Hu Jingxian bowed deeply, clasping his fists in supplication, desperate for help. If the company's system crashed, he would face staggering losses, starting in the billions. Despite the gravity of the situation, those witnessing this scene were astonished. The internet mogul, a prominent tycoon, was actually pleading with a young man. What was this individual's identity? "Mr. Hu, don't panic. It's merely a minor issue." Qin Tian wiped his mouth and approached the computer with a calm demeanor, ready to assist. One of the reasons he had spoken so much was simply due to his growing eagerness. After all, the system had awarded him the skill of a super hacker, yet he had yet to find an opportunity to exhibit it. It was akin to the excitement of a newly licensed driver eager to take the wheel. He was simply itching to get started. As Qin Tian settled in front of the computer, Zheng Huaqian covered his flushed cheeks, his eyes betraying his resentment. He could hardly believe that someone who had struggled to install a system in college could possibly resolve a hacking issue that Hu Jingxian himself could not. Chapter 109. High-temperature explosion. Qin Tian gazed intently at the computer screen, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with a speed surpassing that of even the most accomplished pianists. Hu Jingxian watched in astonishment. This remarkable display of blind typing was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary hacker. Zheng Huaqian, equally taken aback, recalled how this individual had struggled to type during his university days. How could he have transformed into such a prodigy? This speed was incomprehensible, even swifter than his own 20-plus years of singlehood. Truly remarkable. As Qin Tian continued his work, the rapid virus pop-ups on the screen ceased and began to vanish one by one. The virus had been located and eradicated. Although Zheng Huaqian lacked technical prowess, he understood the significance of what he was witnessing, having studied systems in the past. He was left in utter disbelief. This had to be a feat accomplished in under a minute. How was this possible? Hu Jingxian, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "Brother Qin, thank you. You are simply incredible." "Hold on, it's not over yet," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, his hands still moving with precision. With one final keystroke, two windows appeared on the screen. One displayed an IP address, while the other showcased an ID account along with an avatar. Is this the IP and ID of the attacker? How can this be? Zheng Huaqian's mouth gaped open, his eyes wide with astonishment. A prominent figure in the internet world like Hu Jingxian had spent half an hour sweating profusely trying to locate this virus. Yet Qin Tian had accomplished it in a mere minute, even revealing the attacker's IP and ID. It must be noted that hackers often conceal their identities before launching attacks. Even if detected, they remain elusive. Yet, Qin Tian not only identified the attacker, but did so in less than a minute. Zheng Huaqian was left in a state of shock, his expression reflecting sheer incredulity. The individual who had once struggled to install systems in university had now attained a level of hacking skill that left him in awe. How was this possible? Not only Zheng Huaqian, but even Hu Jingxian was stunned. He had presumed Qin Tian was merely slightly more skilled than himself, perhaps capable of assisting with the problem, but certainly not at this speed. Now, not only was he quick, but he had also unearthed the attacker's lair. This was the work of a truly extraordinary hacker. The gap between their abilities felt insurmountable. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao, who had been quietly snacking, felt a swell of pride as she observed the scene. Though she lacked knowledge of computers, Hu Jingxian's expression made it evident that her boyfriend was exceptionally talented. Qin Tian was remarkable. "Mr. Hu, I suspect this is a malicious attack from someone who knows you. Do you recognize this individual?" Qin Tian pointed to the two pop-ups on the screen, revealing the information he had tracked. One was the IP, the other the ID. Hu Jingxian regained his composure and scrutinized the details, quickly identifying that the IP was overseas, and the ID account name was PTE, accompanied by a clown avatar. Upon seeing this information, especially the account and avatar, Hu Jingxian's expression darkened as he grimly stated, "This is a hacker from the United States. I inadvertently offended him on a hacker forum. That forum is notorious, gathering hackers from around the globe, offering various tasks for profit. I made my first fortune through tasks there. Not long ago, this PTE maliciously infiltrated several domestic social media sites, stealing private photos and videos to extort individuals. I intercepted him upon learning of his actions. Little did I know he harbored resentment and has since become more formidable, returning to seek revenge." "I see," Qin Tian acknowledged, nodding as he resumed typing. With another keystroke, he calmly declared, "It's over for him now." "What do you mean it's over?" Zheng Huaqin asked, confused. Hu Jingxian, however, focused intently on Qin Tian, his astonishment swelling like a tidal wave within him. Zheng Huaqin was oblivious. While Hu Jingxian grasped the situation, Qin Tian had effortlessly crafted a virus and was retaliating using the IP address. The virus was so sophisticated that Zheng Huaqin immediately recognized it as a creation he could never hope to unravel, far superior to anything PTE had devised. Was it truly possible to create a virus so terrifying with such ease? Hu Jingxian found himself at a loss for words. Qin Tian continued his work, typing several more lines of code, resulting in 2 new windows appearing on the screen, one for remote monitoring of the opponent's display and another for their webcam. As Qin Tian's virus took effect, everyone witnessed the individual on the other end frowning, and before he could react, his display screen automatically initiated a search, revealing all his tightly secured confidential files, subsequently cracking their passwords and uploading them to various social media platforms. Simultaneously, the computer began executing a hard drive format. All of this transpired within mere seconds, leaving the individual on the screen in a state of shock. He quickly realized what was happening and cursed loudly, "Shit," as he frantically pounded the keyboard in an attempt to halt the process. Yet, at that moment, the entire computer system erupted into action, causing the CPU temperature to skyrocket, resulting in the catastrophic failure of his high-end laptop worth a fortune. All of his frantic efforts were rendered futile. Strangely, the confidential information that had been uploaded to the internet continued to flow, and the hard drive formatting persisted. Shit, shit, shit. PTE was driven to madness. His face contorted with rage as he slammed the keyboard. However, nothing could be done. The data was still uploading, the hard drive was still formatting, and the CPU temperature continued to soar, rendering his attempts ineffective. In a matter of mere seconds, PTE resolved to abandon his efforts to stop the process and aimed to unplug the device to shut it down. However, before he could act, the file upload completed, and the formatting reached its conclusion. The CPU temperature surged alarmingly, culminating in a soft pop, followed by a blackout of the camera feed. As the 2 pop-ups on Hu Jingxian's computer vanished, the CPU had overheated, resulting in a catastrophic failure. Hu Jingxian gasped in horror. What kind of virus is this? It's absolutely terrifying. He felt a shiver run down his spine. The encrypted files belonging to PTE undoubtedly contained incriminating evidence of his illicit activities. He could almost envision the scene of this hacker, PTE, being sent to prison. Zheng Huaqin, meanwhile, stared blankly at his laptop screen, his face pale and his mind reeling. Earlier, he had failed to comprehend why Qin Tian had declared the opponent was finished, but now the reality dawned on him with chilling clarity. Chapter 110. By the way, I do not charge a fee. A virus obliterated a computer in an instant, even exposing confidential files that were meant to remain hidden. The horrifying reality was that the victim could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless to intervene. It is crucial to understand that this was a godlike hacker capable of breaching Hu Jingxian's company systems, a feat that even Hu Jingxian himself could not counter. How could it be that Qin Tian, with a mere virus, managed to bring about such devastation? Who exactly is Qin Tian? Wasn't he just a computer novice who couldn't even install a system? How has he become so formidable? Why? After dinner, Su Xiaoran, who was quietly observing from the side, was equally astonished. Although she did not comprehend the intricacies of viruses, she could vividly perceive the scene of the hacker, furious and spitting blood, through those 2 pop-up windows. A mere distance of 100,000 miles could lead to such calamity. Is this what they call hacking? Truly remarkable. Su Xiaoran approached and planted a kiss on Qin Tian's cheek. Her eyes filled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Qin Tian, you are amazing." Present in the room was also Qin Mingyao. Upon hearing that Qin Tian had come to the shop for a meal, she had hastily joined them, only to witness the unfolding spectacle. She was already aware of Qin Tian's prowess with computers, having seen him effortlessly crack the password lock on her laptop. However, she never anticipated that he would be this extraordinary. Su Xiaoran's voice roused the others present. "Brother Qin, you are truly the person I admire most in this life. I am leagues behind you," Hu Jingxian exclaimed with reverence. The first time he learned of Qin Tian, it was due to his immense wealth. He had purchased 21 villas in Baiyuanyuan in one go, and later acquired Huxin Island, even owning and piloting a helicopter, a bona fide aviator. This was far beyond mere wealth. It epitomized a noble status. Nonetheless, Hu Jingxian could only feel envy and astonishment. For he himself was a wealthy individual with a modicum of influence and did not place much importance on such matters. Yet now, he discovered that not only was Qin Tian affluent and powerful, but he also excelled in his professional domain, surpassing Hu Jingxian in skill. This realization compelled Hu Jingxian to acknowledge his superiority. After all, while wealth and power can stem from one's background, true professional ability is a testament to personal strength. And that is truly impressive. Zheng Huaqin wore an exceedingly complex expression. Even titans of the internet bowed before him, as if to say he was unworthy to be a disciple. Just how formidable was this individual? Brother Qin, I wonder if you would be interested in joining my company as a consultant? You wouldn't need to work on-site. Just provide guidance remotely whenever we encounter unsolvable challenges. The salary would be double the industry standard, an annual income of 30 million. What do you think? Hu Jingxian hastily extended the olive branch. Knowing full well that Qin Tian was wealthy and might not be swayed by such a salary, but he thought a computer enthusiast might still find the opportunity appealing. Upon hearing this, Zheng Huasan's eyes turned red. A 30 million annual salary without the need for on-site work was akin to receiving free money. Qin Tian was also taken aback, realizing that even without a system in the future, he could thrive solely on his skills, which was quite reassuring. However, he shook his head. I am not interested. As soon as he spoke, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The host has successfully declined the 30 million annual salary consulting position, gaining a 2 enhancement to the strongest kidney attribute, current value 8100. Ding. The host has successfully declined the 30 million annual salary consulting position, receiving a reward of 36 shares in the internet technology company, Shanchuan Technology, becoming the largest shareholder. Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. Shanchuan Technology? That name sounded familiar. Zheng Huaqin, however, nearly spat blood in disbelief, staring in shock. He had just lost a few million in annual salary, and Qin Tian had simply dismissed it? 30 million, a sum that many would not earn in 10 lifetimes. And yet this individual regarded it with disdain. What kind of person is this? Even the wealthy should not be so reckless. Hu Jingxian was equally astonished. He could not fathom that Qin Tian was uninterested. Was it because he deemed the offer insufficient? Just as he was about to speak up to increase the salary, his phone rang. It was his secretary calling. Upon answering, before he could utter a word, the voice on the other end urgently exclaimed, President Hu, just a second ago. Someone has made a high-priced offer to acquire shares from several of our key stakeholders. The acquirer now holds 36 of the shares, surpassing your ownership and becoming the largest shareholder. I will send you the details. What? Hu Jingxian was taken aback. Was someone attempting to take over his company? What on earth was happening today? He hurriedly opened the information sent by his secretary, and upon reading it, he was left utterly astonished. Oh my God! He suddenly looked up, fixating on Qin Tian. Brother Qin, did you acquire my company? Chapter 111. Next time for sure. I wish to enlist you as a consultant. Are you actually acquiring my company? What kind of person are you? Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? It is indeed me, yet it was not my intention. Qin Tian wore an innocent expression. He had a fleeting sense of familiarity, and now it dawned on him that Shanchuan Technology was none other than Hu Jingxian's company. Although not on par with the dual giants of the internet industry, Shanchuan Technology boasted a market valuation of 300 billion. Zheng Huaqin, overhearing their exchange, was utterly flabbergasted. Qin Tian had actually acquired someone else's company? Shanchuan Technology was now under Qin Tian's dominion? The esteemed internet mogul Hu Jingxian had been reduced to a secondary position? Goodness, this is simply too extravagant. To acquire a company worth several hundred billion, as if it were a mere market transaction. Unbelievable. Qin Mingyao was equally dumbfounded. While she was aware of her partner's wealth, she never anticipated such grandeur. To acquire a multi-billion company so casually, as if one were shopping for vegetables at a market, her idol was simply too charming. Hu Jingxian's face turned ashen. He had initially intended to invite Qin Tian over to savor his wife's culinary creations, but now, despite Qin Tian's apparent disinterest, he had managed to lure away his wife, and to top it off, claimed it was not his intention. This was outright bullying. Rest assured, though I am the largest shareholder, the company remains under your management. Qin Tian smiled lightly. Moreover, should the company's system face further assaults, or if any problems arise that you cannot resolve, you would naturally seek my assistance. Qin Tian added nonchalantly, by the way, I will not charge any fees. The crowd was left speechless. Hu Jingxian nearly spat blood in disbelief. Not charging fees. How very generous of you. However, considering the company would still be managed by him, he could only accept with a bitter smile. Chairman Qin, your influence is truly unparalleled. I am in awe. It was not my intention, Qin Tian reiterated, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, then shook his head. Let us not dwell on this any longer. He turned his gaze to the adoring Qin Mingyao. The meal has been enjoyed. Mingyao, have you finished your tasks? Shall we head back? Qin Mingyao smiled gently, exhibiting no signs of resistance. Rather, she was filled with joy. As long as the people around her brother Qin did not reject her and he held her close in his heart, everything else was inconsequential. The thought of losing everything she gained through him was unbearable. Thus, seeing his kind smile naturally elicited a return of her own. In this silent exchange, both felt a sense of relief. Hu Jingxian watched the scene with immense envy, while Zheng Huaqin simmered with jealousy. He was well aware of Su Xiaoran. He had seen her being quite intimate with Qin Tian previously at the computer mall. Now, she had brought along this stunningly beautiful woman to dine. Such a woman, even if he could possess her just once, would be worshipped like a treasure. This was utterly unjust. In his jealousy, Zheng Huaqin recalled his own circumstances and was about to speak when Qin Tian's phone rang, causing him to swallow his words. Seeing it was a call from Qin Yuan, Qin Tian remembered their earlier arrangement for her to deliver the series of property certificates from Zhongshan Street after her shift. Assuming that was the reason for her call, he quickly answered, only to find his phone went black. Alas, no battery. Chapter 112. A performance. Qin Tian furrowed his brow as he gazed at the pitch-black screen of his phone. It was inconsequential that he had missed the call. After all, he was bound to return. However, it was high time for a new phone, as this one drained its battery far too rapidly. Let us depart, he remarked, turning to Qin Mingyao, who nodded obediently and followed closely behind him. Wait a moment. Zheng Huaqin suddenly called out to him. What is it? Qin Tian inquired, turning back with a hint of confusion. I apologize. I was previously dismissive, Qin Tian. I sincerely extend my apologies, Zheng Huaqin stammered, his face flushing slightly. Taking a deep breath, he offered his earnest contrition. Earlier, at the computer mall, his condescension had caused him to overlook this extraordinarily wealthy classmate and even offend him. He found it difficult to humble himself and seek forgiveness afterward. Today, he had uttered some unflattering remarks regarding the job interview, further exacerbating the situation. At the heart of his actions lay a duality of disdain and envy. Disdain for his previous underestimation and envy for Qin Tian's affluent background, which he perceived as mere luck rather than merit. Now, as Qin Tian excelled in their professional field, Zheng Huaqin could not help but feel a begrudging respect. In response to the apology, Qin Tian merely smiled faintly, uttering not a word as he resumed his walk. By this point, the two were worlds apart, and such a belated apology held little significance for him. To him, the utterance of "I'm sorry" stirred no emotions. Akin to an ant crawling upon one's hand, merely a fleeting itch that one would dismiss without rage or drastic measures. Zheng Huatson's presence felt similarly inconsequential. Noticing Qin Tian's indifferent smile, Zheng Huaqin suddenly felt as if he were being looked down upon, leaving him feeling powerless. Nevertheless, he quickly called out again, Wait, Qin Tian. I have more to say. Qin Tian turned back once more. With a flushed face and scratching his head, Zheng Huaqin finally mustered the courage to ask, May I work at your company? At Shanchuan Technology? You cannot, Qin Tian replied coolly. Zheng Huatson's expression shifted to one of urgency. Why not? Qin Tian shook his head. Your professional skills are lacking. Are you not aware of this? But we are all classmates. Zheng Huaqin attempted to reason. Qin Tian interrupted him, scoffing, and so? Should I grant you special treatment? You. Zheng Huatson's face flushed with anger, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Are you still holding a grudge about earlier? I have already apologized. What do those two matters have in common? Qin Tian retorted with a scoff. Do you truly wish to work at my company? Indeed, I do. I am very eager. Zheng Huaqin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but then elated, sensing that Qin Tian's heart had softened after all. The prospect of associating with a wealthy peer exhilarated him, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he proclaimed, I primarily wish to assist you. After all, we are classmates and roommates, akin to family. Akin to family? Qin Tian replied with a derisive smile. Do you even deserve such a title? At these words, Zheng Huaqin felt as if his chest had exploded, nearly choking on his indignation. He had not anticipated that Qin Tian would not relent out of kindness, but rather seek to humiliate him. How foolish it was to insist that he was not seeking favors, but rather offering assistance, all the while believing himself to be cleverer than the other. Qin Tian, accompanied by Qin Mingyao, walked away, followed by Hu Jingxian, who chuckled dismissively before departing. Zheng Huaqin stood there, watching their retreating figures. His face a tumult of red and green, rendered speechless. Tremors coursed through him as his mind echoed the words. Do you even deserve it? Do you? Qin Tian led Qin Mingyao back to the park where the helicopter awaited. Chapter 113. One person. One set. Qin Mingyao surveyed the desolate park with a look of bewilderment and asked, "What are we doing here?" She glanced around at the deserted surroundings and remarked, almost unconsciously, "This place is rather pleasant. It's so tranquil." Qin Tian looked at her in surprise, and Qin Mingyao's face flushed with embarrassment. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she protested. Qin Tian observed her, noting her lack of any sign of discomfort regarding the situation. He eventually shook his head and said, "Next time, definitely. Next time." Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Qin Mingyao exhaled with relief. Although they were willing, the very thought of such matters made her feel bashful and even timid. Not only did the idea of being exposed to others unsettle her, but the possibility of someone capturing it on video and disseminating it online was daunting. While human desires are innate, Qin Tian was not so consumed by primal instincts as to focus solely on such trivialities. Before long, Qin Mingyao arrived at the helicopter. "Wow, a helicopter. This is my first time seeing one. It's so cool." She gazed in amazement at the helicopter illuminated by dim lights in the desolate park. "Impressive, right? You'll be able to see it every day from now on." What did that mean? Qin Mingyao felt a wave of confusion, and before she could inquire further, she saw Qin Tian smile and stride toward the cockpit. Su Shaoran also effortlessly boarded the helicopter's rear seat. Qin Mingyao was left in stunned silence. What? This helicopter belongs to brother Qin Tian? This was simply too unbelievable. "Come aboard, Mingyao," Qin Tian called out, noticing her frozen in place, waving with a chuckle. Oh, Qin Mingyao snapped back to reality, her expression still one of disbelief as she boarded the helicopter. Unable to contain her astonishment, she asked, "This helicopter is brother Qin Tian's?" "Indeed. Surprising, isn't it?" Qin Tian responded with a grin. "Can brother Qin Tian actually fly it?" As soon as the question escaped her lips, she realized its absurdity. Why else would he be in the cockpit? Sure enough, no sooner had she spoken than the roar of the engine filled the air. The aircraft took off, the rotors whipping up a tremendous gust that nearly flattened the surrounding trees. Even though she had anticipated Qin Tian was a pilot, witnessing it firsthand still sent waves of excitement through Qin Mingyao. Previously, she had been puzzled about why Qin Tian had brought them to this rundown park if not for that purpose. Now, she understood it was to fly a helicopter to fetch her. How marvelous. Her idol was extraordinary, possessing a helicopter and the ability to fly it. Although she lacked comprehension of the intricate details involved, she understood the significance. After all, there were countless wealthy individuals, yet how many in the country owned a helicopter, let alone piloted one themselves? "Fasten your seatbelts," Qin Tian reminded her with a smile as the helicopter began to ascend into the sky. "Wow, this is exhilarating," Qin Mingyao exclaimed, her excitement palpable despite having experienced a similar thrill before. "Mingyao, look below. Wow, the night view is stunning." However, the matter of how to explain her sudden wealth to her parents loomed large in her mind. While she could conceal a substantial bank account, the villa, the luxury cars worth millions, and now this helicopter were impossible to hide. How could she possibly explain it? Surely, she couldn't claim to have won the lottery. Who would believe that? While one could perhaps stretch credulity regarding the villa and the cars, what about the helicopter? As Qin Tian pondered this dilemma, the helicopter soared over the Bai Shui Yuan residential complex. Chapter 114. All right, brother Qin Tian. Upon arriving at the villa district, Qin Tian noticed figures below waving their arms and shouting towards the sky, seemingly calling out to him. He lowered the helicopter slightly, remembering that his phone had run out of battery and he missed Qin Yuan's call. Thus, he decided to land the helicopter on the lawn beside the previously mentioned villa. Qin Mingyao stepped off the helicopter, her eyes wide with astonishment as she surveyed the surrounding villas. "Where are we?" she exclaimed, from their aerial view. It resembled the layout of the Biu Yuan community. Qin Mingyao continued to observe her surroundings, asking, "Brother Qin Tian, do you live here?" "Yes, but also no," he replied. One of the women present was dressed in professional attire, her features exquisite and her tall figure accentuated by her long, straight legs, which were quite captivating. A nameplate on her chest identified her as property manager Zhao Ling. It was unexpected that Bu Yuan, being the finest community in the city, would have such an elegant and competent property manager. Another woman was even more striking, with shoulder-length hair, fair skin, delicate brows, and a gentle complexion that exuded a soft demeanor. Her floral cheongsam hugged her curves perfectly, highlighting her alluring figure. She embodied a paradox of youthful innocence and mature femininity, radiating an irresistible charm. As a woman, Qin Mingyao couldn't help but acknowledge the extraordinary allure of this woman, especially as she approached gracefully in embroidered shoes. Although Qin Mingyao believed her own figure was comparable, the unique femininity of the other women was something beyond her reach. A sense of caution arose within her as she realized the formidable competition she faced. While the other women scrutinized Qin Mingyao, she equally assessed them. She admired their sophisticated charm and distinctive femininity, while Zhao Ling and Qin Yuanyuan envied her fiery beauty. Qin Yuanyuan glanced at Qin Tian with a peculiar expression, remarking, "Is this Mr. Qin's girlfriend? So young and composed. Mr. Qin is quite fortunate." Zhao Ling, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. Qin Yuanyuan had come to find Qin Tian, but when she called, he had hung up as soon as the line connected. Subsequent attempts to reach him were met with silence, leading her to deduce that his phone was likely dead. Thus, she sought out property manager Zhao Ling to inquire about Qin Tian's residence, intending to deliver the property certificates from Zhongshan Street. Zhao Ling, being familiar with her as a fellow homeowner and well-known CEO from Zhongshan Street, informed her that Qin Tian did not reside in the community but had purchased the entire Huxin Island, residing in Villa Number 1, where his mode of transportation was a helicopter. This revelation astonished her. Qin Tian was not merely affluent. His status was formidable, possessing a helicopter to boot. Consequently, as she observed the beautiful women surrounding him, it no longer seemed peculiar. For such a mysterious young master, beautiful women were as commonplace as cars. Though as a woman, Qin Yuanyuan was reluctant to compare herself to an automobile. Reality was indeed stark. "Mr. Qin, is this lady your girlfriend?" Zhao Ling initiated the introductions with a warm smile, her expression conveying unabashed envy as she mentioned the word girlfriend. After Qin Tian nodded subtly, Qin Mingyao graciously offered a brief explanation of herself. Chapter 115. Taking advantage and playing innocent upon learning that she was a university student and a former broadcaster now assisting Qin Tian in managing the restaurant, Zhao Ling mused that she must be of school beauty and goddess-level status. "Hello, I am Zhao Ling, the property manager of Bai Yuanyuan. If you encounter any issues during your stay here, feel free to reach out to me directly. Here is my business card." Since she was associated with Qin Tian, Zhao Ling felt it necessary to extend her courtesy, smiling as she handed over her card. "Hello, I am Qin Yuanyuan, currently assisting Mr. Qin in managing Zhongshan Street." Qin Yuanyuan responded with a warm smile. "Managing Zhongshan Street? Is that also under Qin Tian's domain?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards Qin Tian. Noticing that both parties had exchanged pleasantries, Qin Tian decided to cut to the chase and address Qin Yuanyuan directly. "Please hand me the items." Qin Yuanyuan nodded, turning to lift a cardboard box behind her. Opening it, she stated, "All the property certificates for Zhongshan Street are in here, including those for 108 shops and the land ownership certificate for the entire Zhongshan Street." Inside, a neat stack of red property certificates gleamed, momentarily blinding Zhao Ling. It was already known that Qin Yuanyuan had a mysterious benefactor behind her, the true owner of Zhongshan Street, a genuine mogul commanding an entire street. To her surprise, this mogul was none other than Qin Tian. Qin Mingyao gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape, her gaze vacant. The property certificate represented a dream cherished by countless citizens, a lifetime of effort devoted to acquiring a single one. Many couples' fates have been altered for the sake of this. Now, witnessing a whole box of red certificates before her was an overwhelming visual shock. Qin Mingyao found herself speechless. The shops on Zhongshan Street start at several million. For an ordinary person to own even one would require a lifetime of toil. Yet, Qin Tian possessed an entire street. The thought sent chills down their spines. Qin Tian received the box and inquired, "Is there anything else to report?" "No," Qin Yuanyuan replied, knowing he was asking about Zhongshan Street's situation. She then glanced at the helicopter and cautiously added, "Mr. Qin, may I visit the villa on Huxin Island?" "Mr. Qin, I also wish to discuss matters concerning the demolition and reconstruction of the Wang Building Villa," Zhao Ling interjected, instinctively glancing at the half-demolished villa nearby. Feeling a pang of regret over the destruction of a property valued at 150 million. Qin Yuan also stared at the Wang building villa, her expression complex. When Zhao Ling had previously mentioned this matter, she had been at a loss for words. Mr. Qin perfectly exemplified the notion of not valuing money. His extravagance was astounding. Upon hearing Zhao Ling's words and observing Qin Mingyao's intricate gaze directed at the partially demolished villa beside the helicopter, they felt a sense of bewilderment. After hearing Qin Yuan mention visiting the villa on Huxin Island, they were left with lingering questions. Unable to contain herself, Qin Mingyao asked, "What demolition and reconstruction?" "Manager Zhao, what are you referring to?" "You are not aware yet," Zhao Ling replied, surprised for a moment before explaining. "Mr. Qin has purchased Huxin Island and, finding the original dock too far from the island, decided to demolish this villa valued at 150 million to construct a new dock for convenience." "What? He bought Huxin Island? Just for this? To demolish a villa? This is such a waste." Chapter 116. The ancients do not deceive me. Qin Mingyao nearly fainted, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that this magnificent building belongs to my brother Qin Tian as well?" "Not just this one. Mr. Qin owns a total of 21 villas within the community, all surrounding this grand edifice," Zhao Ling remarked, her voice filled with admiration. Unable to contain herself, she glanced at Qin Tian, exclaiming, "My idol is incredibly wealthy." Qin Mingyao turned her gaze towards Qin Tian, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of shock and sorrow. Despite his vast fortune, the sight of a villa being dismantled was a bitter pill to swallow for her. "Do not make a fuss. It is merely a villa," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "If you desire, you may each choose one of the remaining 20 to reside in." "Merely a villa?" Qin Mingyao gasped, nearly choking on her words. "You call a villa worth 150 million merely a villa?" The latter part of Qin Tian's statement went unnoticed by her, as long as he did not abandon her. The rest seemed insignificant. Qin Yuan could not help but swallow hard, envious of the nonchalant manner in which villas worth tens of millions were offered, akin to giving away a mere lollipop. To be his woman is truly a blessing, she mused. This was the second time Zhao Ling had heard Qin Tian casually offer a villa, leaving her at a loss for words to express her feelings. With fervor in her eyes, she continued, "Mr. Qin, I have some ideas regarding the renovation of the grand building. Additionally, I have just become the steward of your #1 villa and have yet to familiarize myself with the specifics of the island. May I accompany you back to the island now to learn more?" Qin Yuan, regaining her composure, looked at Qin Tian with anticipation, having expressed her desire to tour the #1 villa without receiving a response. "Very well, let us board the helicopter," Qin Tian affirmed, nodding as he embraced his suitcase and stepped onto the helicopter. Zhao Ling, overjoyed, hurried to follow suit, while Qin Yuan, her face alight with excitement, trailed after them. Although she had always mingled with the upper echelons of society, this was her first experience aboard a helicopter. Soon, the helicopter descended upon the rooftop of the lakeside villa. "Zhao Ling, please show them around," Qin Tian instructed after the helicopter landed, clutching the box containing the property deed as he returned to the villa's vault for valuables. It was the first visit for both Qin Mingyao and Qin Yuan, with Zhao Ling directing their tour of the villa and the scenic surroundings of the island. Despite the late hour, approaching 10 o'clock, Qin Mingyao remained awestruck by the villa's opulence and the island's beauty. After a chorus of astonished exclamations, they concluded their tour and gathered in the spacious living room to enjoy tea, gazing at the vast living area adorned with exquisite furnishings. Qin Mingyao could not help but reflect on Qin Tian's immense wealth. "Brother Qin Tian, this villa is exceedingly large," she exclaimed, unable to contain her wonder. "The garden is indeed expansive. However, the villa itself is not that grand," Qin Tian casually remarked. "The entire island spans 5 kilometers and could be considered part of the villa's garden, hence its size. But can a villa of 1,000 square meters be deemed small?" Qin Mingyao pouted, at a loss for words. Qin Yuan, equally struck by the villa's allure, pondered aloud, "Such a magnificent lakeside island. I doubt anyone would be willing to sell it. I wonder how Mr. Qin managed to acquire it." "Let us discuss business," Qin Tian interjected, turning his attention to Zhao Ling. "Did you not have something to convey?" Zhao Ling nodded, stating, "As you intend to dismantle the grand villa to construct a dock. I took the liberty of examining the site earlier today. It is quite spacious, and I believe solely building a dock would be a waste of potential. Since you are already planning a demolition and have available space, why not add a few more features? Given that you possess a helicopter and luxury vehicles, I suggest incorporating a helicopter landing pad and a tinted parking area. This way, should you need to conduct business within the community, you could park the helicopter there and then take a yacht back to the lakeside island. Alternatively, you could drive to the community and then return to the island by yacht, as it is rather inconvenient to transport your beloved vehicles back to the island. Although you own 20 additional villas, each with ample garage space, the proximity of the Grand Villa makes it the most convenient location, and adding another parking area would be a straightforward task. Qin Tian nodded, having contemplated this issue himself but had not yet acted upon it. He was pleasantly surprised that Zhao Ling had broached the subject first. Chapter 117. Dinner. Let us proceed as you suggested. You shall take charge of this matter. Just tell me how much it will cost. Very well. Zhao Ling's face lit up with joy. She continued, additionally, the maintenance of the island and the lake and your helicopter requires regular care as well. Allow me to handle these responsibilities. Agreed. You may arrange it. Although you possess 20 villas and ample garage space for parking, the location of the penthouse offers greater convenience, and adding another parking area is quite feasible. Qin Tian nodded. He had indeed contemplated this issue, but had yet to act upon it. He was surprised that Zhao Ling brought it up first. Let us proceed as you suggested. You shall take charge of this matter. Just tell me how much it will cost. Very well. Zhao Ling's face glowed with delight. She added, moreover, the maintenance of the island and the lake and your helicopter also require regular attention. Permit me to oversee these tasks. Agreed. You may arrange it. Qin Mingyao hesitated, racking her brain for another topic to discuss. After a moment, she suddenly suggested, are you hungry? Perhaps I could prepare a late-night snack for you. That sounds wonderful. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit peckish, Qin Tian exclaimed, his eyes brightening. However, I thought women typically avoid late-night snacks for fear of gaining weight. Qin Mingyao smiled gently, rising to head to the kitchen. She surveyed the ingredients available and selected a few dishes she was adept at preparing, becoming busy in her culinary endeavors. Her intention was straightforward. She aimed not only to showcase her cooking skills, but also to convey to Qin Tian that she possessed talents beyond her beauty. After all, to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Before long, a delectable late-night feast was set upon the table. There was a light soup made of silver fungus and lotus seeds, red bean and papaya porridge, freshly squeezed fruit and vegetable juice, alongside heartier options such as steak and roasted chicken wings. One could not help but feel a surge of appetite merely from the enticing aromas and vibrant colors of the spread. I refrained from preparing a main dish, fearing it might be too heavy for digestion at night. Mr. Qin, do try these and let me know if they suit your palate, Qin Mingyao said with a hint of shyness. Qin Tian picked up a piece of chicken wing and took a bite, his eyes sparkling with delight. This is absolutely delicious. I am glad you like it, Qin Mingyao sighed in relief. She was confident in her culinary skills, but anxious about whether they would please his taste buds. After tasting another bite, Qin Tian's expression brightened even further, filled with surprise. I'll fetch some wine. How can one enjoy meat without wine? Qin Tian declared as he rose from the table. Upon returning, he held 2 bottles, one of Romanee-Conti red wine and another of vodka. Qin Mingyao glanced at the vodka bottle and exclaimed, this spirit has such a high alcohol content. It could intoxicate. Not to worry, we need not finish it all. Just a little will suffice, and it's late. If we happen to drink too much, we can simply sleep it off, Qin Tian replied with a mysterious smile. A slight inebriation adds to the ambience. With the addition of wine, the atmosphere quickly became lively. After finishing the late-night snack, both were pleasantly tipsy. Allow me to escort you home, Qin Tian said, his face flushed and his demeanor spirited. Never mind, brother Qin, you've had some wine. It's better if you don't fly, Qin Mingyao hurriedly interjected. Very well, then. Find yourself a room to rest. Tomorrow, please arrange for someone who can operate a yacht. It needs to be done swiftly. We cannot rely solely on ourselves for transportation to and from the island, Qin Tian remarked, before heading off to take a shower. Qin Mingyao prepared to tidy the dishes. I shall assist you. I feel it is only proper not to be a mere guest, she offered. Chapter 118. The wedding of the century. Time flies. It has been a decade since Qin Tian bound and activated the system. On this day, at precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, the world watched in unison. Whether it was day or night, news outlets and online media seemed to have coordinated, simultaneously switching to the live broadcast. Good day, esteemed viewers. Today marks a momentous occasion that will be etched in history. The illustrious Mr. Qin Tian is set to wed his beautiful bride. Our station will provide continuous coverage of the wedding ceremony. At the Grand Tianhe building in Kyoto, countless spectators awaited in anticipation. As the host's voice brimmed with excitement, the camera shifted to reveal a verdant island emerging from the vast azure ocean. This island, not rectangular, oval, or in any naturally occurring shape, bore the distinct impression of being meticulously sculpted, presenting the Chinese character, Qin, in seal script. The strokes were clear and precise, each line crafted with strength and elegance. Lying serenely within the boundless sea, the ancient calligraphy exuded an air of dominance over the world. This was Daqin Island, spanning an impressive 90,000 square kilometers. Situated above the Pacific Ocean, as the camera drew nearer, it revealed that apart from the modern buildings surrounding the Qin character at the center, the rest of the island was adorned with rivers, lakes, and pristine forests, teeming with lush greenery and ancient trees, showcasing a paradise untouched by civilization. In truth, this island was a marvel of human ingenuity, crafted by Qin Tian using advanced technology provided by the system, investing substantial resources and time to transform a desolate, uninhabited isle into its current splendor. Daqin Island was his exclusive sanctuary. At this moment, within the modern airport of the island, as planes descended one after another, individuals of diverse appearances and attire, usually reserved even when invited by presidents, were visibly exhilarated, hurrying to the central city. There, a wedding of the century was unfolding, and they were among the fortunate guests. No, to be precise, they had fought tooth and nail for this privilege. Being invited to Qin Tian's wedding symbolized unparalleled prestige and represented the pinnacle of global influence. In a grand palace accommodating thousands in the central city, rows of exquisite redwood tables and chairs were already filled with jubilant guests, their voices hushed yet lively, creating a vibrant yet serene atmosphere. As viewers worldwide tuned into the live stream, a tempest of excitement erupted online. My goodness, isn't that Big Ma? And old Wang, Gates, these are world-class magnates. Who would have thought they would all be here? Indeed, I've just counted. Renowned billionaires are present, all attending Qin Tian's wedding. He must have quite the stature. Not only them, have you noticed Putin, Trump, and even old Sun sitting in the front row? Indeed, not just them. The Rothschilds, Morgans, Rockefellers, Watsons, DuPonts, and the Leaf family, leaders of the world's foremost families, are here. You see, the seating arrangement signifies status. The closer one is to the host, the higher their rank. Look where Big Ma and Gates are seated. Former world billionaires are merely in the middle. The Rothschilds are barely in the upper midsection. Who then? Are those at the very front sitting alongside old Sun? Wow, who are they? They belong to ancient families with legacies spanning over 1,000 years, wielding power capable of toppling nations, yet they choose to remain in the shadows. So, Qin Tian's wedding has attracted the CR de la CR of the global elite? Incredible. His influence is monumental. Not quite, it's the opposite. According to insider reports, only old Sun was personally invited by Qin Tian. The others came of their own accord, and not everyone qualifies to attend. Most fought tooth and nail for an invitation. Really? Your claims sound exaggerated. Exaggerated? Consider what the name Qin Tian represents. Frankly, we are among those who failed in the pursuit of an invitation. Thus, my words are grounded in truth. Those who call it exaggeration are simply ignorant. Who is Qin Tian? The founder of the Daqin Group, encompassing industries like biotechnology, global banking, and aerospace technology, all ranked first in the world. His biotechnology division is rumored to have unlocked the secrets of longevity. Who among the elite doesn't desire that? Yes, I've heard old Sun has utilized medications developed by the Daqin Group. He seems remarkably youthful now, setting aside the mysteries of biotechnology. Just consider Daqin Island, a testament to Qin Tian's formidable capabilities. To conjure an island of 90,000 square kilometers from thin air is no small feat. Its area rivals that of entire nations. Who but Qin Tian possesses such prowess? Indeed, the financial and technological resources required to create Daqin Island are beyond the means of an individual, family, or even a nation. After all, it took merely 5 years. It's astonishing. Do you think it's just an ordinary island? Do not forget, it boasts military power that is second to none globally. Even the Americans must pay their respects. I heard that the nuclear explosion in Japan a few years ago, publicly labeled an accident, was actually orchestrated by Daqin Island. Enough said. In short, My father Qin Tian is an eternal deity. Amidst the fervent discussions worldwide, within the palace of Daqin Island's central city, the lights on the stage illuminated, and the audience fell into an expectant silence. As the curtains parted, under the spotlight, Qin Tian appeared in an exquisitely tailored groom's outfit, gripping a long red silk ribbon. The other end connected to a procession of stunning brides adorned in a myriad of wedding gowns. The adorable Yi Meng Meng, the alluring Chun Yuan, the refreshing Yun Meng Yao, and the demure Su Shaoran, all radiant with joyous smiles as they prepared to wed Qin Tian. The guests were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and envy. What they initially presumed to be a grand yet ordinary wedding had unexpectedly turned into a spectacle with multiple brides. Though none present were strangers to the idea of multiple partners, witnessing Qin Tian openly leading a parade of beautiful brides was a sight unparalleled. Female guests gazed at Qin Tian with envious eyes, fully aware of his charm, yet he managed to evoke a unique thrill with every glance. His deep-set eyes, chiseled cheekbones, and perpetually composed demeanor were utterly captivating. Like a potent elixir, a mere look could ensnare one's heart, drawing them into an irresistible allure. The nationwide audience watching the live stream was equally electrified. Chapter 119. The stars and the sea men, filled with envious tears of blood, could only pound their keyboards in fervent admiration. Women, consumed by jealousy, wept at the thought of why they could not marry Qin Tian, asserting their own beauty. Some women, in a frenzy, shouted at the screen, "Qin Tian, I love you. I will always be yours." Others, who had once been in contact with Qin Tian, watched the screen with tear-streaked faces. Even more tragically, some women, unable to bear the sight of their idol marrying someone else, chose to leap from heights in despair. Statistics later indicated that on this day, over 100,000 women across the globe took their own lives in what became known as the chaos of Qin Tian. At that moment, Qin Tian, standing at the wedding venue, surveyed the crowd with a mild smile. "Thank you all for attending my wedding. I will forego the customary vows and rituals. Many of you have heard about my development of a spacecraft, but have yet to see the real thing. I believe you are here not only to offer your blessings, but also to witness the latest advancements in aerospace technology from Daqin Island. So, let us not delay. Come and witness it together." With a sudden, serious expression, Qin Tian waved his hand. "Begin." As the words left his lips, a resonant hum filled the air. In the next moment, a soft blue light enveloped Daqin Island, forming a dome that arched upward and converged in the sky, shimmering with vibrant colors, resembling a colossal energy shield encapsulating the entire island. Through the lens of drones, viewers around the world watched in astonishment. What was this? It felt like a defensive array from a fantasy novel. Those within the palace were equally taken aback, witnessing the spectacle on screens and through windows. The dazzling lights painting the sky. In that moment, the world's elite, typically composed, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Some leading scientists rushed out of the palace, frantically observing the energy shield with their devices, scribbling calculations and notes in a desperate attempt to comprehend the phenomenon before them. Qin Tian, observing their reactions, allowed a sly smile to grace his lips, offering no explanations as he waved his hand once more. "Ascend." At that instant, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The rumbling intensified, and the entire Daqin Island seemed to come alive, wildlife roaring and birds scattering in fright. Some large birds, startled, attempted to flee but collided with the energy shield, disintegrating into ashes. "What on earth is this energy shield?" someone gasped, witnessing the chaos within the palace. Others turned pale with fear, yet, being formidable figures, they quickly regained their composure. They noticed, despite the cacophony around them, the ground remained undisturbed, and the structures outside showed no signs of shaking or collapsing. Could it be a mere prank by Qin Tian? Meanwhile, viewers worldwide were transfixed. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "No, look at the big screen." Everyone turned to see the unfolding horror. As the earth-shattering sounds resonated, the waters surrounding Daqin Island surged violently, reminiscent of a cataclysmic tsunami. More terrifyingly, the island began to rise, as if uprooted from the sea, ascending rapidly into the sky. The audience was petrified, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief, eyes glued to the screen. Above the Pacific, the island, now detached from the ocean, floated upwards at a visible pace. The lush greenery atop the island, framed by jagged ridges, shimmered under the sunlight. encased in a kaleidoscopic energy shield, resembling a colossal bubble that encircled a massive, three-dimensional character for Qin, soaring towards the heavens, as if yearning to escape to the stars and the sea. In that moment, the world fell silent. Everyone was captivated by this extraordinary scene, unable to comprehend the magic before them. The radiant, bubble-like energy shield exuded an indescribable dreaminess and romance. This was what one might call a city in the sky. Silence had felt as though a century had passed. Reflecting on Qin Tian's earlier mention of a spacecraft, a scientist finally pieced it together, stammering, "Mr. Qin, is this what you referred to as a spacecraft? Is the entire island part of the vessel? And is the bubble-like shield the energy source?" As he uttered these words, he felt the absurdity of his own theory, yet sensed it might hold the truth. His inquiry snapped the crowd back to reality, their incredulity directed at Qin Tian. Although the scientist's hypothesis was fantastical, they were inclined to believe that some hidden mechanism powered the island. However, given that Qin Tian had unlocked the gene lock, even the most implausible explanations began to seem possible. Viewers across the globe exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, eagerly awaiting Qin Tian's response. Facing billions of gazes, Qin Tian regarded the speaking scientist and nodded slightly. "Indeed, you are mostly correct. However, one detail, the outer energy bubble serves not only as propulsion but also as a protective shield and an offensive weapon." His statement sent shockwaves through the crowd, reigniting their astonishment. The same scientist quickly inquired, "Then, Mr. Qin, how do you control the bubble and replenish its energy? What do you mean by offensive weapon? For instance, how did you initiate the ascent? Can you explain?" Hearing the barrage of questions, Qin Tian smirked enigmatically and surveyed the assembly. "I believe you should ponder more on how to return safely rather than on these technicalities, don't you think?" He leisurely added, "This energy bubble is indestructible." As his words sank in, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. They suddenly realized they were on the island, which was now suspended in midair and continuing to ascend, enveloped by the energy shield. They were essentially trapped, their fates in Qin Tian's hands. Despite their bodyguards, Qin Tian was the most formidable figure globally. Supported by countless experts, they stood no chance against him. Panic spread across their faces. Meanwhile, Qin Tian wore a serene smile, listening to the system's notification. Ding. According to calculations, the total energy materials possessed by the guests present are sufficient to sustain the spacecraft's journey to the transfer station, Jupiter. Upon receiving this information, Qin Tian smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, another purpose of today's wedding was to ensnare these individuals. He aimed to gather energy from around the world and embark on a new journey to the stars and the sea. End of the book.